Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Hello, 12th man. Date with the DNC, huh? Yeah, well, we shall see. I'm going to go ahead and open with CNN report. It's a longish report on the truck attack in New Orleans, day before yesterday. Well, or was it yesterday? Day before yesterday, I guess it was New Year's Eve. We'll go ahead and play this. Basically, it's the latest news.
They're just bodies and the screams. You can't think about, unhear that. It was chaos and very, very scary.
Everything in the car is hitting, it's getting thrown.
A vehicle ran through a crowd of people. There's multiple injuries, multiple casualties. They need to Canal and Bourbon.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to be putting up an overlay every now and again because I'm not sure whether this will be struck or not. It is a CNN report, and sometimes news organizations are a little snippy if you use their reporting. So want to avoid a strike. So just know I'll be putting up an overlay every now and again.
Just hours after the clock struck midnight, the driver in a pickup truck went around barricades, according to police, killing those celebrating New Year's Eve along the iconic street. At least 15 people were killed, dozens others injured.
This is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil.
The suspect, identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old man from Texas who previously served in the U.S. military. He was driving a privately rented pickup truck from Turo, an Airbnb-type rental site for cars.
An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations.
Once the vehicle
Something went wrong, Stanley. We couldn't see the video.
Responding police officers.
Law enforcement returned fire, and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm going to be putting up an overlay every now and again. It's a CNN, it's a CNN report, and I want to make sure we don't get struck.
Right. My bad, Stanley.
To local hospitals.
Witnesses are asking questions about why the city's steel mechanical barricades weren't up prior to the attack.
There was police there at the entrance, a lot of police there, but the metal barricades were not up.
Bollards were not up because they are near completion.
The FBI, which has taken over the investigation, does not believe the suspect acted alone.
We're aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
And the Sugar Bowl for college football, scheduled to be held in New Orleans this evening, has been postponed.
All agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours.
And we are starting to learn more about the now 15 who were killed as a result of this attack, including 37-year-old Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. He had just texted his family Happy New Year a little earlier in the evening, according to his cousin, who tells us that he was someone who liked to laugh and tell jokes. He loved his family, loved his kids, leaves behind an 11-year-old and a 1-year-old just hours into 2025, Wolf.
Our deepest condolences to his family. Art Omar, thank you very much. I want to get right to our chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller. He's getting some new reporting for us. John, what are you learning?
Well, Wolf, what we've been trying to do is develop a richer picture of who is the man behind this carnage in New Orleans. What do we know about him, and what can that tell us about motive? And what we've learned from multiple sources is that Mr. Jabbar apparently made, according to authorities, a series of voice recordings on video as he drove, they believe, from Texas to Louisiana to partake in these attacks, allegedly. The recordings talk about the turmoil in his family, the long-fought, bitter divorce he was going through. He discusses, according to officials briefed on the videos, where it appears they're made while he's driving, but it's in the dark, so you can't really see him on these videos, recorded apparently on his phone. But he talks about the idea of getting his family together for a celebration, which would have been a ruse so that he could kill all of them, but that over time, after having a series of dreams about joining ISIS, that he changed his plan to carry out this attack in New Orleans to create mass casualties in the name of ISIS. So what we're starting to see is an individual who was experiencing turmoil and stressors in life, who was going to act out in some kind of violent way, and at least, according to what they believe are his own words, decided to do this as an alternative to killing his family. In the recordings, he also has a last will and testament where he divides up what little money he has left after all the financial losses and setbacks he had suffered to family members. So they're beginning to get a picture of what was going on, and it seems to be what was going on in the background of this individual's life that was as much of a driver as any commitment to terrorism.
Yeah, John Miller, great reporting as usual. Stand by. I'm going to get back to you in a moment or so. I want to get some more now on the federal investigation from CNN's Evan Perez. Evan, authorities have released a photo of the man identified as the driver of the truck that plowed into that crowd in New Orleans, killed 15 people, and injured dozens of others.
That's right, Wolf. And that photograph is being put out there by the FBI in part to try to drive tips from the public. They have asked, they've set up a website, fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. They are asking the public to send in any information, any videos, anything about where this suspect may have been, over the last several days, over the last several weeks, as they were developing this plot. And we also know, obviously, as we've reported previously, that he was an Army veteran. He served in the U.S. Army from 2007 to 2020, both in active duty and in reserve status. He actually deployed to Afghanistan in 2009 for about a year into early 2010. And, again, part of the picture, as John was just describing, is coming into focus now for the investigators. A lot of his problems and whatever might have been his motivation to then associate with ISIS, which is clear, according to the investigators, that is exactly what his intent was, again, is what's driving all of this. Wolf?
And I know, Evan, you're also getting clarification from law enforcement officials on possible accomplices.
Right. The FBI is still trying to determine whether there's anybody else who might have been involved. Obviously, they know that he was trying to associate with ISIS. It's not clear whether he was talking to anybody in particular to try to plot this attack, or whether, again, this was more of a self-directed of the type that we've seen before. We also know, Wolf, that they were looking at video, surveillance video, that showed 4 people who they at least thought initially could have been involved with maybe some of the IEDs that were found elsewhere in the French Quarter. The FBI later determined that those people had nothing to do with carrying out this attack. So at least for that part of the investigation, that part is closed off. They are still, however, looking into the possibility that there are other people who could have been involved, again, in either helping to construct the IEDs, or who may have known about his plans before he carried it out. All of that is still on the table, Wolf.
What more are we learning about the man who was driving this truck that was used as a deadly weapon last night?
Well, piecing together much more of a profile of Shamsuddin Jabbour, Wolf. And what we've been able to learn, we've culled from public records, as well as videos and information he himself has put online. What you're looking at here is an image of him from a YouTube video posted in 2020. It has since been taken down. This video, he has titled it Personal Introduction. He says that he was born in Beaumont, Texas. He talks about his service as a member of the U.S. Army, so he's an Army veteran, and his work in information technology, as well as working in real estate. He says in that video that serving in the military taught him, quote, the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. In that video, he is sitting next to a poster titled Discipline and near a book titled Leadership. Now, authorities do confirm that he served in the U.S. Army. We do have a picture of him from that photo that was posted on Facebook from the U.S. Army. This is a picture of him in 2013. It's a Facebook post from the U.S. Army again, and he's identified in this photo as an Army Staff Sergeant working as an information technology team chief for the 82nd Airborne Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team. And that was back then in 2013. He also posted an online resume where he describes how he graduated from Central Texas College in 2010 and he received a bachelor's degree from Georgia State University in 2017. Georgia State does confirm that he did attend there and did graduate. And Texas records also show that he had a real estate license from 2019 and it expired in 2023. And then the last thing, Wolf, that we found really interesting, because it sort of lays the financial picture of his life currently, is that he was in a divorce with his first wife, and that in 2012, she had sued him for child support. But in 2022, he had submitted an email talking about how he was struggling financially. He wrote that he had fallen behind in house payments, that he feared that he was nearing foreclosure, that he was behind more than $27,000 in payments. He also wrote that the business that he had talked about in that YouTube video, that it had also not made money. He'd lost $28,000 and he was $16,000 in credit card debt, Wolf.
Lots of new information. Kyung-La, thank you. Omar Jimenez, thanks to you as well. I want to break all of this down with our law enforcement experts. Andrew McCabe, let me start with you. What are the next steps right now for the FBI, and you're a former deputy director of the FBI, as they try to determine who the individuals placing these improvised explosive devices in the area are?
Absolutely. Well, that is priority one for the FBI right now, to identify and locate those individuals who they have captured in the surveillance video, placing the IED devices, which at least two of which have been rendered safe, and therefore are probably providing the Bureau with some evidence that they can use to compare to the device and the other evidence that's been recovered from the truck. And so they may have a solid forensic connection between the IEDs, which would only confirm their suspicion that those three men and one woman are related to or working in concert with the driver of the truck. So that's the biggest potential threat the Bureau is probably focused on right now. And they are doing all the things that we have seen in these sorts of situations in the past. They are scouring video coverage to try to locate those folks and track their movements last night as they led up to the moment of placing the IEDs. They're trying to locate places to search. They're trying to locate individuals who might know something about those folks. So it's a lot of activity going on focused in that direction.
Critically important information they got to find out. Mary Ellen O'Toole, you're a former senior FBI profiler. What could these IEDs tell you about the perpetrator's intention? Does that suggest to you that a larger attack was indeed planned?
Certainly, and thank you for having me on. The IEDs will be very important, both from a behavioral as well as a forensic perspective. So forensically, the Bureau will be dismantling these devices and looking to see if they were likely each constructed by the same person. Bombers often have a signature, so they will be looking to see if it looks like one person put them together. They'll also be looking for things like fingerprints and DNA that is left over on these devices. That becomes extremely important. But at the same time, behaviorally, they'll be looking at who are they aware of? Is there someone already out there that has come to their attention as someone that is a possible bomb maker in another case or in another incident? So they'll be looking at that as well. And I think through the behavior and through the forensics is another way that they will be attempting to identify who this person is. And I think based on what they've already said about these IEDs, they were not just made to go off and make a loud sound. They were actually designed and constructed so that they would actually be weapons of lethality as well. So that goes to the intent of the people that were involved in this.
I stand by. Charles Ramsey is with us as well, the former Washington, D.C. police chief, former police commissioner in Philadelphia. Chief Ramsey, what are the challenges for law enforcement right now as they try to secure the French Quarter in New Orleans while conducting this investigation?
Well, first of all, we all know the French Quarter goes beyond just Bourbon Street. So you've got a pretty wide area that I'm certain that they are searching and trying their best to secure. Certainly, we're talking now about a vehicle attack. But again, you know, you've got a lot of pedestrians, especially this football game coming up. You have a lot of people that will be walking there, which makes it relevant. So they did a day to go over their security plan, to do the best they can, to probably push that perimeter out further, certainly lock it down from any vehicle traffic and things like that. Nothing's going to be 100%. I mean, that's just the way it is. But clearly, the steps that were taken yesterday or early this morning were insufficient. When you look at that one video, the way the truck was able to just easily maneuver past that patrol car, they're going to have to reevaluate an awful lot when it comes to securing major events.
Good point. Andrew, let me go back to you. Investigators have also found writings that support investigators' view right now that the suspect was inspired by ISIS. How critical is that in this investigation?
Well, Wolf, it tells us a lot about what brought that person to that moment in time. And it can also tell us about others who they may have interacted with, people they may have prepared devices with, they may have prepared for this attack with other people, trained with other people, received support from other people. So everything that this subject left behind in terms of his own writings, his own activity on any devices, any electronics devices, telephones, that sort of thing that may have been seized through the searches we've seen taking place throughout the day. All of those.
Stanley, may I ask you a question?
Going to help them get one step closer
Yes, sir.
Like, why wouldn't they already known about this guy?
Don't know.
They
The four.
You got more?
yeah, I was wondering, like, so he was a Army veteran, correct?
That's what the report says.
So, where did his parents come from, or are they a part of his radicalization? Like, he's been here since 2009, I think.
Okay, it says
maybe his
reports.
maybe his parents came here under Obama.
The report says he was born in Beaumont, Texas.
Right, but where did his parents
Okay,
come from?
don't know.
Yeah, none of us
Other
know
people
it yet.
they know they have to find, and potentially others. We don't. There may be other people involved in this plot who did not appear on that surveillance video that we've been talking about for the last couple of hours. So they have a lot of intelligence that they need to collect and analyze to get a full picture of whether or not a critical threat to security still exists. We will not know the answer to that until we can confidently state whether or not he's worked with other people, and do we have those folks under control or in some sort of custody.
We're just getting in some very disturbing new video of someone walking out of a bar on Bourbon Street in New Orleans shortly after the attack. I want to play that for you and for our audience. Watch this. Juliet, what do you make of the truly harrowing situation seen in that bystander video?
I mean, I think what you're seeing is people who are trying to get out of a car going, I think at this stage they're measuring over 40 miles per hour and getting them just simply out of the way of the vehicle. And this is why the question of the permanent barriers is going to come up, because look, these security measures always have to be upgraded, and we're hearing that this was a security upgrade, possibly in anticipation of the Super Bowl in a couple weeks. But New Year's Eve came before that, and so if you have barricades, temporary barricades, permanent barricades, and then the third level tends to be sanitation trucks or whatever, you have that layered defense. All of them are intended to essentially try to slow down a car. What we're seeing in those videos is that none of them worked. He was, to quote the public officials, hell-bent on killing and got on the sidewalk. And there will be questions about whether that couldn't have been impeded in some way. But these are normal questions to ask. And I think these are questions that New Orleans will want to ask as it moves forward in its preparation, for example, for Super Bowl in a couple weeks. Look, this effort came out of 2016. Almost every city did not have this until the major attacks in Nice and Berlin using vehicles. And lots of cities then got very creative in protecting open areas like this. They may have to be reassessed or fortified again, given the vehicular attacks that we're seeing these days.
Yeah, that's so important. Michael, the Louisiana governor says the Superdome and the surrounding area in New Orleans is safe. How can they be so sure about that if they don't think the attacker was necessarily solely responsible?
Well, we know we're looking for potential other offenders who could have helped him, but they're sweeping the Superdome multiple times to make sure there are no explosive devices. Just like when Super Bowl and Sugar Bowl are there as many times as they've been there, we create ingresses and egresses that are secure and people get searched and checked on the way in. And I am sure now that they are going to create an ingress plan that does not allow any vehicles other than people who are authorized to come in, and those are going to be checked, to come into that area. Everybody's right. In 2016, when this happened in Nice, the mayor of New Orleans said, I want to fortify this area. And we then invested in those bollards to be put up there. But we also use big trucks and other city vehicles to really fortify the area. They're going to be doing that again for Sugar Bowl and again for Super Bowl to make sure only people who have to come and can come and are authorized to enter an area can be there with vehicles.
CNN has just obtained surveillance video showing the moment that a suspect drove a pickup truck onto Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Now, before we show this, we do want to warn you, it is disturbing because this is the beginning of the attack that killed at least 10 people and injured 35 more. This clip is showing Canal Street at 3:16 a.m. local time. The truck is seen going north with a large pole attached to the rear. The suspect then passes what appears to be a law enforcement car and then rapidly turns right onto Bourbon Street and accelerates through a group of people. Let's go now to CNN's Tom Foreman. Tom, you spent many years in New Orleans. Help us understand the magnitude of what was happening in the French Quarter at the time of this attack.
Well, Bourbon Street in the French Quarter really is the heart of this city that lives on tourism. If you look at what happened to the approach to this, this makes it look smaller than it is in some ways. You see this come up this road here and turn. This is over here on Canal and turn in. And then when it starts moving into this area, this is all the French Quarter in here. The actual, when it says it hits the crowd here, if you look at the pictures, it actually seems to have gone further than that before it actually reached a stopping point somewhere up in here. So about 3 blocks. So this is a 4,000 to 5,000 pound vehicle. It's an electric vehicle and accelerates to 60 miles an hour in 4 seconds. So there would be a tremendous number of people here, especially during Sugar Bowl time. And this is not that far actually from the Superdome, which is right over here. You could wind your way over here pretty quickly to get where it happened. And many, many, many tourists here because of the hotels that are there, the restaurants that are there, the clubs that are there, the bars. This is a busy, busy, busy area anytime. And one of our witnesses said, typically, even on New Year's Eve, you see the crowd spread out a little bit after midnight. Some of them said, really at 3 a.m., it was still pretty much the way it had been. So a tremendous number of people. If it had not run into that red crane-like device you see, if the truck had not hit there and had kept going, the crowds down here on Bourbon would have only grown more dense, and who knows how heavy the damage would have been, how many people would have been killed. Real key here, though, one thing I want to point out, the city started this program to replace what are called bollards. You've been hearing it all day long. The bollards are these metal posts here that are rising up. They started this back in November to put in new ones because the old system wasn't working well enough. The purpose of these is to stop people from being able to drive down that street. Usually they're retractable in some fashion. That process was underway with a goal of having it done by the time of the Super Bowl, which is going to be a little more than a month from now. It was not complete. One of the complaints they had was that the truck went up on the sidewalk around a police car that was here, obviously completely an inadequate stopgap measure, and that's why it's the way it is. And now they've got Mardi Gras coming up and Jazz Fest coming up, more big events, millions of people here, and they haven't shown yet they know quite how they're going to deal with this kind of threat.
Ed Lavandera is in Houston with more on the suspect's ties to the state. What are you learning, Ed?
Hi, Pamela. Well, for several hours this afternoon, a number of law enforcement authorities have been here in this far North Houston neighborhood that has been cordoned off. And according to local officials and FBI officials, they have been searching a home that is address is connected to this suspect that carried out the terror attack in New Orleans. FBI officials also confirming that this search is related to that investigation. And as you mentioned, we are learning more about this suspect who in several various sources that we've been able to comb throughout the day. The suspect had been battling some financial troubles, worked in real estate and information technologies systems, and studied that as well. But in court documents we've been able to reveal, he talked about the financial struggles that he had been going through in recent years. From 2019 to 2023, he had a real estate license here in Texas. but in court documents connected to he was sued by the
Poor
mother of
little
two
boy
children.
had financial struggle.
Child support payments, and in some of those documents, we've learned that in recent years he talked about being carrying debt of nearly $30,000, owing credit card debt, and also struggling to make payments on his home. We've also come across a YouTube video that was posted back in 2020 about the time that he was getting into real estate here in Texas. And the video is described as a personal introduction, and this is what he said on that video.
So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist.
And Pamela, you know, this is back here in this North Houston neighborhood where officials here have been very tight-lipped throughout the day, not saying much exactly as to what has been happening here at this search, but that this search continues, and it's been going on for several hours now. Pamela?
All right, thanks so much, Ed. I want to go now to former FBI Supervisory Special Agent Rob D'Amico. Rob, Ed just laid out the suspect and his history. How does someone like that become so radicalized and do something like this?
Well, I think part of it is these groups are very good at getting to people that want to blame someone. It goes across the board.
Because Obama let him in.
I think there's probably some mental illness that's going to come across the radar with him, but he's going down a slope. He wants to blame someone, and these groups are great for placing the blame on others and then getting them to act on it. We've seen it in the white supremacist movement. We've seen it in the terrorist groups. They're very good at that, and that's how they recruit them, and then that's how they get them to take action. So I think you're going to see probably when it started to the spiraling effects that we saw from him finally taking action. Obviously, if he's planning to kill his family, the mental health issue is there too, and I think it's a combination.
Yeah, he said in the recordings, according to our John Miller, that he at first thought about bringing his family together for a celebration and then killing them. And then he decided to move off that plan and join ISIS. I want to show you this video, and I just want to warn all of our viewers here. It is graphic, and it shows Canal Street at 3:16 a.m. local time. The truck driver is seen passing what appears to be a law enforcement car before rapidly turning onto Bourbon Street and smashing into innocent people. When you watch that video, is there anything that stands out to your trained eye?
Well, one thing is I made a comment back in December when the vehicle attack in Germany happened. And I said, even if it's not a coordinated event, you are likely to see this trigger someone who's been thinking about it to do something. And I think that's exactly what happened. And they should have planned better. I hate to go back, but like if you couldn't get a vehicle close to Times Square, they blocked those roads off with dump trucks and sand trucks and cement trucks, everything that a vehicle like that's a pickup truck's not going to get through, because they know they need to protect that inner space. So I think you're seeing things that this city, I don't want to say they didn't take it seriously, but if you're just going to put one car, I guarantee if the sidewalk wasn't open, that pickup truck could have pushed that one patrol car. That was traffic enforcement. That's not blockading a vehicle with someone with an intent to do this. And I think it's going to change it. Like 9/11 changed air flight security. This event is going to really change some of the ways that they look at true security of large gatherings of people where they're vulnerable.
Rob D'Amico, thank you. Very sad we have to learn this way, but that is our sad reality. Thank you so much.
I don't think I could marry like a white woman. Like, I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so. Because I need someone racist like me.
Well, that's the end of the CNN report. That's pretty much the most complete report that I've seen on the incident. So, as stuff comes up, we'll get into it throughout the day. The next story I have is a Washington Post story talking about the renovation of those barriers that got mentioned. This is a quick 6-minute report. As CNN said, apparently they were upgrading the barriers for the upcoming Super Bowl.
This news story was written by Salvador Rizzo, Ben Brash, Maham Javaid, and Samuel Oakford. Renovation of vehicle barriers gave attacker an opening, authorities say. A key piece of protective infrastructure was undergoing repairs in New Orleans when a driver slammed into a crowd of New Year's revelers in the city's famous French Quarter, and several backup security measures failed to stop him, local officials said Wednesday. New Orleans began to install new vehicle bollards around its most famous streets and hotspots ahead of the Super Bowl in February, Mayor LaToya Cantrell said after the attack, which killed at least 15 and injured dozens. The short, sturdy posts, made of metal, concrete, or wood, often line the perimeters of public plazas or the entry points to famous streets, and are meant to block vehicles from accessing buildings or pedestrian zones. Terrorism experts say bollards are among the most reliable means of preventing assailants from using vehicles to run down members of the public, especially in cities expecting large crowds for special occasions. The bollards have only become more crucial, these experts said, as those seeking to inflict mass casualties increasingly turn to high-speed vehicular attacks. But Cantrell and other officials said the bollards on Bourbon Street were down for renovations at the time that a driver, identified by the FBI as Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42, swerved into a crowd and kept going until multiple victims were dead. Jabbar, an American citizen, was fatally shot by police officers at the scene, officials said. Cantrell said the bollards had stopped working properly soon after they were installed, and they were being replaced as part of a broader infrastructure improvement package related to the Super Bowl. Over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project, placing bollards on Bourbon Street, the site of the attack, Cantrell said. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued, from Mardi Gras beads on down. New Orleans is replacing its old bollards with removable stainless steel units along Bourbon Street, between Canal and St. Anne Streets, covering much of the French Quarter, according to local plans. But on New Year's Eve, bollards were not up, Cantrell said. Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said officials had deployed police vehicles and large physical barriers in place of the bollards to deter vehicles from accessing pedestrian areas on New Year's Eve. She conceded those measures proved ineffective. This particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hardened, hard target, Kirkpatrick said. We did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it. Experts said the deadly attack was a reminder that vehicles have become the weapon of choice for many extremists across the globe. Much of the planning for such attacks, such as renting a car or truck, can be carried out in plain sight without raising suspicions. And if an attacker is determined to access an area where crowds have gathered, it can be difficult to stop them. New Orleans, for example, had deployed about 400 police officers and traffic barricades around the city, expecting that crowds would gather for New Year's festivities, Kirkpatrick said. But if you have a high-speed vehicle traveling at ramming speed, they're going to pierce the protective perimeter, said Bruce Hoffman, senior fellow for counterterrorism at the Council on Foreign Relations. Hoffman said law enforcement officials in the wake of the attack might start using bulkier bollards or barriers. But that alone would not address the question of how to fully prevent or mitigate mass carnage with a vehicle, he said. A 2022 study published in the British Medical Journal found that, of 257 vehicular attacks that killed bystanders over roughly 5 decades through 2019, 71% had occurred within the previous 6 years. As more people began using outdoor spaces for restaurant dining and other activities during the coronavirus pandemic, their exposure to such attacks only grew. By 2016, vehicle attacks were the most lethal form of attack, comprising just over half of all terrorism-related deaths in that year, said the study by researcher Ryan Scott Hauser. These attacks require minimal resources and planning to inflict widespread death and injury. An Islamic State flag was found in Jabbar's truck, the FBI said Wednesday. Several other high-profile vehicle attacks in recent years were also carried out by individuals who allied themselves with that group. A man who pledged loyalty to the Islamic State maneuvered a moving truck onto a bike path in Manhattan on Halloween in 2017, killing 8 people and injuring others. He was later sentenced to life in prison. Another man, who plowed his car into a crowd of anti-racist demonstrators in Charlottesville earlier in 2017, is serving multiple sentences without the possibility of parole over the death of a woman, Heather Heyer, who had shown up to protest a neo-Nazi rally. A Tunisian man who lived in Nice, France, drove a 19-ton cargo truck into a crowd on Bastille Day in 2016, hitting more than 500 bystanders and killing 86. French authorities said he had been radicalized by Islamic State propaganda. Last month, an attacker drove into a crowd at a Christmas market in Magdeburg, Germany, a city west of Berlin, killing 5 people. Surveillance footage taken in New Orleans early Wednesday shows a white pickup truck turning off Canal Street and accelerating around a law enforcement vehicle onto Bourbon Street. The vehicle appeared to match the Ford F-150 Lightning that authorities say was used in the fatal attack. Videos and photographs verified by the Washington Post show the same type of truck ended up 2.5 blocks from the Bourbon and Canal intersection. Gunshots can be heard on the video as people ran and ducked for cover. In fact, Sheets for Local Law Enforcement, the Federal Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, encourages officials to draw up plans for protecting busy pedestrian streets, bridges, and public events. But researchers and authorities caution that no one-size-fits-all, and that local officials should prioritize the public spaces they are fortifying based on how likely they are to draw crowds. Nice, France, is a great case study on implementing necessary improvements to prevent another attack, Hauser said in an email. They added bollards, concrete barriers, and vegetation to help protect pedestrians. Vehicle barriers are probably the most basic and easiest mitigation measure to implement at any event or outdoor gathering. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, Republican, said at the news conference Wednesday that a durable solution was in the works. We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras, and the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one, Landry said of the bollards. This news story.
The next story is about this Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas. Apparently, it was a Cybertruck outside a Trump hotel in Las Vegas. So, first thing I thought was, terrorist attack, but not so sure, at least so far. They're not calling it that.
1 dead after a Cybertruck explodes outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. This article is by Alexandra E. Petrie, Emmett Lindner, and Pashtana Usufsi, and read by an automated voice. 1 person was killed and at least 7 were injured after a Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas on Wednesday morning, the authorities said, and officials were investigating any possible links to an earlier attack on a crowd in New Orleans. Sheriff Kevin McMahill of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said during a news conference that the authorities believe this to be an isolated incident, but have not yet ruled out a connection to the Wednesday morning attack in New Orleans that killed at least 15 people. Sheriff McMahill said the authorities had found gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars in the back of the truck. It was unclear how they had been ignited, Sheriff McMahill said. There is no further threat to the community, Sheriff McMahill said. As of Wednesday afternoon, there was no indication that the explosion was connected to ISIS, which President Biden said had inspired the New Orleans attack, but the investigation remains ongoing, he said. At a news conference on Wednesday, Jeremy Schwartz, the acting FBI special agent in charge in Las Vegas, said the agency is investigating whether the explosion was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack, Mr. Schwartz said. That is our goal, and that's what we're trying to do. The Las Vegas Police Department received a report of an explosion at the Trump Hotel at about 8:40 a.m. local time. Elon Musk, Tesla's chief executive, said in a statement on X that the explosion was caused by very large fireworks and/or a bomb carried in the bed of the rented Cybertruck, and said the vehicle was functioning properly. Police were told that a 2024 Cybertruck pulled up to the last entrance doors of the hotel, Sheriff McMahill said earlier at a news conference. The driver was the only person in the truck, Mr. McMahill said, and had been killed inside the vehicle. At least 7 others were reported to have sustained minor injuries. The person's body remained in the truck on Wednesday afternoon, Sheriff McMahill said, and the authorities were working on identification. The authorities said that the truck had been rented in Colorado using Turo, the same car rental app used in the New Orleans attack. The authorities had been able to trace the car back to Colorado using video footage captured at charging stations, Sheriff McMahill said. Sheriff McMahill said the authorities have identified the person who rented the truck, but are not releasing their name. The truck had arrived in Las Vegas at around 7:30 a.m. local time, Sheriff McMahill said, and had gone up and down Las Vegas Boulevard before immediately pulling into the Trump Hotel. In a statement, a Turo spokesperson said the company is working with the authorities as they investigate both incidents. We do not believe that either renter involved in the Las Vegas and New Orleans attacks had a criminal background that would have identified them as a security threat, the spokesperson said in the statement. Videos posted to social media showed what appeared to be a Tesla Cybertruck engulfed in flames just outside the hotel's lobby entrance doors. Other social media posts showed what appeared to be a line of people being led out of the building. Earlier today, a reported electric vehicle fire occurred in the port co-chair of Trump Las Vegas. Eric Trump, Donald J. Trump's son and a leader of the Trump Organization, said in a statement on X, "The safety and well-being of our guests and staff remain our top priority." The same message was posted by the Trump Las Vegas's social media account. People who were staying at the hotel said they had been evacuated because of the fire. Tesla did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Oscar Terrell, who was visiting the United States from Barcelona, said that he was walking toward the hotel entrance with his wife when he stopped at a food cart right before the explosion occurred. Those 10 seconds were the difference, he said. He and his wife stumbled backward, and Mr. Terrell saw a vehicle with flames and an array of colors shooting out of it, which he assumed were fireworks. Todd Hansen was on the 27th floor of the hotel when he said he had heard a series of loud popping sounds. He took the elevator down to a waiting area, where he saw smoke and sprinklers spraying in the driveway outside the hotel entrance. The elevator area was full of people, Mr. Hansen said. They would not let you out of the elevator area and into the lobby. He went back to his room to alert his wife, and they were both evacuated when they returned downstairs, he added. Sheer Poli of San Antonio said that he had noticed a gas-like smell on the floor and in the elevator. He had managed to take his luggage with him as evacuations were underway. Carrie Ford of Wisconsin said she had left her room for a cup of coffee when she was told to leave the building. She was set to be married on Wednesday afternoon, and her wedding dress and marriage license were left in the room. "We didn't know there was anything going on," Ms. Ford said. "We just happened to come down for coffee and they're like, you have to evacuate."
I'm going to go ahead and play. There's a video embedded in the article. I'm going to go ahead and finish up this part with a short video. Let's see. So it doesn't seem there's any audio embedded in it.
The fire initially, they covered it with a tarp to try to get it to go out. And once the fire went out through the suppression efforts of the fire department, you'll see some of the evidence in the back of the vehicle. The fact that this was a Cybertruck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet because it had most of the blast go up through the truck and out. The front glass doors at the Trump Hotel were not even broken.
Okay, well, an eventful first day of the year. I guess as far as the Cybertruck goes, that investigation couldn't find much more than this particular story, but I'm sure there'll be more stories upcoming. We're going to shift gears right quick. Yesterday, there was news of a cyber attack on the sanctions office of the U.S. Treasury, and they didn't give much more than that, or I didn't notice much more than that. But figured we'd go ahead and play this story just to see what's happening with this attack. One question I asked is, a lot of these breaches could be avoided if people just turn off their workstations when they leave. These were user stations, I think, that got attacked. So let's see what this is all about.
This news story was written by Ellen Nakashima and Jeff Stein. Treasury's sanctions office hacked by Chinese government officials say. A troubling series of breaches of U.S. firms and agencies could intensify friction between Washington and Beijing as Donald Trump takes office. Chinese government hackers breached a highly sensitive office in the Treasury Department that administers economic sanctions against countries and groups of individuals. One of the most potent tools possessed by the United States to achieve national security aims, according to U.S. officials. The targeting of the Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, as well as the Office of the Treasury Secretary, developments not previously reported, reflects Beijing's determination to acquire intelligence on its most significant rival in the global competition for power and influence, said the officials, who, like others interviewed for this report, spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the matter's sensitivity. A top area of interest for the Chinese government, current and former officials said, would be Chinese entities that the U.S. government may be considering designating for financial sanctions. The hack also compromised the Treasury Department's Office of Financial Research, according to the officials. The full impact of the breach, which was disclosed by Treasury in a letter to Congress on Monday, is still being assessed. The documents accessed were unclassified, and there is no evidence the hacker still has access to Treasury systems, the department said. A spokesman for the Treasury Department declined to comment. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has called claims of the breach groundless and said that Beijing has always opposed all forms of hacker attacks. The breach was conducted through the hack of a software contractor serving the Treasury Department, part of a troubling trend of government intrusions enabled, officials say, by lax cybersecurity employed by some third-party vendors. The incident occurred as the U.S. government is grappling with another major cyber espionage campaign attributed to the Chinese government. The breach of 9 American telecommunications companies, what one top lawmaker called the worst telecom hack in our nation's history, by a group dubbed Salt Typhoon, has alarmed industry and the government, and the Federal Communications Commission is considering a proposal for regulation advanced by Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel, which is expected to be voted on this month. The Biden administration has undertaken a broad effort using executive authorities to mandate cybersecurity standards for critical sectors such as pipelines, rail, and aviation. The regulations have improved rates of compliance across those industries, U.S. officials said, adding that they believe greater compliance will lead to more resilient networks and infrastructure. Meanwhile, relations between the United States and China remain tense, as President-elect Donald Trump prepares to re-enter the White House, threatening even harsher tariffs against Beijing than he imposed in his first term. During his campaign last year, he proposed duties of 60% or more on all imports from China, a move that could provoke a globe-rattling trade war. Even as Trump and Chinese officials have expressed some hope for cooperation, the president-elect has named to his circle of advisors China hawks, who have signaled a desire to press Beijing on everything from alleged human rights abuses to deceptive trade practices. A Chinese breach of a critical element of the U.S. national security apparatus could fuel their case, analysts said. Treasury Assistant Secretary for Management Aditi Hardikar described the latest incident as major in her letter to Senate Banking Committee leadership. She said Treasury was alerted to the breach on December 8 by the contractor, Beyond Trust. Beyond Trust said in a statement to the Post that it has notified the limited number of customers who were involved in the breach and is working to support them. It also said law enforcement was notified and the company is supporting the investigation. Even unclassified documents can be very useful to a competitor like China, current and former officials said. A breach of OFAC in particular could lead to the disclosure of sensitive information about government sanctions deliberations. Before designating a target, OFAC compiles an administrative record that purports to show how the evidence collected meets the statutory or regulatory criteria for designation. The records can include everything from open-source materials to law enforcement-sensitive information and classified material provided by U.S. or foreign law enforcement, according to 4 former government officials. The unclassified materials are frequently stored on the government's unclassified systems, and these may include emails or communications with other agencies and units within Treasury. Classified material and law enforcement sensitive information, such as the identities of secret law enforcement sources, are stored separately. But there is enough in the unclassified record that could enable an adversary to glean useful insights into how the United States is developing sanctions on foreign targets, as well as the identities of potential targets for designation. Indeed, the unclassified information in the administrative record is used to compile the news release that Treasury issues after a designation that names the person or entity being sanctioned and why. Gaining access to even unclassified information held by OFAC could provide the Chinese government with valuable intelligence, as such information is used to build a case for sanctioning organizations and individuals, said David.
Ooh. Uh-oh, sorry about that. What happened here? Somehow or another that got deleted. Let me see, can I bring it back up? Oh, there it is. Not sure what happened there. Technical difficulties, folks. There we go. Let me see if I can find where this article left off.
This news story to law enforcement sensitive information and classified material provided by U.S. or foreign law enforcement, according to 4 former government officials. The unclassified materials are frequently stored on the government's unclassified systems, and these may include emails or communications with other agencies and units within Treasury. Classified material and law enforcement sensitive information, such as the identities of secret law enforcement sources, are stored separately. But there is enough in the unclassified record that could enable an adversary to glean useful insights into how the United States is developing sanctions on foreign targets, as well as the identities of potential targets for designation. Indeed, the unclassified information in the administrative record is used to compile the news release that Treasury issues after a designation that names the person or entity being sanctioned and why. Gaining access to even unclassified information held by OFAC could provide the Chinese government with valuable intelligence, as such information is used to build a case for sanctioning organizations and individuals, said David Loughner, who previously oversaw sanctions enforcement in the Justice Department's division. The incident is the latest in a decades-long string of computer intrusions attributed to the Chinese aimed at stealing intelligence from U.S. government and corporate secrets from private sector systems to help them gain a leg up in the global economic, technological, and security competition.
Well, that's pretty much, I think we get the gist. Looks like China's trying to get a leg up in the coming sanction war. But I don't know. we shall see how all this goes.
Yeah. Man, you know what I was thinking about with these terrorist attacks, these recently labeled terrorist attacks. It's just that we've been spouting this rhetoric, and I guess in my mind, I just feel like some people can be just way too isolated with their rhetoric. And they get out on these national platforms and they go talking about, oh, we coming for the illegal immigrants here. We coming for the illegal immigrants there. Okay, Trump won. Okay, so we already don't got the illegal immigrants out. So all of a sudden now we start to target H-1B visas and naturalized citizens within as recent as 5 years, as they say. I mean, it's almost like they setting us up for failure.
Who is they?
You know, it's one thing when you can,
Who is they?
The media. I think they setting us up for failure.
The media is setting.
I mean, I just think it's just they arrogance. They just being very irresponsible with the news, you know? Hey, let's keep it on the P. Diddy situation. Let's not talk about illegal immigrants and how we getting ready to haul them all off.
I'm struggling here. The guy who did the truck attack in New Orleans was born in Beaumont, Texas. He's a U.S. citizen.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. That's another part of it you got to look at. You got to look at that part. You got a lot of American citizens that may idealize with them and may actually assist them in some of their plights.
Okay, assist. Okay, I'm struggling here. So the guy in who did the New Orleans
He also
attack,
had 4 or 5 accomplices also, Stanley.
okay, well, they're saying they're not sure about that. They're investigating. Nothing's been confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can all say we can just take it all with a grain of salt. But yeah, that could have just been some guy who probably got rejected out there and he probably just went crazy, you know, just, oh, fuck everybody. He probably was drunk, just crashed out, just ran over a bunch of people and, you know, got to shooting at them and all that.
Here, let
me
let me put that news story in the back for you, because you know apparently he was having some issues in general, and he was planning on killing his family or something, and then decided against that, and it's kind of a convoluted tale.
Yeah, now, you know, they trying to say it's a terrorist attack all of a sudden, you know, because of the Tesla truck that happened in Las Vegas.
Okay, well, the
you know?
Tesla truck is a separate issue so far from.
Yeah, they just saying that they was linked to the app, the rental car app that they both used. Ironically, they said it was ironic is you know that they actually had both of the cars rented out by the same company, like. So they looking at it as maybe it's all planned, you know.
Right. Well, we're going to move on to this subway story. A guy named Joseph Linsky was shoved in front of a train, and lucky to be alive, but he had a lot of injuries. And apparently, New York subways are have been dangerous, and are getting more dangerous. So I've got this story and the one after it basically talking about this particular subway shoving, and then another story on subway violence.
Victim in subway shoving suffered a broken skull and other injuries. This article is by Chelsea Rose Marquias, Catherine Rossman, and Sean Piccoli, and read by an automated voice. A man who was shoved off a Manhattan subway platform and into the path of a fast-moving train not only survived, but was able to speak to his family from his hospital bed. The man, Joseph Linsky, 45, suffered serious injuries, a ruptured spleen, 4 broken ribs, and a fractured skull, according to court records filed on Wednesday. Our main priority right now, our sole priority right now, is supporting our brother Joe, his sister Eileen Parsons said in a phone interview. We are so grateful that he is alive. His survival was a matter of inches. Mr. Linsky was struck by the train, but not head-on, according to 2 law enforcement officials with knowledge of the matter. He also fell next to the train, not under it, apparently saving his life, the officials said. The person accused of attacking Mr. Linsky on Tuesday, Kamel Hawkins, 23, was charged with attempted murder in the 2nd degree and 4 counts of assault, according to a criminal complaint filed by Manhattan prosecutors. Mr. Hawkins was arraigned in Manhattan Criminal Court on Wednesday morning, a spokesman for the district attorney said. A judge ordered that Mr. Hawkins be held in jail until his next court date on January 6. Mr. Linsky, a DJ who performs under the name Joe Usher, is also the head of content and music programming at Gray V, a company that creates background music and playlists for hotels, restaurants, gyms, and retail businesses. According to his online bio, Mr. Linsky was born and raised in Miami, where he began honing his sound during the 1990s in the South Beach and Design District areas. After a move to Manhattan, he began an eclectic journey through some of New York's best underground clubs, Mr. Linsky's bio says. He produced soundtracks for fashion houses' runway shows and provided music for events held by major companies and at clubs across the United States and in Brazil and Costa Rica, his bio says. Mr. Linsky's online profile shows an active life, including playing tennis and hiking, attending cultural events, and spending time with nieces, nephews, and his dachshund, Leo. In a social media post, Mr. Linsky named 2 of the biggest loves in life, Madonna and New York City. He recently moved into a new apartment in Brooklyn. Surveillance video of the attack shows Mr. Linsky in a light orange jacket standing near the edge of the southbound platform at the 18th Street station in Chelsea. He appears to be looking down at his phone when a man in a dark coat passes behind him. The man in the dark coat doubles back and violently shoves the victim off the platform just as the train passes through. Hours later, on social media, Mayor Eric Adams called the incident an appalling act of violence that has absolutely no place on our subway system. Random acts of violence like this contribute to New Yorkers feeling unsettled, he added. Mr. Hawkins had a string of arrests for assault, harassment, and weapons possession, according to police and court records. He has an open case in Brooklyn Criminal Court, where he is facing harassment and assault charges for throwing bleach on a woman and trying to kick down her door, according to a criminal complaint. His father, Shamil Spencer, 40, who lives with Mr. Hawkins in an apartment in Fort Greene, Brooklyn, said in an interview that he was stunned by the accusations against his son. Mr. Spencer, who went to court on Wednesday to see his child, acknowledged that Mr. Hawkins had run-ins with the law. Still, he said, he would never have expected his son to be accused of such a violent act. He's not a bad kid at all, said Mr. Spencer, who spoke somberly in the doorway of their home. Mr. Hawkins works for a moving company and is usually focused and work-driven. But in recent weeks, Mr. Spencer said, he had become increasingly worried about his son's mental health. He said Mr. Hawkins often smokes marijuana, and he wondered whether it had affected his ability to reason. Mr. Spencer said he had been seeking help for his son. I just know right now he's not himself, he said. Surviving a shove off a New York City subway platform as a train arrives is rare. The last known person to live through a similar attack was a 42-year-old woman who was pushed at the Times Square station in 2021. She walked away with a fractured chin, a broken arm, and a broken nose. The woman who shoved her was sentenced to 12 years in prison in August. Eric Botcher, the city councilman who represents the district where Mr. Linsky was pushed, said they have mutual friends, but any New Yorker would feel for him. People who see the video say, it could have been me, because what Joe is doing is what nearly every New Yorker does every day, simply waiting for the train. Clearly, the person who did this did not intend for him to survive, Mr. Botcher added. It was timed to inflict death. It was calculated and timed so that it would extinguish Joe's life. He said the crime should add urgency to the coming legislative session. This is just the latest wake-up call for our leaders about the failures in our mental health and criminal justice systems. He said, this clearly has to be the focus of the upcoming legislative session in Albany, the systemic failures at the intersection of criminal justice and mental health. Michael Rothfield contributed reporting.
Wow.
Yeah, I like the way they always try to throw up mental health all of a sudden. They try to throw a dig at marijuana use too, which I kind of agree with. I don't think a lot of people can handle that marijuana like they say they can.
No, apparently not.
No, a lot of them, they get that paranoia with them. You know, they already out here in the game or whatever. And you got to be careful around those cats, man. Those cats walk around with their pistols on their hip. And I don't even think we have open carry like that here in Louisiana, but we probably do. I got to go re-look it up, but man, they allow these cats to walk around with these pistols on their hip. Then they wonder why we having all these shootings and going on. I don't know.
Huh. Well, the next story is on the topic of subway violence and what they're doing to try and mitigate or prevent incidents like what happened to Joe Linsky.
Subway violence stubbornly defies all efforts to quell it. This article is by Andy Newman and Wesley Parnell and read by an automated voice. A woman was set aflame in a subway car in Brooklyn the same day that a man was stabbed to death on a train in Queens. A man was shoved in front of a train in Manhattan on New Year's Eve and fractured his skull. And on Wednesday, as the new year began, 2 men were stabbed 17 minutes apart in unrelated attacks at Manhattan stations. The New York City subway system, that crucible of confined space, deadly machinery, and the frequent presence of people capable of lashing out, feels more dangerous these days. Statistics show that it may not be just a feeling. While violent crime in the subway has fluctuated in the past few years, there has been a substantial increase in key categories since before the coronavirus pandemic. Felony assaults in the system are up 60% since 2019. Murders rose from 3 in 2019 to at least 11 in the year that just ended. In 2024, people were pushed to the tracks at least 25 times, about once every 2 weeks, compared with 20 times in 2019. All this is happening after years in which the mayor and governor tried solution after solution. More police, more National Guard members, more outreach teams directing more homeless riders into shelters, as well as officers and medics who move people, sometimes by force, to hospitals if they behave erratically enough. Elijah Encarnacion, boarding a Manhattan-bound M at the Myrtle Avenue station in Brooklyn on Wednesday afternoon, has, like many riders, developed a safety routine, eyeballing other strap hangers for threats, keeping his head on a swivel and knowing where he's going. Mr. Encarnacion, 26, a security guard and lifelong New Yorker, said his tactics kept him from feeling too vulnerable. But with all the extra policing, you'd think people would feel safe with all the money going into this, but I don't think it has worked. To be clear, the odds of being attacked on the subway remain remote, but they are less remote than they used to be. In 2019, the system saw 326 felony assaults through November. That works out to about 1 assault for every 5.2 million rides. In 2024, there were 521 felony assaults through November, but there were also 30% fewer rides than in 2019. That's about 1 assault for every 2.3 million rides. Marcos Soler, Deputy Secretary for Public Safety to Governor Kathy Hochul, said on Wednesday that subway violence reflected conditions above ground. Compared with 2019, felony assaults citywide were up more than 40% in 2024, and murders about 18%. Still, crimes committed in the tight confines of a subway car have a special terror. Last month, a Manhattan jury acquitted Daniel Penny, a former Marine, of choking a homeless man to death after he boarded an F train and terrified riders with his ranting. Mr. Penny's lawyers argued that he had been trying to protect his fellow riders from Jordan Neely, who had a history of mental illness. Governor Hochul said in a statement Wednesday that a bill she was backing to make it easier to involuntarily hospitalize people in psychiatric crisis could help reduce attacks in the subways. "We have a duty to protect the public from random acts of violence," she said, "and the only fair and compassionate thing to do is to get people the help they need." On Tuesday, Mayor Eric Adams expressed frustration at the difficulty of keeping unbalanced people out of the system. "People should not be sleeping on subways and on streets," he said, "and we should not wait until they commit a crime like burning an innocent person or shoving someone on the subway before we say we have a problem." 2 hours later, a 45-year-old man was standing on the platform at the 18th Street station, looking down at his phone, when a man ran up and shoved him into the path of an arriving train. The victim, Joseph Linsky, suffered a skull fracture, broken ribs, and a ruptured spleen. The police arrested a 23-year-old Kamel Hawkins and charged him with attempted murder. Mr. Hawkins's father said that his mental state had recently seemed disturbed. A few blocks away on Wednesday morning, Haley Rohrer, 25, was walking out of the 14th Street station, where hours before, a 31-year-old man had been stabbed in the back by a person who fled. The victim was in stable condition. "I'm always wondering if something bad is going to happen," Ms. Rohrer said, especially as a woman. But she said that her reservations were far outweighed by the subway's speed and convenience. Sasha Israel, 25, on his way into the station, paused to pronounce the system a disaster. "It's terrible," he said. "People are on fire, people are getting stabbed, and people are getting shot." In the other stabbing on Sunday, a man was attacked on the platform at the 110th Street station of the one train in Manhattan by another man who fled. That victim was in stable condition, too. In a November rider survey, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority found that passengers rated the subways about a 6 for safety. On a scale of 1 to 10, more than 30% of riders surveyed said they would need to see fewer people behaving erratically in order to feel safer. Danny Perlstein, a spokesman for the advocacy group Riders Alliance, said Wednesday that trains could be safer if some officers who monitor turnstiles for fare evaders instead focused on the platforms and trains. The MTA and the city have poured resources into stopping fare beating, in part based on the broken windows theory that people who jump the turnstile are also more likely to commit more serious crime. That theory has been tested long enough for it to be completely debunked, Mr. Perlstein said. If we're going to have a large police presence in the subway, it should be focused on violence prevention. And the place transit riders want to see policed is on the platform and on the trains. On Wednesday, Gian Gennaro, a 23-year-old actor, hopped off a one train at the same station where Mr. Linsky was attacked. He said that since the depths of the pandemic, when ridership fell off sharply, some trains resembled homeless encampments, and people with seemingly untreated psychosis were a common sight. The subways have gotten marginally safer. He said that to make the subways feel truly secure would require solving seemingly intractable social problems, homelessness, the lack of affordable housing, holes in the mental health safety net. All the same, Mr. Gennaro said, "I'm way more worried about getting in a car and driving in New Jersey than being on the subway."
Yeah. I haven't been to New York City in at least 10 years, but I would definitely think twice about getting on a subway. Not that I wouldn't do it, but I would definitely think twice.
Yeah, they say they just had a shooting in Queens, New York nightclub. 11 people shot, at least. Yeah, always happens. Just a normal day.
Okay.
Just a normal day at the club.
This is going to be a little bit of a change of pace here. Just happened to run across this editorial titled "The Chief Justice Takes a Swipe at J.D. Vance." So this definitely got my attention. I haven't read it, so I'm going to go through it, then comment after it's read.
This opinion piece was written by Ruth Marcus. The Chief Justice takes a swipe at J.D. Vance. The Vice President-elect has repeatedly suggested that government officials may defy court orders. John G. Roberts, Jr., in his year-end report on the federal judiciary, didn't call out J.D. Vance by name, but the Chief Justice took an unmistakable and well-deserved swipe at the Vice President-elect over his reckless suggestions that it is sometimes acceptable to defy the rulings of federal courts. Roberts has multiple concerns when it comes to defending the imperative of an independent judiciary. Violence or threats of violence directed against judges, efforts to intimidate them, fueled by the rise of social media, and disinformation, including by foreign actors. But on the eve of the inauguration of Vance and Donald Trump, Roberts' most compelling warning involved the prospect of government officials defying court orders. Judicial independence, he wrote, is undermined unless the other branches of government are firm in their responsibility to enforce the court's decrees. He cited, of course, the response to the court's 1954 ruling in Brown v. Board of Education, when governors throughout the South sought to defy court orders to desegregate public schools. The courage of federal judges to uphold the law in the face of massive local opposition, and the willingness of the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations to stand behind those judges, are strong testaments to the relationship between judicial independence and the rule of law in our nation's history, Roberts observed. And in case you missed the pointed reference to the role of both Republican and Democratic administrations in enforcing court orders, Roberts went on, and he's worth quoting in full. Every administration suffers defeats in the court system, sometimes in cases with major ramifications for executive or legislative power or other consequential topics, Roberts wrote. Nevertheless, for the past several decades, the decisions of the courts, popular or not, have been followed, and the nation has avoided the standoffs that plagued the 1950s and 1960s. Within the past few years, however, elected officials from across the political spectrum have raised the specter of open disregard for federal court rulings. These dangerous suggestions, however sporadic, must be soundly rejected. These words cannot be read in a vacuum, nor, I suspect, were they written in one. Because of all the elected officials from across the political spectrum who have toyed with defying court orders, the most prominent by far, and the one who ought to know better, is J.D. Vance, Yale Law School class of 2013, whose wife, Usha, clerked for Roberts from 2017 to 2018. And yet defying the courts is something Vance has repeatedly suggested. If I was giving him Trump one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, Vance said on a 2021 podcast. Replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say, the Chief Justice has made his ruling. Now let him enforce it. This was no casual one-off comment. Vance reiterated his position, although he tried to soft-pedal it. In a February interview with ABC's George Stephanopoulos, Vance, the president has to be able to run the government as he thinks he should. That's the way the Constitution works. It has been thwarted too much by the way our bureaucracy has worked over the past 15 years. Stephanopoulos. The Constitution also says the president must abide by legitimate Supreme Court rulings, doesn't it? Vance. The Constitution says that the Supreme Court can make rulings, but if the Supreme Court, and look, I hope that they would not do this, but if the Supreme Court said the President of the United States can't fire a general, that would be an illegitimate ruling. And the President has to have Article 2 prerogative under the Constitution to actually run the military as he sees fit. Then, in an interview with Politico magazine the following month, Vance made clear that he meant defiance of the federal courts, and not just in the narrow case of the president's authority over the military. If the elected president says, I get to control the staff of my own government, and the Supreme Court steps in and says, you're not allowed to do that. Like, that is the constitutional crisis, Vance said. It's not whatever Trump or whoever else does in response. When the Supreme Court tells the president he can't control the government anymore.
This is actually somewhat interesting. The president does not run the government. He runs the executive branch. The government is three branches, judicial, executive, legislative. So I'm not sure that, Vance is a lawyer. He's hopefully trained to be precise in his language. And in my opinion, that's a little bit sloppy. President doesn't run the government. He's the head of the executive branch. Now, the executive branch may be the preeminent branch, but, I don't know. I I hope Vance understands that. I'm sure he does.
Yeah, man.
We need to be honest about.
You have a comment?
Yeah, I think JD Vance is right though. I agree with him.
No, he's imprecise. How do you think
I
he's
get
right?
your opinion of him being imprecise, but he is part of the executive branch of the government.
Well, he will be.
And
He's not yet.
yeah.
January 20th is when he becomes part of the executive branch. Now, technically, right now, he's still part of the legislative branch. He's still a senator, I think. So my point is that, sometimes, I tend to be a little bit of a stickler for language because sometimes it's important to be a stickler. Okay, the president does not run the U.S. government. He runs the executive branch of the U.S. government. And it's important to realize that because the president does not control what happens in the legislature. He does not control what happens in the judicial. Now, he has influence, but influence doesn't mean he runs it, the other two branches. And that kind of slip, can be important, especially when it comes to, interpreting constitutions and stuff like that. So I think JD Vance is being sloppy in his language, and I would expect better. So we'll go ahead and continue this.
What's actually going on. So here we are. Trump and Vance are about to be sworn in. The prospect of a standoff between the Trump administration and the courts is not theoretical. It is real. Trump's contempt for the courts and the rule of law has long been evident. Now, he will have Vance by his side, seemingly ready to egg him on. When the Trump administration loses an important case before the Supreme Court, and its first-term record implies that is likely, will Vance counsel defiance and what Roberts called open disregard? That would be, as Roberts warned, a dangerous suggestion. Usha Vance should urge her husband to mind the Constitution and the Chief Justice. Meanwhile, the rest of us need to brace for what Roberts might have to report a year from now.
Well, I think that ending is a little melodramatic, though.
Man, that's crazy that this JD Vance saying that. Ain't that something?
I guess.
You think Trump going to be inaugurated?
Why wouldn't he be?
I don't know. They saying he can't be sworn in for some strange reason.
Well, who's saying that?
Mike Johnson. He going up for the what they call it, Speaker of the House or whatever, and they trying to get him knocked off or something, and it's a whole bunch of. I think it's just a bunch of noise.
Well, Trump just endorsed Mike Johnson. What's up with that?
Yeah, that was last year. There's a lot of things gonna happen this year, man.
Hold on, that was this week. The incoming Republicans are going to have to elect their new leader, who will be Speaker of the House. And there's some Republicans. There's some Republicans who are saying that, oh, hey, we're not going to vote for Mike Johnson. Well, Trump basically gave Johnson his endorsement for party leader in the House, and therefore, Speaker of the House. So I don't know why Mike Johnson would say something like that, to the man who's endorsing him for Speaker of the House.
I need to go back and find that article so I can put it in the back.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
had a computer, man.
Yeah, definitely want to read it.
Yeah, man, that was an interesting article too. I was like, man, I can't believe Mike Johnson saying this out loud.
I asked DiCapriano who lives in New York City, does he take any special precautions or anything when he's riding the subway? And his response is he side eyes everyone on the train and platforms and try best to prepare myself for the uncertain. So, yeah.
Don't go to sleep.
Oh, yeah, definitely don't go to sleep.
Don't go to sleep, man. Jesus Christ. And they had another guy, I think that was another burning, but this was a guy they say had went to sleep or something, and somebody tried to burn him up on the subway. I'm like, God, somebody trying to do a copycat of it? Like, man, it's a reason people trying to go to jail, bro. I think a lot of people want to go to jail.
Yeah, well, definitely a mental health issue if they want to go to jail.
I mean, it's better than being homeless. Think about it. You go to jail, you guarantee 3 hot meals and a bed to sleep in. You're in a well-isolated area. Let's be honest, jail ain't the hardest place to live once you establish yourself. After that, it's just basically a daycare center.
Okay. This next little video clip, it's kind of ironic because I wanted to watch it yesterday and just didn't get a chance to. But this, after that Supreme Court Justice Roberts J.D. Vance opinion piece, somewhat ironic, at least to me. The clip is called How to Think Like a Lawyer in 3 Easy Steps. So J.D. Vance, being the lawyer he is, hopefully this is how he's thinking.
Hi, folks. Law schools spend 3 years and people spend thousands of dollars to try to learn to think like a lawyer. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to do it in 3 steps. Before I do it, I'm going to tell a joke. I don't know how good a joke it is, but it will illustrate my point. Fellow goes to a math teacher and he says, 2 + 2 equals what? Math teacher says, well, that's easy. It's 4. Goes to his accountant, says to the accountant, what's 2 + 2? The accountant says, let me get out my calculator. Does all the calculations and he comes back. He says, it's 4. Last, he goes to a lawyer. He said, 2 + 2 is how much? The lawyer kind of says, looks around, goes, pulls down the shades, turns off the lights, and he says, what do you want it to be? Now, the point is that lawyers don't think like normal people. And in law, that's part of because of the way that they train lawyers in law school on how to think. And lawyers themselves don't always recognize what they're doing, but they teach you 3 primary things. And so these 3 things are, number 1, as a lawyer, you have to learn to challenge whatever kind of conclusions are drawn from facts. The second thing that you need to learn to do is to be able to dispute something that's not even accepted as a fact. And the third thing is you need to learn to challenge the definitions and meanings and interpretations of laws. So let me give you an example and explain all of these. First thing, let's say a guy is driving and he's arrested by a police officer for drunk driving and comes to court and they say, oh, he has red bloodshot eyes. His defense lawyer accepts that as a fact. In other words, a fact is something that it is accepted. Nobody's disputing whether or not his eyes were bloodshot or not. In those instances, what lawyers tend to dispute is, well, what interpretation or what meaning do we draw from that fact? Prosecutor says he had red bloodshot eyes. Therefore, he must have been guilty of drunk driving because, when you're drunk, your eyes are red and bloodshot. The defense lawyer says, wait a second. We're not arguing that he didn't have red bloodshot eyes, but red bloodshot eyes, he was in a smoky bar, he has hay fever, he was up late. The fact that his eyes were red and bloodshot, that doesn't mean he was driving drunk. It can mean any number of other things. So here what the lawyers are arguing about is, well, what do you interpret from those facts? What does it mean? The second thing that lawyers do is argue about whether or not something is a fact. Do they dispute something to be a fact? Let's go back to the bloodshot eyes. Officer Hammer comes to court and he says, this man had red bloodshot eyes at the time of his arrest. Defense lawyer, this time, he doesn't accept that as a fact. He brings in the accused A friend who was with him all night says, no, his eyes weren't red and bloodshot. He brings in a booking photo and says, ladies and gentlemen, do those eyes look red and bloodshot? He brings in the booking clerk. He says, that exactly how he looked? Yes, it is. So there, the lawyers are fighting about whether or not something is even a fact at all. A similar kind of process goes on in the interpretation and arguments about laws. So the most famous example is we have a law. The law says no vehicles in the park. One day there's a man and he is in a wheelchair and he is in the park. Officer Jones comes and he arrests the guy because he's in the wheelchair in the park. Goes to court. Prosecutor says, ladies and gentlemen, a vehicle is a vehicle. This guy, he's in a wheelchair. I know you may be feeling sorry for him, but he was in a vehicle. He was in the park. He's guilty. Your defense lawyer says, wait a second. But for purposes of the law, a wheelchair, they never could have meant a wheelchair to mean a vehicle. They must have meant motor vehicles, motorcycles, trucks, cars, things that'll tear up the grass. They never meant for a wheelchair to be considered a vehicle for these purposes. So now if you pay close attention, they're doing things that are similar to in the factual example. The prosecutor is saying, hey, a wheelchair is a wheelchair and that's a fact. Defense lawyer is saying he's disputing whether it is a fact and saying, no, it's an issue that's being disputed. Now, if you think it's crazy and that's a crazy example, it's not. Lawyers do this kind of thing all the time. For example, in a DUI, let's say a drunken cowboy in a drunk driving case. A drunken cowboy comes riding into town on his horse. Alabama law says, you would think, well, a horse is a horse, of course. No. Alabama law says that a horse is a vehicle for purposes of the drunk driving law. So because a horse is a vehicle, that person would be guilty of drunk driving. Of course, you think, and lawyers previously argued until they lost in court, lawyers said, well, wait, a horse isn't a vehicle, it's an animal. And a person rides a horse, they don't drive a horse. Some judge, the appellate judge said, that's not so. And so this is the kind of things that lawyers do and fight about. I certainly hope that you're not in any kind of a legal jam. If you are and you need our help, just give us a call here at Siegel & Siegel. I'm Andy Siegel, and I practice with my wife, Sandra Siegel. Our phone number's below. I hope you found this video to be helpful.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
What was the relevance of that video?
The relevance is, how do you think like a lawyer? And the reason it's ironic is we were just talking about one lawyer, now vice president, and the Justice Roberts.
Yeah.
Justice, they're lawyers, how to think like a lawyer. Do you see the connection?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Any comment?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really.
So we're gonna shift gears into more I guess more or less relationship topics, which I seem to get into nightly. So I dipped deep into my algorithm and came up with one of my new favorite YouTube creators, Nia. She's basically asking the question why baby mamas are glamorized. And then after that, I'll get into the one after this. But I don't know if we'll listen to the whole thing because it's kind of longish at almost 19 minutes. But I just wanted to hear her take on this. Why are baby mamas glamorized? Now, the thing is I know she's probably in her mid-20s. I don't know her exact age, but she's unmarried, no kids. And I ran across her the other day. She did a comment on being the other woman. Now I don't think she identified herself as a quote, another woman, but she made a comment on, you know, the other woman type affairs, basically affairs with married men. So
Yeah.
I subscribed to her channel after hearing that. And then yesterday, HB and I looked at another video of hers on a topic, and you know, she's kind of like a running favorite. So I see this is a fairly new video she put out 15 hours ago, and just wanted to see what she has to say. She's a young Black woman. You know, she's kind of talking relationships and, you know, I guess things young Black women, you know, go through. And I guess her audience is young Black women. And of course, I wouldn't be her target audience, but as a father with a son who's in college, you know, going through, you know, relationships, I'm just curious to know what young people think about relationships and just, you know, sort of life in general. So, you know, never know when I might be called upon for advice. So let's see what this young woman has to say.
Hey, pause right quick, Stanley. Let me get this out. Hey, welcome to the 15 channel members, 15 people that join the chat. We like to welcome you for this glorious new year. It's Stanley versus the world tonight. And right now we're about to do fair use, talking with Naya. It's a new YouTube channel, young lady, according to Stanley, and she's talking about relationship issues. So we're about to analyze this video, so we just claim fair use. And if you haven't, please hit the like and subscribe button on this channel. But if you do have a chance and you do agree with what she said, please drop by, drop a comment down on her channel, and probably just go ahead and subscribe and drop a like. She has 2,000 subscribers, so don't be afraid to join and help grow her channel too.
I would say she's the competition, but her target audience is,
I wouldn't consider it competition. We need a network. We need a universe at this point. Hey, man, let's all throw some support in here, you know?
Oh, and by the way, tonight's title of the show is Home of the Brave Old World.
The brave old world. Oh,
so if I have to explain the title, then you probably don't get where I'm going with this. And
I'm pretty sure I know.
That's okay. But we've got some brave old people, you know, who like to monitor, listen, and react. So everybody in the chat say hello, and I'll say hello, and we'll go from there. Now I am curious, you know, the age-old question, why do people glorify baby mamas? I know back in, say, the 80s and 90s, you know, you would see videos every now and again of young Black women, mostly Black women, because I think I've seen a few exceptions, who were saying, hey, you know, I want to have a baby. I need somebody to love me, you know, that sort of thing. And I don't pay that much attention to things like that these days. But, you know, since she's on the topic, I happened to run into it. You know, she was served into my algorithm. Just kind of interested in what her take, just what her thoughts are on the subject of baby mamas and glamorizing them and that sort of stuff. Stuff a 60-year-old Black man would definitely be interested in, right?
Yeah.
But please like, comment, subscribe. The road to 10K.
I'm 47 and I don't even want a baby mama.
Going to get progressively worse as the year goes by. So if you want to check out now, and I will continue to give you raw, natural me, live, lovely, beautiful, blissful, Black. We're gonna do this. All right.
Is that loud enough?
And we're back. So we're
I actually need to cut it up a little bit.
Okay.
Black women, you deserve it. Stop playing these games. Young Black girls, you deserve it. Stop playing these games. I am not married, right? But I'm coming from a sense of one day I will be, right? I know I will be with the person I'm meant to be with. I am playing those games. But I do want to talk about a ring and motherhood, baby mamas. I want to get into it because it's very prevalent in Black culture and it's something we need to talk about. So I want to actually say I was a person that thought marriage was just a piece of paper. I was raised by a single mother, and I thought I was pick me in the head. I'm coming from that standpoint. If you're a pick me and you're listening, I was you. I was you. I was a ring ain't nothing.
What is a pick me? Do you know?
Dude, I think that's just some female term they use to downgrade another woman as more acceptable for a relationship. So, I think that's like a bullying tactic that they use. They call her a pick me. A pick me. I heard this on another channel a while back. It was like one girl, she was hood, the other girl was well affluent. Now, everybody in the chat, we always like to have their discussions bounce off each other. But the hood chick immediately called the more affluent chick a pick me. And I was like, damn, what is that? It's like a word that they use to say, hey, you just trying to make a man pick you over me, I guess. I mean, it's a woman thing. I don't really get into it like that. If I find you more desirable than the next chick, depending on my flavor of the month, you know what I'm saying? That's where I'm gonna go if I can go that way. You know what I'm saying? But
well, I was thinking it's more of a female version of a simp, but hopefully she explains it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But I mean, what is a simp really?
It don't matter. I was you. I was, okay? And I'm here to tell you, I have changed, I have grown, and I have learned it's not about that. It ain't even about the actual material itself, right? We need to stop thinking about that. That was something put in our head. I definitely feel, call me Dr. Umar, but even though Dr. Umar is very conservative, I'm not like him, but, and what I'm about to say is very Black. I feel like the YT person wants to put that in our head, that marriage doesn't matter, so that we don't have any generational wealth. We don't understand how things work in society. We don't get forward. We don't help each other out as Black people. That's my opinion. You can share something different, fine. But that type of thinking is going to keep us on welfare. It really is. And I'm not sitting here saying if you're on welfare, you're not a good person. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's not your fault. And because of the thinking that people are putting in your head in the systems, you're feeling that it's true. And it's not. It doesn't have to be this way. So let's get into that. If I did not say already that this will be a triggering topic, trigger warning all over the place. Please know that. Being raised by a single mother who was amazing and adopted me as well, which I want to get into that story probably on Patreon. My mother never wanted me to be a single mom. My mother doesn't want that for anybody. My mother's a special kind of case. I love her. She's a little different. She's a little weird, but in a good way. And as y'all know, I was picked. Like, I don't explain this, but I was a baby. My mom picked me. She did not have me. So that already goes into a different terms of speaking and knowing things in my experience. But who's to say mine is better than yours or mine is worse than yours or vice versa? You don't know. But what I'm trying to say is that my mom always was like, I don't want single motherhood for you. She always said that to me. I don't want you to do this. It's hard. I don't want that for you. I want marriage. Literally, like my mom told me, she was like, anybody get you pregnant, you having a shotgun with it. I don't care. Like my mother, was like, no, she never wanted that for me. And I feel like it goes into that in the Black community where it's like our family members should be speaking up and telling us like, hey, we want better for you. We don't want that. Instead of just coming to terms with it. Oh, this is what God wants. God wants the baby. And no, educating.
I don't know. I think I would like to see her tighten up her vocal style.
Yeah.
Your children
She sound like me, huh?
Well, at an early age.
Well, yeah, but less less focused. But I don't know. It's probably just a function of age.
Yeah, that's what I
Especially
think it
as a
is.
young Black woman,
And plus,
and
she a
how our
single
bodies
mom
are
trying to
feeling
figure it all
and
out.
Well, she's not a single mom.
Oh, I thought she said she said her mama didn't want her to be. Okay.
No, and she says she was raised by a single mom. She's unmarried, single, no children.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
think about this, Stanley. Let's say you're a Black man, right? Now, you could be with a single mother. Would you do it? Would that make you a simp?
Okay, well, would I do it? It depends on the age and the circumstances.
Yeah. But would that make you a simp if you choose to?
Not necessarily.
I mean, is
Again,
that a word we should be worried about as men?
no.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe if I was a little kid, that word would probably bother me. But it's not the simp problem. It's not the simping that it gets you. It's not the simping that gets me, you know.
Oh,
I
hold
don't
on.
mind simping.
DiCaprio, was I'm not familiar of the which interview did John do? Did he do it yesterday? Interview actual identity of the woman he interviewed earlier. You mean the older woman he talked to down in Alabama? Because I did, it might have been after I left and went to sleep. So just let me know.
Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, you know who it was, Stanley?
No.
His mama.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
But I don't know if that was the same woman. I don't know if that was the second woman or was it his mother, because I know when I was listening to it, I dozed off, you know, because she was reverberating some of the same things I said about the culture from back in the day. And that was pretty recent in my life when I experienced it. You know, where somebody will probably have like 1 or 2, 3 too many kids, and people in the family are just adopt them in their household. Sometimes it'll be situations like that. You know, it wasn't as much as what the mainstream media try to play it out like. You know, the Southern life was pretty easy when you really think about it.
Well, wait, hold it. When you say the Southern life was pretty easy,
yeah,
it depends on where you were in the South.
Well, maybe.
I mean, what people don't seem to realize is that, you know, Louisiana, I'll give you a story. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. Well, as an adult, I actually worked up in upstate South Carolina, and it really got driven home that there are different parts of the South have different subcultures. I went to this lunch spot in upstate South Carolina and ordered a chili dog. Well, when I grew up, a chili dog was a hot dog with chili on it. Up in upstate South Carolina, a chili dog is a bun with nothing but chili. So, you know, after I ordered that chili dog, I looked down and I'm like, well, what on earth is this? Where's the hot dog? So the group of folks I was having lunch with are like, hey, that's what a chili dog is. And I'm like, well, down in Savannah, a chili dog is, you know, Frankfurter, a wiener covered with chili. So the version of the hot dog I wanted in upstate South Carolina is called a hot dog all the way. So, you know, that little incident right there just, you know, rammed home that there are many different Souths within the American South. Same thing when you say that living in the South is easy. I guess it depends on where you grew up in the South. You know, living in Savannah, which was a small city. Going to Chicago, moving up to Chicago would have been a bit of a culture shock, but it wouldn't have been as bad a culture shock had I grown up in like a small southern, small South Georgia town. So saying that there's any one Black experience or any one Southern experience, and it's probably more so that I'm older and I've had more life experience. I am very hesitant to say all Black people are like this, or Black culture is this, or living in the South is this. There's so many different ways of doing it that, I'm almost to a point to where I hate making generalizations myself. And we all do it, but, I hesitate to do it a lot more these days.
That's understandable.
Let's see.
I mean, every barrel, you're gonna have bad apples, man. You're gonna have bad apples, but
Right. Okay. Well, maybe I'll go back and listen to it at some point, DiCapriano. But anyway, we'll get back to this young lady and what she has to say. Again, she's not a single mother. She's unmarried. I think she has a bachelor's degree. I recall her saying that she wants to work on a master's, but she just doesn't have the money at this point.
Yeah, it'll be there for
everything
us.
we go through, we need it to happen sooner than later to save us. My mom was that mom. Like, she was also a social worker, so she's very like, she's Christian, but her judgment comes from a different place. Like, it comes from a place of like, she loves you and wants better for you, but she can't really tell you what to do. Like, my mom's just very interesting. But anyways, that's how it was with me. I was just a weird kid, and I want to give you some background, a little story time. I was a weird kid, and I loved weddings. I loved the dress. I loved the ball gowns. I'm an artist. I'm creative. Like, I love all that stuff. Like, colors. I love colors. Like, I literally, as a kid, would be like, oh my God, I want a Marie Antoinette wedding. Like, I want all of those like pastel colors, the pinks, the purples, the blues with some gold and white. And I still have that plan. But I was like, I'm getting married. Like, I want to do this, but I focused on the wedding at that time. I didn't care about the marriage, the kids. I didn't really care about that. I just cared about the wedding. So I was a weird kid. Like, I always was like, I'm going to do that. Then the older I got, I became like, you know what? I don't really care about the marriage. I just want the wedding. Like, I became realistic. And then now where I'm at, where I'm like, I'm growing and evolving and listening to Black women, into myself, and going through experiences that my previous ones, that made me realize, oh girl, you're gonna get married as in that license. F the ring. I don't even care. That license, honey. That license. You're getting that. You're getting that. Don't play around. You are not getting me pregnant and dipping. No. I know women today, literally. Like, it's frustrating. And I try to become friends with those women, but it's so hard. It's really hard when y'all live different lifestyles. But anyways, what I'm saying is I'm trying to let y'all know, like, I've been on waves before. Like, I'm not a one-shot person where I think this way all the time. It takes me some time to
It's funny. Sitting here as a man, I would have a hard time sitting down and talking to her with all the drama, just in a few short sentences. I think married men in general, but married men develop the ability to like turn on your selective hearing. You'll often see in like a TV show or a movie or something where, wife starts off talking about something and the husband is going, nodding, and then they'll stop, or the wife will stop and go, "Did you hear what I said?" The husband says, "Yeah, I heard." And then she'll go, "Well, what did I say?" And men have the ability to hear and not hear, and you can kind of quickly recall like the last 10 seconds of conversation. Sitting here watching her, I felt that switch flip. I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of not that interested in what this girl is saying.
Yeah, I think that's that generational gap. But then
No,
at the
it's not a
same time,
generational gap. It's a male female thing.
yeah,
I just she's rather colorful when she speaks. Is my point.
yeah.
Learn and grow, and I'm willing to learn, grow, and change. And I want to let other Black women know it's okay. We can do this. We can change. In the world, we can freaking change. Change is fine. Don't think that you can't change. You can change. Listen to me. Like, I'm not even gonna cry, but I'm just like, it's okay to change your mind. It's okay. Like, don't let anyone tell you you have to be stuck in one way your whole life. Back to baby mothers and marriage and everything like that. Oh, I gotta charge my. Hold on. All right, had to charge my devices. So let's get into it. What does marriage do for you as a BLK woman, right? So I had to understand that. And that's something that we don't really think about. Like, I still be looking up more stuff and more information and learning stuff about legality. It's about legals. It's about finances. It is about responsibility as well. If something happens to you, who's taking the kids? Who's responsible for the kids? If something happens to you, you're in a hospital, who can walk in? If something happens to your kids, who can walk in the room? If something happens on a flight, who is legitimately allowed? You see that YT people move in the way that they move because they know legal. They know what it is. They ain't finna play. They know finance as well, right? And I'm not saying there's no BLK person that doesn't. I'm just saying we need to be more proactive in the community and talk about this. Ultimately, I feel like the best thing is that your assets as well are shared. Your debts are shared. It is putting responsibility on that other person. You guys are now one. A kid does not make you one. It makes you two. You are not one with each other when you have a kid. You're not. Even when it comes to responsibility, even when it comes to intimacy, Black women, that man could do whatever he wants, rip and run and do whatever he wants with nobody saying anything. Child support don't do nothing. He could not pay it. Like, you think they're going to come after a man that's literally paying, like, has like a $300 paycheck a week? Like, you know? No. You think they want to save us? You think the judge wants to save us? No. And I'll be honest and talk about just America real quick.
Hey, Stanley,
BLK
you enjoying
women,
this? Are you just trolling Be Brave at this point?
No, I'm not enjoying it as much as I'm interested in it. Here's the deal. A person like me who kind of enjoys arguments, you have to know how your adversary thinks. Not that, men and women are necessarily always in adversarial relationship, but if you're going to actually make an argument against something, you have to know how the against thinks, what they're saying, what they're thinking. So while I may not be enjoying it, I am definitely interested in it. And for instance, she just said that she feels that judges aren't out to aren't out to protect women's interests. Well, that's almost diametrically opposed to how somebody like a hood conservative thinks, who thinks that judges are against men. So it's interesting. She thinks the opposite of hood conservative. The opposites kind of interest me. Let me go back. I'll rewind a little bit so you can hear that point she makes, which I don't know whether it's right or wrong.
No. You think they want to save us? You think the judge wants to save us? No.
Okay, so basically there she's saying that, you know, she thinks judges are against women. I'm assuming the us is women. That's 180 degrees out from how Hoodservative thinks. So, you know, Stanley is very interested why she thinks judges are anti-women, just as much as I'm interested in why judges or Hoodservative thinks judges are anti-men. Something to think about, not necessarily that I enjoy, you know, the conversation, but I'm definitely interested in it. And, you know, I'm not, the problem, and I know it's a big problem, I'm not that interested. I'm interested in folks maybe who are like me, who are just curious about things in their life. I'm a person who's interested in almost everything, and not everything is entertainment or content or meant, you know, to make people laugh or cry or evoke emotions. I like to think about stuff, and this is something to think about. Does that kind of explain why I'm showing this? Oh, did you fall asleep?
My bad. I had it on mute. I get it. It's just me right now. I'm not even in a relationship mode.
Okay, well, I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm not.
I don't mean, you know, like I get it, Stanley. But it's like if I see a young man talking about relationships he want to argue about, guess what? I'm gonna let him have that argument because, in my opinion, it's just a relationship at this point in my life is just not an idealistic maneuver for me. I just can't see it working, and I don't see myself being involved in it like that.
Right.
You know, I'm pretty much standoffish. I like my relationships to happen dynamically, spur of the moment type, you know, but
right. Well,
I don't know about spending every waking minute of my life with a woman at this point.
Okay, well, we're not talking about, you know, your relationships per se. You know, I'm interested in what young people are thinking. This happens to be a young woman. I often listen to Hoodservative, who is a young man, and I'm just interested in, you know, what they think, why they think it. And, you know, at some point in time, this knowledge comes back to be useful, I hope.
And I'm gonna be honest and talk about just America real quick. BLK women being on assistance from the government because they have a child is what the YT man wants. It's what the YT people want. They want us to be in their control. They want us to be like, look, they can't even provide for themselves.
Do you agree with that?
What? That men want women under their control?
No, she literally just said that she thinks white people want black people, or black women specifically, to be on welfare. Did you not hear that?
Well, it's not as loud as not on my phone. Maybe I can boost the audio in my TV. But then it'll have an echo effect.
Hey, Nando DiCapriono, how's the volume on your end? Do I need to turn it up? And you know, literally, her thinking that white people want black people on assistance, that blows my mind. I sure don't think that. Now I'm curious to know why she thinks that. Because I hear a lot of white people, a lot of black people, a lot of people in general, you know, complaining about, you know, hey, we don't want the welfare state. We want to cut welfare benefits. We want these people to work. It doesn't sound like white people want black people on welfare. So that blows my mind that someone her age who isn't on assistance would think that. And I want to know why she thinks that. What do you think about that? Do you think white people want black women Black single mothers, they want Black people on welfare?
I don't think it's the social services that she may be alluding to, but every social service worker I ever seen was Black. So I don't know who she's probably talking about, but I'm thinking, hey, maybe it's not the white people. Maybe it's just the Black people that went to school to get those social service
Okay,
degrees.
no.
They probably just need a job and they need a couple of bodies on their roster so they'll have a reason to have that job. I mean,
do you think that white
but no, I
Americans?
don't think white people. Of course not. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so that is curious. Why would this college-educated, unmarried, single or unmarried,
She got a
non-mother?
PhD, Stanley. You just said it. Her college educated. She got a PhD.
No,
That's why.
She doesn't have a PhD.
Well, it's the equivalent. It's the same equivalent. It's just as good as a PhD till she get one. But she college educated, and she say all the
So
white
you
people that paid and educated me through their
So
system,
you think
they
that
want me on welfare.
you think college-educated Black women, the reason she would think that white people want Black people to be on welfare and can't take care of themselves, that's because she has a college degree?
No, but I'm saying a college degree didn't help her reasoning any, did it?
I don't know.
Well, don't seem like it.
They don't even love each other. They're fighting. Their men are dating outside their race and still not doing anything good with the women that we gave as the leftovers. Yeah. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And I'm not saying don't take the assistance. If you need the assistance and you're out there, please take that assistance. Take that ABC card. Do what you got to do. Honestly, it's rough out here. I get it. But what I'm saying is there's women out here right now, pick me women, the baby mamas, that see this as an out. They see being on government assistance as an out to how hard life is. Like, you don't understand how quick a YT person is to give you money if you are with child and no father. It has to do with religion, capitalism, and politics.
Okay, Stanley, I see what's
want
going on here.
BLK
I
women
see
to
what's
live
going on here. I see exactly what's going on here. This girl may
And
be a
what would-
little
what
bit
would-
delusional. No, because didn't she not just use that term "pick me"?
Yes.
And you just said it in your conversation. She a college-educated woman. So is this like some kind of internal struggling where you got the women out here that didn't go to college and probably living a better life than what she is because she's supposedly probably living in a middle class environment, but she's seeing most of the women that don't have that college education and probably had kids living a better life. You know, it might be a little bit of jealousy in that, you know?
Well, DiCapriona, what I'm struggling with is why does she think that white people want Black people on assistance or that Black people need help? Maybe she's talking about white liberals, which I don't know that I would agree with that, but this is what I mean by, being precise in your language. Oh, okay, because not all white people are white liberals. Anyway, I wish I were there to ask her questions, and maybe I'll see if I can't contact her and ask her these questions.
I swear, Stanley, I kind of hate all liberals equally. I don't too much distinct between white or Black anymore. I mean, I hate Indian liberals. I hate Arab liberals. I hate Mexican liberals. I hate all liberals equally at this point. At one time, we needed it. Not now. We don't need it now.
Need what?
Liberalism.
Uh-huh.
I guess the next question is, what is liberalism?
No, I don't have any more questions on that topic.
Yeah, I was just say, I just hate liberalism on its face right about now. I get it, but we need much more nationalism at this point, not liberalism.
And now that I've talked about the average person who's not getting a ring and doing this and that and the third, let's talk about celebrities. Even celebrities, people who you would think have some type of money, right? Whatever color you want to call it, whether they're blackfishing or not, they're out here getting BBLs, as y'all know, and having babies by these rappers with nothing to show for, no ring. No ring.
Hey, Stan, I got an idea. I had a crazy thought today. I had a crazy thought, right? I don't mean to talk over here. Why don't you create you a little channel on Rumble or something? You know, like a good little nice little 30-minute video where you just go in and do all that and see how many people you get to join your channel. I'm pretty sure you can get over a couple hundred in a couple of months.
Why would I do that?
I don't know.
Okay, well, think about that and get back to me.
No, everybody want to see you on your own. You know, you always on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Be Brave jumped out. He talked about you. Look at all the people that lead his channel. Look how many people lead his channel and their only focus is you. Think about that for a minute.
Okay, what should I think about it?
Well, I'm just saying.
Okay, well, I mean, I do the overnight show here. I mean, I guess I could do that, but it.
I mean, not like just a little 30-minute channel where you could just. No, I mean, like you could do what you do here, but like in your response videos or something that you really want to target to that individual. And like I'm telling you, you'll grab a whole bunch of subscribers because right now everybody want to know who is Stanley. Who is Stanley? I swear you like the most famous person I ever seen in my life.
Let me put it to you this way: they can always come and hang out overnight. You know, I think, you know, how I wound up doing this is I just kind of fell into it. You know, the plan kind of fell together. You know, being the I think overnight here is perfect because, you know, I don't, you know, during the day, you know, that's where the main audience is. You know, I do tend to be a little bit of a disruptive influence. Overnight, you know, I get to kind of explore the way I want to explore. And again, you know, this girl, I just happened upon her in my algorithm and I kind of find her fascinating, and I suspect it won't be very long that I'm fascinated with her. But her, you know, her perspective on welfare is interesting to know. I never felt that you know, white people were that pro welfare. I do know that there are people who think that Black people can't, you know, take care of themselves, but that's a very 1840 sort of opinion. And anyway, we'll just go ahead and finish up. Now she's off to another topic, which, you know, I'm struggling to connect how famous people with BBLs connect to baby mamas. But I think she's trying to make that connection.
For 2025, we're not doing that. Ladies, we're not doing that. Women, girls, we're not doing that shit. You're not putting your life on the line for a man that can't even just go to the courthouse in 2 seconds. Like, come on. For real. You putting your life on the line for what? For what? And this has to do with also, I'm going to get into it, sexual discipline. I'm going to make separate videos for it, but let's talk about it. It has to do with discipline. And you start to take real sexual discipline for yourself when you stop seeking male validation. When you
What?
understand capitalism, when you understand
Whoa.
misogyny at its core, in its finest,
Misogyny to its core.
male validation is in the trash. And that's where it's going. I am proud of a lot of people. It's starting to go in
Man,
the
they
trash.
call her feminism.
But still, people want money at the end of the day. They'll even like take a good thing when it comes to capitalism and turn something into a bad thing. They'll overdo it. You'll overconsume. It's a whole bunch of things. I feel like Walmart's the biggest example of this. Like they take the whole
Walmart?
Birkin bag thing. I might make a video about that. Seems kind of interesting. The whole Birkin bag thing. Like just think about that. Like this is hilarious. Like I honestly love it, right? But I'm like, this is so funny. Capitalism is so crazy. Like this is hilarious. They're showing this bag is trash and cheap. You want it, you got it. Here you go. Oh well, Hermes. Honestly, it makes Hermes look so low quality. But that's a whole nother. That's if Walmart put this bag together and make it look so good. That's all I gotta say. Capitalism is winning, unfortunately, but it is. And I'll say in that department, at least it's cheaper.
Wow.
So can't really hate that too much. But I don't know. They could get a lawsuit. But anyways, I don't want to get off the bandwagon, but definitely Black women deserve a ring. You're gonna get a whole bunch of people that are nasty in the comments, which I don't see them, but you're gonna get a lot of nasty people talking about this. Like I have a ring. This like okay, but you're gonna be at peace. All right, honey. You're gonna be at peace. Don't listen to these people who are sitting there with their miserable lives and their miserable husband and their miserable
I
wives.
spit it out.
No,
Yeah.
that's their fault. They decided to take the ring, but still be unhappy and be in an unhappy relationship. And which I think we should make a video about unhappiness when you do get the ring. Because all it was about the ring, it wasn't about the partnership. Oh, sorry. That right there. Like I just hit it. Like that's what I'm talking about. It wasn't about the partnership. It wasn't about coming one with someone else. It wasn't about that. It was about being two people and doing whatever you want. And the one that's the hierarchy is usually the man doing whatever he wants. You do not benefit from not having a ring. And I don't know how many times I have to say this. I don't want to hear, oh, well, he could cheat if he has a ring. No. When he does, there are there are basically repercussions, right? There's things that they're gonna have to face. And I'm not saying, oh wow, like this should keep your man from cheating, like to make him think I'm not gonna cheat even though I want to. No, you shouldn't be with somebody like that. But my point is that you benefit from when that person makes a mistake. When you don't have a ring, a license, let me stop saying a ring. When you don't have that marriage license with that person, that legality, basically you benefit from absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And this is why I'm saying, well, y'all can get mad at me if you want, but if you let somebody put a baby in you without a ring, you need to stop. You need to stop and figure something out. And also,
What?
I love you, but don't make your mistakes other people's problems. If that makes, who's walking over here? All right. Sometimes the way old people walk, I love it. They got this. Sorry, this guy's walking. Go ahead. Sorry, I get distracted. But yeah, don't let anybody, who's made a mistake tell you to make their same mistake. That's somebody you never want to take advice from. Really, it's not. It's one thing to have hope. It's one thing to have empathy. It's one thing to have love. We love that. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you to do what I did in the past. So what I want to say, wrap it up. Be celibate, sexy and celibate. Cute. Be celibate. Love yourself. Focus on yourself. Tell a man that this is what I want. This is how serious it needs to get. This is how much time I have with you. And you need to figure it out. And there needs to be consistent obsession with you. Don't let it be like, oh, he's obsessed this month. He popped in and you left that month. Consistent obsession with you. And even with that, still don't give no cooch. Still don't give no cooch. I'll be honest, like, I've talked about experimenting and things I've done. I figured out what I like, what I love. I'm happy about that. But you don't always need to do that. Like, figure yourself out, one. And then two, it's kind of like, just.
It's amazing how her message is good as far as the celibacy part, like, don't be giving it up. But how does she take a good message and just muck it up? She
Just
seems
say she has an opinion on capitalism. She some kind of way.
okay. Well,
capitalism in that.
I wouldn't even bother with. she says capitalism. I don't know that she's actually thought about it.
I got a theory, Stanley. I just think they just, oh boy, college is messed up, man.
Yep, I'm sure it is.
They preaching this liberalism in these colleges.
Okay,
man.
I haven't
Really
heard her
fucking
talk
these
about
kids up.
liberalism yet. Okay,
Yeah, man. I mean, why would you come at the communist versus capitalism?
okay.
angle?
She hasn't talked communism. I'm
She's anti-capitalist.
Capriano, I missed the hypergamy part. She hasn't talked about marrying. I mean, marrying someone. I didn't. I missed the hypergamy part. So basically, basically, I don't hear anything coherent. I guess I'll just go with that.
That's
So
what
we'll
I'm
go
saying.
finish up this last 2 minutes and then move on. I was hoping maybe there would be something interesting, but the only thing interesting she said is the part about white people wanting black people to be on welfare. That's about the only cogent thing I've gotten from her.
Well, I
Just because
mean,
I'm saying I know what I like doesn't mean that path for you is going to help you figure out what you like. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not that type of person. So you can look at my channel and see where I'm just like, it doesn't matter this, it doesn't matter that. It may not matter, but it does affect you. Like, I remember, and I still keep these videos up because I want y'all to see it, like how I've changed. Like, I've grown. I've went through things and I've grown. But even if you want to hook up, if you are very invested in that person and y'all are hooking up and you're being unprotected and this and that, is so unsafe because you're just trying to literally get pregnant. I want to tell you right now, if you have intercourse, you're getting pregnant. Like, don't think to yourself, oh no, there's no point, we're good. I don't even care, protection or not, you're getting pregnant. That's immediately what you need to think. And I'm at that age where I'm like, yeah, no, I need to protect my womb, my eggs, everything like that. We're not playing that. I just have a very high value in myself. And it's not to say I didn't have a high value in myself back then, but it's more about I wanted to experiment. This was the route that I took. I figured it out, figured out what I like. I love what I like and I love what I love and am. But there's a moment where now I'm like, I'm done. And I didn't need to do it with a whole bunch of people to figure that out either. Like, I didn't. It was not a lot of people. So that's another thing. Like, I don't want to shame people for wanting to have intimacy or wanting to have intercourse.
Well, my takeaway is somewhere back in the not too distant past, some guy hurt her. And I don't know what to say other than, you know, she's a feminist without a cause. You know, I don't know. That's about what I got from this video. And I'm kind of disappointed. I'm kind of disappointed that you know, she didn't have more in something more organized. So she was all over the place,
that, but there's something wrong when
and
you are letting this.
none of it for me connected into anything coherent. So we'll just move on. I talked about this, or it was actually mentioned to me about, I guess this dude is a Washington commander, and he proposed to his white fiance or something. This video, I'll just play the video and then comment on it. Maybe I'll even ask John about it because I think he was the one, or maybe it was HB talking about it. But let's just play this right quick.
Barkley took a lot of scrutiny for basically taking pictures with his baby mama. And of course, as you know, Saquon Barkley is an African American. So a lot of black women basically were like, hey, here's another black man married to an average.
Oh, by the way, I've heard of this guy before. It's O'Shea Duke Jackson. I've heard of him, but I don't really know that much about him. But he's got comments on football players and their white girlfriends or wives or something. And just curious to see.
Oh
what he
yeah,
has.
I've been listening to O'Shea Duke Jackson for almost what? At least I'd say 4, 5, 6 years now. I've been listening to him for a while. You know, he's part of he's part of the. He's like he called himself the leader of the Black diaspora movement.
Diaspora. Yep.
Diaspora.
Let me go ahead and play this, and then we can comment.
Looking white lady. And so they were roasting him all across social media because how is a potential league MVP dating a white woman and not dealing with a black woman? But this has been the case for a long time, and a lot of the guys are making it more public. Look at Chicago Bears rookie quarterback Caleb Williams. He's not dating a black lady at all. He has a white lady. And a lot of NFL players and NBA players have white women. Just look at the NFL draft or the NBA draft. It's nothing but mostly the first round draft picks all have either mixed women or all white women. Let's talk about the case today where you have this particular brother by the name of Jeremy Reeves. Now, Jeremy Reeves was an undrafted football player coming out of South Alabama University. And primarily, he's a backup safety, but he is a Pro Bowler on special teams. And he basically is dating this lady by the name of Michaela Worley. And after the team beat the Atlanta Falcons last week, this is what he did. Yesterday, I believe, and Antonio Brown made a statement on this, and he says, "Why the whole NFL married to white women?" Now, there is a lady who basically used to work in the NFL for agencies, and she has a reason why that is.
So the NBA draft just passed, and everyone's still wondering about why every single professional athlete seems to have a white girlfriend or a girlfriend who's like super, super light skin, almost white. So I worked a whole entire year in marketing and sports for professional athletes, but I also live in Miami. So I've met a lot of like professional athletes as well, just because it's Miami. And let me tell you something. When there's a black man, especially a black man who's come from a predominantly like black community, right? And he's about to go into the NFL, NBA draft, whatever the case may be, and they're waving millions of dollars in his face for endorsements, brand deals, sponsorships, whatever the case may be, the brands most of the time want proximity to whiteness. So that means whatever the brand wants, they're going to get. And especially when you have managers and agents who are like money driven and who know they're going to get that 3 to 5% cut off of that athlete, they're going to encourage the athlete to date a white woman. They're going to encourage that athlete to date women who are very, very light skinned and also have a very classy persona on social media, because that's what brands are going to pay the most money for. Because a lot of times when you have athletes, especially who come from like predominantly black communities and a lot of times low income communities.
He didn't on it also.
Okay.
Let's see what this dude has to say.
This black man basically has weighed in on it also.
Okay, so black men choose white women because white women are very easy to deal with. Aside from the fact that they're the most beautiful women in the whole entire world, they're just easy. They know their place, they know their role. They're not trying to be the man in the relationship. They're trying to be the woman in the relationship. The reason why they leave certain women is because those women were trying to be the man in the relationship.
Interesting.
Everyone's consistency.
Now, I believe this lady who has a black husband, she basically asked her black husband, like, hey, why do black men marry white women?
I think some black men just love them a good white woman.
Because some white women are good to them.
Wait a minute. Okay.
And so the thing is this, when I look at this situation, when I'm looking at Jeremy Reeves in his life, and of course the lady that he's dealing with, I mean, she seems like the kind of white lady that a lot of guys would go. Like, again, I don't see, no BBLs needed, anything like that. He went to South Alabama. He's a guy that he was undrafted in 2018, and he basically had to become a special teamer. So she's basically been there for the whole entire time. All right. he's been on the Redskins roster for 2018. And I'm probably sure that his career, we talk about, I think that we forget about that when we talk about, is a woman white, is a woman black? No, obviously you have to be a man's type or a woman's type. That does help. But a lot of times what helps is, hey, can you be a faithful mate? You know, can you be somebody that, you know, I can trust, that I can, you know, count on? And that's something that I think that a lot of times we forget. And when these women get there with these black men coming from another community and they're riding it out, they've been there the whole time, they've been riding it out, yeah, they're going to get wifed up because they've been there when it wasn't guaranteed. And a man is most likely, regardless of race, is always going to be willing to deal with a woman when she's been there or he knew her from the jump. Like, I knew of a guy who was a firefighter. This guy lived in Pittsburgh, Antioch area, okay? He was married to this chick, beautiful chick, dark skin, big tatas and everything like that. And they was married. It was a young couple that had a baby. She was getting disinterested in a relationship. Another dude that got in her ear. And the dude that got in her ear was a light-skinned dude with a lot of swag, but he didn't have any money. So she was like, listen, I want a divorce. I want to move on with somebody else. And the dude was like, listen, I really want to stay with you. I love you. I don't see what the problem is. But she was like, nah, So he had to get up out of there. And he had to go back in and move with his mom. So she went on with this other guy. Of course, she throwing it on his face and Facebook. It's my new family. It's my new man. The families are disgruntled because she done left her husband for this dude. So he took it in stride. He wasn't, so salty about it. If he did, he kept it in. And my man went out there and he built himself up. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing. Then what ended up happening? The brother ended up finishing firefighter school. Once he finished firefighter school, again, he was determined. He basically behind off. He bought him a new house. And then what did he do? He went out there and he found a new female. He got a new female completely. So the female looked better than this other chick. He bought a new house. She was struggling and she never saw it coming. She thought this dude was just going to be there the whole time. That dude, he basically did very, very well. And who laughing now? And I think in the black community, I think in the black community, a lot of women just misjudge a lot of the men you're dealing with. You don't really know what that dude is going to become. I mean, the same thing with athletes. A lot of times we count people off and we don't know how good somebody's going to become. So, guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again.
Well, I don't know. Might be a okay. Thanks, Lupin. Good morning, Lupin, and good morning, Fred. Theory that white women pour into their men. Interesting. And black women don't? Oh, well, Lupin, let me ask you a question. Is a pick me the female equivalent of a simp? Or are they slightly different? I think I've heard of this theory, Fred. I don't know. You probably have an idea of I don't know. I'm always reluctant to, make these broad generalizations, but as I'm told, I grew up in a different time, so, maybe times have changed, but I don't know. I think that I'm much more willing to look at individual women or individual situations rather than drawing, broad conclusions. The broad conclusions, are okay before you actually meet the woman. But, once you're, hooked up with the woman, you kind of have to figure out, who or what she is when you're in the relationship. I don't like making judgments before. Proximity, let's see. What do you say, DiCapriano? Proximity, preference, fetish, love, or hypergamy? Not sure why you're asking that. Any thoughts on that last video, Solid?
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just like with me, I think they really trying to build like they really feeding into this, this dichotomy whereas successful black men need to be dating black women for some strange reason, and that's just never gonna ever be the case.
Okay, say that again.
I think they're just trying to feed in the successful black men need to be dating black women.
Who is they?
The manosphere, the Negro manosphere.
Oh, so the manosphere is saying black men need to marry black women.
In their own way, they trying to sneakily slide it in there. Hey, black women, we agree with you too. As if, do they ever hold the same judgment for successful black women that date white men? I mean, we don't never hear anything about black women that date white men on these websites and these.
Well,
these
yeah,
YouTube.
actually, you do. There's like a whole divester sector.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but how often do you hear about the black women that date outside the race? I mean, why is race even in the
hold on?
When it comes down to relationships, I think racism needs to be put on the back burner.
Let me answer the question. It depends on your algorithm, but I mean, there's a whole bunch of black women who talk about why they, prefer to date white men. There's a creator or a show called The Pink Pill, which I've actually shown once, because every now and again she comes into my algorithm. Pink Pill. This lady right here, she talks a lot about divestors and why she prefers white men and all that stuff.
Oh,
so,
well, yeah.
I've actually shown one or two of her videos in the distant past. So yeah, she's one of the biggest that I know about, but there are many others. I just
think that's mainly because, like, what I'm going back to is like the black athletes. You think that they date these white women because they're more controlling, or do you think that they see it as a good future move as far as controlling other assets?
Well, I'm actually hoping they get with women that they, either are in love with or want a relationship with. Now, I know people think bigger than I do. I think I'm just a simple man. I didn't marry my wife for any other reason than I loved her. There was really no big plan, or strategic or strategy or anything like that. So,
worked out.
Well, yeah. But the point I'm trying to make is, I'm sure there are people out there who plan their romantic strategy. I'm just not one of them. And it's hard for me to understand people who think like that. Not that they shouldn't think like that or that I'm passing judgment. It's just that it's hard for me to understand because I don't think that way. I'm a very, some things I'm a fly by the seat of your pants kind of guy. So anyway, the point is there are plenty of YouTube channels out there that talk about black women who have relationships with white men. No, here, take a look at this video.
Every black man married a black woman, 2 million black women would still not have a man.
And I'm not going to watch all of this. Wait, you see that disclaimer? Let me go back to her disclaimer. All the content of this video is based on solid research and statistics. It may upset you. I don't care. If telling the truth will will help Black women choose the best man, and so be it. Up your chances for love and stop being loyal for no payoff. What do you think of that disclaimer?
I agree with it. That's what I'm saying. I want
Let's
the
see.
best woman. I want the best woman, but at the same time, I'm not the best man. So why even try right now? Fuck it. 47.
Fred,
I mean, I fuck around and I have a baby right now. What, I'm going to be 60 years old going to the graduation?
I don't know.
65?
I don't know. Actually, when my son was born, I did kind of think about that. You know, gee, I'll be 60 when he graduates from, well, 59 when he graduates from high school. And I was 59 when he graduated from high school. So I knew it was going to
Maybe
happen.
I'll figure it out a little better,
So-
Stanley, once I stop drinking so much. But right
Yeah,
now,
that would be a good step. That would be a good step one.
Yeah, I gotta stop drinking.
Fred, I agree with you. When you just a woman is kind of the way I think it. You know, there's some criteria that need to be made, but skin color isn't one of my criteria. Let's see, Cynthia G.
Yeah, Cynthia G's. Yeah.
Oh, Deacon Dave, what an insult. Lately, this channel has been the new manosphere.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's a pick-me is a woman that actually likes men. They're criticized for actually doing what men like. Off-code is wifely behavior. On-code
is total biatch. I get you, Deacon Dave. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Welcome. Happy New Year, Deacon Dave. My bad.
That's all right.
Yeah, man. He right though. He right. That everything he just said is exactly right. Everything he just said is exact. That's right though, because it's like that. It's like that. If you see a woman, I've seen it a many times. I've seen it. I've heard it. You know, off code. You know, I've seen women that's actually a good woman to their man, and will not hang with other Black women because she's in a relationship with her man. And she will disavow all her friends, even though they might be in a relationship too. But due to the fact of the pressure where these women will want to tell her, oh, I wouldn't let him do me like that. I wouldn't let him, you know, and it'd be like the woman would just stray away from him, you know, and she'll just be at home. And it's very rare that you see that. It's very rare that you do see it, but when you do see it, you wind up having a more successful family. And you have a man that is standing there around all his homeboys doing all the dumb shit, thinking, hey, I'm finna go and sacrifice my family life. Hell no, man.
Okay, wherever it is you're off to.
I know, I'm just in my bad.
I haven't followed.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But that's just something I see, you know. That's just dichotomy of it all. You know, you got to separate yourselves. When you know you got something good, try to keep that in-house. So I don't think there's a lot of men trying to control women. I think there's a lot of men trying to hold on to a good thing. That's how I look at it. He's not trying to tell you don't go hang with your homegirls. He's just saying don't go hang with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of women take that as you try to tell me what to do. You know, hey.
Okay, well, we'll listen to a little bit of Crystal and see what she's got to say. I haven't watched her in a year, or well, probably less than a year, but I don't know. We'll see what she has to say. A couple minutes.
Live well to the extreme now. Put your pinkies up now, up now, up.
Hi, it's Crystalline Karazin, creator of The Pink Pill and author of Swirling, How to Date, Mate, and Relate mixing race, culture, and creed. So by now, if you've been following me in my channel, you know that Black women have a unique set of relationship challenges that make things a little bit harder to do compared to other races of women in our country. If every Black man married a Black woman, 2 million Black women would still not have a man. There's a huge shortage, and that creates an imbalance in terms of dynamics in the power of the relationship and leverage and your ability to negotiate. If you go to the negotiating table with nothing to leverage, if you have nothing to bargain for, then you have no ability to.
You know, I know everybody says that, in Western culture, the United States in particular, marriage is more or less a contractual sort of arrangement, and probably throughout history. You know, I'm thinking of arranged marriages in Europe and India, and back through history. But being the romantic that I am, and people will be shocked to hear that I am a romantic, but it just makes marriage so sterile when you think of it as sitting down at a negotiation table and bringing something to the table. For me, it kind of takes the magic out of it. Oh, good for you, Dave. Yes, babies are awesome. So congratulations again, Dave. Oh, okay. Well, everything's good, Dave, hopefully. Cool. Keep us up to date. I remember when my son was that young. For me, the magic pretty much lasted till he went to first grade. They change when they go off to school after being around other kids. Let's see, Fred, you said.
At what point do they stop being that little cute child you had? I say it's around the 3rd or 4th grade.
Yeah, Fred. I think you're right there. Most of the guys like what's his name for Kansas City. Most of these girls have been with them for quite some time. So I don't know. I'm just less inclined to follow the hype. America being the way it is, interracial relationships are just a big deal, for historical reasons. I think people should just mind their own business and form their own relationships and stop worrying about other people's relationships so much. But, I guess it sells newspapers.
Yeah. I think that's all it is at the end of the day. It's good marketing.
Right. So let's go ahead and finish up. I'm not going to watch too much more of her, but she's always been fascinating to me for some reason or another.
To make any demands. So ladies, I want to first say that it is my credo that Black women should date all men. That includes Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, Eskimo, whatever. The goal is to maximize all of your dating options. Why? Because you have more choices. So I just.
And see, I totally agree with that. Why limit yourself? This is 2025, not 1925. More choice, the better.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent. I mean, yeah. If the culture is allowing, but I mean, even if she's allowing, doesn't necessarily mean the family may be all on board with it.
Okay, well, you know what? See, this is another good point you bring up, actually, Snake. When I married my wife, I didn't even bother asking my family. I was good and damn grown. So, their permission was not needed. Now, I probably did talk to her, probably did mention it to her family, and I'm sure she mentioned it to her family, but, I didn't need permission. So in some ways, getting married really young does mean that you're a little bit more dependent on your family, maybe, or you may care more, what your family thinks. But by the time I got married, and maybe that's a good reason to be established before you consider marriage, and not getting in a pregnancy situation or something before you're ready to get married. The family didn't participate in the decision on whether I should marry somebody or not. And so your family point is noted, but I think that's probably more for younger, less established adults.
Yeah. But then, you think about those holidays, those dinners.
Oh, you know what? Well, you probably know me well enough to know that, I'm not the biggest holiday fan to begin with, so I don't think about any of that.
Yeah,
and to be honest, my opinion, if you should love your family, you should love your parents, you should, love your siblings and all that stuff. But once you are out on your own and you are stable and grounded in all that stuff, you don't want to disappoint your family. You don't want to, be egregious, doing stuff that they would think is crazy. However, you are responsible for your life, not your family.
Yeah.
So, you want them to be pleased, but you don't need their blessing once you're established.
That's true. That's true.
And, women may be a little bit more dependent on their family, but, a man is supposed to be a man. I'm sure there are plenty of Bible verses, a man, leaving his family and all that to establish his own family. I'd take that part of, seriously. So anyway, let's see what else she has to say.
Decided to do this video today to give you 10 reasons why interracial dating is really, really good for Black women. The first reason is,
let's see. I hope Be Brave is copying this. Let's see. Does she put up graphics? I want Be Brave to talk about this.
There's just more choices. With more choices, you have more of an ability to decide the best man.
So we have more choices. Let's see. More choices, more access to relationships, more access to relationships still. You get more opportunities. Black women engage in polyamorous relationships. Let's hear what she has to say about that. The rise of the internet, better relationships with Black women, your best feminine self. Okay, these are just topics. Better health. Abundance. Let's see what she has to say about abundance.
I know some of y'all are about to get angry, so I'm bringing out the stats. This is from a study from November 12th, 2016. So it's not that long ago. The study uses data from 564 African-American women to examine the correlates of lifetime prevalence of sexually transmitted diseases. Specifically, we test the effects of perceptions about the availability of African-American males, 5 partner characteristics, and drug history. At the bivariate level, partnerships, that means
okay, nerd.
Gay or bisexual, incarcerated. And ladies, don't let these men shame you and say that you're the slut. because the studies also show that women who only have 1 or 2 sexual partners are at higher risk of acquiring diseases like herpes. So you mean to tell me a woman who's had 2 sexual partners or 1 sexual partner is somehow promiscuous? Ladies, this is what happens when we come from a position of scarcity, come from a position of abundance. Don't let these invisible lines confine you. Ladies, I hope this.
What do you think about all that, Solid Snake?
I agree with it in a way. I do. I do. Cause like, let's be honest. I don't too much look at a woman's body count when I'm considering dating her or anything like that. I'm not that shallow of a male. I'm pretty much a free spirit on that level. You know, I mean, if you have had STDs or whatever, I mean, we got ways around that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest, you know, but if I see
being honest about what exactly?
I mean, I don't mind the body count, but what I'm looking at is behavior. I'm looking at like let's say it like this. Long as I can be, if I can see myself prospering in this relationship with her, I'm all good with it.
Mm-hmm.
But if I see something that says, hey, she's not to be trusted or whatever like that, okay, well, I'm gonna draw the line there. You know, I get what she's saying, but I don't look at body count like a woman having sex with 1 or 2 partners. I don't even think that's even if it.
Let me address a couple of things in the chat. Hey, Dave, I agree about being an old dad. You know, I think, you know, and this is hindsight, you know, being 2020, that I was way more patient and attentive and ready to be a father, way more than I was, because I was 40 when my son was born. I'm sorry, 41 when my son was born. Back in my 20s, probably wouldn't have been as patient, maybe even into my 30s. You know, I was good and ready, you know, by the time my son was born. And, you know, one of these days I'll tell the story again. Fred, I'm not, it's a curious thing you say here. How would Black women work to change their image at an individual level? I'm curious to know, how do you think they could do it? You know, and it's not important that you answer, but it is an interesting comment. I was just wondering if you had deeper thoughts on that. I think you're right about that, Phoenix. I've heard white men say horrible things about the Me Too movement, for instance. She said, less sexual partners, more chance to contract. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Dave. How does that work? You know, maybe the men they pick are bad and are very promiscuous. I do have a story about that, though, Dave. I have a friend of mine, actually 2 friends of mine. They were married for like 20 years or something like that. And, you know, the husband was very, you know, promiscuous. You know, he had like, you know, he was a tomcat, I put it that way. And his wife caught herpes. Now, she had been faithful for 20 years, I think it was, close to 20 years they were married. So she had no partners and he had umpteen partners probably. She wound up getting herpes from him. So the math may not math, but I do have at least one anecdote that matches what Crystalline just what she just said. So the math can math anecdotally. Let's say Phoenix, we're cultured to know how to deal with it though, if we choose to. So I don't know. We'll move on. Again, I just brought the pink pill up just as an example of there's plenty of content out on YouTube about Black women marrying outside of their race, white women, white men specifically. It's out there if you look for it. And how I came across her, I honestly don't know. I've known about her for probably 5 years now. But like I said, I'm interested in a lot of things, and my algorithm, sometimes can be just a treasure trove of random videos. I want to move to this, but I'm going to just take one more look at my algorithm just to see if anything popped up. Swirling. What race?
Hold on, I think I get what Deacon Dave going at. She said less sexual partners, more chance to contract herpes.
Well, no, she didn't say that exactly. She said that statistically, Black women with fewer partners have a higher rate of contracting herpes than women who have a lot of who practice polyamory. Now, it seems to be counterintuitive. You would think the more partners you have, the more chance you get of contracting diseases. But the thing is, the story I told was a married couple where the woman was faithful for almost 20 years, but her husband slept around. So she wound up catching a sexual disease, a transmitted disease from her husband. So that's an anecdote and an example of how a woman with very few or no partners, other partners, can contract a venereal disease. It does happen.
You know what I think? Here go what I think. I think a woman with higher sexual body counts probably has stronger enough immune system. Say like herpes.
Okay, let's go ahead and stop there. Let's go ahead and stop there.
Say like,
hold on. We're not. Nope.
Wait.
Nope. No.
Come on, Stanley.
No. We're not going off into immunology and all that stuff.
Oh, Stanley. Oh, Lord.
I want to move on.
Oh, come on.
So here we go.
She probably has a high tolerance, though.
Okay, I'm not getting Solid Snake. Which part of I'm not getting into the medical stuff?
It's not necessarily medical, but okay.
You know what? I was actually going to go into this, but I'll go down this rabbit hole. And I actually think she's cute, so I don't mind looking at her videos, but I shouldn't.
She is, though. Hey, you know what? She got that Omarosa. Remember that girl that Donald Trump had in his White House at one time, Omarosa? She has that style vibe with her. Thing going on. Like that level of confidence. Manigo, Omarosa Manigo. That's her name. Yeah.
Okay. So, anyway, I would watch this video, but I'm just going to go overboard, and I don't feel like going down her rabbit hole. She's good looking, though. How old is this video? Oh, it's a year old. All right, so.
Ooh, and she hit the gym too, Stanley. You see them biceps on her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she hit that gym. She probably bench pressed my ass. Ooh. Now let me stop.
Okay, so this is this next video, we're gonna shift gears again here. This video is about education, and it's kind of a longish video, and unless there's something extremely interesting about it, I just want to listen to the first few minutes of it. Arami, just like me, is kind of into kids and education and, what's best for kids, raising good kids, that sort of thing. And He does have some interesting ideas on education. So this is a new video that he put out a few hours ago, actually, and want to see what he has to say on this topic. The title of the video, The Case for Teaching the Test, which I don't particularly agree that teachers should teach to the test, but let's see what he has to say. And this video is about an hour long. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I'm Jose Frimpong. I come to you live. And in 2025, I want this to be the year we dispel the notion that teaching to the test is a bad thing. I know the regular arguments come in the form of not everything that matters is testable and not everything that counts can be counted. But a lot of things that matter are testable and a lot of things that count can be counted. And we should at least go for the easy things that can be tested and make sure they can do that. So I think elementary school tests are important. I take elementary school test scores more important than I take teachers' grades because I don't really have that much respect for elementary school teachers. I know that's heresy in a lot of places, but I have a respect for, the ability of tests to identify if students can actually read and can actually do math. Right? Because the students who can do those things can pass the tests and the students who can't. So if schools are supposed to actually transmit a certain sort of like body of knowledge, then the tests are actually, standardized tests are a pretty good marker of whether that body of knowledge has been passed from the teacher's mind or from the ether on into the mind and the consciousness of the student. All right, so I'm a fan of standardized tests and I'm going to make the case for them now. And we actually have standardized tests in more aspects of our lives. Confirmation, if you're of the Christian faith, some Anglicans, they do confirmation. That's a test. And teaching to the test is supposed to make you more spiritually worthy. And if there's something that's supposed to not be counted and not be so materially drawn as spiritual development, you would think that confirmation would go by the wayside. And yet people take confirmation seriously. And you know what? It makes better Christians. And you know what? Depending on who you talk to, your bar or bat mitzvah, not only are you teaching for the test, you get paid when you pass it. So you're teaching, kids are learning, organized by a test, and then at the end of that test, they get money from all of their compatriots and a big old party for having their entire spiritual formation being organized by this test, right? And that's something that's supposed to matter. That's not some vulgar bit of buffoonery. This is your bar mitzvah. This is supposed to be the test that shows that you're a man or a woman. So, and you get paid for it. Now, I am in the favor, and I've done the last few videos on this. I'm going to try to work the body a little bit until you come over to my side. I think that we should pay families, not teachers, not kids, families, for kids who are proficient at their grade level math and reading, right? We need a population that can read and like.
Let me stop right there. Solid Snake, I'll start with you, and then chat. What do you think about that last idea? Basically, families should be paid for children that test proficiently in math and reading, say in first grade. Solid Snake, what do you think about that idea?
I agree. I really do agree. I think that would. That's something I really would love to be implemented. I love to have successful students. Don't pay the student, pay the parents.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, let me ask you.
I think that would encourage better parenting if we rewarded parents that adjusted to, that could adjust, as per se, just paying parents just for existence.
Okay, let me hold on one second. Stop right there.
I get it. I get it, Phoenix.
Now,
I get it,
stop
Phoenix. I get
right
it.
there, because I have some counter questions. Be Brave basically just went crazy with the idea. His response was, why should we pay parents to do their job? And to a certain extent, I agree with that. It is a parent's job. It's expected. But, my thing about meeting people where they are, it's expected that parents be good parents, but it's obvious that this isn't happening. The question is, how do we incentivize it? And, we won't get into where the money's coming from, because that's an obvious question. My question is, should we do it? So you seem to think that, because parents do get like child tax credits and stuff like that just for having children.
Yeah, just for having them. So why not reward them for their child being excellent? Why not reward great parenting? I mean, I think that's common sense as a society that advances. I think we should be looking for incentives to give parents a higher goal for their children. I think that needs to be the way.
So Phoenix basically says yes. Let me put Phoenix Fish's comment up there. Yeah, paid to do your job. Well, Phoenix, I'm assuming you're basically taking B. Brave's point that, why should we pay parents to do their jobs? Well, number one, most jobs do get paid, but that's, excuse me, that's kind of a flippant comment on my part. But paying jobs, they do exist. But the thing is, my counter to B. Brave's point is that we know it. Parents should be doing it. We all know it's the parent's job. Excuse me. Let me drink some water here. But the bottom line is, if we're going to meet in the effort to meet people where they are, this isn't happening. And even if it were happening, everybody these days seems to have a different idea of what education is and what counts as being educated. Standardized tests are a way to have everyone meet a common standard. So, I think Fred, points out that, most Americans don't take education seriously. And even if they did, there are different standards of what educated is. So we need a way to basically get everybody on board, and Americans, for better or for worse, money seems to be something we can all agree on as a reward for meeting a standard.
Okay,
So
I get what you're saying as far as money being a reward, but what I'm looking at is, as a parent, I should have more freedom, as they say.
okay, hold it, stop.
Okay.
Right there. When you say freedom, what he's saying is there should be a standardized test so all children meet an agreed upon standard. So where does freedom come in as far as kids meeting a standard?
Okay, let's say it like this. My child do well better than, I say, 90% out of the class.
Okay, I don't care about any of that.
I need to have a tax relief. I need to see a tax relief. I mean, it's good that you pay parents to have children, but it's not hard for a young black man to get out here and have 18 kids and 5 baby mamas and all of them living under one roof.
Away.
But
you're drifting away. You're drifting away from the point.
Okay, but let's say we have this one set of couple who's married, who meet all the requirements to being a healthy healthy family in America. They come in, they have one child. They only have one child, but they got a child that's probably got to compete with a parent that has 6 or 7 child. But I mean, like, I think we should be incentivizing better parenting instead of just incentivizing being a parent. That's my point. I mean, anybody can have kids, but it takes real American people to build a productive American citizen. And I think we need to be incentivized
can
in
we
that.
just go ahead and cut it off right there and address Freddie's point? It would help lower income people to be able to be more involved with the kids. A lot of people aren't able to be involved because they have to work multiple jobs.
Okay, I get you in a way, but that's not the way.
Okay,
it
hold
works.
on one sec before you go any farther. Just to counterpoint B. Bray's point in kind of an odd thing, and I wish he were here because I would be able to ask him. You know, he is a self-avowed socialist. I don't understand why he would be against it. So you know, maybe it's a generational thing, but I would tend to agree with Fred. Let's see what Nate has to say. It should be in the parents' best interest to have your child be the best. Why should you get a reward for doing what you're supposed to do? Well, Nate, people aren't doing what they're supposed to do, and the country is suffering for it. That's why, you know, we're coming up with ideas for people to do what they're supposed to do. It's not happening, you know, whether we like it or not. And, you know, that's the bottom line. That's why you would offer incentives. Let's see. Freedom is regenerating towards the created order, not degenerating into a fallen disorder. Hey, Red Wine 65. Not quite sure what you're getting at there.
Okay, I get what everybody's saying, but what I'm saying is we have something called earned income credit. Sure, we
Okay,
have.
what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the topic?
What's the requirement for having earned income credit?
Okay, we're talking about. Hold on.
Okay, so you being rewarded for doing what you're supposed to do as a citizen is what.
Where are you going with the earned income credit? We're talking education. Can you connect those dots?
Okay, but we already rewarding people for being parents. We already rewarding people for being parents.
Well,
what
no,
we're saying is give them incentives.
Hold it. The earned income credit isn't. That's not the same thing as a child credit. Earned income tax is based on income, not children, right?
Exactly. So why
Okay,
not?
so what does that have to do? What does that have to do with children and education?
What I'm saying is, let's punish bad behavior as well as reward good behavior all across the board. I feel like, okay, let's say I have a child. My child gets suspended for 3 days.
Okay.
Being disruptive in class. I need to pay more as a parent.
Okay, I have no clue where you're going
For
with
having
this.
a failure as a child.
Fred,
I mean, it's already going to be a burden on the system. I mean, come on. I get it. But we're not talking about.
Fred, the reason I bring up socialist in name only is he's literally that. He says he's a socialist, but, you know, he doesn't have a lot of socialist behavior. I'll put it that way. I think the only thing
we're going to reward parents and parents in America for having a child through the earned income tax credit system, why not just localize it and bring rewards towards the families that do produce educational children? Because I think it'll build a competition amongst parents to actually to do better as being a parent.
Okay.
You're gonna have your outliers, the rebellious ones that don't want to be involved in anything.
Solid Snake. can you allow me to catch up? Red Wine 65, God and Bible is the foundation for education. Disagree with that. Not since the Enlightenment. So that's my response to that.
I get your red wine, but how do you tell that to a Muslim child?
I
mean, that's
so
pretty racist.
anyway, we'll go ahead and listen to the rest of
I
this.
read the Bible, I read the Quran. Or a Jewish child, I read the Torah.
Thank you,
Or
Solid
Indian
Snake.
child. Okay.
Have a decent amount of numeracy so that they can at least pay taxes and know what they mean when they earn money. So we need them to have decent numeracy, and we need them to be literate in order so that they can govern as Americans with us and work in civil society and themselves be adequate family members. So we have a social incentive to make sure that our entire populace is literate and has decent numeracy. And I think we should just pay parents to make sure that's the case, as opposed to just throwing good money after bad at schools. We should just pay parents and then allow parents to work with the schools or find a private option, whatever, as long as at the end of the year, the kids can do grade appropriate. They don't have to be distinguished. They don't have to be excellent. They just have to be proficient at that grades, math, and reading. Right? And so I think that would be a good thing for America. I think it would revolutionize both American parenting and American education in a good way. I think it'd be good for public schools. I think it'd be good for the public. And I think it'd be good for our democracy. But you're going to find people who think that it's gauche.
Okay, Stanley,
that
do
we
you think
should
that's a
teach
great
to a
idea?
test
That's what
and
I
have
want to
so
know.
much organization around an end of the year test and have parents be so.
Do I
I'm
think
much more
what's a good
concerned about
idea?
your opinion on that. Yeah,
Okay.
I want to know what you. I'm just like the chat. I want to know what Stanley think. Is that a great idea, Stanley? Because you ain't giving nobody no
Well,
pushback.
I don't think it's a great idea, but I do, but not because I think it's an idea born out of desperation.
But I
I
think
mean,
we in desperate times at this point,
basically the problem is parents aren't making sure that education is happening, and it's really not up to the schools there to provide the education. Parents should be the one providing the motivation to be educated, and it's not happening. So because it's not happening, you start spitballing ideas to make it happen, and this is one of those ideas. If we make it, Americans tend to be very motivated by money, and this is a way to incentivize.
hey, you think Kamala Harris could have won that election had she ran on that policy, being that she did that back when she was DA over California? Remember that when she was punishing parents for being bad parents. She literally did that and got framed for it. Think about that for a minute. She literally started punishing parents whose children were tardy for school at one time. So imagine being able to reward parents for successful behavior. Imagine having a bus driver not being worried about some child in the back starting an argument, just throwing things over the bus. What if we could penalize the parents for just bad behavior?
Okay, we already do that. Criminals get prosecuted, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, we already have punishments for bad behavior.
But is it enough? I mean, doesn't it start at home? Why does it have to wind up at the court's door?
Oops. Okay, folks.
Man. I think that's a radical idea we need to be starting to try to really get down into. How can we incentivize parents to do better?
It is a radical idea.
At the end of the day, We rewarding people for having babies. And I think that's what the girl was saying in the last video.
Okay, no,
is that people are being rewarded.
Hold on. I don't think that's what she was saying.
I'm pretty sure she was.
No, she wasn't.
She's saying that women are being rewarded for having babies.
No, she didn't say that literally, and I don't think she meant it, in spirit.
Invested in this test, but actually tests are a fine thing to be invested in. They're supposed to test something, and it shouldn't have to be that big of a deal. It's pretty much in this household, if my kids had to take that, it would be free money. It would be free money, right? So all you have to do is be grade level proficient. I'll even do a grade down, as long as you're not falling off a cliff. Because a lot of our students fall off a cliff and then we don't care. We just socially promote them. And if you're just going to socially promote people, why even have public education? It's not just a daycare service.
That's true. That is so true.
If you're just going to have a public education system built on social promotion and all of these excuses, why even have a public education system? Right? So I think we actually need a public education system. So in order to save a public education system, I want to bring in parents, bring in families, respect the family as a unit, and give them a ton of money for doing their family in a way that I think is productive of a good society. So the people who say that I would gear education towards a test, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think the tests are good things, unless you have a problem with the bar, and we shouldn't give being a lawyer towards the bar or medical boards, and we shouldn't give being a doctor to medical boards. We have an understanding that tests are actually good things. We just don't think that Americans should be able, we just don't think that either all students can and should learn, or that parents should be primarily tasked with making sure that all kids can and do learn. But I think both of them, and I want to pay parents to do that job. And that doesn't mean cut out schools. I think that makes parents a better partner for schools.
Exactly. I'm so on board with this idea, man. Hey, what's up, B. Bray?
Well, I'll be damned. Next, how you doing?
Man, I'm so on board with this. I'm on board with this idea. I hate to say it, but if you're going to reward people for just having babies, we should have the same. I think we should be rewarding parents for raising better children. I think.
Okay, hold on. You're so far afield. Well, not just on what this video is saying, but just far afield in general. The topic is education, and basically the proposal is paying families whose children meet minimum standardized test requirements. And the reason he's proposing it is it's not happening. We know what parents should be doing, but the problem is they're not doing it. And even if they were doing it, there are differences on what an educated child, what education is, and what an educated child is. So, we've got standardized tests. That way everybody knows what the standard is. However, we've had standardized tests for decades, since I was in school. And we are still falling short. And we're not falling short just, oh, hey, kids can't read. We are falling short in economically, with other parts of the world. We've got current issues like H-1B visas, and, which is more complicated than, it's way more complicated than just being an immigration issue. It's an economic issue as well. And basically competing against China and other, first world nations, our education standards just aren't being met. So this is just an idea like, hey, how do we make this happen? before we fall too far behind. And, he's throwing out this proposal. Let's make it worth parents. Let's make it worth parents. Let's make it worth parents' while to, put extra effort into making sure their kids meet minimum standards. So that's the origin. Now, where the money comes from, we haven't gotten that far yet. He's just throwing out a radical idea, and Be Brave, you're saying, why pay parents for what they should do? The answer is, well, they're not doing it. And money is a major motivator in America. So how do you respond?
Well, first we agree that it's really bad that we've gotten to this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, parents.
Yeah, it's bad.
Parents aren't doing what they should be doing for decades.
Yep, that's right. So it's gotten bad that we've gotten to this point. I just question, how are you going to do it? How are you going to hand $30,000 to a parent with 3 kids, and the other parent with 3 kids that's a piece of shit parent gets no money? How are you going to put them two together constantly? Because
whoa, you're getting ahead.
No, I'm saying you can't. What's going to happen is you're going to have to.
You're getting ahead of where I am, at least. I want to do this step by step.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, because I did listen to a little piece of your show yesterday. You basically asked the question, why should we pay parents to do their job?
Okay, we'll hit that one first, and we'll talk about the problems. Oh, because you don't pay people to be moral.
Okay, well, education isn't necessarily a moral thing.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
It's a parent's moral duty to make sure their child absorbs information in the proper way.
But the problem with that is, what counted as knowledge 1,000 years ago does not count as knowledge today. I mean, really, the basics of knowledge are, knowing how to sustain life once they become adults. Right. Back in the hunter-gatherer days, knowing which animals to kill and how to clean them and dress them out, how to, which berries to pick, that constituted knowledge. Well, things are a lot more complicated now. We disagree on what essential knowledge is. That's part of the problem. So, standardized tests kind of, give everyone, or should give everyone, a common goal for achievement. There's some people who think, hey, college education is, the pinnacle of educational achievement. Other people think, hey, you know what? High school's good enough. So there's so much disagreement on what education is. And we do have standardized tests. People are still graduating from college and not, reading on an 8th grade level. It's not working. And what he's saying is, hey, he's asking the question, how do we get everyone on board? And, making it financially, lucrative to, put the extra effort in is an idea, at least.
First of all, when I say moral, I'm not really concerned with religious morality. I'm concerned with decency and moral human behavior, right? So when I bring up morality, I'm not bringing up any religion at all. Okay.
Well, you're talking ethics.
And I use the word moral because I want to take it away from religion. It's bullshit that religion has grabbed onto that and made it such a religious term, when in reality it's just a matter of course, civility and ethics and decency. So when I say it's moral, the moral thing to do is make it. I'm not referring to moral as far as the Christian thing.
Gotcha.
Got it. Okay. So I just don't think that if we did it, and I'll go with this, since you're taking this step by step. Let's say we did it. And because I would say that we're in a bad place and we did it and it helps, that would be a good thing. Okay. So now, step two, how do you pull it off without creating friction in the society beyond belief?
Well, I don't understand why it would create friction. You either do it or you don't.
You think the people that don't do it are going to settle for the fact that it was their fault? It was the fault of
Yes.
the parent? No, they wouldn't. No. I'm not talking any race here. Stanley, you got me trained. I'm leaving race out of this shit, okay? If I talk to you, it's about an
Well,
idea.
I didn't bring race into
I
it.
know
We're
you did.
just
I
talking
just don't want you to think I am. Okay. I want that established. I get your
Okay.
rules. Okay. I understand what makes okay. I'm saying parents, the parents that don't get that $10,000, especially if they've got 3 kids, you're not gonna miss out on $30,000 without trying to find all kinds of sick ways to get back in on that $30,000. And it's gonna create so much friction that I don't think it could be done. Even if we agreed to do it, I don't think it could be done because there's too many people that would just simply cause too much problems when they didn't get their money.
Okay, well,
Eventually,
then
I
we-
think that'll be a problem in the beginning, but I think eventually everybody going to get on board. I think society has a way of influencing and encouraging greatness, and I think we can get back to that point. But I think this would be a great first step, incentivizing parents to help pull their kids' grades up.
Well, of course it would. I mean, but okay. What I'm just like, look, you guys, hand these parents these parents with 2 kids, 20 grand, and this parents with 2 kids don't get any. And I'm telling you, it's not gonna. If say the amount was less,
They won't necessarily get nothing.
Snake, you got a point. Say in the beginning, it was rough because I think you got a point. After a while, people would catch on. They would say, hey, you know what? This is real. That could happen. So in the beginning, at the very least, how about start out with 2 grand per child? I don't know, to make one family 30,000 and penalize another for 30,000. And there's going to be so many parents that don't meet the standards.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is you don't necessarily have a problem with the incentive. It's how much the incentive is.
That's that in the beginning, yeah. If you want to up the incentive after everybody gets on board and understands it, that wouldn't bother me either. But
Okay. Well, I mean,
$10,000, man.
Okay, well, let's take it back to 2,000, which is definitely more reasonable and affordable. Basically, what I'm asking is the idea is good. The only problem is the
implementation.
Cost.
I would think the idea is good if we admit as a society that we're in this bad of a place.
Okay.
If we don't ever get to the place where we start admitting why we're doing this stuff, it's just people are going to get spoiled like they're entitled.
Well, what did you think of Vivek Ramaswamy's comment?
I'm not sure. You'd have to quote him. I'll tell you. I don't listen to them guys.
Hold on one sec. It was a tweet that he made. Hold on one sec. I think it was last Sunday or Saturday. Let me find it here. I know I have it. Because I agreed with him. It's probably the only thing I've ever agreed with Vivek Ramaswamy on.
What is it? You got it?
Yeah, I got it. It's in my Slack, and I got a bunch of stuff, and I got to find that specific. I wonder if I can control F in here. No. Sorry for the delay. Okay, here we go. Damn it. No, this doesn't. Okay. It's not going to let me do a simple search.
What a drag, man. Was it a paragraph or a sentence
No,
quote?
it was a tweet. Essentially, what he said is American culture worships. American culture venerates mediocrity, and the context was this H-1B visa coming fight. Basically, you know, a lot of what people are saying is, you know, the reason we have H-1B visas is because American students aren't cutting it when it comes to science and math, engineering. Here it is. I found it.
Okay.
Let's see, it's up on the screen. Okay, so he says here, the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over, in quotes, Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront truth. And that truth is our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. So those are the first 3 paragraphs, and people are up in arms over that comment.
Well, they shouldn't be, because, you know, if a preacher said that in the pulpit, he'd be correct. So now he says it as an, this is what I'm saying. This is why religion makes me sick, as much as I love to say, praise the Lord. This is what this is about too. This guy's just saying it. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, how do you disagree with that? I mean, there's nothing to disagree with.
Well, I don't see the opinion, but here's a comment from the chat. Redwine65 says Vivek needs to fix India first, then worry about another house. Well, the response to that is Vivek was born in America. He was a valedictorian of his high school and ultimately a Yale law graduate. So his house is America. He was born here. So India isn't his country. It's his background, but it's not his country.
Well, the line he said of back up a little bit of it where it was. Oh, right here. Don't back up. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Not only will they not produce the best engineers, they'll fail eventually. In other words, get real serious. If you're that stupid about the superficial and the material world, you're over before you begin. Right. And that's what we've done. So, I mean, he's not wrong at all. Not in any way, sense, shape, or form. He's not wrong.
Okay, and then the next comment Redwine makes, all of Kamala's illegals should fix their own country first. Well, H-1B visas, number one, are legal. They're visas. And number two, Kamala has nothing to do, H-1B visas have nothing to do with being borders are. So not sure where you're going there. You say, actually, Calvinists founded America. Do you mean America, North America, or do you mean the United States? No, politicians basically founded the United States. The United States wasn't founded as a religious country. So I understand you have your beliefs, Redwine65. I don't happen to share them. So we have nothing to, talk about as to who founded America.
I would say businessmen founded America.
That would be politicians and businessmen.
Well, but I think business is
no.
more.
I'm afraid, Redwine. I don't need to study that more. I'm not going to come around to your belief. Your bel- your
I
what
can't
you're
believe I'm on
doing.
a panel where we
Okay,
actually got a
stop.
situation where
America.
Stanley and Be Brave
Okay,
agree.
Solid
Okay, my bad.
Snake.
What?
Redwine, what you have here is a belief. What I have are facts. Okay. So we'll leave it at that. So anyway, and I, again, as a matter of fact, I have a lot more to say about Vivek's comments. And I'm glad he made them, quite frankly, because it's going to feed back to a point that you've commented on in your earlier shows. But what I'm saying, about tonight's topic is we need a way to incentivize, this reordering of priorities where we go for excellence versus mediocrity. And I think what Arami is suggesting here, it's an idea, and if we can agree on an amount. Several things happen here, and Fred in the chat actually put it very succinctly when he said that the money, since it's not happening, we incentivize parents to work with their kids to achieve these minimum standards. The extra money could mean the difference between someone who is working class or working class poor, could mean the difference between that money allowing a parent to spend more time with the kids. Basically it could also work in reinforcing nuclear families. It lessens financial strain, etc. And we all know that financial issues are a major cause of divorce. So the money would be hopefully well used to maintain families, encourage education, that sort of thing. And again, it's just an idea, probably among many.
Yeah.
So that's basically the whole reason I'm even listening to Irony. I've known about him for years. So, there are a lot of things I agree with him on. There are a lot of things I don't agree with him on, but this happens to be one that I do. And Vivek's point, Be Brave, about American culture venerating mediocrity, that's what goes back to my point that I made actually before the election about, Asian, the Asian culture. And when I say Asian culture, I mean Asian American. If you've ever read Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom, Amy Chua wrote that about Asian and Asian American parenting, where the emphasis and a strong, sometimes cruel emphasis on educational excellence and extracurricular excellence. It's very harshly sometimes reinforced. My comment is that, Black parents, we need to stop. We need to start emulating, some of the Amy Chua style, reinforcing education, sometimes cruelly, just to get the point, just to get our kids to achieve excellence. Now, my flippant comment is that Asians do better statistically than white Americans in income and, some educational achievement, points. My flippant comment, but it was half serious, is Black Americans need to stop, trying to, is someone like Glenn Lowry or Heather McDonald would say, hey, we need to be Western chauvinists. We Black people need to bring their standards up to the highfalutin Western standard. Read the classics, read English, all this stuff. I'm saying, you know what? White culture is second best in America right now. Asian culture is, the high achieving culture. We need to stop trying to be second best, stop trying to be white in essence, and we need to emulate some things that Asians do. So Yeah, it was flippant, but I'm serious. I'm serious that, you know, Black Americans need to raise their kids to Asian standards, Asian American standards, to be specific.
I get you, Stanley. I get you.
Well, no, the comments are directed to comments are directed to be brave for a comment.
Yeah,
we'll get to you next there, Solid Snake.
Yeah, I first of all, the first time I heard you say that they need to emulate Asian culture, I was totally in agreement with you. The way you said it, when the first couple of times you said it, in fact, I got a kick out of it. My point is it's kind of a frightening thing, because even and I still agree. If as a flippant statement, I'm with you. I agree. Yeah. Right now, but my point is there's something magnificent about American culture that maybe
no doubt. I'm not saying throw American culture overboard.
If you would have thrown that in, I wouldn't have jumped on your statement. I wouldn't have. I'd have said, oh, he qualified it with that. This part I agree with. He qualified it with that. So it means the whole thing I kind of in agreement. If you would have said emulate Asian culture, but we know American culture on the earth is the one that we want to end up.
Well, see, I don't care about the world. My focus is.
I was talking about the American culture.
Right, but let me, because I thought I mentioned this, and you know, sometimes I have to qualify over and over. I don't care about the world. I care about American domestic policy. That is what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't profess to be an expert on world economics or world politics. I'm an American domestic policy guy. If Trump hired me tomorrow to be an advisor, I would insist that I be a domestic advisor. I don't do international anything. That's why I don't like. That's why I fuss when people do cultural comparisons. You know, let's compare Indian democracy with the United States democracy. I resist ever making those kinds of comparisons because A, I'm not an expert on India, and B, I don't think a comparison can be made. American culture is prime, but even if it weren't prime, I'm a domestic policy guy. I rarely, if ever, talk about outside American policy. So when I say Asian, automatically tack American at the end of it. So India, I don't know about India. Why would I suggest that, you know, India is going to win? Asians winning are Asian overlords. I mean, in America.
Well, you didn't put
Vivek becoming president. That's what I mean. And I'm not a Vivek fan, so I would never vote for him.
Yeah.
But I never talk about anything outside of America, or rarely, if I ever do. So that's the qualifier, and maybe that's where the misunderstanding was. I'm talking America, always America.
Like I said, you said that, and you didn't add anything to it. You feel you didn't need to, and me, I'm in my opinion, it was very necessary to add that into a statement that you hope Asians win. You would have
your point is well noted. I'm not disagreeing with your point.
Well, I
just figure. Hold on a second, Solid Snake. I just figure everybody who knows me in these spaces knows that I'm a domestic guy. I never, if I forget to qualify, as I often do, just automatically know I'm talking about America.
Well, I didn't know that, Stanley. I don't know you quite that well. And if you would have made a full statement of saying, of complimenting the American culture along with that statement, I wouldn't have lifted the quote, buddy, because it's just the quote stand on its own. I am a person that compares the world, Stanley. You're not. You don't want to. I think it's absolutely necessary to get to our understandings of things. We have to look around the world now because things are so different and we're so vastly superior in our living standard, not by our own efforts, but by the gifts that have been coming our way by who knows who. But the point is we're just you can't leave out the difference in the countries now. You can't do it. They're too different. There's too much misery in so much of the world that there's just something to behold about what the hell we're fortunate to be a part of here. But yeah,
Well,
it was just a matter of I just feel the statement needed to be thrown in on top of, and you didn't, and I didn't. I don't know you how passionate you are about appreciating America. Your statement didn't imply that much, so I just lifted the quote, buddy. I mean,
well, that's fine. I mean, no hard feelings. I'm just,
I got you. There's no hard
going forward.
I'm having fun. I'm having fun, dude.
Right. Well, keep doing what you're doing. I'm not mad at it.
Oh,
But,
I think I'm doing it in a very civil way, and I'm giving you all the credit in the world, man.
right. But I mean, just now, your point about American
My
culture.
channel's the Stanley channel right now. Go ahead.
My point, the point that American culture, we take educational standards, from an Asian American perspective. Okay, but I've always said and also said that I don't fear China at all, or I don't fear it to the extent that a lot of people in this space do, because China may have more engineers, et cetera, et cetera. The one thing they don't have, and the one thing America has always been a standout in, is creativity. Okay, we don't stick to rules. We don't take everything out of a book. Our creativity is what makes us the standout. Okay, we know what 2 + 2 is, but you know what? Every now and again, we'll figure out a way to make it 5. We have done that for better than 200, roughly 250 years. So, if we get our education up to where it needs to be, or educational achievement up to where it needs to be, I have no doubt we'll maintain, being dominant in the world, because we're just simply more creative. And the example I give, in college, I was in Army ROTC. I had an Army ROTC scholarship. I hated the Army. Well, I won't say hate, but I was not an Army guy, once I got into it. And the main reason was everything was out of the FM 22-5 or some field manual. The Navy suited my personality, or I'll call it my Americanness, because half the stuff that happened to me while I was in the Navy, situational or operationally, it wasn't in a book. You had to be able to think on your feet. You had to be able to work out out-of-the-box solutions to out-of-the-box problems. So, I compare, China to the Army. Now, this is very flippant. It is very disrespectful, but it's meant just for, this illustration. Everything out of the book, everything out of an engineering manual. To America, the Navy, hey, you know what? Let it rip. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out on the fly. We'll figure it out, temporarily until we can come up with a better solution. To me, that's America. Okay, we will figure it out. It might be unorthodox, but we will figure it out. So, American culture with maybe an Asian standard component, because Asian American culture is under the umbrella of American culture, just like Black culture, just like, Hispanic culture in the Southwest. It all feeds into an overall American culture. We eat tacos in Boston. Okay, we eat fried chicken in New Mexico. So, American culture is many subcultures. Asian American culture is one of those subcultures. So that's how I view American culture. Black culture feeds into the overall American culture. It is distinct, but it is also a part of American culture. So that's pretty much my cultural, view.
Well, I think that I think Americans, where we're Vivek's statements is very valuable. What he said, we have been trained in America to think of excellence as.
Hey, hold on, be brave. Before you go off, I want to say one thing. To the 28 people in the chat, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. If this is your first time stopping by, please make sure you hit that like button for this monumental occasion at the beginning of 2025. We got Stanley and Be Brave on the panel agreeing. And that is an amazing thing. And for that alone, I think we deserve a subscribe. And if you can, please share with your friends, your family, your loved ones. And if you can, hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. Let's give Stanley his prop. Give him your last $2. If that's all you got, just give him your
God.
last $2. I'm not going to lose, but for this one moment in 2025, this motherfucker earned it. So, hey, shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Let's keep it moving. We got a great morning going today, and everybody just clip this motherfucker. Holla at your boy. Y'all go ahead.
So anyway,
what's up, Dave? David Drencher? What's up? Hold on one sec, please. Brian, you said watch it. Watch what? Did I say something wrong? You're gonna have to tell me.
It was kind of comical.
You're gonna have to tell me what I did because I'm not aware.
Yeah, I got you, Brian. I caught your humor.
What did I do wrong?
You didn't do nothing wrong, man.
Okay. Let me address Innate.
Go ahead.
Now,
and shout out to Ryan in the chat, man. Ryan, join the panel. Oh, my bad.
Hey, Ryan. Irami actually addresses this, and I can't remember exactly what he said. But to that point, let me take a sip of water here. Brian, the Army. Okay, my bad. Hey, let me put it to you this way. I wasn't good enough for the Army. So, it could just be, I didn't belong in the Army. To Innate's point, holding teachers to a higher standard, the problem with that is we would probably have to pay them a lot more. It's probably cheaper just to hold the parents or incentivize the parents and to, through the parents incentivize the children. Because see, you can pay robots to administer standardized tests. This whole point that Irami's making revolves around a standardized test. And the name of this video, and this is not the same video as the other day. It's a new video he put out less than 24 hours ago, but it's on the same topic more or less. Anybody can administer a standardized test. You don't need great teachers. And the name of this video is the case for teaching to the test. Okay, you don't need super great teachers to teach a test. So that's how he's getting around the holding the teachers to a higher standard part. I would prefer to have great inspirational teachers, but you don't have to have that to teach a test.
Not at all. Not at all. This whole thing about teachers in America is a pile of bullshit. It's what the parents do at home, or what the child.
We need to be incentivized.
Anyway, I just want to say right quick on Vivek's comment. It was a good thing to say because in America we have not. The reason I agree with the Asian statement at this time, that part of it, is because Americans need to catch up that things are getting more complicated. You're not going to be educated to run a machine in a union shop anymore. There's a lot of things going on, and we're not keeping up with that. So so when you say blacks need to emulate Asian culture, I agree with that part of your statement. I'd say go with Asian culture over American culture with that part of the statement.
Ryan,
we need to, and that means we need to look at getting our status back as us being the ones that we want to emulate on all fronts. Go ahead.
Well, no, Brian asked about the bar mitzvah point, and you know what? I need to go back and find the specific comment on your. In Britain, our national dish probably is tikka masala. Yep. Which, by the way, Kelvin, I can make from scratch. Yeah, let's see. Who are you talking about, Lupin? Okay, let me go back and find this point for Ryan.
Well, because
I
schools
think he's talking about
and or find a
There's a I know in the title he mentions it. Hold on one sec. I know he talked about it, but I thought it was a different video. So you guys go ahead and talk amongst yourself. Bar mitzvah equals paying kids to learn the test. I guess you get money when you have your bar mitzvah. So I guess he's comparing, making, hitting a standardized test point. What's the word of the phrase I'm thinking of? When you hit a milestone, bar mitzvah is a milestone. I think that's what he's getting at. Educational, meeting an educational standard is a milestone, and you're paying the parents for it. He emphasized that, we're not, how, sometimes parents will give a kid $5 for an A. He's making sure that the parents are the ones that are incentivized. And one other point I wanted to make, to Nate's point about teachers, having better teachers. I emphasize this a lot, the parenting, the poor parenting, the bringing parenting up to, I think the driver, I think schools are there to educate students. Parents are there to motivate the students to want to go to school and get educated. Okay, the schools shouldn't be the ones doing the impetus building and the motivation and all that.
Or working the magic.
Mm-hmm.
The schools cannot be supposed to work magic.
Hold on. Before we go any further along in the conversation, I want to try to pull it back to what B. Brave was saying about the income discrepancies as far as the rewards or whatever. Like, in my opinion, I think it's going to be a multifaceted type deal. In my opinion, I believe that, yeah, you can have one child, but we're going to leverage these incentives towards the ability of that child, and his productiveness within the system. And what I think we fail to realize is that a lot of people now are being incentivized to just have kids and not necessarily produce productive future members of society. And I think that's where we can, as a society, come down with stipulations, rewards, penalties, so forth. It almost be like HUD, but for the children, say it like that. But it'll be a penalization as far as just having so many kids and not having so many of them being productive. I mean, we're gonna have to leverage out the system. But once again, we're living in a capitalist society, and I think in this capitalist society, I think is disenfranchising for a parent to have 5 kids, receive more funds as per a family that only decided to have just one child, and he has to go to school and struggle. And if he did have to struggle, it's only because he's being outnumbered and bullied. And I think that would lower the birth rate amongst the less desirables. Say it like that. I think we create an incentive to where we will create a better product of an American citizen through this program than we would our current path we going right now as far as just incentivizing just having heads to fill up a public school system in a certain area.
How long do you think it would be till they water down the test to make sure nobody failed because of the money that's
Well,
being paid?
the ship has sailed. There's no choice but to reward parents. And right now,
I know. I was just wondering, how long do you guys think it would be until they lowered the test standards to make sure?
No, that's what
that
I'm
has
saying.
to
In
be-
a competitive atmosphere, the standards will not be lowered. That's just like basketball. We're not going to say, hey, you can just run up the basketball with the court and just pass it to whoever you want. You're going to have to bounce the ball. You're going to have to go through.
Well,
You know,
unfortunately,
it's not going
that's
to be as
how-
simple as, you know, yeah.
But they should. If you have 5 kids and all 5 kids are passing tests, crushing the tests, and doing very well, they're going to be citizens that are, you know, if they're killing the tests, then what's the difference? You're going to have good citizens.
Irony, hold on, everybody. Irony addresses that point. The test should be it doesn't have to be like a super high, you know, standard test. He's talking minimum requirements.
Right. And I think they would go even more minimum would be the shame.
Well, you know, that's a risk. You know, you can't control, you know, those who want to, you know, take it to the ground, I guess.
I guess you could say, to make this logical, you would say universal basic income, and it's going to be tied to your children's performance in school.
Yeah, but universal basic income. Okay, so I see what. Okay, yeah, you put that in.
See that? Yeah, that's a damn. I didn't even think of that one.
Yeah, I mean, if
we
you're
already kind of have it. We already have it somewhat.
Yes, we do. But
you can't drag the bottom.
Yeah.
So,
guys, I want to address some Red Wine 65 points in the chat.
Red Wine 65 join the panel at this point.
And I can't even
don't
remember
block
what
me,
they
man.
were
I
now.
ain't got eclectic on my stream no more. The eclectic don't block me.
Okay, Red Wine right here. As far as self-government and limited government, I honestly don't think those are utopian.
Thank you. Get him, Stanley.
Okay, because the problem is everybody has different standards. Everybody has different motivations. Everybody has their own idea of what self-government and limited government are. It can't be standardized without actually imposing authoritarianism. See, that's the problem. Both the left and the right, to get what they absolutely want, would have to be authoritarian to herd the cats. So both extremes, in my that's why I'm more of a centrist. I think both extremes are dangerous.
I agree with that.
That's my point, about self-government and limited government. Let's see. Self-government is the result of sanctification. Don't agree with that. Product of justification. Don't agree with that. So that's basically the crux of my response. Self-government, utopian. Limited government, utopian. Now you do want to limit government. You want to take it down as small as it can, practicably be. But, the perfect limited government that everybody agrees with, not going to happen, especially in America.
And that's what they're talking about, Stanley, when they say limited government. As you say, make it practical. They're not thinking that. They're thinking goofy ass, stupid shit to the bone. When somebody says limited government and self-government, I say, you poor bastard, you're delusional. I feel sorry for them. It's so ridiculous.
Right. And long ago, Ryan, you were there when I went on that long diatribe of meeting people where they are. That's essentially what IRME is doing with this, subsidizing minimum standards. Okay. Meeting people where they are is just admitting that the educational system isn't working.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think Yarami made that clear, though, did he? Did he make it clear that we're in a very horrible place to begin with?
Well, it's
I think you just come with this out of nowhere, like, hey, let's do this. If,
right.
Everyone
Well,
knows
let me
this.
let
It's
me move,
self-evident.
like you're
let me
saying, Stanley.
let
It's
me
self-evident.
touch something. Let me touch something, but I don't want to get into it until I understand it better. I have a buddy who's an economist out in the Bay Area. He is Indian. He's a Berkeley graduate, economist. I got to talking to him about H-1B visas because, you know, I think he's first generation Indian, and he knows a lot. He has a bunch of friends out in Silicon Valley because he lives there. And he made me aware that this H-1B issue, it's not a simple immigration problem.
It's economic.
Well, it's economic to a degree I didn't realize, and it's the framing. Microsoft, Apple, Cisco Systems, these are not American companies anymore. They're global. And because they're global, the expertise that we need, say in AI, not all the experts live in America. There are
because
some.
we outsourced them back
Hold
in
on
the
one
90s.
second, Solid Snake. The problem is the best AI person might not be American. We need that person to come to America to help us out achieve like the best AI possible. To do that, we're going to have to issue an H-1B or, you know, something, you know, there's several different types of visas that bring experts over here, but we're going to have them here if we want to be the best. So we can't do
I got
away.
to push back on
We-
that, Stanley. I
I
got to push
need
back on
you
that one.
to hold your question to the end. We can't just get rid of H-1B visas and close the border. If
We'd
we
be
do
stupid
that,
to.
if we do
But
that,
why-
we will.
I'm not
If
saying
we
that
do
we
that,
stupid to.
if we do that, we will suffer economically because we won't have.
I don't believe so.
God damn it, Solid Snake! We won't have the best if we close the border.
So Stanley, can I add after Solid Snake? Can I add to this because I'm going to
No.
stay on track with it.
Go ahead.
I mean, this is what I said about a week ago when this came up. This is the H-1B program we want, and we want to take the best in the world for all industries and basically brain drain the world, bring them here.
You know
But
what? Well, the thing is you may not keep them here, but you know what, Ryan, I'm going to have to admit, I did not understand what you meant until I talked to my buddy, and he just
it's
kind
okay.
of broke it down.
It's all good.
But you're
But
right.
we
We can't get rid of it.
But what is happening is, so we are doing that, but then we also, certain companies, and the funny thing is this stupid MAGA fight, it's just the idiots in MAGA don't understand that one thing these tech companies are doing is they're taking the best in the world, and then they're also saying, oh, we need H-1B visas for call centers, which we don't. So it's both arguments are the same, like both things are happening. It's being exploited, but also it's totally necessary because India's got some geniuses and we want them.
That's
and
what
so does friggin' South Africa, and so does Argentina and Brazil. And I mean, if we get the best 3% of all the smart people, we do better. So
Right.
So anyway,
So that's what I was going to say also, right quick. It's just being over. It's being, and you said the word, Stanley, exploited. Stop the exploitation, bring in the brains, and then stop with the brains, and because we can fill a lot of these positions without bringing in other people, but certainly bring in the brains and investigate what's going on past bringing in the brains. I think there needs to be a commission to look.
Your son is the
Well,
hope.
you're gonna have to do both. You can't do without having, the bringing in the brains from around the world. You can't have the best in IT without them.
Yeah, I agree. That's why you bring in the best and then look into the rest.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I get it, guys. I get it. But my point is, we already have the brainiacs. The brainiacs that left here educated those societies. No, listen.
No,
we had
I will
brains
not
that went
listen.
overseas to educate those societies.
Your premise
So why
is
not
flawed.
tap back into those,
Your
incentivize those
premise,
that left the country,
your
bring those
premise
back.
is,
We
God
got
damn it,
the
dude,
greatest
your
brain.
premise is fucked up.
Why would you
Here's the
automatically
other,
believe that India
here
has the
is
best
the
brains
other
when they
part.
can't even fix their own
Here
damn problems?
is
Come on,
the,
they not
here,
incentivizing their greatest.
here's the part that,
You
here's
missed
the
the part where
part,
you said bring them in from all over the world, Stanley.
right, but here
Yeah.
is the rub. Here's the rub. There are Americans that are doing the reverse in China. Okay. Some of our best are in China working for Microsoft or whatever, you know, we think is an American company. Some of our brains are doing, you know, China and India. The other thing I found out is Microsoft, for instance, there's possibly more Microsoft employees working in India than there are in America. So you start fucking around with the HB1 system, Microsoft can move to India. So we could lose Microsoft in my scenario. It's not, you know, I'm making it up, but it's not as easy as gathering everybody here. Microsoft doesn't have to stay here.
Yeah, they don't.
I'm just saying, let's bring our smart ones back. And
Our smart ones may not want to come back. If you're making $500,000 a year in China and you like your job, why the fuck would you come back?
everybody else is intelligent.
This motherfucker. See, this is what fucking pisses me off. Once these y'all just let him go. I'm Lupin. Hey, how you doing, man? But this is just what frustrates me. I can't rein this guy in.
I'm excellent. I don't know how you do it.
Pretty good.
Hi, Lupin.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Hey, sir. Hey, Stanley, can I add to that? Or
yeah, go ahead.
There's another component to this, right? So you got the H-1B situation. So you might have all this talent sitting in India, right? And you also have these companies, and I mean all of them, that are multinationals. They then say, well, we got this pool of, you know, specialty, like maybe it's, I don't know, software developers or whatever it is. They'll then want to make an argument to shift profits over to that place that's less taxation, right? So like in Ireland, it's only 12% corporate tax. In America, it's 20%. So not only do you have the situation when employees going back and forth with multinationals, but you also got the taxation part where these companies, in their greed, want to also say push the profits over there just because they got a call center over there, right? Oh yeah, we're going to declare all these profits because they're going to pay less taxes. That's the other half of this whole thing that's complicated,
right?
And that MAGA's turned us into, oh, American workers. It's not just about American workers, like, but they're thinking so low level that they don't get it. You know, we don't want Indians to do American jobs. Okay, that's part of it. And you also have the exploitation end of it. And then you got the fact that we don't have people like the top 1% of Indians, you know, with their tech abilities, we want them, right? So you got the taxation part and this part, right?
But let me add to your point. If we want the best, say, in XYZ technology, and he's not American or she's not American, we don't want them staying in India to fix India. We want them here helping us make money to stay number one in whatever that technology is. So it's not as simple as why can't the smart Indians stay in India? We may want them to make money for us.
Can we ask ourselves a serious question while we going down this rabbit hole? At what point
this isn't a rabbit hole.
Hold on. At what point did China or any other foreign country gain access to hack our treasury? See, you create
what the fuck does that have to do with the
allowing
subject?
these H-1B visas in this country.
This
You
drives me
created
crazy.
loopholes in our national security, Stanley. You cannot keep incentivizing America's best interest at heart through
Okay, let me
foreign
ask you
hands.
a question, Solid
Okay, I
Snake.
get it, Stan. You
Solid
want
Snake.
their education.
Okay,
You want their
if,
knowledge.
what,
But at the same
what
time,
if
do you have their loyalty?
what if we brought that smart as hell hacker in China over here?
Yeah, he'll gain all access from our motherfuckers
No, we
at the root.
pay, we give him money to come work for us.
But
Now,
that don't
yeah,
mean he gonna have your loyalty in his best
okay, well,
interest.
should we leave
How
him
you
in
gonna
China?
incentivize his
Should we
loyalty?
leave him in
That's what I'm
China?
trying to get across. That's the point I'm trying to
Okay,
get across to you. It's not
should,
just illegal immigrants. We given H-1B visas all this access to our national security.
that's
And that
a
creates a
small,
loophole, Stan. Come
that
on, y'all
is,
guys cannot be this.
that is of small concern, very small concern compared to staying number one in technology.
We need to.
It's a problem, but it's probably not as big a problem as becoming number two to China.
And as a neighborhood local conspiracy theorist, I say it's no problem at all. These people know what they're doing. We have no threat of countries fighting each other, folks. They can do whatever they want. That's not part of the problem. It's what they're reshaping things that we got to be on the watch for, how they're reshaping things. Nobody knocking somebody out or warring or, over here spying. How the hell with that shit? You think these countries don't know exactly what's going on amongst each other? My God. Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
but be brave. Now, don't you think that's a hell of an assumption that you think
I know.
that
That's
you
why
can.
I said, as the crazy man in the neighborhood, the conspiracy theorist, I'm saying that's just.
Okay, I'm the crazy man in the neighborhood. I'm the conspiracy theorist, and what I'm trying to tell you is right now, you shouldn't be allowing all these people access to all these American citizens' information because somebody on their high horse said, "Hey, he's good enough to be he's good enough to have all this information in his hands." We already exported most of our most important technological advancements over to China already, in Taiwan, in Japan, in North Korea, South Korea, and South America. Do you even know that I had a classmate that graduated. He went and did intern for a company in South America. He was educating people in South America at $200,000 a year. And that was money he could not gain access to in this country.
Anyway, I'm taking away Solid Snake's conspiracy theorist card because he thinks he don't get the part about how all the countries are very.
You just think everything all lovely roses and flowers. You think
it is more than we
think. They just gonna look out for
It
us
is.
all because
Can I
Americans.
interrupt you
Dude,
guys?
they just literally tried to replace us over the past 4 years.
Okay, let me interrupt right quick. Lupin, you joined late.
Hit
You
the
wanted
like
to
button,
talk.
Let's hit that like button, man. We going
Yeah, but I've been listening because I listen all
I
the
might
time.
get ready
A
to
lot
talk
of
in a
times I
minute.
don't
Well,
join.
you were addressing an earlier point. Did you come up to talk about the women in the manosphere?
Oh, I can talk about anything. I just wanted to.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you came up to talk about something specific.
What you think? I want to know what Lupin thinks.
Solid Snake.
I just
wanted to. I'm gonna try and get my friend up here because he knows this H-1B stuff from an Indian point of view. He's
then
an
also-
American citizen. He was born here.
And also-
Okay, he's an American citizen. He was born here, Berkeley graduate, economist, etc. And after talking to him, I pretty much understood Ryan's point. I'm not that wrapped up. I wasn't that much wrapped up with H-1Bs as an immigration issue before I talked to him. I'm less concerned with the immigration aspects. It needs to be controlled. It needs to be. God damn it, Solid Snake. It needs to be revamped, reformed, whatever, but it can't be eliminated without economic impact. And then now my Vivek American culture point, that's a whole nother show, which I will get to one of these days. So y'all take it away, wherever you want to go now.
No, something I just wanted to share sometimes when I have conversations. Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, you're good, Luke.
When I have conversations with some people, it's like when you work in, in certain industries, for one, especially because, like I said, I'm always working technology. I find it very difficult to talk to individuals that are more affiliated with what they call cost centers versus like revenue generation. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like you come off like an intellectual snob, but it's like trying to have a conversation with someone that's like, worked in a factory versus like working a white collar job. It's like you can't really explain and they don't understand. To me, that's the biggest thing that I see, especially with the H-1 visa issue, because these are things that are very necessary to a company's bottom line. And I don't think these folks have an idea of how things are actually done in the real world when it comes to like bottom line, EBITDA, that sort of thing. So that's the only thing I wanted to add.
So I was also going to say, the other thing that occurs with this whole thing, so Microsoft might create, like they might launch a division, let's just say AI, for example, and build all the AI out in India with Indian workers. They'll send Americans there too. But then what they do is they take that division and they integrate that into the whole company. And then Microsoft sells more products. And we all complain about corporations. But what they do is they rake the whole world. They sell this shit to the whole world, right? And they bring all that money back to the United States, to the shareholders and to the tax base, and they give it to the government because they pay a corporate tax. And then, so at the end of the day, they're taxing the Microsoft employees in America. And then we're selling this. I mean, the Europeans are bitching because we sell all these systems to them, right? They're buying all this and then we're taxing it here. And they're going, we want to tax some of it here because we might build something in Europe, like an AI system, for example. I mentioned India, but say it's in Germany, right? The employees might be Germans. They're building it. Microsoft gets all the technology. They sell it back to the Germans, and then they tax it in America. And they're saying, hold on a minute, hold on, this isn't fair. So they want to tax Microsoft there also, right? And Janet Yellen's been negotiating certain things like that. But so my point is, this is very complicated. It's way beyond the scope of the bullshit MAGA back and forth argument with Vivek.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
Can I while you're here, while you're talking, can I get you to address this comment by Red Wine?
Get a red wine.
Okay. All right. Well, there's a 21% corporate tax on all profits levied to U.S. corporations. And then there's been a tax implemented where if they want to offshore profits, there's a tax also that I believe has been implemented. At the end of the day, that's ridiculous. And Red Wine obviously doesn't know what they're talking about. So not to be too critical, but.
Well, to quote Rush Limbaugh, somebody who makes me sick to my stomach, he said 1,000 times over his whole 20 years, corporations do not pay taxes.
Exactly.
They put
it back down to us. They telling you, man. They just increase the cost.
They pass it on to their consumers.
Correct. That was Rush's exact quote. He wanted people to get that in their head. Corporations, his statement was nothing else. Corporations do not pay taxes.
Well, let's put it this way. The consumers in Germany that buy Microsoft products that's true. They do pay a tax there because it's levied by the US government to Microsoft, right? And then it goes to the consumer. The corporation is really the collector of the tax, but they're collecting it from the Germans and from people in fucking Angola, and from people in Australia, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So anyway, but
So actually, companies do make profits. Well, I mean, they wind up somehow or another. It all balances out there because Microsoft's going to wind up paying taxes in Germany, right?
no,
No,
and
no.
and that's why
You're
the
gonna wind up
Europeans are
paying
complaining.
German taxes through the cost of the
Oh,
product.
okay, so actually, so their profits basically going to come from overseas.
Bingo.
No.
And that's why I say U.S.
Gotcha.
corporations
Okay, I got you.
are taking this money, bringing it here, and then our citizens ultimately benefit. Well, I mean, we want to sell all this shit to everybody. So, I mean, like I said, I mean, they're buying Microsoft Office in friggin', you know, in Argentina, right? They're buying it in Australia. So our corporations are raking the world over the coals, and it's great for us.
Okay, can I?
No, it's
I hate
not.
to interrupt you. Let me address Mavid's point here. Mavid, your point here, as far as IQ and level of education, is basically irrelevant to the overall point. It's not the education per se, it's the expertise. Okay, it's not what your the level of education, it's what you're educated in and what you're good at doing. If you're an AI expert in the type of expert we don't have in the United States, and you live in India, we need to issue an H-1B to get you over here so you can benefit, you know, Microsoft or this country indirectly. So level of education and IQ isn't necessarily, you know, major factors in an H-1B sort of decision. I mean, and if I'm wrong, y'all correct me.
No,
It's the expertise.
Well said. I think it's well said.
I mean, they literally have, they're called
We're not producing the experts.
Well, yeah, and we should
Understand what's really going on here. I don't think you guys really understand what's going on here.
We
I
do
think
need
you guys
to
can't see
produce.
past the tip
We
of your
do
nose
need
when
to
you really look
produce
at it.
more experts, but
I'm
let
gonna
me
be
give
honest
you,
with you.
let me give you one example. There's a type of visa. It's not an H-1B. It's an E something or another that applies to Nobel laureates and companies.
Yeah, what's that bring in the geniuses?
Well,
There's a few
yeah,
of them.
it brings in CEOs like
It's like
foreign
an
trade.
E1B. It's like an E1B. I think.
E1B, okay.
Overpaid
Okay, but
executives
what
that
I'm
we
saying,
don't need in this country.
what I'm saying is there are other types of visas that are bringing in Nobel laureates.
And
How,
celebrities
Stanley?
like
How, Stanley? How?
Melania
He
Trump got
literally
in on
just said
But why don't we
E1.
try to know? Why don't we try to nurture?
He literally just said E1B. Okay, if there's a Nobel laureate in physics who is German, and we want him to come and work on an American project to benefit America, that's the reason, that's the how. We issue him an E1B. We can't make him stay here, but we might be able to incentivize him to spend some time and work on the project.
You're like Einstein.
Hey, Stanley, you know something else I just thought about?
What's that,
With
Luke?
these H-1Bs, and it kind of like falls into our pool under immigration, all the fees that they charge, because a lot of folks here in this country don't realize that, you know, on the illegal immigration side, does anyone ever know or figured out where all that money comes from that the federal government collects from all of these fake social security numbers that they're actually pulling taxes out
No.
and taking it from the employers? I mean, where does that money go?
Well, I
no
mean,
one ever
I
knows about
imagine
that.
it comes from illegal
It's just
immigrants.
money laundering.
Yeah, it's
That's all
coming
they
from
do.
illegal
Point
immigrants.
money
That's what I'm saying.
laundering.
They're taking that money
Let me,
out of from the fake social security numbers, and it's
let me
going
tell
somewhere
you a
we don't know.
story, a
They
quick
money
social security,
laundering.
a quick social security number story. Years ago, I was working in upstate South Carolina for Springs Industries. They make the WAM, or they're a textile company. Used to, you know, make WAMs.
Yeah.
So I worked in, I ran a warehouse for him. So we had this Mexican temp worker, I think he was. One day we had ICE or some immigration people come in, do a spot check of social security numbers and all that sort of stuff. Turned out one of our better workers had a fake social security number. So, they deported him. 6 months later, dude is back, different social security number. We had to call him by a different name. 6 months later, back, paying taxes again, hard worker. So
So imagine he's one of like millions that are probably that they're doing that to. So all of that money is going to the federal government. But like I said, I mean, our country makes a lot of money anyway off of these the processing.
Well, it doesn't excuse the being here illegally because in theory he's taking a job from an American.
Absolutely, I agree. No, I was just saying an example where a lot of times people talk about immigration without kind of like really drilling down. It's kind of like they tend to stay on the surface. But there are these other things in the little ecosystem that, it goes off into this, it goes off into that most folks really don't know about it. If they know, they don't mention it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, looks like we've come to a pause here. So this can go anywhere
we ain't
y'all
come
want
to
it
a
to go.
pause. I want to say something.
Oh,
See,
go
this is
ahead.
the problem I have. You globalist, communist economists, y'all just go and look at the most easiest out. Ain't no easy out. You have sat there and nurtured this world. You have nurtured this global economy to the point where we are the weakest link at this point. America is the weakest link. I don't know if you understand
Do you have a
that
job?
point, but I
Do
guess
you work every day?
just
So you're a
don't
part of
get
the
it.
system.
You
If you work every day,
allowing
you work in a
people
store,
at this point
you're a part of
talking
that
about
system.
the greatest education alive people from overseas when it was our blood, sweat, and tears that fought for the education of everybody that went overseas to educate them. And now you're sitting back and you really want to just glaze over the fact that these companies are literally laundering our taxpayer money while they just literally just punt $80 billion back overseas again to a war when you could be incentivizing American citizens to create better children. We're talking about buying land off taxpayer money that's not even finna be Native American born and bred. This is the gaslighting of the century, and this is exactly how this country just lost. If y'all
what land
keep
are you
talking
talking
about
about?
these points at the way y'all
Yeah,
talking,
what line is it?
there is no
Just let him
future
go,
for
I
the
guess.
children we have today. Do you understand that point? It
What
is
land
literally
again?
worse than abortion. It is late-term life abortion. Your child gets 21, he got to compete with some CEO executive offspring for a fucking job at McDonald's.
Like
And
So
all
what?
they doing is
Competition.
basically running over
Okay.
the goddamn AI and the robots.
Let
And
me
we ain't even
uh,
trying to culture that, and we already see that future happening. But we over
let me
here talking about H-1B visas.
okay. Can I address Maven right quick?
Yeah, and I would like to when you're finished, Stanley, also.
I was just going to say, number one, why do we have to prove shit to you? We're not experts.
You
We're
ain't
just
got to prove
basic.
shit to me. It ain't about me. It's about America.
Stay.
Why the fuck you thinking about me? I'm not nothing like you, Stanley. I got me, motherfucker. I don't need nobody else.
Snake.
Hey, calm down, man.
Yeah, why the fuck
Basically,
you think I want you to be impressed?
Solid Snake, I wasn't even addressing you.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted me to be impressed. I don't want to be impressed. Do I look impressive?
Maven, you know what? I understand. I even appreciate the sentiment. Prove it. But you know what? Do the research on your own. It makes perfect sense to me. You cannot believe, dude, the whole point of owning a company is you want the best people that you can afford to come work for you to help you make money. Okay, it's common sense that in a world this size, 9 billion people, that not every top level expert is going to live in the United States. Essentially what you're saying is, hey, because of xenophobia, it's okay to take the second or third best in the world because we don't want to let the best in the world here on a temporary visa to help us make money. Okay, that's not capitalism. That's communism, quite frankly.
No, Stanley, what I see is
No.
I'm
addressing
labor over goddamn 10, 20 million motherfucking dumbass prison inmates from other world countries. Now y'all trying to make it look.
This position is literally anti-capitalist. If you can't let an employer bring in the best he can afford, you're telling them, no, you can't, because the best is a foreigner. That's anti-capitalist. That's anti-American. It's communist. Now take that.
I'd like to address Mavitt also.
Go ahead.
Okay. I kind of agree with Mavitt. I think it needs proven. We need to find out. Well, I'm not saying I agree with Mavitt. I don't think he may be even saying this. I'm just saying this is getting serious enough as we go along, as we evolve, supposedly evolve and not devolve. We need commissions to look into these claims that say that we're not producing certain X amount of people. You can look into that. It's very easily researched on a governmental level, at the national level. This is a commission to look into this claim and settle people's worries. And if it comes out that we didn't, then of course we bring them in. If it comes out that we did, of course we still take advantage of the brains that you guys are speaking of that are phenomenal. But we're not. Nothing's being proven to us as citizens, and that's the problem of it. Because it looks from a distance that probably we're being bullshitted to a degree.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question, and you may be the wrong person to ask this question to, and you'll see why. For the people who voted for Trump and trust Trump to run the country, if Trump comes out and says he's for H-1B visas, why can't you trust the man you elected?
Oh, I don't trust none of them.
No, no. I said you would be the wrong person.
Yeah, I am.
Let me ask Solid Snake if he'll ever shut up to hear the question.
Well, hold on though. Let me finish. You asked me, so I want to answer what you asked, Stanley.
Okay.
Even though I'm not the actually
Go ahead.
That's why I said none of us knows what the hell's going on. Trump's a pile of bullshit. The citizens have every right to can't we look into this? Are we producing the brains or are we being bamboozled? That's a very serious question.
Let me answer
They're not going to do it for us. Meaning that's why I always say we're powerless people. Live your life.
Okay, well, here's the deal, though.
What's that?
I think I could say a priori we're not doing well with education. So we're probably not producing the level of experts we need in the future. And given our recent past with education,
Stanley, I'm gonna say this.
Given our recent past with education, I'd be willing to go a priori that we don't have the experts we need now.
Agreed.
Now that's taking it on faith, and I understand that that's not your way.
Yeah. Well, I just say that why can't the citizens have national we study the damnedest things and spend millions on it, but we can't get a commission to really look into who's graduating with what grades in what areas and how.
Well, who could trust?
We just
would
can't
you-
get that information, though. That's the pile of shit that I'm suspicious of.
Just out of curiosity, why would you trust a commission? And
Well, that's absolutely true.
Hold on. If you could pick the commission, who would you pick?
Citizens, intelligent people that are college educated, obviously. They could be bought off. They could even be threatened. I would hope the stats would speak for themselves. The stats would speak for themselves. X amount of people graduating in these areas, X amount of people. We need X amount of people for industry. And yeah. And so that, thank you very much for proving why I'm a conspiracy theorist. We don't know shit, Stanley.
Okay,
But I'm
well,
saying stats could speak for themselves on this matter.
let me ask Solid Snake a question then. The same question. If Donald Trump says, hey, he's okay with H-1B visas in the program, why can't we trust Trump? Solid Snake.
Who said we can't trust Trump? I said
Okay,
we
I'm
can
asking you.
conversate with Trump. Stanley, unlike your political party you went for, I didn't go with the political party of the Republican.
I don't know why you have to
I only
politicize.
went with the Republican candidate that was willing to listen to the people.
Okay, Jesus Christ. So you're not going to answer the
Nobody
question.
on a
that was your answer?
Democratic plantation
Okay.
that is.
Let's see if we can help him stay on topic. Okay, this has nothing to do with the Democrats. Why can't we trust if Trump, who will be president in 10 days, he was very highly recommended and voted into office. If he's for H-1B visas, why can't we trust him? Solid Snake?
Okay, Stanley, you keep putting me in. You got to stop acting like a kid about these issues. You got to stop acting like a kid. I understand you well affluent, but you literally had to go to somebody that literally work in another country to find out about the economy in this country.
Okay,
Listen, Stanley, I get it.
Let's correct you right there. The kid was born in America. I think he's second generation Indian. Went to UC Berkeley, works in America, in California, in the Bay Area. I've known him for about 5 years. He knows about H-1B visas. He's got friends in Silicon Valley, lives in the area, is way smarter than me and a person I trust. And you know what? Sometimes your friends know how to communicate with you. And I had the time talking on the phone with him about it. It wasn't on YouTube. He knows how I think. So he's not a foreigner. Now, can you answer the question, Solid Snake? Why can't we trust Trump after he endorses H-1B visas in, I guess, the program?
Okay, Stanley, let me talk to you, man. Let me talk to you. You are such a prepubescent child. As far as manhood, I have no respect for you because you keep throwing me in the back of the channel. I guess you're trying to make yourself look good in front of the audience.
No, I'm just trying to get a word in edgewise.
Listen, Stanley. Now, listen, Stanley. I work for visa recipients. I work for them. I'm on a panel with you every day, Stanley. What makes you think you know a guy for 5 years when I've been working for the same people for 20 years? And each and every one of them, guess what they receive, Stanley? Visas. H-1B visas, any goddamn visa is a detriment to American progress as a citizen. Do you understand? Now, density, population density, being Native American.
Okay, can I interrupt you right quick? What it sounds like.
You so-called pro-black, but
Okay,
every goddamn
what it
time I
sounds
listen
like.
to you, you talking
Okay.
about somebody else.
Okay.
Stanley, why the fuck don't
again. I just asked him about Trump, and he's telling me about himself. Quite frankly, it sounds like you don't hate H-1B visas as much as you hate your boss.
Abuse. You know what, Stanley? That is so chicken shit that you constantly put me in the back when I got a rebuttal. That is some bully ass pro-black Negro white wannabe pick me ass shit. No, Stanley. When I have something to say, I have something to say. And what I want to say is, no, I'm not mad at my boss. Who I'm mad at is niggas like you who so-called claim to know every goddamn thing under the sun. But every time you look around, you kissing ass. Because you ain't got no damn ideas. Move your ass to Kennedy.
Solid Snake. You know what? Two things. Number one, you notice I'm not doing it to the other two panelists. And number two,
no, you're doing it to.
Number two, before, can you just answer the question, then editorialize? Can we trust Trump after he has endorsed H-1B visas?
Stanley, up until you can show me the same level of respect that you want your fellow
I'm not
panelists
going to show you the same level of
I'm not
respect.
going to give you a goddamn thing as far as an answer. Stop putting me in the back.
Okay. Oh, no, not going to work that way. Until you show me the same.
Move your ass to China. Move your ass on over to China.
Until you show me the same respect as the other two panelists. See, that respect shit works both
I'm your
ways.
direct opponent right now.
You're not
I'm
my
gonna have
opponent.
to show you the same
Why
fucking
do
level
you
of
have to
respect.
be my opponent?
You coming from the opposite version of the aisle of me. Why the hell should I show you the same respect? Hell,
Dude,
your panelists agreeing with me. What in the hell is wrong with you?
I'm not trying
You
to.
just want to be the biggest dick in the room right now. Fuck you, Stanley.
I'm not even coming at this as a Democrat. I just literally asked you.
No, Stanley, before this panel got full, you sitting up here on this motherfucking YouTube running all over the goddamn place trying to find a topic to talk about of interest. Now that everybody up here of interest, you want to fucking shun me in front of the whole goddamn world like you the biggest dick in the room. Like you can't wait to say, I can shut a nigga down. I can shut a nigga down.
You're about to go into the back
Man,
again.
shut the fuck up.
I asked you a simple question. Just say you don't want to answer it.
Trump came out today and said he is pro H-1B visas. I call his ass a traitor. I call his ass a traitor and a liar. That's what I call him.
So you think Trump is a traitor and a liar?
I still believe he's still a Democrat.
Oh, for God's sake.
I just voted for him because he was the best option, Stanley. I'm not like you. I don't look for everybody to make my mind up. I make my own mind up.
Good for you. I congratulate you. So anyway, apparently we can't trust Trump now that he has come out, more or less in support. I don't even know. It was kind of tepid to me. So anyway, that's pretty much all I had to say. I at some point, maybe even overnight, this coming next show, I'm going to go into the American culture part, because I think even so, the H-1B visa stuff is small potatoes, given the larger American culture point that Ramaswamy's making. So I'm not going to say I understand,
because every H-1B visa means one historical black won't get a goddamn degree.
See, and that's bullshit.
Black won't get a degree.
Bullshit.
At the HBCU.
That is a bullshit point. You want to know why?
That is not a bullshit point. That is very well evidenced by statistics.
Damn it, dude. We don't have a lot of black engineers at that level, so I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
They being
Now,
immigrated into
I'm
the
telling
country.
you right now, Solid Snake, you're starting to annoy me to a point to where I'm just going to kick you off the panel completely. So tread lightly.
I don't care.
Okay, well, if you don't care, then continue
You ain't
this.
showing me no respect. What you
You know
think?
what?
Everybody just supposed to
I'm
be
about to
standing?
show you less. I don't know
You
why you
build
take.
this animosity,
I
Stanley.
don't
You
know
build
why
this
you're taking
animosity.
this so personally.
You build it. With your
What's
arrogant
up,
ass
John?
attitude and your ignorant ass
Hi,
ways.
John.
You're muted, John.
Hey, John.
Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning.
So, John, we've been talking H-1B visas, and to be honest, it's way more complicated, like we talked about last night.
Yeah.
I don't see how we can just, do what a Steve Bannon wants to do and just get rid of it.
Is Steve Bannon talking about getting rid of him?
Huh?
Is that what he's talking about, getting rid of him?
Well, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but he's looking at it as a pure immigration issue. Like, we don't need the programs, basically equating it to a pure immigration issue. It's way more complicated than that. And the thing is when they're talking America first about, say, a Microsoft, well, Microsoft is no longer an American company. It's a global company.
None of them are.
Most of it, right. And most of its sales, quite frankly, America doesn't generate most of its revenue.
Bingo.
The thing is,
Hey, hold on, everybody. We got 32 members in the chat. Hey, everybody, can you please pause, scroll down the chat, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because you might be new here, but me and Stanley do this all the time. All the time.
Do we
but
now?
This is the night show, and, well, this is how we do. We got Be Brave on the panel. We got Ryan on the panel. We got John Galt in the house. HB might come up soon. Just make sure you hit that Cash App, support the StreamYard through Streamlab. Bob Ritz got it in the link. So if y'all can, hey, just show us some love for the work we do at night. It's not really work, because I enjoy whooping Stanley ass all night. And that's the only thing I got looking forward to at the beginning of my day. It's better than coffee. And if y'all enjoy it, I hope this energy drive y'all through the rest of the day. And don't let no motherfucking liberal come tell you how to be a fucking American. Fuck them come. Sorry, John. My bad. I ain't mean to. Anyway, love the show, y'all. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, so I just want to comment on the whole thing real quick. So what'll happen is, if we get rid of all H-1B visas, as is suggested by Steve Bannon, who's a moron, what'll happen is they'll just build the AI in another country. Like, let's say that's the thing they're developing, or the software, or whatever, the car, whatever. They'll build it in another country, and then they'll just bring it here, bring it to Microsoft. They'll just bring it back, integrate it in all their platforms, and sell it to the world. But we won't have the US firewall. And, in other words, they'll just build it in other places, right? They're not going to, it's a multinational. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with here. And that's what has to be understood. If they can just clean up the program, make it actual needed, and, we need these people, and let me prove why. And, not call center employees and shit like that, but like legitimate tech workers or legitimate engineers or whatever it happens to be, then it works. It's a great program. It just got exploited some, and now they should fix it. That's all. It's easy. So it's easy,
I believe if they had to really prove why they needed it to make a good case basis for why we need these people down at the granular level, I think we realize that they really don't need that many of those people. But I think that it's been so muddied, the waters have been so muddied, just like with the immigration, TPS, illegal, undocumented. And I think the same thing is happening with the H-1Bs and is H-2B, old visas. You can't make heads or tails out of it.
Yeah,
More
it's checked for sure.
more than likely, the Congress didn't create this. This was some kind of Rube Goldberg scheme created by the corporations to benefit them. That's what I believe.
Okay, I have a question. Should we understand it? Not, this isn't like 1790.
Well, I guess
where the country was small enough and the government is small enough
right.
that the common man should be able to understand what's going on by reading the local paper.
I think the common man. I think the problem is that the common man really can't define what the issue is.
Exactly, but my question is, should he? I mean, why does Microsoft need to explain something?
Microsoft doesn't need to explain anything, but the Congress members and the people that represent the people need to explain to the people why we need all these different levels of visas to bring in people to work certain jobs. And they need to explain to the people, quite frankly, why we can't fill these jobs with the people that we have. And I think
I can actually explain that. And it's more from a common sense perspective. Like
I don't think you can do it at a very high level here on YouTube. I think you really I think
you actually can.
I think it needs to be explained to people. Why do we need?
Well, let me answer the question with a question.
Yeah.
Do you assume that the best AI person in the world is here in the United States and educated in the United States education system?
Yeah, probably so. Maybe America, Japan, and China somewhere.
Right. And that's exactly my point. You're basically saying there's no guarantee that the best AI super engineer
here's the thing.
Even in the United States.
Here's my caveat, though, Stanley. Right, and I know that there's going to be a lot of different angles you can go with this. If we leave the best Indian developer in India and just cultivate what we have, that Indian developer in India won't be shit because the country can't.
That's not necessarily true. He might work. Microsoft possibly has more employees in India than they do in the United States.
Okay, well, let me rephrase.
It's very possible that super engineer.
I got it. Fair enough. Let me rephrase it. The odds are that super engineer in India would not be able to pull himself up out of that rigid caste system, whatever they got going on over there. Versus America, there is income.
Okay,
you can rise up, and I think that.
But
let me finish. Left to their own devices, I think the Indians left in India would be a detriment to their own country.
Okay, you would be wrong. You're just flat out. There's no way around it.
Well, I think hold on. Let me finish my point. Right, I think we're helping India by removing some of the pressure, by letting some of their people come here and achieve their dreams, because if they were left there in their country, unable to achieve their dreams, many of them would not be able to. Let's be honest. There's some that would do well in India, but the majority of them, there are billions of people there.
I get your point.
Many of them people would be suffering, and they would and they would be left for their.
Your point is like we're talking past each other.
Well, what I'm saying is
because this is a global company. The resources that Microsoft has are just as easily accessible in India as it is in the United States.
Stanley, there is a reason why the Indians are dominating the H-1B visa market. 74%, as we showed you yesterday.
And what would that reason be in a very succinct manner?
Those people want to get the hell up out of that hellhole.
Okay, wrong.
Okay, fair enough. I've never been, so you could be right. But from what I've read,
could just as easily be that America doesn't train those kinds of engineers in enough numbers or a number that Microsoft needs. A lot of the reason these H-1B visas exist is their stopgap. Okay, if America's only producing 100 of one type of engineer and Microsoft needs 200, well, they got to get those extra 100 from somewhere. It's not as simple as Indians' desire to be here. Hell, they could. How do you explain the hotel business? There are literally this xenophobic sort of idea of why Indians come up here falls short.
Yeah. I mean, well, it remains to be seen what we'll see, right? You know,
John, I agree with you. We're not being privy to the information that's needed to make any real decisions on this. We don't know. They're not telling us shit about really what the circumstance is, who's needed, who isn't, what's needed, what isn't.
well, what I can say, Brave. I worked in software environments.
Yeah.
Where there were basic as Indian developers here. These motherfuckers were not doing anything extraordinary. They weren't doing any hash keys, cryptography. Just basic writing service calls. Nothing. A motherfucker out of high school could have been.
A good study would bring a lot of that out. That's why I'm saying I don't think we need them as bad as it's said that we need them. I'm in that line. It's a damn shame that we just can't get a study. If we do need them as bad as they say we need them, good God, just show us why. But we're not ever going to get that.
Yeah, and the reason why.
And I'm just going to go back and take. I'm going to say I think we do, and then that's the rub is going to be somebody needs to prove it one way or the other.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think Stanley, not that and I'm looking at some of the comments. I mean, ultimately, you fall down on the side of the corporatocracy that says we need these. You believe what they're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Well, the thing is sometimes
Elon Musk, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and their ilk, the corporatocracy, are telling us we need more H-1B visas.
But
I don't believe you do.
And the sad part is I don't want to believe them. I would never vote for Vivek. I don't believe in his vision of America, et cetera, but I do believe him on the American culture point. And I do believe him on the H-1B visa point.
This is why I disagree with him. I think that I disagree with both of them there, Elon, and I don't know Elon's whole stance, but I've seen what Vivek has to say. And from my experience, I don't think we need more Indian H-1B software developers for what we bring them here for. From what I've seen, we bring them here for. I don't think we need them. That's just my thought. No.
But John, you agree with Vivek that we're not prioritizing what we need to prioritize as far as what, like he says, we're not venerating educated people. We're venerating the jocks. You know that's a problem, right, John?
Okay, guys, can I just explain something real quick?
Well, yeah, hold on, John. Hold on. I want to hear John's quick answer.
I don't know. I think it's more nuanced. They're probably part of that. I can agree with him.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm agreeing.
I don't think it's the sole problem.
It's quite obvious that something's wrong with our priorities. It's as obvious, yeah.
But I think there are a lot of priorities out of whack all over the map. You got basically the misalignment. As Stanley says, people think Microsoft is an American company. It's not, and people need to come to grips with that.
This doesn't just so Stanley's. I side with Stanley on this. Okay. So when a company goes to say we need workers, right, and they do an H-1B visa application, it goes through immigration, and it's not like they go, maybe we need them, maybe we don't. The Department of Labor gets the information. They know whether or not, hey, we're short, and these workers are not. They look at stuff like wage increases or decreases, inflationary information about wages. If people are getting more and more money, it means there's a worker shortage typically. It then goes to they have, I was saying this the other day, they have USCIS, which is like they look at Center for Strategic Immigration Studies, And so Department of Labor and the immigration studies people within the government look at this and say, do we need these people or not? They're not just arbitrarily doing it based on the tech company saying we need them. And a lot of these things are, I mean, New York is a huge place that gets H-1B visas, like at accounting firms, right? Because they're doing accounting for companies in Malaysia, right? They're doing accounting for companies in Malaysia. Our big four accounting firms are global. They're doing accounting for Botswana, countries in Botswana, all over the world, right? So it's not just software. There's a lot of industries that are affected by this, and we want the best and brightest. So sadly, we don't have Americans that understand the law in Botswana or other countries. So we bring in people to do it.
When Stanley talks about training, if you need an employee to come and work in Botswana, that's where you probably would be some training. Say, hey, we're working on a project in Botswana, get up to speed on the laws or whatever we're focused on in Botswana.
But the company's not going to pay to train them. He's just going to get Botswanan.
Okay, where you going to find? But how many Botswanan accountants are you going to find? And that's still such a small number.
He's going to hire 30 of them.
Okay,
but Ernst & Young is doing accounting for firms all over the world, right? So they're going to bring it. I mean, that's just an example. I mean, I know they're a big one. A lot of the accounting firms, a lot of the banks are bringing in H-1Bs for different specialties. And I mean, this system works well when they're not exploiting
those same
call
banks
centers and
you
shit.
speak of have big headquarters all over the world. These are not American companies. If you focus on that and say, okay, Citibank is not an American company, they got operations all over the world. Why do they need H-1Bs in America?
So let's say, KPMG is going to audit the Indian government, and the Indian government is paying them to do it.
Focus on Bank of America, right? Citibank.
Okay.
They got offices right there in downtown Manhattan. Why do they need H-1Bs in downtown Manhattan when they got Indian offices and all that? Is there someone in those offices that's an H-1B is doing something that an American cannot do, skillfully just unable to do it?
So let's take Bank of America. Bank of America decides to launch a division
What's
in
the
India.
relevance of having an H-1B visa when we having an educational economic deficit in this country?
Wait, hold on.
Why are we not trying to improve that? How can being inviting H-1B visas to this country be sufficient for us as an American culture?
Snake. We can't have these we can't have these fucking run-on sentences this morning. We can't have the run-on sentences. But Ryan, what you're saying is that Ryan, what you're saying is that if the Bank of America wanted to do some Indian,
let's say they want to loan money.
If they want to loan money in it, they probably would
to India. Indian companies, they want to finance 1,000 Indian companies.
They would staff up their Indian office where Bank of America has headquarters and have some type of Bank of America India offshoot. That's what they would do. They wouldn't need America.
They could do that, or if they don't want to get an office there, they just maybe they handle all their actuarial stuff in New York, right? All the risk assessment unit is in New York, right? So hey, we need to get 13 Indians back here as actuaries to assess these companies, or 100 or 1,000, whatever it is, right?
You don't need actuary. You don't need a geography specific actuary. Right? That's just strictly numbers, risk.
Yeah, no, I get that, but why wouldn't you have Indian people with like Indians to assess? I mean, if you get an actuary, I mean, I understand what you're saying. They're looking at numbers, but why wouldn't you get some Indian specific stuff? Indian lawyers you'd want.
Get them in India, because that's where they would be doing much of their work is in India. You don't need
the thing about this thing is that, like, these people aren't becoming citizens. They're just literally coming here on a visa. They can apply for citizenship once they're here forever, right? In 10 years.
Right. I think the fact that they aren't becoming citizens is the boon to the corporate America, because they have these people basically trapped as indentured servant for 8 years or so, while they're stuck on the H-1B. They can't change jobs, things like that.
Yeah, I think the exploitation part's bad, but
the exploitation. If you can't change jobs, you're effectively are enslaved.
That's what some of them done, and you're right about that.
I guarantee you this. if you would, you know what? You know what would be a good compromise? And I just thought about this.
What's that?
Propose that the H-1B visas aren't tied to any particular company. Let's let them float around and change jobs. See how corporate America like that, right?
Yeah, they won't do it. They'll
Like, they
disagree.
don't like that shit because they know they got slaves, right?
Yeah,
They know
I
they got.
agree. I agree.
So if you want to prove the point, my point, let's let it float. Let's let the market float and set its own level by freeing these H-1B employees to change jobs and not be tied to one company, right? Whether the company can hold their presence here in America over the head. Maybe give them 1 year. Say the first year, you own that motherfucker. The H-1B is yours. He can't go nowhere. After the first year, let them float. And you'll see who really is for the H-1B visa program and who's not. The people who benefit from it would be like, hell no, we don't. We want to continue to restrict their freedom of job movement. And that's where you know who's playing the game right there.
How long do H-1B visas last?
8 years. I think it's 8 years.
Three and 4.
I don't know. I did not know that they were not. I thought they could float freely around.
They can't change jobs, man. They can't change jobs.
Well, you actually, they did change it.
Say what?
Ryan, I'll bet you knew that though, didn't you? You knew they could.
No, so they actually are now where, because it's evolved, right? Initially, tech was using it to smash the wages of Americans and Indians, right? But it's now evolved to where you'll have 3 different tech companies putting in an H-1B on the same dude.
Yeah.
Because the Indians, a lot of the people, they've wised up to a degree and said, hold on a minute. I know they're only going to give me 40 grand, but if I try to get an H-1B with Microsoft, Amazon, and Intel, I'm going to get the most money. So there's a lot of duplicates in there too now because they've gotten smart. But
that's funny.
So
that means the corporations suspected what John was going to come up with wisdom he came up with, and they said, we ain't have John doing that fucking thinking. We're going to fucking, all of us are going to get in on the same human being.
As I say,
they're all doing it under their subsidiaries is what it is.
I think all of us would agree here that if we're going to bring those H-1Bs over here, they shouldn't be tied to a company for 7, 8 years where they can't even change jobs. If they're the best and the brightest, don't we need these people to move up in society?
Well,
yet corporate America ties their hand and keep them down doing shit labor.
Can I respond right quick?
Yeah.
I totally agree with that. However, let me float this. We want them to be tied to a company. If they're not U.S. citizens, the company basically sponsors them being here in the first place. I don't want them floating around. I want them to.
Okay, let me pose an alternative then. Why not let another company sponsor them? Say, hey, I'm at IBM as an H-1B. I'm doing really well here, and Microsoft wants to hire me.
Okay.
Can I switch from IBM to Microsoft?
But we're assuming Microsoft is going to take the reins. And now this is a very bad analogy. Please forgive me. But if this person comes and, one company's responsible, making sure they're gainfully employed, et cetera, yeah, I don't have a problem with handing the keys. Maybe that's a better word to this economic engine to another company to take. But they're going to take responsibility. We don't want them floating around. We want them to be tied to something. If they're not
now, at the same time, we're being told that these are the best and the brightest. They don't need to be tied down. They don't need to be babied. But here we want companies to baby them and tie them down and hold them and make sure.
I want to know where they are.
Right, but they're the best and the brightest. Do we really need such a tight leash on the best and the brightest? I don't think so.
Well, if they're not a U.S. citizen, yeah.
Well,
because they have responsibility to the country.
Okay,
they don't have.
And so here's the next.
They don't have the loyalty.
But here's the next thing, Stanley. If you're H-1B, and we're going to go with the notion that you are the best and the brightest, and we brought you here for you the best and the brightest. And so let's say Microsoft hires this person
for a reason.
Right, for a reason to do whatever he does. Let's say he comes in and does cryptography. if you're very good at that, the overall market, the world market, right? Because that's what these people are playing on, is going to be trying to lure that person, right? Now, follow my logic. So that would be quote unquote domestic located companies trying to hire that person, and other global companies. There are other global companies just as big with locations elsewhere. But what we do with the H-1B is say you can't look anywhere else to apply your skill even higher. So if you're working with Microsoft and they're not getting the best out of your skills, and you want to take your skills to a next level, you can't do it. Microsoft can stash you on the bench, more or less, to keep you away from other companies.
Okay, now let me give you a real world example. The guy who's going to be Trump's AI czar came here from, I'm assuming it was Microsoft India. He came here on an L1 something or another. He is now an American. He is now an American citizen and working for Trump. So he was good enough that we wanted him. We kept him. He was loyal enough. He became a U.S. citizen. Now works for President Trump. So there's a real world example.
What it sounds like to me, though, what you're saying, and again, I'm not totally against it. In theory, I think we should be trying to get the best and the brightest.
Yes.
In theory.
And keep them here.
Now, there are going to be levels to it. Someone who's going to be eligible to be the vice president of Microsoft, he's going to be able to get in here very easily. Right? Very easily, right? What I think many people have a problem with is the junior developer at your local power company is the H-1B visa, and now they are able to take advantage of this guy for the next 7 years. He can't change jobs, he can't move up, and he's making a decent salary, taking a decent position. That's where I think the problem is. I don't think anyone has a problem with real elite. If you brought in a nuclear scientist here, not a problem. But those are the people those aren't the people being brought here. The ones here are real basic, from what I've seen, low-level software developers, people that compete with me and other people like me.
Okay, well, one last point.
Everybody's, in my opinion.
I 100%, I do think it needs to be rethought, needs to be reformed, revamped, whatever the term is. I'm not saying this is perfect. There are changes that need to be made to meet your specifications, John. We shouldn't just be bringing some low-level dude. I totally agree with that. But, we need to revamp it. We need to make it work better.
And I think that just the reason that the fact that we have gotten to the point where we're bringing real low wage, low grade people in, kind of shows you how the corporate
100%. We need to revamp it, make it work better for us. I totally agree with that. We shouldn't scrap it, is my point.
Well, remember, guys, they apply for the H-1B visa with the immigration people within the government. It then goes to the Department of Labor to study the wage effects of American workers. The Department of Labor is the people that are saying, okay, hey, we're good with software engineers. It's not going to impact wages. It's not going to it hits Department of Labor. So really, they're the ones that should be going, hey, hold up. They're only giving these people $40,000 a year to come here, and the average wage for an American tech worker is $100,000. This isn't right. The Department of Labor is the one who should be screaming, John. Right?
I've worked in so many government agencies over the years and nonprofits that lobby the government, man. And I know how the game is played, bro.
Well, yeah, I'm
you
not
go you go in some of these government offices in these old government buildings.
Yeah, they're not doing nothing. I get it. But they're the culpable party here.
What I'm saying is
they're the party.
Let's say, you remember Bernie Madoff? Remember him?
Yeah. Yeah, you
ever wonder how the hell he got off with that big ass scandal that he did? They had caught him dead. They had caught him dead to rights. They knew what he was doing. But many of those people who worked at the SEC wanted to be on Wall Street. They wanted to get up out that government job paying $135 and get to Wall Street paying $500,000.
I'm not saying there are no corruptions in the Department of Labor, but it's ultimately falls on them to say yes or no.
So a white shoe executive comes in with a fancy $5,000 suit on. He automatically gets the benefit of the doubt with the Department of Labor, SEC, and they overlook paperwork that may not be, perfectly in accordance with what they're expecting, things like that. Because ultimately, those government employees want to be on the other side of the table of the people they're regulating 9 times out of 10. Because those people make a hell of a lot more money,
Deacon Dave, where did I get it wrong? I'm not sure. I think Dave disagrees with me about keeping them chained to the company there, that brought them here. So just elaborate on that. Dave's too busy to come up. He's a little busy.
I'm telling you, these are multinational companies. They just won't come here. They'll build the shit overseas. The U.S. government won't be able to tax the people, the H-1Bs that are here, right? They'll just build it in India. They'll build it in Ireland. I mean, they're sending shit to Ireland because of the tax haven that it is. They'll just build it overseas.
Some things just have to be built close to the consumer. You know what I'm saying? Some things, you just, like, for instance, an airplane. Like, are you going to build an airplane in India, bring it all the way to America? Maybe, but it'd probably be cheaper to build it in America. Now
we send planes overseas.
Well, now you see India, as an example, pushing Boeing very hard to expand their facilities in India. I don't blame them. Good job for them. But because India's buying a lot of.
Here go what I'm listening. Here go what I hear as an American citizen with a child out here that's still in military fighting age. Here's what I'm getting. Hey, let's send all our kids that's American naturalized and born citizens to go and fight over in all these overseas countries' wars. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the best and brightest from these treasonous ass American companies that started here. Yeah, we're going to allow them to bring in H-1B visas because they so-called educatedly acclimated to the point where we can actually financially use them towards our end goal. But what we're doing, we're just take all the relevant native-born children and we'll just send them off to war to fight some frivolous, unnecessary war.
All right. At the
end of the day, that's what y'all saying. Because you're talking about H-1B visas and you don't know exactly how the system is abused. The system is abused at an astronomical rate. American citizens from jobs.
Snake,
and that's what they're doing.
Snake, we got it. All right. Brave. You heard part of the interview I did yesterday with my mother. Did you hear Snake?
Oh, that was your mother, 74-year-old?
Yeah.
Well, let me say this right quick about the other subject, and right quick, folks. What the shame of all this is we're still not looking into who in the hell's pulling the strings on this planet. That's the shame of all this. We're getting close, but we ain't looking into it because there's things being done that we're never going to get the true picture of. So that's why I always say, until we want to really ask the real questions, let's have fun talking, but let's not get too wrapped up about it. Go ahead, John. What were you saying?
No, I don't think Snake was here. Ryan, you weren't here either. I don't think. You get a chance to hear the interview yesterday. My mother.
I was here.
Who was it with?
Oh, that was my mother.
Man, listen. Let me tell you something, John. Your mom.
Oh no, I heard some of that.
My grandmama got a lot of history in common because everything she said was the exact same story I heard from her. And I'm telling you, our family still roll like that. A lot of people still in these small southern communities, we still roll like that.
Yeah. No, it was interesting. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, it's the truth. It was a breath of fresh air for the panel to hear that because that's exactly how it is.
I'm not sure what happened to Enron. Enron may be on his way back. I hear something. The court case was in the court recently about.
I know that they had a big, like some sort of financial scandal. It was so long ago, I don't really remember.
I had a girlfriend. She was going to go work there for the accounting firm. Was it Ernst & Young? Was it Ernst & Young? Or was it Anderson? No, Anderson? I think it was Anderson.
That's a big four, baby. They make money.
It was Arthur Anderson, I think, at the time. And they had to break the company, well, you know, the whole Enron shit. And so they rescinded her job offer. But I think what it was that companies like Arthur and I forget the other one, maybe McKinsey or something like that, they could combine their accounting and their consulting services in one.
Yeah.
And so they could say, we'll give you a clean accounting bill if you give us a $20 million IT contract on the side. And so that's when you see a lot of those companies broken up. So you saw Accenture, which was part of which may have been part of, I think, Arthur Anderson, but became a joint venture with Arthur Anderson and Microsoft. I think that's what it was. And Ernst & Young broke off their consulting. I think it was Capgemini and all these other companies. Yeah.
John, is there any way you could get an older person, like a 90-year-old, that can still talk and interview them?
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Not the 74 isn't back in history for some info. But oh my goodness, would it be, you know, if you can catch somebody's last leg when they're 90, that 14 years back then was the big difference even.
Yeah.
It'd be very interesting to talk to somebody that's like 90, you know, if you could find one, you know. It would. Because your mother caught the tail end of the crap where it was improving pretty fast. It's not that it was so horrible as your mother said, but it would still be very interesting. And doggone if there was a 90-year-old that you could get a hold of.
It would be interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it just shows you something. More things change, more things stay the same. You know.
Oh, that's right. It does. That's why I always say we complicate things too much in life.
Yeah.
We make it all way too complicated for the protection of our own goddamn perversions, not sexual perversions, just period perversions in life. We complicate shit way too much.
Yeah,
I'm a minimalist. I know what the hell I'm talking about here, folks. I know I'm not impressing anybody with my material gain, but we complicate shit way too much. Way too many headaches that we don't need to take on and shit.
Can I comment on this H-1B thing? Just one last thing. And immigration in general. So, like, I listen to a lot of stuff about geopolitics, international. Like I said, CSIS is a great podcast, Strategic for International Studies. And one thing that's happening, for example, there's the African Congress gathers, every so often. And one of the main topics they discuss is brain drain, because the best and brightest Africans are leaving and going to the United States predominantly and Europe. So South America, those countries, Argentina, Chile, Brazil, blah, 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 they gather and say the same thing. Southeast Asia, they gather and say the same thing. So what the U.S. and its great smart system that has gamed the system by taking these people from throughout the world, what they've done is they've been able to brain drain these places, and I mean for our own advantage, right? And I'm not saying it's good or bad or indifferent because people want to move here, but a lot of places are going, hold on a minute, too many of our smart people are leaving. And that should tell you something about the H-1B and other immigration that's going on. So, I mean, if you look at the damn Olympics, we crush everyone. We got people from all over the place of all different ethnicities, races, religions, etc., and we're winning. We should celebrate that we've set up this. We're not like the Chinese that say we're Chinese. That's it, right? We're everything. So I think that says a lot about the United States.
Ryan, I know you're a good little corporatist, buddy. You do corporatism proud.
He's always.
All right, I'm not kidding. I know you're official version, but I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, you're advancing corporatism both barrels, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not totally against. I mean, people don't understand how they benefit from corporations.
I know you're not totally against it. I'm saying with that what you just said. You would be their hero.
Well,
be saying,
the United States.
In other words, Ryan's leading people into saying There ain't nothing matters but what makes that bottom dollar.
Well, there's 8 billion people in the world,
Yes,
and
there
one in every $4 is the United States. Okay.
Yep.
We're like 4% of the population, and $1 in $4 is a US dollar, right? Our economy's that big. We must be doing something right.
Yeah, the
We
world
must be
economy
doing.
is $100 trillion, and we're about 28 trillion to 30 trillion of it.
I mean,
Well,
we're doing very well.
Probably the world
These people
economy
are smart people that are
probably
looking
by
into
now it's
that are-
110 trillion, but
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. We may not be the exporter. We're still the second largest exporter of goods in the world, right? So we're still doing pretty damn good. And everybody talks about the U.S. and says this and that, and we're pretty smart. Our government's pretty smart. I believe it or not. I mean, I'm not a real big fan of big government, but we're doing a pretty good job. Anyway, I just want to say that. So,
yeah.
But you guys all probably don't agree. Stanley might agree a little bit, but nobody else does, Charlie.
Who do you think, Stanley?
I pretty much agree with Ryan. And, I'm not Mr. Economy. There ought to be limits on capitalism, but what's right is right. If we want to maintain our position, we should reform, the whole system, H-1Bs, E-1Bs, whatever. However, I think if we lead with xenophobia or whatever you want to call it, we're going to come out second best.
This is Ryan's
somewhere between Elon Musk and Steve Bannon, there is a middle that benefits.
That's right.
That benefits with risk management.
I can agree with that, Stanley.
Yeah.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Be right back.
Okay, do
What's up?
you think that we should be incentivizing parents to educate their children at home this is how the conversation really started. So I wanted to get your opinion on the earlier parts of the conversation. We were talking about having incentives, paying the parents to educate their children and making a better student, starting from the house to the home. We'll incentivize them, we'll penalize them at some point, giving infractions against the school system or whatever. But I think this would be a better idea than H-1B visas, me personally. And I think it'll have a greater long-term effect also.
I mean, I think parents are already incentivized to do the best for their children. If they're not already internally incentivized, I don't think the government can help you, to be honest with you.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's a great idea.
Iran, what he's talking about is Irami Frimpong wants to spend wants to pay $20,000 to a parent for the children, to a parent that has a child that comes into kindergarten understanding phonetics, and he wants to pay $10,000 per year after that per student for the student testing at grade level. And my thing about that is like, how are you going to get the people that fail to not become a mob? Because if you're handing out that kind of money to these people that are successful, and you're holding that kind of money away from people that fail, in other words, their kids aren't doing any good, there's a lot of people that are going to not be getting that 20 grand at first and the 10 grand per year for their kids. No, you're going to start mob reactions, man.
Well, you just lower the test standard so low that everybody can pass.
That's what I said, John. That's what they're going to be the results.
That's
the end results. So basically, it does nothing.
You want the government to solve your problem, they'll come up with a Rube Goldberg-like scheme to benefit them more so than anybody else. It's better to do your thing. Better to keep them out of your business, right? You can solve your problem.
If your child can grunt in kindergarten, you get your $20,000.
Yeah. That's what it would turn into.
I get it.
That's what it would
but
turn
I
into,
think it'll
Snake.
be a better. I think it'll be better than that. I think.
Yeah, that's what you think now. That's what you think now. But we've seen all kind of government schemes to help people help. We've seen government schemes in some of these inner cities to tell people not to kill each other. How did that work out?
What incentive did they give to not kill each other?
They say, if you don't kill anybody, we'll give you $1,000 a month. If you pinky swear promise, don't kill anybody, we'll pay you to not kill people.
They actually had programs like that, didn't they, here and there?
Yeah, so you got to probably go a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Go get at the reason why people are killing people, and now you got to pay them to not do it. You got to. How many people you gonna pay to stop killing people, right? Before you just take those people off the street or figure out some other way to deal with them. Your solution would be to just keep paying these people. Right?
Restructure earned income credit. Let's just restructure earned income
See,
credit.
you keep looking for a government solution, right? And every government solution you come up with, some people gain. Someone's going to game and rig this system.
It's not a government solution.
What?
Are we saying that H-1B visas is not a government solution?
And look how that's being gained. And look how that's being gained, right? And that's being
corporate solution. That's a corporate abuse.
right, but it's being blamed on the backs of them. But look how it's being blamed on the backs of Americans not being able to satisfy the corporate desires, right? So they say you can't satisfy my desires, so we're gonna go get us another hoe.
And change the whole culture around. That's why we're doing it.
Yeah, that's what it takes.
It's like I said, this is a pile of shit. When did this issue become burning anyway? Was it with Ramaswamy's statement about Americans not paying attention to priorities in education?
I think Ramaswamy, Stanley's following a little bit closer than I am. I think his statement is so hot because he pointed out the culture.
Right.
But I think the people on the ground, they haven't been able to make heads to tails of why their wages have stagnated. And I think they have now been brought into the fray because some of them, for the first time, maybe are really realizing how much these H-1Bs are impacting the IT market, in particular that I'm familiar with, but I'm sure they're impacting other markets as well. And I think people are just asking questions now.
Well, that's why I say I wish this kind of falls in the lap of conservatives. They get too they involve themselves in too much utopian melodrama, and when something like this comes up that needs to be looked into, nobody's listening to them anymore.
Utopian melodrama. I like that.
Yeah, nobody's listening to them anymore. If they would just have been reasonable about things they've said in 10 different ways about everything, because but no, they gotta involve themselves in that crap, and then now nobody's listening to them. So thank you, conservatives. Thank you for being overreactive to everything and living in your damn dream worlds. You're serving us all very well. The corporate machine is listening to you, but then you got Ryan supporting that machine. There's a lot of Ryan supporting that corporate.
I don't support the machine. I support Americans.
You do. I know, Ryan. It's hard. It hurts your heart, buddy. You a good little loyal corporate dude, buddy. All of your utterances point to corporate might.
Well, humble president says that Vivek has killed his chances for 2028. I don't think Vivek ever had a chance in 2028. There are a lot of Ann Coulters in the country as well.
I don't know, Stanley. I tell you what, things are changing awful fast. Look how close we come. Look how close we come to having a female. I know you like her, Stanley. In my opinion, look how close we came to having a female that was a piece of shit for the president.
Well, I want to see Mrs. J.D. Vance. That way we get a woman and an Asian overlord.
Oh, now you trying to skip the boat now. No, he's right.
I'm sticking to my point about the Asian American overlords.
Oh, he's trying to kiss ass now. Look at him.
Oh, he's not. He's trying to kick me in the shins. Are you crazy? They don't get it, does he, Stanley?
Well, no, this time I'm going to be specific.
Okay. Be specific.
She look good though.
What's funny is people can't quantify how they benefit from this supposed, corporate. Everybody talks about the damn corporations. I'm like,
you can't quantify it. We live like gods. You don't think they're not shining on us?
And that's my point is,
that's
we
my
live so much better in America compared to the damn world. And we're like, the corporations are evil and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? People don't understand what
don't
they gain.
stutter over it, Ryan. Look what they do in third world countries, for God's sakes, man. There's no stuttering needed. Just because they do us good doesn't mean they don't do other of their subsidiaries dirt. All the countries are nothing more than subsidiaries now. What? They just make sure this one runs up and runs for the throne.
And I'm more suspicious of I mean, I don't like large organizations. I think there's just, but we live very well in America because of the idea of the corporation and et cetera, et cetera.
No, Ryan.
How don't we? Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
Not everybody in America lives very well.
Oh yeah, we do. Ain't nobody. Every last one of us live like gods. Every last damn one of us. Snake. Stop.
Listen, you can't walk around in cities in China because of smog, because our EPA wants us to breathe, in America. We protect, look, we do a lot for the citizens of the country. We're not perfect. We could improve, but they do a lot for Americans. We do a lot for the world. If you look at we do it. The United States does a lot of stuff. And our corporations are part of that, shit, more than half the country works for a corporation.
Why do you think somebody says that the corporations are in third world countries raising hell, that discounts the reality that the corporations are also doing very well in other countries? Very fair.
And I'll tell you something else.
The two don't cancel each other out, right? They don't. The same entity is doing two different game plans. That's all.
The minute that anybody has any kind of pension plan with the county, their county fireman, or any kind of 401k or IRA or any retirement plan at all, everyone looks at what is the return each year. Is it am I getting a 3% return, 5%, 10%? How much is it growing? All that shit is based on how profitable these corporations are. If they don't make any money, every single shareholder in your retirement plan, they're going to sell it because it ain't making money for the guy that's going to retire one day. So these companies are making money, and they're overall they're owned by American citizens, and the friggin' Saudis buy into our stock market. The Saudis, other countries have billions of dollars invested because it's profitable, because our companies are smart and they do a good job and they make money. So
Ryan, when it comes to a conspiracy theorist, what you do, your best bet is just say you're a loon. Don't try to because the conspiracy theorist is thinking that you're a loon.
Well,
so
I know because they likely don't know anybody that works for a financial.
No, I know. Yeah, it's always
Ryan, it's in their family.
Ryan,
right?
You think that all conspiracy theorists are some dumb loser, bumbling bum like Be Brave.
I just think they're unread. They don't work for these companies.
There's people in this world that has written on these matters that know way more than you do about global matters. Okay.
Do you know that the United Arab Emirates has multiple citizens invested?
Do you know who George Stiglitz is? He's the guy that wrote a book on George Stiglitz is the guy that wrote a book on regulatory capture by corporations. He says our regulatory department is nothing for the people. It's entirely set by the corporations, determined by the corporations, and controlled by the corporations.
I didn't say we're perfect.
I know. I'm just saying there's people, Ryan, that have written books, volumes of information. You just because some old loser's talking about.
There's a revolving door of government, and I agree with what you're saying.
I'm just saying you don't get to say the conspiracy theorists are all stupid. Not in front of me. You can call me a dumbass, but you ain't not. There's people that I look into the volumes of what they've written. I don't even read them. I don't need to, but I mean these people have researched stuff, Ryan.
Yeah, look. I get regulatory capture, but what I'm saying is overall.
Well,
you have a pretty good system
talk
here.
like you did. You just spoke earlier like the Environmental Protection Agency is some noble organization.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm
No,
glad we
it's
have
not,
one
Ryan.
because
It's
in India
not.
and China they don't, and people walk around in
No,
smog.
that same regulatory process over there is negligent because we're not going to
They don't have it there.
we're not going to export our regulatory process to any other country. And there's a reason who stops that.
Okay, well,
No, I'm just saying, Ryan. That's
I
what I'm
guess.
saying.
I mean, here's my largest
get
point.
going, but I'm just saying there's
Here's
never.
the largest point for you. Okay,
Go ahead.
the corporations that we all hate so much.
No, I don't hate them. I'm a corporate.
Are hiring a shitload of people that get taxed by our
I
government.
don't hate them,
And
folks.
then-
No, stop
and
saying
then-
I hate them, Ryan.
Okay,
I'm
that's
just
fine.
saying
Then. That's
I'm
fine
just
then.
saying
But-
they have the power to do evil. Right now, there's no other game in town.
And Microsoft, the company itself pays about $20 billion a year in taxes. And then the employees, highly paid, make 100 grand, 200 grand, 500 grand. They all pay personal income taxes into the government. Okay. So you're talking about a huge, and like I said, they're selling their systems to the whole friggin' world. All people of all over the world are using this crap, right? And you know, they're using it in China, Russia. I mean, these other places are bitching about it. The Europeans are bitching. They want to tax Microsoft in their own country and they can't.
Ryan,
So,
Ryan,
what I'm saying is, you know, like, and we own the corporations as people that are going to retire one day. I hope everyone invests in their 401k plan because you're an owner at that point of this great system we have. That's all. So
you and I need to have the same agreement that kind of Stanley and I has. Stanley and I ain't going to talk race. You and I don't need to talk conspiracies. It's just we're too far apart, bub.
But that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine.
That's all I'm saying. That's why your long, drawn out explanations are kind of sad. It's like, who are you trying to convince, me or yourself?
Well, I think your Social Security probably should have had some investment in the private sector.
I'm pretty sure there's a whole lot of that going on. I'm pretty damn sure. I'm damn lucky. I've gotten more out of my Social Security.
You would have got a shitload more back if it did.
I know that. You're right. If it didn't, you're right. It doesn't matter. I want the safety net more than I want people to get rich. The Social Security safety net is the most phenomenal thing in the history of the human species.
Even if you got 2% interest on the money, it's better
It
than
doesn't
nothing.
matter. Right? It doesn't matter. Stop it. Stop it. You know, I'm just saying it doesn't matter. Social Security is the most phenomenal program in the history of the human species.
Oh, look at that. Red wine is.
But, however, I got to get going, fellas.
401k
Talk
is
to all
up.
you folks later.
Yeah, look at that. Red wine's 401k's up.
Take it easy,
On
buddy.
average.
Alrighty.
Massive, right? Massive. 350% on Bitcoin and alts. Well, guess what, Red wine? That's great. And a lot of the financial companies now are involved in Bitcoin, which I don't understand. But, you know, everyone's 401k's up because our companies make money and they're smart. So that's reality. IRAs are up, pensions are up, firefighters are going to be able to retire because these companies make money that they're invested in. I don't know why no one gets this shit. I don't know why. Anyway, all right. Sorry. I'm sorry that everyone's upset with my comments. So
Not upset.
I mean, Stanley, you get what I'm saying, I think. I for
do.
some reason, yeah. So, you know.
But I have to agree with Be Brave that, you know, having the Social Security safety net, I don't know that it's the greatest thing since, you know, in history, but I would rather have safety over, you know, the profit.
Yeah, I understand that argument too. I mean, it is an annuity that we're getting. And I mean, look, I'm fearful that if they turn around and put any 1% of the Social Security trust fund in the private sector, it'll just bubble the market.
Well, no, I mean, I'm
money.
not against privatizing 1 or 2%.
I mean, it would bubble the market though. You'd get such a distortion. The share prices would go through the roof. And it would bubble I mean, like if we found out they were going to do that in a month, everybody and their brother would pump as much money in there as they could. Plus, then the Social Security money would hit. You get a huge bubble. I mean, you know, and the basis of the stock market is the profits the company are making. They'd have the price, you know, the price of the share versus what it actually earns would be so distorted. I wonder what it would do. You know, I'm fearful of it. So, you know. But anyway, the Republicans been pushing that for forever. privatization of some of Social Security. So it created a big old bubble, maybe like the housing bubble that Bush did, you know. So anyway. All right, I think I got too technical. Most people are probably bored in the chat and leaving the podcast, and I'm sorry for that.
Well, one, I was going to make one point. If there's the only good thing I'll say about MAGA is that it has dampened conservatives, you know, to the extent that, you know, Trump's probably not going to mess with Social Security because, you know, his base would be against it.
Yeah. I don't think they can for people of that age anyway, really.
Well, yeah, but, you know, my point is that, you know, populism, even if it's faux populism, does temper, you know, the conservative urge to privatize everything.
Well, he wants to forego the taxes on it, like not collect taxes on Social Security, which I'm for that, but not at this point when we got 6 years till it's out of money, right? Like 6 years, the fund is out of money. I'm sorry, 7 years. And if he foregoes the 15% tax on it, guess what? It's going to go out of business in 5 years, right? Like you got to collect the taxes on it. So, I mean, we started doing that in the 80s and they kind of got to keep doing it, you know? So he wants to bankrupt it early for some reason. So, you know, that's a set aside money within the government, essentially. I mean, they've raided it, but it's still like appropriated money that they say it's non-discretionary. In other words, they have to spend it. It's mandatory. They can't, you know what I mean? So
they can't break it.
Yeah, they can't. And it like the military budget is the largest non-discretionary. So the non-discretionary is Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the interest on the debt. And then most other things are discretionary. They can go up or down based on who's in office. So tell me why Elon Musk is upset. Where is Donald Trump? Elon Musk wants to get rid of. Yes, what's Trump? I don't know what you're asking there.
Well, Solid Snake, are you still awake?
Solid Snake's mad at me.
Yes, Stanley, I'm still awake. I'm just listening.
Oh,
Stanley, Solid.
I'm so used to. I'm not used to you listening.
I'm just listening, Stanley. I'm just listening. Because y'all talking good, but, you know, hey, it is what it is.
All right. Well, I don't know where
says they passed the point of no return and they will default on the debt. Well, red wine, that's the first thing I agree with you all day, is have literally just their spending is out of control. It's out of control. And here's a news flash for all you MAGA voters out there. Trump's not going to reverse it because he loves to tax and spend as much as Biden did. And that's the deal. He's not a true conservative. MAGA wants to spend money hand over fist, just like Biden did. And yet he says he's a Republican. I don't understand it. So he did it last time. He wants to do it this time. So he just appointed somebody to the EPA that's not qualified. You look at his cabinet picks. I was blown away by some of Biden's cabinet picks because for the Federal Reserve, he was nominating people, environmentalists with an environmental background that have no financial background. And now Trump's doing the same thing by nominating people to positions that they don't have a background in. It's mind blowing that he would do it. So I'm looking at his cabinet picks and I'm just like, I was critical of Biden for it. Trump's doing it too. So there's just it's all about their agendas, you know? So, I mean, forget, people that actually have training in those fields. Let's just pick who we want. So, it's
well,
depressing.
doesn't that come back to, all of a sudden we distrust experts. That's a hallmark.
It's amazing.
That's a hallmark of MAGA.
Well, here's part of the issue, right? I understand why Obama would pick a person from the banking industry to regulate the Treasury, right? Because they're a super expert in it, right? I understand that. People would say, but and they talk about and the problem is they talk about the revolving door of government, right? But who the hell knows this better than the people inside the industry? So that's one of the issues with this. My problem is when you have people that they're not even from the industry. They're just a ideologue. Like when you put an environmentalist
Like
in
Robert
that.
Kennedy.
Well, there you go. That's a great example. And I thought Trump would go in another direction where he said, somebody really knows this topic of just pick one, trade or, monetary policy, whatever it is. Here's the best guy. If you're for the EPA, you put the best person that knows the environment, that knows all that crap, right? And instead, he's picking somebody that is more just of his agenda. And that's really bad, And I was very critical of Biden for doing it, and now Trump's doing it. So I guess they just only care about their own agendas, sadly. So, but, I will tell you that Biden kept with Jerome Powell that was nominated by Trump, and he kept with Milley, who was nominated by Trump. So we'll see if Trump keeps any of Biden's people. We'll see. He probably won't. He probably, I mean, unless they denied the 2020 election, he'll probably get rid of them. So,
right.
Anyway, I'm a center right kind of old school Pat Toomey conservative. I'm not a MAGA guy. I believe in fiscal responsibility, intelligent immigration. I mean, I'm not MAGA by far. So, conservative, smaller government's good. But Trump's I don't even understand what MAGA's doing. It's like it's half cocked, all of it. So, this is why the best way to have government is to split it. Like the Republicans in Congress and Clinton as the president, split party power is the best 8 years of America, in the past 50. Economy was good, things were getting done, people were having fun. It was just a great 8 years. And we get all Republicans in or all Democrats in, and shit just goes off the rails. So, hey, Chris Reed, sorry, I didn't quite understand what you were saying. Sorry about not taking your question. So I'm trying to understand it. I mean, it's good for America. I don't want him to have all that power. Elon has no power. He's simply has the ability to lobby the government, much like, George Clooney wrote a letter and got rid of Biden. It's a similar situation, in my opinion, except he has a platform that he lost a shitload of money on. So Elon doesn't have a position at this point. He's just using the media, his own, to try to, affect things. But, both sides do that shit, and it's all about who's listening. So, in my opinion, what do you think, Stanley? You with me on that?
I don't know that I'm with you to the extent. I tend to be, again, more center left. I'm not that entrepreneurial, economically oriented. I'm going to be a Pollyanny and think that, capital markets are tools that serve people, not the other way around. And that pretty much says it. Money should never be, the center of the universe.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
And I think people, Americans in general, if you're a billionaire, you're a genius. That's pretty much America.
I think what Chris Reed was asking is, he feels that Elon has an outsized ability to affect government.
And you know what? People voted for Trump anyway. I mean, Elon was literally giving away money. Nominally it was, if you fill out his questionnaire or survey or whatever it was, you were entered into a drawing for $100 million or whatever that number was. We knew what Elon was going to be before the election, and people voted for it anyway. So, I don't want to hear I don't want to hear the bullshit about buyer's remorse. If you voted for Trump, you voted for Elon.
But what I mean is, Elon is affecting government by his, media use.
We knew that was going to happen when we elected Trump.
But did you think that Obama and Clooney had a huge effect on government?
Clooney has nowhere near the influence that Elon does currently.
I mean, they ousted the last president.
That's not even the same animal.
Obama and Clooney ousted Biden. They literally ousted him with the New York Times.
Listen to what I'm saying. Clooney did not have the power that Elon currently has. They never nicknamed a President Clooney.
Yeah, I fully agree. Elon has a far larger influence on government because of Twitter.
So I don't even know why you would make the comparison.
What I'm saying is both parties utilize who they can to affect government. And Obama did by getting Clooney to write the letter. And and Trump loves Elon out there, pitching him, etc.
Right. Well, of course. I mean, politics is going to use, it's pretty much a by any means necessary that's, quote, legal. So we shouldn't be surprised. But I don't think you can compare Clooney and Obama to Elon. Literally, they've called Elon the first buddy. Literally, there's an article, which I could maybe find right quick, where Elon is renting a bungalow or something on the Mar-a-Lago property to be near Trump, before the election.
Yeah, I believe it.
So
it's a little distorted. I think it's distorted for sure.
Well, I don't know that they're lying about Elon having a domicile, a rented domicile on Mar-a-Lago's property.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you exaggerate that. He either does or he doesn't.
Well, I had a very sharp conversation with someone the other day because people think Trump is going to do a million things, and all these candidates overpromise and half deliver, and that's why their approval ratings, the last 10 of them, are end up being very small. And he's got what's he got? 2 extra people in the House, right? And you got the filibuster in the Senate. What's he going to get done? He ain't going to get nothing done.
You know what? He's not going to have excuses. All 3 branches are Republican controlled.
Well, they are, but he still has such small majority. It's just going to be the same as it always is. And if people think he's going to save the day, good luck. We have a very divided. Same thing Biden has. It's hard to get stuff done, man. In inside the Beltway. So it's hard to get stuff done. So. Speaking of that, there's John. I was down in his area yesterday, so hanging out down at the Smithsonian. That was cool. That was pretty good trip. Little construction job down there. So they have a facility. This is off topic, but they have the Smithsonian has this facility that they constructed. It's slightly outside of DC, like off Route 5, and I will tell you what, they're storing the world's artifacts in there. I mean, it's pretty remarkable because, like everything doesn't sit at the Smithsonian. They just, they take stuff in and out of there.
Right.
And, it's something, man. They got these rack systems to follow. I mean, it's amazing,
Did you see Archie Bunker's chair?
No, is it? No, they're still building it. You know, it's $100
It used to
$100
be
million
in the,
building.
it used to be in the American, what is it? The Museum of American Culture, something like that.
It'll probably end up over there. So,
Oh, well, no. Now, this is years and years ago that I was in the Smithsonian, but yeah, they had Archie Bunker's chair.
Well, like if they don't have it on display anymore, they'll put it over in this facility. So,
Right.
and it's secured. I mean, like I said, it's $100 million building that they got. It's a national, you know, they got the guards there. We're not happy I was there at 6 a.m. So, what do you want? What are you doing here? You know, that kind of thing. So, but it's pretty neat. I mean, it's, you know, they must have a lot of stuff because it's a hell of a structure, put it that way. Big precast building. So, but anyway, you know, just a little, you know, I never thought about it, but like, what do they do with all the extra crap that they have when it's not on display? Well, they bring it to this place. And there's one for the art museum too. And I'm thinking that's going to have to be really secure. More secure than where I was yesterday. It's going to have to be really, really secure because you're talking about a lot of money. So, you know, but pretty neat. Something to do on New Year's Eve, I guess. So,
well,
it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, actually. Hold on, what the hell was yesterday? It was 2 days ago. So, but
let's see here. I'm scanning the newspapers.
well, I'm sure it'll be probably this dude, this terrorist guy.
Yeah, well, I went over at the beginning of the shift. I went over both the Cybertruck and the New Orleans attacks.
Is that a Juan Williams article?
Yeah.
Yeah, poor Juan. What's he, about 80 now?
Yeah.
He used to go on his show. What was it, like the 5 or whatever? And
yep,
he's
I
not a
think he
very.
still does.
He's just not a very strong personality. So he's like the lone liberal, and it was just, you know, like they wanted it to appear nonpartisan, right? Like,
Well, it's so weird because he left NPR because he was too conservative for them.
yeah. Well,
As
I
a
mean,
matter of fact, there was a reason he left PBS under a little bit of a cloud for some reason or another. I want to say it was a comment he made, but he was basically too conservative for NPR. And that Fox, basically to spite, you know, the liberals, hired him. And but he's been there forever now. He's been there, what, 20 years? You know, a long time for a liberal. He's been there longer than Alan Combs ever was.
yeah. Well, I think it's telling when Alan Combs was gone from there and they didn't replace him because it was like a point counterpoint show with Hannity
Yes.
and Combs, right? And then they just never replaced them. And I'm like, well, that should sum it up for you that this particular program is super right? Like just a right-wing propaganda piece, right? So anyway, I just think it's funny because poor Juan it's a 4-on-1 and they're just hammering him. And I think CNN's done a pretty good job with setting up Scott Jennings, and Scott Jennings can run his mouth. Like he's not really weak on the show, you know?
Yeah, he's not a shrink violet, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Juan's just soft-spoken. He's not really going to go at you, whereas Scott is probably age too.
Jessica Tarloff, who I actually like at Fox. She's usually on the 5. You know, she'll usually make her points known forcefully.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem with The View, right? Like The View needs to get an actual both sides view. I mean, I think CNN's doing a fairly good job by having Scott Jennings in the midst of it, right? You know, you're hearing both sides pretty well. I think if mainstream media is going to live, they're going to have to do that. It can't be this Fox News bullshit or MSNBC bullshit anymore. I don't think that's working. So, you know, people want to hear all sides of an issue, and the trust in media is gone if you think about it, right? So, anyway.
Well, I have a couple things here. Apparently, Trump plans victory rally at Washington Arena before a day before the inauguration. He definitely knows how to do publicity. Let me play this article if it plays at all.
This news story was written by Meryl Cornfield, AZI Pebera, Sabrina Rodriguez, Mariana Alfaro, and Mariana Sotomayor.
Oh my
Live
goodness.
updates: Trump plans victory rally at Washington Arena day before inauguration. President-elect Donald Trump plans to hold a victory rally at the Capital One Arena in Washington on January 19th, the day before he is sworn in, according to a sign-up page on his inaugural website. Meanwhile, House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, is scrambling to secure enough votes to be re-elected to his position on Friday, when the new Congress convenes. Some Republican House members continue to hold out despite Trump's endorsement of Johnson this week.
So Mike Johnson is, they have to do an election for Speaker of the House, essentially. And there were some Republicans who were going to buck, pissed off at Mike Johnson for passing the continuing resolution in December. But Trump's backed him for Speaker of the House. So I'm guessing he'll win. But on the
Mike Johnson keeps doing things like keeping the government open, and that's just craziness.
Apparently that's a bad thing.
The craziness of paying our debts and stuff is just,
This guy is a guy named Chris Watson. I've actually been on his show a couple times. He is a conservative kind of YouTube personality. His goal in life, because I think he might still be, started work years ago or started college years ago because his goal was to be a public intellectual. So he's a conservative who either finished or is still working on a philosophy undergraduate degree. And he, like I said, I've been on this show a couple times, just to, kibitz back and forth from my perspective, which is not his perspective for sure. But this video he has is called "The Coming Mobocratic Age: A Warning for America." And I haven't listened to it. I want to listen to a little bit of it. Again, he's a conservative. One might even say he's a paleo conservative because he loves quoting the old masters like Edmund Burke, which actually have read Burke and appreciate him. But I'm sure he's going to skew this against the left. But let's see what he has to say. Just a few minutes. If it's not interesting, I'll stop it.
Is the problem of mobocracy. Now, our country is not necessarily alien or unfamiliar with this problem, as I will demonstrate very shortly. But I believe we are entering a mobocratic age where roving mobs, whether they be digital mobs, whether they be physical mobs, whether those mobs be propped up by institutions, or whether those mobs be guided by their own sense of self-righteousness and ideological capture, will be trying to assert and change the political landscape and change the social landscape through force of numbers and through intimidation and through coercion. And I think a lot of people are going to be sucked in by this, are going to be scared by this, just as they have been in the past. So in this video, I'm going to identify the characteristics of mobocracy. I'm going to explain why I believe we are heading into a mobocratic age. And I'm going to provide some simple suggestions on how we could possibly navigate this and emerge much stronger as Americans and also as thinking people. But before we get that, my friends, Hope all of you doing well. I'm Christian Watt. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy political commentary with a philosophical bent, then I must implore you, please like, share, comment, subscribe, do whatever you can, my friends, to ensure our channel, our message, and our overall goal, which is to preserve our country and also to educate people on the nuances of this world, is successful. You can be sure to like, share, comment, subscribe, do whatever you can, my friends. I appreciate it. We are in a new year, and so it's time not necessarily for new kinds of thinking, but new kinds of engaging with the world that will leave us all better off and that will help us escape the dungeon of mediocrity that so much modern discourse tends to shove us in whenever we partake in it. So again, if this seems like a good idea for you guys, then please, again, be sure to support the mission. Now, please enjoy the video. So the reason I think mobocracy is a particularly virulent threat in this new year is because I saw the events that occurred immediately after the election of President Trump. Now, regardless of what you feel about President Trump, that's actually secondary. President Trump himself, as a political figure, over the course of his career, has caused a lot of different political forces to emerge from the shadows and show their true colors, even forces that people believed were right-leaning or conservative. And so this mere act of transparency by osmosis, I call it, caused a lot of different people to reevaluate their views on the political spectrum and also on the political establishment, which has ushered in this new age of sort of dissident populism. So regardless of what you think, this is the age, this is the phenomenon that we're undergoing. A lot of people tend to believe that populism is somehow a bad word or an evil word. I say that populism is neutral until you look at the context, and the context of the populist movement will indeed show if it is good or bad. It'll show its nature. A populist movement that is based in the original principles of the founding generation, that is based on restoring this classic Republican skepticism towards authority, that is based on correcting the abuses of authority and also correcting the excesses of power with the mass veto, which is simply an exercise of the consent of the governed. That kind of populism is actually quite great. Populism in other contexts may not be good, or it may be good, depending on, again, what the conditions of that particular place are. I just wanted to make that note. But there were several reactions that alarmed me more than they normally would have, and immediately got me to think the implications of them should they be followed through. For example, there was a group called the Working Families Party that immediately after the results of the election organized this teleconference call where over 40,000 plus people on YouTube alone were watching it. Now, this call wasn't just broadcast on YouTube. It was also broadcast on other social media platforms. So the 40,000 there, plus the innumerable amount of other people that were watching other platforms, plus the people that were watching it in the replays of it, I have no idea. I can't even calculate how many folks were actively being influenced by this information, but we can indeed assume that it was a very large amount. And on this call, they were discussing the idea of a mass resistance, of taking direct action to resist the Trump era. The title of the call was called Post-Election Mass Call, Making Meaning of the Moment. And the description said, Donald Trump will be returning to the White House. It's up to us to build the movement that will fight for each other. This is not the only call that this particular group had. And this call featured both politicians, it featured activists, and the entire goal of this call was to get people to organize small groups in their own communities that would be focal points for what this group calls resistance. Now, this wasn't covered by pretty much anyone. And I'll play a few clips from the call here just so you can see the kind of tenor and tone of it.
There are literally tens of thousands of you tuning into this live stream, and this call is being sponsored by hundreds of organizations around the country. If Donald Trump and his MAGA loyalists wanted us to come into this next phase of the struggle disoriented and without a plan, the sheer numbers of people here and the mobilizing power it represents says something different.
And we must, in this moment, not back down from waging militant, disruptive organizing campaigns.
This went under the radar. These are far left activists mobilizing, not just with grassroots power, but also with institutional power to try to impact the next 4 years or even longer in this country. Now, let me just make something very clear. There's nothing wrong with protesting authority. There's nothing wrong with voicing your approval or disapproval with whoever is in power at a particular time. These are quintessentially American values, and these are values that you must have if you want to live in a moral society. Having said that, when we look at the premises of leftism, and we look at how leftists typically see direct action, we can look through history, whether it be through Lenin or Stalin, the idea of the propaganda of the deed, which basically encourages violence for the sake of changing things, whether it be vandalism, the idea that property is merely a nuisance in the face of broader goals, and it is rather secondary to human well-being, and it sometimes, in their view, actually erodes human well-being, which is why property rights are so oftentimes attacked as merely being product of this sort of materialistic society, as opposed to being the fulfillment of man's self-ownership and the basis upon which he has legitimacy through which to act in the society. That's what property rights actually are. They are your enabling principle of legitimacy for you to interact with the society. Because if you own a nothing.
Well, all I have to say is pomposity, anyone? Chris is prone to do that. Just a quick little snippet, and I don't know that, I'll force people to suffer through. I'll probably watch the rest of it, on the next show. But because I don't mind his pomposity, but he's already, talking about the left, and these two clips he showed have nothing to do with looting or vandalism or anything like that, but he's already, drawing the lines. I just want to point out that a lot of people in this space, thought that there would be violence after, the election, if Trump won. None of it's come to fruition. And I think that MAGA in particular, besides being drama queens, sometimes I get the impression that they wish for violence just so they can, do the "I told you so." So
why would there be? What you think people in this? You mean conservatives or what's that? You mean conservatives thought there would be violence?
Well, people in this space, and nobody here, very few people here want to call themselves MAGA. Well, I'm not MAGA. There are people who go, well, you're not one of them, by the way, Ryan, but there are people who go, well, I'm not a conservative. Yeah, you are. And you're all MAGA too. If you vote for Trump, you're MAGA. Anyway, I've never understood why, there is a lust for doom and gloom in people that I have, talked to, associated with, or even friends with, who just are constantly talking about how violent the left is, and the instances they want to call on are, the summer of 2020. I'm not going to doubt that there was violence or looting and burning and vandalism and all that stuff, but then there's January 6th, and yes, I will draw those parallels gleefully, because there was damage done and loss of life and injury and all kinds of other things. Both extremes do it. That's the commonality. It's not the left.
Yeah, I agree.
The right does it. It's extremists do it, whether they be left or right. And generally they don't want to compromise is, the problem. Democracy as it stands is a cooperative effort between sides or multiple sides. And
it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Right. I was about to say that Americans seem to be, and I'm going to say especially on the right, they seem to be losing their taste for compromise.
I don't think it's a side. I think it's just Americans in general. And one thing, like when the Trump assassination was shocking to me, because there was
he's still alive. He wasn't assassinated.
Well, no, but the attempt, it was they should have
by
got him.
by a registered Republican.
Okay, but the point is the sentiment was, well, if they only got it. A lot of people on Twitter and other places, which is not really reality, right? But it seemed like the news story left. And then this whole thing with Luigi, who now is a superhero to some. And which, hey, there's problems with our medical industry, no question. But I think gunning down the president of a company because he happens to be the president of a company, when, just so we know, CEOs like will leave a company. Like he could have been working for Nike next week. The same guy, right? The same guy could have been working for Microsoft a year later because he's just running the company. He don't give a shit about healthcare. They just run the company, you know. But they shot this guy down in the street, assassination style. And Luigi, who is a silver spoon-born kid, right, from totally privileged. The CEO of United Healthcare was literally born to a school teacher mom and a cop dad or something, blue collar roots, right? He's gunned down on the street by a inherited wealth, blue blood, right? That went to private school, and Luigi's now of the people. This is delusional. It's thinking Trump is of the people. It's crazy.
Who thinks Trump? Oh wow.
Well, some people think he's a working man's president. I'm like, he ain't a working man, right? Luigi ain't no working man. He's a ideologue, and both sides seem to have less compassion, and it's more like friggin' they want a war.
Well, how is Luigi? Is he a leftist?
He's anti-corporate. He'd be like a Bernie Sanders.
Well, anti-corporate. Guy. Well, MAGA's anti-corporate.
No, this guy's like a Bernie Sanders guy. The predominantly the people that are supporting him are left-leaning, left-wing progressives, right? Like your 26-year-old progressive that's down with the man type of thing, you know? So it seems like, to me, that's where the support is. Like the blue-haired community, you know? Seems to be supporting Luigi.
It used to be that blue hairs were old white ladies.
No. Now they're young white ladies that are crazy that have 15 face piercings. And also other people, Asians, black, just whatever. You know what I'm talking about. You know the people the Bernie Sandersites that are, protesting every 2 days, the progressives. So no reasonable person thinks assassinations in the middle of the friggin' daytime in the city.
Okay, right? And I'm sorry, I lost you after I said it was a registered Republican who made the attempt.
It's not I'm not talking about the guy who did it. I'm talking about the fact that it seems like it was okay that someone tried to kill Trump.
Okay, why do you think it seemed okay? And who would think it's okay?
I felt,
and I do have a response.
I felt that the left, in media and otherwise, was. I mean, it's almost like they thought it was okay that. I mean, several lefties were tweeting out like, well, they should have got him, things like that. And I don't think that's right. Like, I think political violence is really bad.
Okay, and you want this response to be solely attributed to the left, or non-response for that matter.
I mean, the assassination of Trump, I don't think people on the right were happy about it. But a lot of people on the left were happy that people were shooting at a political candidate.
I don't have Twitter, so I don't really, I can't really say, but I saw nothing in the media that convinced me that the left thought it was good or okay.
Yeah, there were, several Hollywood personalities, and maybe someone.
Yeah, well, Hollywood personalities aren't necessarily the media.
Yeah, I know several talk show hosts were joking around about it, and
they joke about a lot of stuff.
So, well, when you say, my personal opinion, is that both sides are now more. There's less empathy, and the rhetoric. Okay, and it seems like political violence or violence in general is becoming more. It's okay if it's a healthcare, if it's a CEO. It's okay if it's a guy running for office, as long as he's not who I like. Seems like there's less people seeing this as a major threat to our way of life here. You know.
Well, here's how I see it, and I see it somehow differently than you do, or somewhat differently. I think it's really more that neither of the two, concrete examples you offer were popular. The CEO dude was not popular, even within his company. Trump is not popular. His negatives are always high. His approval ratings always high. I'm sorry, always low. And, regardless of how people want to spin it, and I think there's more, I'm a little bit more okay with spinning it as a mandate in 2024 than I was in 2020 for sure. It's not so much that Trump won as much as Kamala lost. Trump is still not popular in America. I think America's warmed up to him a little bit more, given, that the Democrats there's some things the Democrats did that, they just lost trust. So, all that said, I think the lukewarm, and it wasn't like, oh, hey, it's great the assassination or the murder happened. It was just, we're not gonna rend our garments to these people who are pretty much unpopular.
I don't know, man. There was a shooter that nicked a candidate, right? I feel like if that was a Democratic candidate, there would have been a committee like the January 6th committee. They'd still be talking about it. It was out of the news in a week. And I just think that's crazy. I felt like it didn't get any coverage.
Well, basically, they're your feelings. I don't share them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, the Steve Scalise shooting wasn't covered that hard, right? In 2017, somebody went to a softball field where Congress was and shot Steve Scalise, like the number 2 guy in the friggin' Senate. It was a couple days of coverage, that's it. And then it was over. So, I don't know. I feel like it didn't get coverage either. So, and they say the right is just, they're all about whipping up violence. I'm like, I see the left is doing the same, because I hear the left saying the right is fascist. They want to usher in an era of, they want to change everything. Democracy is going to be gone, right? A democracy is over if Trump wins. I mean, why wouldn't you shoot at him? He's going to, literally, they call him Hitler. All this craziness. And I'm like, listen, you can hate him. I certainly think it's kind of insulting to Hitler. You know what I mean? Like Hitler was Hitler. You put him up there with Stalin and friggin' Pol Pot and Mao. To bring Trump into that? Come on. It's insulting to these actual brutal dictator killers. Their numbers are way better than Trump's. When Trump has, he's broke the law, but he's certainly not these people. So I guess my point is, they compare him to all these people, and and then the left's running around shooting at the guy. And I'm like, oh, okay, so it's just the right people. January 6th was bad, but you don't think all this shit's bad. I feel like the media covered it terrible. That's all. So.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Oddly enough, I don't see it, that much as a political thing. I think Trump isn't that popular on the right outside of his base.
I would agree with that. So. Certainly by myself.
And quite frankly, Biden, who Tropes just mentioned, Biden wasn't that popular on the left, especially progressives. Well, I showed a video. Let me see, can I find it? I showed a video the other day that pretty much summed it up. And again, it was taken out of context by Be Brave because he didn't actually listen to the whole video. This, by the way, is a friend of mine. Well, kind of like a YouTube friend of mine. I didn't know she even had a morning show, but I was hoping she'd pop up because I haven't talked with her in a while. But okay.
I mean, the funny thing about Biden is, and it kind of makes me laugh. I think his international positions were generally good.
Mm-hmm.
His immigration situation obviously was a complete disaster, but internationally, I thought he did pretty well. The CHIPS Act was awesome. I mean, that was his best single piece of policy. He did spend too much money, and you know, the American Rescue Plan was definitely damaging, but a lot of his other stuff wasn't bad. I mean, this 10-year spending package wasn't bad. I think it was a little too green, but a lot of it's infrastructure and things like that. I mean, overall, he was fairly moderate on certain things, and I like that, you know. And certainly, you know, I mean, he rallied NATO in Europe, which was just, you know, fledgling. I mean, he wasn't terrible, just immigration-wise he was, and also with, you know, he spent too much. But, I mean, everybody, the progressives hate his guts, and I'm like, he didn't do terrible. You know, I mean, he didn't do terrible. So, and by the way, some of Trump's policies and some of the stuff he did, I mean, he made us aware that China has an agenda. I mean, Biden not only kept the tariffs, but increased them. I mean, he put NATO on notice, like, hey guys, you're spending 0.5% of GDP. Our intelligence sources are saying that the Russians are becoming muscular in their diplomacy, and the Chinese, and you got to start spending money. And the Europeans are like, no. So he threatens them. Like he made them aware of that, and in his own way, right, in his you know, bully way. I mean, a lot of Trump's stuff was pretty reasonable. So, but everyone vilifies the other candidate, and that's just what we do now, and it's sad. So, sucks. You know, if somebody's against, if someone tells me every single policy Biden put forth is bad, I look at him and say, you're brainwashed. Right?
Okay.
I have family.
Okay. If anybody says that Biden put forth a policy, I say you're a fucking idiot, because Biden is not capable of creating policy. Biden doesn't even have the mental aptitude of thought at this point.
Okay, well, he signed into law.
Puppet, true and clear. So you can't say Biden put forth policy when I don't even have his full confidence in his mental capabilities, Brian. Come on now.
4 years ago, so 4 years ago and 8 years ago, and you know, the guy's been around for 50 years, right? I mean, do you think the CHIPS Act?
Explain this to me. How did Fetterman sounded damn near as retarded as Biden did during the 2023 the 2024 presidential? Okay, Biden sounded worse than Fetterman did in 2020 when I was accusing Fetterman's wife online. I was all online like, oh, she need to be locked up. That's elder abuse. Okay, here you got Jill Biden with this retarded motherfucker in the White House, knowing he got a nuclear button under his fingertip, and y'all let this man run the goddamn country for 4 fucking years. And you think he created policy? You shitting me.
Can you tell me can you give me 2 of Trump's policies from 2016 to 2020 that you felt were bad policy? He did a poor job.
I tell you 2 of them I thought was extremely exuberant. Shut down the motherfucking border.
No, Trump's bad decisions.
The goddamn border. Let's halt all immigration.
No,
Let's
bad
create
decisions.
A census.
Bad decisions. Not good ones, bad ones.
How is that a bad decision?
I'm asking you, Snake, Can you name me 2 of Trump's really bad decisions or poor policy positions that he took? Because if you can't give me 2, then your brain.
Anytime he sided with the leftist liberals, when he allowed, hold on, wait a minute now, wait a minute. He
Go ahead.
allowed much of Obama's policy as far as the banking industry.
And that's
I
it.
give him
That's
that because
that's
you know what? It's politics. We playing
What I-
politics right now.
my
We
po-
can
my-
have our virtues and
Okay.
values, but it's up on us, the American people. Come on, man.
Look, here's my point. Here's my larger. There's a bigger point, Snake.
That's what it sounds like.
Snake, listen. Here's my bigger point. If you can't identify, a president, whether on the left or right, if you can't identify some poor decisions they made or things that were errors in policy, okay, and you agree 100% with them, you're brainwashed. You're brainwashed. You're brainwashed.
Why
That's
you
all.
gotta use? Come on now, stop it, stop it. It's up on the people of the union. Come on, man.
I know, but it's an
Talking about
individual
a
question.
Constitution that was written by people that probably wasn't even 30 years of age. And
Okay.
here we are, 47 fucking years old, defending 30-year-old ideologies and
I
trying to make
don't
them make
know.
sense in a days and age of artificial intelligence. And then you got a
Well,
retarded president just shipping billions of dollars over to a fucking foreign country.
we send
all
aid.
they goddamn business with our money, but then when it come down to trying to legitimize the American citizen with that same damn money, why we can't put America $80 billion in debt to his damn self instead of worrying about fucking Ukraine and Iran and all that? Come on, man, stop the bullshit.
We send money to countries throughout the world all the time
For what?
for scientific
Do we
research,
need to? It's okay
for
that
scientific
we always
research,
done it.
for all kinds of
Okay,
stuff.
it's okay that my wife cheated on me before and she continually cheat with me with that man. But my point is, why the fuck do I still support it? And sometimes you gotta throw the goddamn dishwater out with the baby. Fuck it. Start over.
I don't think that. I feel like that's not the saying, but I understand what you're saying, Snake. You're saying we got to take care of our own first, and I don't disagree with that. I don't like spending all the money we've spent. And do we have to look at Ukraine? Probably. And Israel? Sure.
Here go what you fail to realize. We didn't spend anything. We have spent everything we have is old. So what we done is we pick that same debt on down to the road to our future children.
I know that.
So
I totally get that
just
part.
compounded on the bullshit that we got compounded upon us throughout the 60s and the 70s with all these foreign legislative policies.
Yeah, I agree that we definitely have, we focus internationally, and when we could be focusing domestically.
Domestically.
All I was saying
And
to
I
you
don't get
was
why is that so damn hard to understand.
we were more or less
I think
talking
we
about
do
how
better that way. We don't even speak their language, but yet and still we want to make sure they eat.
so what I was
But you
trying to
got
say
people that
was
can't speak our language, but we don't want to make sure they eat.
listen, Solid. Me and Stanley were more so talking about how politics is now extremely polarized, and it's the lunatics that have the voice. The far left
Yeah,
and
the
far
ones
right.
that want to sit back and argue about foreign countries that
But
don't speak
most
the language you speak.
most people are in the middle though. Most people are
They can't sweep around
just
your own front door. I mean, that was a
what?
good song. Sweep around your own front door. Don't be trying to sweep around mine.
I think that's a little
damn
bit.
good legislative global policy.
That song was about avoiding one's wife.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. It was about don't come
exactly
around
what
my.
it said.
No, it
Sweep
was around
around
don't come
your
around.
own front door.
It was
Don't
around
be
don't. I
trying
don't
to
want a
sweep
backdoor
around
man.
mine.
I don't want a backdoor man up in here. Yeah, stay away from my front door. You see what I'm saying? That's what that song was about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I don't want a backdoor man up in here.
Man. I don't
Yeah.
want. Exactly. See is universal language.
Yeah, but a backdoor man is a person that's, taking advantage of your old lady.
I thought you were talking about Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot.
Dust My Broom is a song by Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson, 1933 vintage, I think. Dust My Broom.
Well,
break it down.
Let's
break
I
it
wanted
down.
to play this right quick. This is Tech MAGA versus Ethno Nationalist MAGA.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so Stanley, let me ask you this real quick. Do you see how stupid this is? So earlier we're having a conversation where we're looking at the H-1Bs, like the real issue, right? And now they got this idiot shit, Tech MAGA bullshit, Ethno MAGA.
Well, no. This is a guy who's actually the video I want to show you after this. Arami literally, he's a progressive basically. He's saying that the center is the problem in America. Progressives or his type of progressives really need to work with MAGA, because there's some things they agree on, like families, strong families, and some immigration, some things that the progressives and MAGA agree on. So what progressives need to do is embrace MAGA, even if it's at arm's length, because the center, the liberals are basically the biggest impediment to American, America, moving into the future. Oh yeah, but I want to play this. Not all of it.
Cenk Uyghur's also there with this, right? He's been coming over to MAGA too, and I just want to state that my position is it's truly the dumbest and joining with the dumbest. So.
Well, no. The thing is, my opinion is it's classic Marxism. The whole concept of useful idiots. That's essentially what the progressives are doing. Because Arami says it nakedly. Basically once MAGA and the progressives reach their goals, then we kick MAGA to the curb, and hopefully we ascend. So in a way it's pretty cynical. But I want to play this ethno, because it made me laugh when I saw the title, Tech MAGA versus Ethno Nationalist MAGA, and hopefully it pisses some people off in the audience. That would be maximal, because I am thrilled that before Trump even takes office, they're at each other's throats.
America, my name is Amiose Frimpong. Let me tell you, Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk have launched a war against, depending on who you talk to, a war against America in defense of America, right? So we have two different national ideals at war. And this is good because usually these are fought through using Black people as proxies. But since it's about the tech sector, there aren't enough Black people in the tech sector to act as proxies. So it's kind of a mask-off moment between an open war between recent Asian immigrants, the H-1B post-1965 immigration crowd, and the ultra-nationalist, ethnic nationalist white American crowd about what America is, right? So the story we've told ourselves about America is that it's a meritocracy, and the best and brightest in America get to take advantage of America's institutions and then rule over their lessers. And that was a very good argument for everyone except the Black people who were at the beginning of the argument, when this argument was launched and was so persuasive, were so far behind in terms of material access and overdetermined in terms of policing their culture that they couldn't compete. So you got your white ethnic nationalism along with your meritocracy, and use meritocracy as a strategy. And the same way
Why?
depending on who you talk to, Israelis.
Why are you halting my enjoyment?
Hold on. Have you ever tried to get this guy on the channel?
I'll see, can I contact him?
I think I can get him on this channel.
Well, good. You go right ahead.
I'm gonna go start some shit in his chat.
Well, I can tell you right now,
The funky
you're yeah, go right ahead. Knock yourself out. I'm gonna go right ahead and
You know
let's
what, Stanley? Ooh, that'd be a great conversation. You listening to him, but what if your greatest idol become your greatest enemy? Ooh, that'd be
why
so
would he
goddamn-
become my greatest enemy?
Because I don't think y'all see things the same way.
Well, I don't agree with everything he says, but I do agree with this.
I don't think you'll win an argument against him.
I don't really have many arguments with him, but you know what? I fear no one. I fear no one when it comes to making an argument.
Yeah.
Now, he would be a challenge because he is literally a professional philosopher and he knows this stuff better than I do. But, you know, if we disagree on something, like I disagree with working with MAGA, the progressives working with MAGA, because I think progressives, at least at the farther reaches, are extremists.
You guys just got through talking almost 2 hours straight about replacing Americans. Legitimately.
Okay, you know what? You obviously think I'm going to buy into the premise that Americans are being replaced. I don't accept your premise. Whoa, I don't care what you think. See, this is the weirdest thing with people. This is the weirdest thing with people of your ilk. You just assume.
Stanley, be nice, man. Come on.
Well, let me finish my statement.
This is two black men going at it.
Okay, we're not seeing. That is the other problem.
Yeah, he's just being insulting. That's all.
Okay, you think I'm going at it. In this argument, you are not my equal.
Ooh.
You are literally incorrect. You are literally incorrect when you say that Americans are being replaced. That's simply not the case.
Yes, we are.
No, and it's not we.
You can boil a frog starting with cold water, Stanley. I don't give a damn how you think it's being implemented.
Okay, you know what? You know what? Here is the first indicator. Here is the first indicator that we're not equal in this argument. You won't let me finish. You won't. Your premise.
You don't let me finish.
Well, you don't need to finish.
Oh God.
But the bottom line is Americans are not being replaced. They're simply not even there to be replaced.
Why?
And what he's and a good example. Hold on. A good.
Hold on, Stanley. You
Okay.
Right,
see, you're not letting me talk. You're going to throw out a premise that I don't even agree exists.
Why do you want to create more unproductive American citizens?
Okay, you're not letting me get there. You're not ready to ask the question yet. I'm not even there for you to ask the question.
Yeah,
the example,
right where I want you. Stand right where you are, Stanley.
The example, no, you hold on. The example, when I say Americans aren't there to even be replaced, Arami just made the point that blacks aren't in the tech sector enough to even be replaced. We're not there at all.
How do you know that, Stanley? How do you know
for God's sake. All I have to do is Google the demographics of all I have to do.
when it comes down to
You know what?
babies.
You're about to
You
be
just
put
have
in the
low
back.
expectations
You're
of us.
about to be put in the back just for a petty argument that doesn't matter because you're annoying me.
It does, Stanley.
It does not matter.
How can you verify
Let
your
me
argument
explain to
if you
you.
want to go against a guy like this and you want to use a stat he used saying
I
that we don't
literally
have
just
enough
said
members? Maybe
see
you don't have
here,
enough
here,
that can
here,
follow you.
here. Let's cool you. Let's cool this down. I literally said that I agree with most of it. Why are you still assuming I'm going to go up against this guy? Why would I go up against if I agree with what most of what he says is correct? Again, your habit and your ilk's habit of throwing out premises that don't exist to try and pretend that they do exist and make me address them, it doesn't work.
Stanley, what
I don't even
premises
know what
did
your
I have?
argument is. I don't
Hold
plan
on.
on going up against someone that I agree with. However, you asked about replacing Americans. My counter is Americans aren't there to be replaced. My example is African Americans in the tech sector. All I have to do is Google the demographics of what we call the tech sector, the FANG group. I don't even remember what all the letters stand for, but it's Facebook, Amazon, NVIDIA,
Alphabet,
etc.
Netflix, Google, NVIDIA.
Right. All I got to do is Google the demographics, and the number of blacks there will be very small. So my point is, Indians aren't replacing Black Americans because there are no Black Americans in the sector to be worried about.
You know, Asians are out. Asians are
Hey, you know
big.
what? Hey, you lead me to a radical theory that maybe
Americans.
we need to
I
just
don't
sit it
need
all
to lead
down.
you to a radical theory because you're just delaying me
Probably need
playing
to
the
take two
video I
steps
want to
back.
watch.
We need to go back.
All
and
you're
then
doing
forward.
is
That's what we're
delaying.
gonna have
You
to do.
asked me to
That's
stop
what
the
we're gonna
video
do.
for
It's gonna be
comment,
hard. It's gonna be
and
tough.
20 minutes
Learn how to
later,
swing a
we're
hammer.
still
Be the tape
arguing over
measure.
nothing.
No. You ready for something? You don't know what you're getting yourself into.
You know what?
You're trying to run into a burning house. That's what you're doing. You're running into
You know
a
what?
burning house.
Stop quoting Martin Luther King for no reason because it's not relevant.
King. Why do you think just because I said burning house, I got to be talking about?
Oh, for God's sake. You know what? You remind me of a hose on the front lawn that's just laying there, and I turn on the water, you just kind of splatter water everywhere.
H-1B visa scam, running into a burning building.
Anyway, I don't agree with the premise that Americans are being replaced to that extent.
I do.
They're not even there to be replaced. You can't replace what's not there. You can't replace engineers when there are no engineers.
What makes you think we don't have Black African American engineers that's capable of doing the jobs and duties that we require?
Listen to this motherfucker.
Snake.
I literally just said he's talking, dude.
I'm pretty sure of it.
Snake, do you actually think you're making headway here?
Okay, fine.
I didn't
Snake,
say I didn't say there were none. I said they're not enough to worry about.
My God, Stanley.
Okay,
Are
so
you saying there are a lot of African American engineers in the tech sector?
Unemployed, yes, probably homeless.
Unemployed. Yeah, okay. Well, now it's up to you to produce evidence.
Well, I can't because they pretty much got down on left the map, you know. You can't pull numbers on something that don't exist.
I'd say the unemployment rate for American engineers is probably real low. Real low. So
No,
that's
I think it's pretty damn high.
the real issue
It's pretty
is
damn high.
the real issue is they can't command as much money because the quote unquote foreign worker, right?
Well, here's the actual issue. Even if every engineer, even if we had 10,000 engineers waiting to be hired, if the need is 20,000 engineers, we still have a problem. And no one's being replaced.
Yeah.
We
And-
have
and
a
the numbers are so
shortage.
conflated.
We have a shortage. That's one of the reasons that Vivek wrote what he wrote. We
Yes.
may employ every available engineer and still not have enough because we're not, people don't want to be engineers.
Stanley, you really believe that?
Yes.
Yes, it's true. The Department of Labor studies it, and they look at the wages
Dude, I
of these
ain't even
people.
went to college, and I know a lot of engineering. Come on now, stop it. Stop it.
Okay, just because you know a lot of engineers doesn't mean there's enough.
It doesn't mean
God
that we
damn,
ain't
dude. Do you
learning.
understand the
Come on, man.
mechanics?
Y'all ain't got no
Do
faith in
you
your country.
understand the
Or your
mechanics
fellow
of,
countrymen. Come
do
on
you
now. Y'all
understand, dude, you're making me get mean. You're making me get mean, and I really don't want to be.
Yeah, Virgo's popping off. She's popping off now too.
She just doing what a woman do. She just found her king, and she just want everybody to follow the man she follow.
Yeah, just relax,
Everybody
Virgo,
ain't
or
got
come on
time
up.
for that. Hell, he just
Just-
don't settle on opinion, and so probably has she. But at the same time, goddamn,
Okay,
y'all
well, if
can't
we
just sit there
settled,
on
why
y'all
are you
fucking
wasting your
deathbed
breath?
and just say fuck the rest of everybody else?
Fuck the rest of
gonna
everybody
wind up
else.
coming for your nest egg. All right, it's all good. Let's go and let all them H-1B visas in. Fuck 'em. I ain't got no kids
use
out here.
the
I ain't gonna have
Holocaust.
no blood in the streets on mine.
Can you just let me finish this video?
Hey, Stanley, can I help maybe to put some numbers on what he's saying? So listen,
He
Snake.
can look him up
Snake.
himself.
Microsoft has got like 3,000 H-1B visas.
Microsoft ain't the only software developing company also.
They got 140,000, 180,000 workers,
What?
right?
They need competition.
Oh, for
Okay.
fuck's sake. Now you're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not.
You know what? I guess you never knew there was a goalpost there to begin with.
Oh, Microsoft?
What were you going to say, Ryan?
Well, no, they have 100. Microsoft's got like they got 100,000 US workers or more. They probably got more international workers than US. In other words, Microsoft India, Microsoft China, Microsoft England. Microsoft's probably larger in other countries in terms of how many workers are there, right? I mean, the US doesn't have as many people as the whole globe. And we got there's 3,000 to 5,000 H-1B visas for Microsoft at most. I mean, most of these companies will have 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and yet they have 200,000 workers, right? 100,000 in the United States. So it's not like we're bringing in 40,000 workers, one company. So, Amazon. I mean, this is a mass. They're a multi-trillion-dollar company, hundreds of thousand workers. They're bringing in 2,000, 3,000 people. So it's not like they're bringing in half the size
Okay,
of the company.
let's go ahead and Virgo wants to watch the video.
Let's look at something soft like the
Let's
WNBA.
not look at it. Let's watch the video.
Okay, let's look at it. Because you got to look at it.
Okay,
Most
this
women basketball
motherfucker just
players
does
go
not
overseas
understand
because
English.
it's more profitable. Why don't we as Americans invest in American
Okay,
ingenuity?
Solid Snake.
Come on now.
I'm trying not to put you in the back. We want to watch the video. We can comment at the end of the video, and I'm not going to even play the whole thing, I don't think.
You can, because I'm going to probably listen to it anyway. It ain't but 25 minutes.
Well, I'm probably not going to listen to the whole thing. He tends to wander off on tangents at the end.
Wonder, Stanley. He be talking some good shit.
As a strategy, Americans used meritocracy as a strategy to legitimize degrading Black people. And that was effective. And that was effective and popular for everyone except Black people, but we were so far behind it didn't really matter. Until we made that meritocracy, the nation of laws, such a fertile ground for recent immigrants from East Asia and Southeast Asia to then survive and thrive by the rules and the rhetoric of legitimacy of rules that was established in order to suppress Black self-determination. So we made this nation a nation of laws, and Black people did contribute to making this nation a nation of laws through the civil rights movement. So we're a nation of laws. And then people who are very good at winning within the laws moved here and then beat everybody at the laws, right? So I've seen this fight. I'm from California, so I've seen this fight for the last 25 years, except usually they use Black people and Latinos as a proxy, but it's really always been about whites and Asians. And, you know, there are different salvos, different communities face.
Want to make the quick point about Black people need to, you know, kind of look at the parts of Asian American culture that work and imitate, emulate. So that way we don't deal with, you know, if it's whites and Asians are, you know, who we want to emulate. Because they do better. They do better in the meritocracy.
Political clump.
Because they're number one in the meritocracy.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well, but remember, whites and Asians are now grouped in one.
No, they're
one
not.
Thing.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're not part of the Black and Brown coalition.
Whites are doing white flight away from, like, Johns Creek. They're moving away from the Asians because the Asian kids do better than the white kids, and the white kids cry.
I mean, that's one example, but according to Democrats, I can't
No.
I
don't want to make this political. I don't want to make this political.
It's totally political.
It's not political, and not in my argument. This is a culture argument, not a political argument.
I mean, it's literally this guy's a liberal
Asian
progressive.
culture, the Asian culture that Asian Americans kind of, you know, structure their life around does better in the American meritocracy than white culture does.
Okay, well, I think
Black culture needs to emulate more of the things that Asian culture does versus the second best white culture. That's my point.
The approach here is a racial approach where we could just say
it's a racial approach for a non-racial problem.
It's not a racial issue. It's a who the fuck's working hard issue. And the Asians are out working
and
white.
Asian culture,
and therefore
the Asian culture that Asian Americans use as their software, their operating system, is working better in the meritocracy than the quote unquote white software. Blacks need to adopt the Asian software, or at least aspects of the Asian software, to vault up into, you know, more elite positions, I guess, for want of a better term. And we need to emulate the Asians.
Stanley, you're assuming
not so much the whites.
You're assuming the Asians
we need to go for those who we need to emulate those who venerate excellence versus those who venerate mediocrity. This is VVEX. The venerate mediocrity are VVEX words.
You're making it a white, Black, Asian argument when it's simply he's correct, right? He's correct. He's saying, you know, Asian kids.
Well, when I say American culture, we really mean white culture.
Yeah, but okay. Stanley, listen. You're literally saying, well, the whites have this meritocracy and the Asians are doing it, right?
Yes.
But that's saying that the whites
No. I'm saying. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I heard you right. What I'm saying is white Americans, let's just take American history, invented the meritocracy and basically said that Blacks cannot, including Booker T. Washington. Basically, blacks need blacks. No, I'm not gonna wait, Solid Snake. You wait. Blacks basically need to wait their turn till they learn how to operate in the meritocracy, and then they can take their place in the meritocracy. Well, that hasn't happened. What I'm saying is that whites, and I mean historically, the historic white, the legacy white culture, designed the meritocracy, pretty much made it to work for them. Asians came in and just do it better. So blacks need to, while we're waiting our turn, we need to look to Asians, how they're.
Well, it sounds like they designed it for Asians then.
How they're excelling, and I mean Asian Americans.
So you're saying they designed it for Asians?
How they're excelling in the meritocracy, and we need to emulate what they're doing, not what the whites are doing in the white meritocracy.
So the whites designed it for themselves, but then really they designed it for Asians. It sounds like that's it's just a dumb argument.
No. They designed it. They designed it for America. Asian immigration is they're really latecomers, but when they got here, they just did excellent. So in 2025, blacks need to study what Asians are doing to excel in the meritocracy.
Or just work hard.
No. Work hard is exactly what Asians are doing. We need to emulate that too. We need to emulate the aspects that are adaptable to, quote, black culture. We need to adopt those so we can, basically get into the meritocracy, emulate the best at navigating the meritocracy. That's what we need to be doing. Stop looking at Western culture. Let's stop being Western chauvinists like a Glenn Lowry or Thomas Sowell. We need to be looking to the Asian Americans, what they have brought in their culture from Asia, and emulating that.
It's literally the dumbest, most racist, ridiculous thing that you could say.
It's literally the best thing blacks could do in this black man's opinion.
So at the end of the day, meritocracy is meritocracy.
No.
Obviously,
meritocracy's meritocracy, but
Asians are doing well at it because they're working harder and they're
but whatever they're doing,
the numbers show that.
Okay, see, you're trying to get this off of my point. If Asians are working harder, they venerate education more, etc. There's several things.
They do. Obviously, they're working hard.
And white people do not. That is my point. White people do not venerate education.
Some
and
do.
Of course,
Some do.
And some do. Of course, some do. Solid Snake, as a culture, white people are failing. They are second best.
Okay, but Stanley,
no.
Stanley, wait a minute. It's one thing for you to say white people are failing, but it's another thing for you to argue to the point where black people don't even have a damn chance.
White people are second best statistically. We need to emulate the winners.
In most things, in most areas, they are the Asians. Absolutely.
Yes. And black people need to notice this. Black people need to notice this and emulate what we can emulate. Not everything in Asian culture, but the things that are making them excel.
But Stanley, what Asian American gonna employ an African American? That's what I want to know.
It's not about employment.
A black American.
It's not about employment. It's about emulating veneration for education.
Well, I urge all kids to adopt the hard work that we see from Asians.
Adopt the hard work, the ethic, the veneration for education that Asian American culture seems to excel at. We will not anymore emulate second best.
Wow, Stan.
I agree. So I just want you to blow up the white supremacist arguments when they come in.
Oh my God.
blow up the white supremacist arguments that come in as well, because I do.
I
and
mean,
say
it's
that
all
the
about
Asians are
white
oppression.
people with this guy. What is it with white people?
I don't want to get too deep into it. I'm just saying that white
Well,
people.
Stanley, my point is,
instead
if
of
white people
emulating-
fail, where
instead
the
of
hell is the black
emulating-
gonna go? You think the black gonna
instead
just
of-
work for any other race?
Instead, okay, it's not about employment, Solid Snake. I've already said that.
What is it about then? It's about
It's
survival,
about
right? In a capitalist society.
It's about emulating the behaviors and the values that allow Asian Americans to outperform.
Okay,
white
but how do we
Americans.
get to that point, Stanley?
I
How do
don't
we
know.
get less incentivized?
Okay, look at you moving the goalposts. I'm not talking the how yet. I'm talking the what. We need to stop emulating second best.
What is second best? Oh God,
White veneration of mediocrity.
Yes, and I.
Why you
I
gotta
would
blame
tell
it
a
on the
kid
white
that
people? Why the white
all
people gotta
kids
be
should-
mediocre? You
Well,
telling me
no.
50
Now,
Cent? You
just-
telling me
just
Will
so you
Smith?
know-
You telling me
just so you
Denzel
know-
Washington ain't mediocre?
Just
You
so
telling me
know,
any?
okay, just so you know, white people need to emulate Asians too. It
I
shouldn't
totally
just be-
agree. Work
it just
harder,
shouldn't be black
more
people.
time,
Don't get me wrong, not just
less
black
time
people.
with bullshit like video games. You should be
Yes.
working with.
Yes.
Asians work more hours in
Yes.
terms of
Now-
like homework time.
Now, the one thing we don't want to emulate is their lack of fun. Okay, we need to have some fun. We don't have to
I
be.
think-
We don't have to be 100%.
But
and
based on the
cool
test
about it.
scores, whites and blacks are having a lot of fun and not studying much. Let's be honest.
Right, and we should
Yeah.
cut back on the fun.
Yes,
We need to
but
cut back on H1B.
well,
Well,
I
if
guess-
we follow that formula, we will be able to cut back on H-1B visas.
That's
think
what
the
I'm
whole-
trying
the
to
whole
tell
thing
you,
is-
Stan. Ain't no better time to start than today.
Thank you for agreeing with me. I finally persuaded you.
Yeah,
so all the jokes I make about the Asian overlords are just jokes. But at this rate, there's going to be a President Ramaswamy.
Yep.
Or
Damn
President
sure will be.
President Xi Jinping.
No,
or
no,
something
no,
of those.
no. No, probably not. But I'm thinking JD Vance's wife might be president.
The Japanese
before-
are logging hours.
JD Vance's wife is going to be president before JD Vance.
Drive up to Georgia Tech when you visit and take a look at how many Asian students are crushing.
Oh, wait,
blacks and
hold
white
it.
kids.
Hold it.
Black and white kids are getting destroyed.
That's the other part of my joke. Asians outnumber Asians are the largest demographic at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, and also at
So
Harvard,
when
they're
I say
47%.
the one thing I also added the last time I got into this diatribe was I trained my son to an Asian ethic or academic ethic because he got into a school with a dominant Asian.
Would you call it a white work ethic then 60 years ago? Would you say, well, the whites did that 80 years ago?
Well, I think 60 years ago, whites were dominant because there weren't enough Asians to overpower them. Now there are.
So but you would say it was the work ethic, right? Would you say it's the work ethic?
I would have to say so, but it's just a guess. It's not an educated guess.
It's just he who works hardest studies most and has the
Oh, I
most
agree with
potential
that.
will go
And
further.
right now it's Asians.
No, I don't listen, Stanley. I've never disputed that for 1 second. My larger point is, and my whole point to this conversation is, it's not about the race of the human
Oh,
being.
no,
It's
no,
about
no. I agree. Race is kind of the shorthand, mainly because I think there is a cultural difference between, an Asian household, a black household, and a white household. Now, it may be because, we're talking second, third generation, whereas whites, many have been here since, the early 20th century. Some have been here since the beginning. Blacks have been here, roughly in, what became the United States for 400 years. So Whites and blacks have deeper roots than Asians in America.
Yeah, and I think first generation, regardless of where they come here, first, second generation, there's a lot of, I mean, they bust in their ass, right? And then third, fourth generation get lazy and become just normal.
Right. Well,
Americans,
if you want to
video game
make
bullshit.
it, if you want to nuance it, blacks need to emulate first and second generation.
We all should. We all should.
Right.
I mean, and our kids are lazy. And I
Well,
agree
no,
with that.
I'm making it racial because it's more fun that way, and it pisses more people off, especially this black conservative space. Black conservatives worship white culture, so I'm pissing them off too. I hope.
I guess yesterday I argued with someone about the same fucking thing for 4 hours. And right.
I bet it was Be Brave.
I wonder who it was, right? And I mean,
I know
look,
that pissed him off when I made the point.
Well,
unfortunately, he thought I meant India. No, I meant Asian Americans. I cleared that up this morning.
my thing is meritocracy is meritocracy. It's not a color, race, creed, or anything.
I think
you might be trolling.
I think the concept of meritocracy is a little bit ridiculous because we've never had a meritocracy. That's a separate argument.
We don't understand. Okay, I tell people
A lot of our meritocracy is bogus because it depends on nepotism. A lot of it.
Here's what I tell people. You know, a lot of people are born on second and they make it to home and talk about home runs when you didn't hit a fucking home run. And I get pissed because I do business with people that are born on third because dad started a company that's crushing it. They take it over. They're born on third, and they talk about all the runs they score. And I'm like, you hit a single if you made it home. The dude born in the dugout is a superhero if he makes
the point that one of the reasons historically that blacks haven't done well in the meritocracy is we didn't have the means for nepotism.
That's true. I mean, there's no question. But I mean, you're grouping that, right? And I'm saying that a lot of people, and especially modern times, a lot of people are born at the plate, first base, second base, third base. I hate people born on third and second because, frankly, they hit a single and talk about how great they are. And I'm like, you hit a single. If you go from second to third in life, you didn't get it's one base. There's people born in the fucking dugout that make it to third, and they might only be a mid-level manager at a company, but they were born in the worst situation, right? They went farther, is my point. And so, so that's the merit I'm talking about.
If your argument or your criticism is I'm making it racial, it's a valid criticism because I am making it racial.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the fun of it, just to piss people off. That's
fine. Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that because I get inaccurate. I mean, like I said, I fought with for Be Brave for 4 hours yesterday because everything has to be racial.
Well, it's racial just for the sheer fun of it. That's fine. When in a black conservative space, when I say Asians are better at this than whites, just that racial comparison right there just drives the black conservatives crazy because they worship whiteness.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God. Wait a minute.
See?
I mean, right. Your argument is since the blacks will never be equivalent to the whites, let's just go ahead and hop over the white.
We're gonna
and just go ahead and absolve the culture of those that want to defeat the whites.
We're gonna
defeat the whites with the other cultures with their culture.
Yes, stop training our kids to be second best. We want to be best.
But can we do that as African Americans, as Black Americans? Can we do that alone without absorbing everybody else's culture?
I didn't say become Asian. I said emulate.
Why would we emulate Eastern culture with Western culture?
I'm not. I'm talking.
We already know the great to the Western culture is our implementation.
I'm talking Asian American, not Eastern, Asian American.
Stanley, the more you talk, the more you make it seem like it's very viable for the white race to go ahead, kick all the foreigners out, just go ahead and destroy the black Americans because they can't go back to Africa, and we'll just start over. And I don't think they'll have a problem with that.
I don't know where you're getting all that from, but
I mean, if you ain't part of the solution, you're part of the problem, Stanley. Can we agree on that?
Let me put it to you this way: if
you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Right or wrong?
If you keep quoting dumbass 50-year-old bullshit, then you know what?
I mean, but it's true.
No, I'm
if you ain't part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
I'm afraid that is outdated thinking. See,
Oh, well.
this is what you get when you imitate.
We've been invaded, Stanley. The country of America being invaded by third world immigrants from foreign countries that we have been
You want to
supporting.
change the subject? We're not talking immigration.
We're not talking immigration. We're talking replacement.
We're not talking replacement theory either.
Well, we're talking stability.
Okay, when I talk about Asian Americans, how does immigration come up into this? Directly. I mean, I guess you can make an argument that the Asians came from somewhere. Is that your argument?
No, that's not my argument. My argument is America is America.
Okay, emulating some
I think the black and white, I'm going to be honest with you. In 2025, let me tell you a secret. It ain't black versus white no more. That's old school, man. Ain't no blacks and whites need to be fighting nothing.
You don't have to tell me the secret. I'm not interested in it.
Well, okay.
Thank you. Now let's get back to the video.
Jesus.
In some neighborhoods, they just retreated. Like, there's an earnest retreat.
Oh, he's
from,
talking about Johns Creek.
Usually they use black people and Latinos as a proxy, but it's really always been about whites and Asians. And, you know, there are different salvos, different communities face. In some neighborhoods, they just retreated. Like, there's an earnest retreat from the Bay Area, California, from
I just want to know where
San
he gets his
Jose
information
to like Atherton. There's the whites have just retreated, and there's a retreat going on in Johns Creek, in Atlanta, outside of Atlanta, to different whiter suburbs because the whites can't compete by their own rules. And usually, if they can, when the whites can't compete,
I'm sorry, what?
It's just the whites. I don't understand. In this day and age, you got Apple, you got the internet, you got electricity in your house, you got running water, you're living in a country, you made it home safe tonight.
Okay,
always white.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, man, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm sick and tired of this damn blaming the white.
Don't you dare. Okay, I don't hear this kind of objection when the N-word is bandied about and we're doing body cam videos. You're full of shit and you're full of hypocritical shit. And you piss me off, Solid Snake, I'm gonna fucking eat you for breakfast. Don't give me that bullshit. I don't hear any sort of Sturm und Drang when the N-word's thrown about. So fuck you. Now let's get back to the goddamn video.
Blame the white man.
Why? Where am I blaming the white man?
Well, that's all you hear. White man. White people got it.
What? That's all you hear.
No, that's all you hear.
I mean, I think that's what this
by their
guy's
own
saying.
rules. They try to wait. They try to
What are
find a way
you
to
saying?
surreptitiously change the rules because they use the idea of a rule of law in order to keep out black people from justice claims. And then when they can't win by their own rules, they have to try to surreptitiously change the rules, but that's hard to do.
What he's talking about, if you're not familiar, Johns Creek, Georgia, know right where it is. It's not too far from where I live. Asian Americans moved into a mostly white area. When their kids got into the high school, they started outperforming the white kids academically. They started, dominating the AP classes. They started dominating the salutatory and valedictorian stuff. They dominated the SATs, and the white kids, instead of being in first place and taking all the math, the math of, what are they, math decathlons or whatever they are, the Asian kids started doing better. And the white kids started complaining. The white parents started complaining. So basically what they did is they packed up and moved down south to Forsyth County and kind of reestablished their dominance in that area. They didn't tell their kids to work harder. They didn't say buckle down and stop playing video games and goofing off and compete. They moved away.
That's what they. But Stanley, I think
that is what I'm talking about. They did not buckle down and work hard.
Stanley, you want to talk about adopting the Asian principle of reality, right? Do you know what Asians do for failure?
The white people packed up and moved down south and reestablished themselves.
Okay,
and
so
that is not what I want black people to emulate. Okay, when the going gets tough, you don't pack up and move away and dominate somewhere else. You'll work harder. Okay, I don't want to emulate that culture.
Okay, so two things. One, I totally agree with what you're saying. Like, I'm sure you, as a good parent, would not tell your child, "Hey, listen, we're going to move because,
No, of course I wouldn't.
Yeah, and I wouldn't either. But I will say that I
now,
think that
part of this is joking on them, but there's a lot of humor in the truth. They did move away.
Well, the question is, are they like, hey, the hell with these Asians, or are they like, hey, number one, they don't have a meeting and all go, hey man, let's move because there's too many friggin' Asians around here. They're going,
Okay,
hey man,
I'm not
my kid's getting
implying
his ass
that.
beat.
Hold on, I'm not implying that they did hold a meeting, but I am implying that they did white flight. And I'm not making this up. This is like well known in Georgia.
Yeah, but I don't think it's about ethnicity. It's about
no, it wasn't
my
about
kid's losing.
ethnicity. Ethnicity is the secondary part of it. But since we classify everything in an America that is very racial, it was Asians who moved in. It was white kids who started whining about, hey, I thought I was good in math, but I'm not so good in math. And it was white parents who moved away. Okay, since we classify everything by race, let's stop pretending we don't, because we do.
We shouldn't. We shouldn't.
We
That's
shouldn't,
wrong.
but we do and have for 400 years. The reality is, through a racial lens, that's what happened.
And listen, if the white kids are losing, work harder.
This is where
Work
I came
harder.
up with the joke. I do not want black people to move away. Okay, I want them to work harder, and I don't want to emulate a second best culture. Black conservatives who worship Western civilization, well, guess what, black conservatives? Western civilization moved away from an Asian challenge. I don't want to emulate that.
Yeah,
And I don't want black kids to emulate it. I don't want my son to emulate it. When he comes home with a C, I'm going to look at him and go, that's an F. A B is a failure, and you better make A's since you have the ability. And I have
that's
literally,
true.
I have
love it. I
literally
like that.
done that on occasion.
Yeah, I like it. Okay,
So
we're in
it's,
total
I formulated it into a joke, into a bit, but it's half serious.
Okay, I understand. I agree with
Yeah,
your approach.
it wasn't funny if I had to explain it.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Stanley. Let's pick up that Asian adaptation of reality. That means that
that Asian adaptation.
Because with the white people we got here in this country, you know what you get from failure? Being a failed parent, you get welfare, you get earned income credit, you get free health care, you get food stamps, you get all these goddamn government benefits. But you know what you don't get in those other countries? You don't
Okay.
get
Again, way off topic and drifting away quickly. Okay, I don't know how welfare and all that stuff comes up in it. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't emulate the white flight culture. Black people should not run when they meet a challenge. That's it.
have 3 hot meals in a bed in Central Air, which is more than the homeless veterans get. And we can burn up some white people while we at it and get rewarded.
Yeah, I'm sure somewhere in
Yeah,
there.
I know it sounds stupid, but that's what's happening.
Let me also present the
All
reality.
about perspective.
The actual reality is, if you go and you look at it per capita, Asians outperform whites financially, academically. That's what I want to emulate. That's what I want Black people to emulate.
But how you do that throwing away everything you learn? How you gonna do that throwing away all your history over the past 40 years of delusionalism we've been suffering?
Did I not say
feminism and this pro?
All I'm saying is there are certain aspects that Asian American families exhibit: a dedication to academic excellence and foregoing, instant gratification. Now, there's some things we don't want to do. We don't want to take ourselves too seriously. We don't want to beat our kids when they don't meet our expectations, but we do want to encourage them a little bit more. That's all I'm saying. Don't throw away your history. Don't throw away the things you shouldn't throw away. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but there are some things that we can do without too much muss or fuss that we should be doing, is my point. And if you can't get it, that's fucking your problem.
Well,
now let's get back to the video. I think we're home after this Johns Creek story. It's pretty much all I need
in an internet world. All right. So, in a social media world where it's all kind of public and out there. All right. So what we have is a Euthyphro problem, insofar as in the Euthyphro dialogue, there's a section where Socrates asks, or the question comes, is it good because the gods like it, or do the gods like it because it's good? Right? And in America, that looks like, are Americans the best because what we do in America, or are you an American because you're the best? Right? Are Americans the best because the best people are made in America, or are Americans the best because if you're the best wherever you are in the world, you are also de facto an American and you are welcome in America? So pretty much the top tier of every nation in the world is also an American. So American's not a nationality as you know it. It is more of a grade for being the best, right? And here is where we just happen to congregate in the U.S. But for the most part, every person who is the best in the world is de facto American. Or are you American because of what we do in America? We've made you the best. And so that's the problem. Are Americans the best because everyone who's the best is American, like is de facto American, even if they don't happen to have American citizenship? Or are Americans the best because we make, or we choose, or we love Americans and we make them the best? And until we actually work that out, this is always going to be a bit of a rub. This is always going to be a bit of a rub, because the people who say that Americans are best because the best are de facto Americans want the elite who happen to be born from other places to come to America and then, kick up our GDP by being the best. And then we'll find a way to pay off all of the other people who happen to be Americans. All of the not deadweight Americans, but the ones who happen to be Americans but aren't necessarily the best. We can pay them off, we call it a UBI, we can call it something else. But for the most part, the American identity is being the best, and that means we need to look at the best from everywhere and call them American. Not because we necessarily make the best through our institutions at home. So that is the rub. And for the first time, like I said, this proxy fight is fought in tech. I remember this a little bit in the 80s with Japan, but for the first fight, this proxy fight is fought in tech, and there aren't even enough Black people to serve as proxies. So this is nakedly like East Asian and Asian recent immigrants, the post-1965 Immigration Act crowd, versus the white ethnic nationalists who think that, well, they're the best just because they're American. And it's their values, and not necessarily the values in the apple pie and the football. All of that is what goes into making America, not necessarily scoring the best on our meritocratic tests. Meritocratic tests, right? So when DEI was trained at Black people, both MAGA sides, Tech MAGA, Make America Great by making it a meritocracy again, although it was never a meritocracy. It was always an ethno-state. The meritocracy was a strategy, versus Make America Great by making it an ethno-state, a naked ethno-state again. Those two were both aligned insofar as they could both just agree that Black people just need to shut up and sweep things. and they're culturally deficient. Now, when we unpack that cultural deficiency, the ethnic Americans, the white ethnic Americans will say that actually these Eastern Asian and Southeast Asian immigrants are culturally deficient insofar as they're not really American, they're not Protestant, they don't care about family in the same way. They care about family a different way. They train their kids to beat our kids, and we don't like that. And that is, they're not culturally of us. And then the Eastern Asian and the Southeast Asian Americans will say, like, actually, we are just better at being American than you are, as shown by our test scores on tests that you designed, right? You designed this, you designed standards of merit, and we are better at training our kids for it. So you should listen to us about how to be better Americans, because you guys are culturally deficient. And, the whites don't like it when you call them culturally deficient. Now, I've been telling you for a while that liberal Americans are the worst parents in the United States. But Vivek wasn't even as specific as I am. He just thinks that like he lumps the conservatives in there too, right? They're just bad at parenting. Because they don't produce kids who score as well as the East Asian and the Southeast Asian kids. And so that's the argument he's making, and he's saying that obviously we are better Americans because we score better on the meritocratic tests that Americans designed in order to determine who's the best American. Like, we beat you on your own tests. So obviously we're better, and you can learn something from this, is what Vivek Ramaswamy is telling you. You could learn something from us. The whites do not like that. They do not like being called culturally deficient, although it is empirically attested that by whether you look at the median incomes of Southeast Asians or the test scores, they are better at being Americans than white Americans. So you have to say that maybe they are culturally superior if that's what your culture is, and maybe like white Americans could learn from them if that's what your culture is. Now, there's going to be a few different problems, because in the same way that the Ivy League's graduates disproportionately go into finance, because these are industries that earn, concern, and attract money. And if you're just around that kind of money, especially if it's scalable. Some of it will come down to you. It doesn't mean that you're not necessarily the best or the brightest just because you're richest. You've just gone into industries that earn, concern, and attract money, so that you'll make money
This is going to be a very good
because of
point
your
coming up.
proximity to money. And so we need to actually make sure that our best and brightest don't go into finance. They go into something else, right? So that's kind of the same thing with engineering versus non-engineering careers. It's not necessarily that they're the best and brightest. They're not necessarily the best and brightest, but they're going into scalable industries where there's going to be more money like swirling around, right? So this idea that the best and brightest will necessarily be the richest is a little bit of a confusion. So just because you see people going into industries that make money doesn't mean that you should necessarily go into those industries. Although I don't want you to go into finance necessarily. I wouldn't mind you going into tech. I think there need to be more Black engineers for a few different reasons, but don't be distracted by the fact that obviously this is what you should do because this is where the money is. Sometimes the money's in bad places. Right. So the question is, what is America? Is America the best? Which means,
unfortunately, he says some of these things better than I do. I feel the same way. You know, a while ago, John and I talked about, the importance of property. And I was basically, saying that, houses as an asset, as property, as long as I like the house, I don't actually really care, if a Black person, as long as they're not violent and, wreaking havoc. My property values are probably within reason, of course, going to be secondary to whether I like the house and I like the location and I like my neighbors, for instance. Maximum property value is not my highest priority. Enjoying my house and where I live, to me, is a higher priority. And Be Brave, by the way, actually agreed. Other people vehemently disagree. Property value being, the most important reason for owning an asset. That's what, more or less he's saying. Money is not the end all and be all. You should not necessarily expect the best and brightest to be rich, vice versa. And, there are plenty of, really smart history majors who, money just isn't that important. The love of history is greater. And I see Eric saying something about straw man. Nobody says the best and brightest are engineers. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Eric. He didn't say that. And he didn't say anybody's saying that. He's saying there are some people who think that. Okay. Not everybody. And when you say nobody says the best and brightest are engineers, I think you are the one making the straw man, because people do. People also say that, hey, the underwater basket weaving, somebody got an underwater basket weaving degree, therefore they are, a useless degree is a word that's bandied about. Sometimes the best and brightest want a useless degree, and money, I personally don't see college as a trade school. It doesn't have to be. And, learning is not an instrument of a money-making instrument necessarily, and shouldn't be expected to be. So I don't know why you're bandying straw man as a term about. Nobody's making straw man arguments. Eric, you should relax. Is my point.
Everywhere you find the best people, they are de facto Americans and they should just be able to come over, or is America the best because we make the best here in America through our own institutions? And if not, and if we're not doing that, we need to fix our institutions and actually talk about how our institutions aren't doing what they could be doing, right? And so that is a productive discussion to have. Now, JD Vance is in a peculiar position in order to actually make this discussion. To make this argument, because depending on how you read Hillbilly Elegy, the book is about, look.
Eric, I get fussed at a lot about Mavid is one of those who says, well, Stanley, ad hominems are not arguments. Well, let me direct the wise words of Mavid to you, Eric. Ad hominems don't make him, don't disprove Aramis' argument. Or lessen the value.
American culture, the hillbilly culture is kind of garbage, lovable garbage, but it's full of violent degenerates. And, you know, my wife's family culture is a lot better. So like we need to change color, but we need to change culture, but we don't need to go outside of America in order to fix American cultural institutions. That's going to be the synthesis. Unfortunately, it's a synthesis that I think the right is better poised to make. That American culture is not great, but we don't need to go outside of American culture and bring in other non-Americans to fix it. We need to fix about we need to fix our cultural institution. So why did this dude's folks come here? Because this is where you can make the money. Because this is where you can make the money, right? So Saga and Jetty, you know, posted, and you know, we go back and forth about this, about how those conformist countries that just are very good at taking the test are kind of stifling creativity, creatively. So they come here because you could actually like both excel through given rules and have the creativity to try out new things in the way that you can't in a more traditional culture. So that's why a lot of people come here. That is a bit true, but there needs to be a little bit, I think there needs to be a little bit more nuance in that discussion. I think they come here to make a buck. I think they come here to make a buck. And and if you make a buck independently of your home culture, you don't have baggage telling you how to spend that buck. And you could spend, and that's like one of the virtues of capitalism. Nobody can tell you what to do with your money. And you could use your money to run other people. So yeah, it becomes what you call it, an arms race. Yeah, and I've said this before in the patriotism video. I've said this before. It's just now it's a direct conflict between Indian Americans and East Asian Americans telling white Americans that you're culturally deficient. You are culturally deficient. This is why we beat you, and we will continue to beat you, until you either fix your culture. Although if you don't fix your culture, that's fine. We will just get people who are not culturally deficient and bring them over here and call them.
Hence the Asian overlords. That was a joke, but it's only a half joke. Asian overlords, Asian American overlords. For those who think that I'm talking about India ruling America, I'm talking about Asian American citizens basically outperforming white American citizens and you know, blacks and all the other non-Asian minorities if we don't step up our game, step up the American culture game. Capitalism means there are winners and losers. Right now, Asians are winning. And for a good reason. They work harder.
Them Americans, because they're the real Americans anyway, because what it is to be an American is to be the best, and we don't grow the best homegrown, we grow the best in, you know, Calcutta or whatever. So we'll get those people who are really Americans because they're the best, and we'll just officially call them Americans as we bring them over here. Right? So that is, I mean, that is, like I said, the Euthyphro problem, where is it good because God loves it, or does God love it because it's good? Are Americans produced here because we produce Americans, or are Americans the best and we just call everything that's the best American? Right? But to be an American was never about being the best. It was actually about like thinking through democracy in a certain way. We just confused that because calling it being the best was a great strategy to design tests and design measures in order to kick Black people down and legitimize subordination of them. Now, there are some deficient aspects of American culture that we need to fix. And not just the racial nationalist aspects of American culture that we need to fix, but also just like a quality of anti-intellectualism that we need to fix, an unseriousness, even about art, not just about finance and industry, but just a quality of unseriousness about.
This part is actually important also. Having a whole bunch of, a country of plumbers and welders and engineers and doctors, that's number one, going to be a fairly boring country. And number two, smart people do more than one thing. And, everybody needs a hobby, if nothing else. The anti-intellectualism is sometimes thick enough to cut with a knife. The underwater basket weaving comments. Basically, if it's not turning a screw or, something of that sort, it's a wasted college degree. Thoroughly disagree with that.
The meaning of freedom that can be realized in art. And let me just end with talking about art for a little bit, because one of the reasons why we don't want to be a nation of test takers who are not necessarily good at thinking about rules, but instead thinking about how to follow the rules as they are given, who are not necessarily creative, is that we might get confused about what freedom means. But one of the issues that goes along with being American is thinking through freedom. Is thinking through what freedom means. And art, in a way that other things can't, helps you think through. This is art, not just, music and plays, but art in general. It helps you actually realize and think through what freedom means. And if you don't understand art, or you can't produce it as a realization of freedom, you're going to have a stultified culture in terms of like turning your creativity, turning your money into meaning. Right? So I do worry about the degradation of art by the money elite, because that'll be a degradation of freedom. I also worry about the degradation of art by the crass poor, because that's also a degradation of freedom. So just keep that in mind. We don't want everyone to be a tech industrialist or a tech or a finance bro, because they might actually confuse us about what art means. And if you're confused about what art means, or what freedom means, and if you're confused about what freedom means, you're going to be kind of confused about what art is and that relationship to meaning in life. First of all, I can't, and this is also realized even in Tesla's design, I can't be the only one who doesn't find Tesla's the most aesthetic.
Uh-oh, something might have happened to his sound. I didn't watch the video all the way through. You work with bean counters, supposedly. Ever heard of ROI? You know what? That's an easy one. No, I've never worked with accountants, but return on investment is not my guiding principle. I literally said that. Not everything is about return on investment. Sometimes you get a car, a sports car, just because it's fun to drive, and you don't worry about return on, well, cars aren't investments, but sometimes you don't worry about, depreciating assets if they're fun. So I wouldn't say, let's see, LOL, not your guiding. The point is a straw man. No, none of his arguments are straw men. You just don't like his points, or you disagree with points. A straw man argument is not something you disagree with. Okay, just because you disagree with it doesn't make it a straw man, Eric. Let's figure out what a straw man argument is. It's not something you disagree with. And my guiding principle, my guiding principle. I don't expect everyone to agree with me. That would be boring too. How many people are getting college degrees for fun? Well, most times they're retirees, people who have retired and just go get a college degree because they've always wanted one. I've actually toyed with getting a law degree. Probably won't because I'm too lazy, but I've toyed with it. Certainty, certainly not the majority. Fuck the majority. Okay. I may not even be talking to the majority. I don't care that much about what the majority of people think. At least on, if it's a strongly held value of mine, I don't mind bucking the majority. I do it here every day. Let's see. You know what? Let's do the opposite of this. How many people are getting college degrees for fun? I know plenty of people who have gotten college degrees because their parents or somebody expected them to get the degree. They get into the work that they went to school for, hate it, and change careers. So they're both ends of the spectrum. It can be fun or it can be drudgery. The optimum is to do something, somewhere in the middle. Okay, and now you're being ageist. Okay, thanks for the old person insight. Certainly apropos to the masses. Touche. It's an old person's perspective. I'm not going to say I'm right or my point of view is for mass consumption. But, for those who kind of agree with me. For those who don't, go your own way. It's your choice. It's a free country. But it's rare that I get to just kind of nakedly present my point of view without pushback. So I'm gonna grab the opportunity. If somebody really wants to push back, click the link. You're welcome to come up and push back. The point is relevance. No, actually, everything doesn't have to be relevant, Eric. ROI doesn't have to have an ROI. It doesn't have to have an appreciating value. It doesn't have to be relevant. It does. Sometimes it should be what you want it to be. Sometimes there is dessert after dinner. And let's see, in Africa, we say what similar smell sticks together? What? We say that similar smell sticks together. Okay. You'll have to explain that one, Abiola. So anyway, I'm going to play a little bit more because he tends to digress at the end, and I think his solid point is starting to diffuse. So let's see what else is here.
Aesthetically appealing cars
Oh
in
wait,
the world.
his audio.
I find them we live our lives in architecture and other ways. But
what is this?
Let me recap real quickly.
Here.
Expression and intellectual expression that is realized
Nope,
in
his
art
audio's out.
and in kind of like the way we live our lives in architecture and other ways.
He has
But
audio issues sometimes.
let me recap. Are you American because of what we do in America?
Something's
We've made
wrong
you.
with my video.
And so that's
No.
the problem. are Americans the best because
But
everyone who's the best is American?
doesn't matter.
Like, is
Might be a StreamYard issue. Let's see, what else do we have here? Well, I'm pretty much out of topics, so I'm just going to kind of hang out until John gets back and we can just watch random videos. Unless somebody has a topic from the chat, I'm welcome to follow up or just ask me anything. Let's do an AMA. That would be fun. I've never done one of those. Or somebody hit the link. You know, I do better when there's somebody to bounce off of in the comments. I think we all know that. What have we here? You know what? Here's a woman that I actually think that I like listening to. How about this? Oh, I see what the problem is. You know what? How did I do that? Well, I figured out what my technical issue is, but it doesn't really matter now. We can move on. I think we got all we're going to get out of irony, at least for today.
And she said something along the lines of, look at your skin, you're not even black. And
Oops.
from time to time, I do get comments like this. One, because a lot of white people are ignorant to the fact that black people come in many different shades. And also they're simply being facetious.
You know,
they're angry because
badass, I don't want to say, but damn. I'm not sure I believe in that level of coincidence. I think the guy who was inside the Cybertruck in Las Vegas, his body was left in the van or in the truck. So I think we're going to know a little bit more, maybe once they gather more evidence in the Las Vegas case. But man, that's one hell of a coincidence. That's about as far as I'm willing to go with it. Sure seems fishy. And what I'm gonna do, let's have a look, see if anything is new with the Las Vegas case. Here we go. Okay, this is investigators search for links between New Orleans attack and Las Vegas blast. I think maybe what I'll do. Yeah, I heard that because at the beginning of the show, we did an article that covered it. So they said, yeah, there was a body in there that they hadn't recovered as of the report. Oh, Eric, if you run into that press conference, let me know. I'll see if I can't stream it. And I guess I'm going to read this article. I guess I could. So I don't know if my voice is going to hold out. I'm getting mighty coffee here. So this is investigators search for links between New Orleans attack and Las Vegas blast. The two episodes have superficial similarities, including that both suspects used the same car rental app. So let's see how long this article is. I'm going to use the AI to read it because my voice, I'm going to cough all the way through this if I read it. So we'll do this right quick. It's a 3-minute read. Here we go.
Investigators search for links between New Orleans attack and Las Vegas blast. The two episodes have superficial similarities, including that both suspects used the same car rental app. The two episodes have superficial similarities, including that both suspects used the same car rental app. The remains of a Tesla Cybertruck at the entrance of a Trump hotel in Las Vegas on Wednesday. Credit: Rhonda Churchill said to Reuters.
I hate this stupid app.
Whether the deadly terrorist attack in New Orleans on Wednesday is linked to the detonation of a Tesla Cybertruck outside a Trump hotel in Las Vegas later in the day, but they have yet to find any.
Yeah, I know, Richard. It sucks.
President Biden said. Local and federal law enforcement officials are trying to determine if the man who drove.
Hey, Richard, they actually have way better AI readers. The problem is the really good ones are subscription service. And, I don't know. I'm toying around with just subscribing to a service and just paying for it every month. So they do have better. Please forgive me. I would read it, but I'm afraid I'm going to cough all the way through it, which is even more annoying. Okay, yeah, I subscribe to the Washington Post, Eric. So I'll see can I find it. Excuse me. We're going to go and read this. I would rather the Washington Post because I subscribe to it. I don't know that I want to. The problem is if I do the PBS conference, we might get a strike. There's less chance if I do the Washington Post. So we'll finish reading this article and then I'll look for that Washington Post thing.
Drove a truck into a crowd in the French Quarter just after 3 a.m. on Wednesday, and the man who rented the Tesla that exploded in Nevada are connected beyond superficial similarities. Both men chose soft targets on New Year's Day and rented trucks through the same budget car rental app. Law enforcement, the intelligence community are investigating the Las Vegas explosion, including whether there is any possible connection to the attack in New Orleans, Mr. Biden said in a brief statement to reporters at Camp David. I directed my team to make sure every resource is made available to the federal, state, and local law enforcement to complete the investigation in New Orleans quickly and make sure there's no remaining threat to the American people, he added. Mr. Biden's statement reflected the heightened sense of alarm of federal law enforcement officials who are investigating whether the New Orleans attack involved a larger cell of ISIS sympathy.
Okay, looks like they have recovered it, the body.
One person was killed and at least 7 people were injured after the Tesla, packed with fireworks and gas canisters, exploded outside an entrance of the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. At a news conference, Sheriff Kevin McMagnell of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said the authorities believe this to be an isolated incident but have not yet ruled out a connection to the attack in New Orleans that killed at least 15 people. There is no further threat to the community, Sheriff McMagnell said. As of Wednesday afternoon, there was no indication the explosion was connected to ISIS, which Mr. Biden said inspired the New Orleans attack, but the investigation continued, Sheriff McMagnell added. The police said the Tesla was rented in Colorado using Turo, an app that matches private car owners with renters. The authorities were able to trace the vehicle back to Colorado using video footage captured at charging stations. Sheriff McMagnell said he thought it was a coincidence that both men used Turo. Turo officials said that they did not believe the renter of either truck had a criminal background that would have identified them as a security threat. The FBI said the driver in the New Orleans attack, Shamsuddin Bagher Jabbar, 42, who served 8 years in the Army, died after injuring 2 police officers in a shootout after he sped a truck into a crowd of New Year's revelers at one of the most popular tourist destinations in the city. Glenn Thrush covers the Department of Justice and has also written about gun violence, civil rights, and conditions in the country's jails and prisons. More about Glenn Thrush.
Well, I didn't mean to do all that. Okay, so that's the latest on the Las Vegas thing. That BP that was on the back of the Cybertruck was really racing fuel. Interesting. Very interesting. Washington Post Live. We presidential. Huh. Let's see here. Let's see here. Live videos. Home. Well, let's see if I can find it in the Washington Post itself. Looking for the upcoming news conference. Let's see, is there a way to search this? Okay, there's a news conference at, this is all yesterday. So that's, let's see. Hoping when that news conference starts that I'll get an alert. Oh, just Washington? Yeah. Call me. You call me old, Eric. You shouldn't be surprised that I can't find it. Yeah, ageist. Let's see. Wait, hold it. That's the New Orleans attack. We'll just do this then. Okay, well, I guess we will just wait until it starts. So, any other questions while we wait for this to start? Let's see, I want to save you. Save this for later. Get rid of that. I guess actually I was gonna watch this video. I guess we can wait till the conference starts. Or has it started? We'll watch this video till the conference starts.
Because they're being called out. and they are trying to find something to say as a jab back at me.
Well, I
I even
appreciate
had a
that,
few
Eric.
white women say,
I
"Well, your
respect
hair's
you too.
straight, so why are you calling out white women?" And to that, I just want to say that you're just upset because I've achieved more bounce and shine with my hair with a $20 blow dryer and a flat iron
Okay,
than you
now,
could ever achieve with the two.
just so everyone knows, she wandered into my algorithm a while ago, and I think she's interesting to listen to. I'll just put it that way. So we'll just do this until the conference starts or she ends, whichever comes first.
2 strands of hair on your head, old wet spaghetti noodle ass hair having bitch. But anyway, I
Oh my
digress.
God.
So to the people who have an issue with my skin color and the fact that I talk about Black issues, I just want to say this. I used to work at a bank a while back, and the manager of that bank was a Hispanic woman who was always saying racist shit. And somehow she found out that I was going to go to HR and let them know what was going on. And she got me fired. She knew I was
Ooh.
Black. There was a jewelry store I worked at a couple years before that. And I was hired in before
does
the
this
man
woman
that
get
was
fired
hired
a
to
lot?
manage the store. And once he realized that I was Black, he was not having it. And especially the fact that he realized that I could probably do his job better than him. And he got me fired. He knew I was Black. The people who have been calling me a nigger for the last couple days since I've been talking about this election know very well that I'm Black. The boys that I went to school with who told me that they couldn't date me because their parents would disown them knew that I was Black. The Black men that come in my comment sections day in and day out and tell me that I'm the reason they no longer date Black women because we bitch and complain all the fucking time. They know that I'm Black. And I've noticed throughout my lifetime that a lot of white women really just have this issue.
I think she's
not
cute.
just with Black people, but especially with light skinned people. And it took me a while to kind of figure out
It is
why
a
that was.
forehead,
And I
but I
finally
still
come
think
up with
she's
the
cute.
answer. Now, I am not mixed. I am fully Black. Black as far back as we can trace it. But for the sake of this video, I want to use this as an example. Bear in mind that racism is deeply embedded into the minds of white people. So this goes back
there you
we're
have
going to
it.
go way back to slavery. And imagine you're a white person and you and your husband own a plantation, and all your slaves who are freshly off the slave ships, who have been freshly purchased, their one particular skin.
I'm gonna say this. She makes it tough to like her. She's spitting a lot of vitriol here. Not very attractive. Oh yeah, Eric, that actually did come out in a report that we looked at. I don't know. I guess it was around 2 or 3 in the morning. You know what? I don't know that. That's going to be good advertising for the Cybertruck, though I think it's ugly. But damn, if it's not well constructed.
Skin color. And then one day, 9 months later, you look out the window and you notice a toddler running around that's my color. And now you have to sit with the fact that, mind you, while your husband is a fucking rapist, you have to sit with the fact that your husband preferred to be with someone that you deemed beneath you, not even human.
Different
He preferred to be with them rather than you. And then not only that,
she's pretty attractive.
your rapist husband then comes to you and says, hey, this little boy's gonna work in the house.
Oh, absolutely.
This little girl's gonna work in
Hell,
the
I'd buy
house.
one, to be honest.
Your
I mean, it's not
white-ass
that ugly.
house.
I kind of
You
like it.
constantly have to be reminded that your husband was with people that you didn't even see as
Okay,
people.
come on, news conference.
People that you thought you were better than. You are constantly going to have to be reminded of that. Now, how does that translate over into
Yeah, I can only take so much of this. We're gonna have to switch. Sorry, folks. She's annoying. Oops. I just, it's kind of weird just doing a video of you just bitching and moaning. Doesn't make for great content, to be honest. Well, I kind of have a crush on her, Dave. I don't know. I've seen better pictures of her. She's got cute freckles. But I have to respect your judgment, though, because you are
I did
right.
get mistaken earlier for being part of the governor's office, but I'm not. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, everyone.
I'm taking it. This is going to start soon. Now, I hate to leave dead air like this. Anyways, I can guess there's a manhunt for 3 or 4 other accomplices. That's the main story now. Well, let's hope. Something's happening. Speech writer. Is that a Fat Joe thing? I know the name. I don't really know much of his music. Hey, there's nothing wrong with having crushes. I I tend to like dogs also. I rarely meet a dog I don't think is cute. Not that I'm making the comparison, mind you. Oh, let's see here. Be right back.
Everybody good? You okay? I'm good.
Okay. Come on, news conference. I was hoping this would be on. The actual Washington Post. You know what? I just found something. Let's have a look at what Joe Biden said on the New Orleans attack. That'll fill some time.
After the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours, the FBI is leading the investigation to determine what happened, why it happened, whether there was any continuing threat to public safety. Here's what we know so far. The FBI has reported to me the killer
They're on
was an American
CPU
citizen
time there, Eric.
born in Texas.
Let's face it.
He served in the United States Army on active duty for many years. He also served in the Army Reserve until a few years ago. The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as
looking
well.
pretty tough.
And more
Rough.
explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. Additionally, we're tracking the explosion of a cyber truck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Law enforcement and the intelligence community are investigating this as well, including whether there's any possible connection with the attack in New Orleans. Thus far, there's nothing to report on that score at this time. New Orleans is a place unlike any other place in the world. It's a city full of charm and joy. So many people around the world love New Orleans because of its history, its culture, and above all, its people. So I know, while this person committed a terrible assault on the city, the spirit of our New Orleans will never, never, never be defeated. It always will shine forth. Seen that time and time again throughout its history, and I know we'll see it again in the days and weeks ahead. May God bless the people of New Orleans. May God bless our police and our first responders. May God protect our troops, and we'll keep you fully contemporaneously informed. Thank you.
This chronic cough that I had.
Oops.
Anything would be wrong. I came out of the anesthesia. They called me to the doctor's office and said, "We've seen something."
I'm just going to go ahead and let this video reel play until
When
the
my surgeon
conference comes
called
on.
me and told me what my diagnosis was, my first
Yeah,
thought, out of desperation,
tropes.
was,
We're
just
we're
chop
asking
off
the
my
same question with the question mark.
Qué rico. The goal was to completely remove the tumors. And I remember just going to that OR and I wake up and I just feel like an elephant pressing down on my left side.
Rest this day in Jesus' name. Amen.
And the surgeon comes in the recovery room and she says, "We remove your whole left lung out."
Oh my Lord.
Start lying on the back. Tell me if you want this up a little bit.
I thought initially you could get rid of this cancer, you could cure this cancer. As time has passed, my mindset has changed. I think of this now for myself as a chronic illness, and it's something that I coexist with in my body. I don't look at it as fighting anymore. There are obvious physical changes. I've got neuropathy. I developed a frozen shoulder because of surgery and radiation and the chemo port that I've got. You have to kind of adapt and find out what's possible, what's not possible anymore, and to find time, to find joy when you're not thinking about the cancer. I can't think about it every day. I can't focus on it every day. My life didn't stop with that cancer diagnosis.
I fought to get that MRI for over a year, and to climb into that machine and be pulled out within 5 minutes and told I had cancer after telling every single person that I saw that I thought I was sick was infuriating. Such a disorganized little chopper. Through the year of misdiagnoses, I learned how important it was to land with a team that I could trust, a team where I felt heard and supported, and a team that invited me to the table to be the co-captain of my care. I don't know that I would still be here at 5.5 years had I not learned how to advocate for myself.
Looking at these pictures just makes me think of all I've gone through. I was strong. I would go to the gym. I would play soccer. I was ready to start college. Over the years, which has been 14 years, it hasn't been easy, definitely. Going through this has given me a new perspective that life is a gift. Having my wife and my son are miracles. And I always think like, wow, God, thank you, because you have done more than enough.
When I moved to New York, I wanted to live a very specific life. The cancer was a speed bump, which makes you stop, but I didn't want it to stop me from what I intended my life to be. Cancer focuses you like nothing else that I'm aware of. It can take over your life, it can take over the schedule of your day, but it doesn't have to. There are times when it's unavoidable, but intentionally you have to take times to say, I don't need to think about that today. I don't need to live in this white hot intensity every moment. It's not sustainable any other way.
So handsome. Prior to cancer, I felt like there wasn't a lot of authentic living. Now I really cherish the simple things in life. I am fueled by my boys and watching them flourish into the little humans that they're becoming. I'm just very eager to live. It's really taking the smallest and the biggest moments and finding ways to seek joy in them.
Medicine has advanced a lot. I have been alive for more than 10 years and I'm living to the fullest. One of the things I would tell newly diagnosed patients or survivors is like to breathe. I know the news could be shocking, but there's hope.
I think the one overarching piece of advice that I got that was very hard to learn, but I would pass along is you're not a statistic. You can't Google everything and find the answer that applies to you. You are an individual. Your reaction, your outcome, your treatment isn't going to be found in your computer.
Well, a little depressing, but you know what? It's probably something
In Midtown
we should all
Manhattan, early this
view.
morning, 50-year-old Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, was shot and killed in what
Well, this
appears
is an
at this
old
early
one.
stage of our investigation to be a brazen, targeted attack. This does not appear to be a random act of violence. The victim was in New York City to speak at an investor conference. It appears the suspect was lying in
Let's go
wait
ahead.
for several minutes.
Targeted, but at this point, we do not know why.
I knew this huge milestone was coming up, and usually I would do something very low-key to celebrate myself, but this time I felt 5 years, that's too big, I can't be low-key. Statistics said my odds of seeing 5 years this day were around 12%.
Well, let's see if this thing's about to start. Uh, well, a couple different things happened yesterday, Diwali. We had a truck explode in front of the Trump hotel in Las Vegas. It was a Cybertruck. And then we had basically a terrorist attack in New Orleans. It was an American veteran, but he had like an ISIS flag. He had some sort of ISIS affiliation that they're trying to untangle. So a couple different things. One person died in Las Vegas and several were injured. We had several people, I can't remember the numbers now, in New Orleans. It was like 30 people hurt and 15 people killed. in this truck attack in New Orleans. So yeah, news is a little somber today. We can't all be have happy days apparently. So this is a news conference that's about to start on the New Orleans attack.
All right. Y'all all ready? We good? All right. Well, good morning. I first want to start off by reminding the citizens of Louisiana that
All right,
travel around
what's
the
going
state,
on here?
see the flags of all state buildings.
Why do we
and
not
all
hear
signs
volume?
of those lives that were lost in this horrific act of violence? That were lost in this horrific act of violence. I
Damn it.
also think
What
that
is
it's
going on
important
here?
to remember that what happened yesterday was akin to those who
Hold on,
are
folks.
old
Let me
enough
figure
to
out why
remember
this
jigsaw
volume's
puzzles,
not working.
and that you would take 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and you empty the box,
Damn it.
and you've got to start sifting through those pieces, and you want to start, if you're real good, you start at the corners, right? Try to put your corners together. And from yesterday, 1,000 law enforcement agents and officers, men and women, have been poring over countless amounts of data, of videos, of surveillances, interviews, tracking down every possible lead that came to us, whether it was the New Orleans Police Department, the Louisiana State Police, the FBI, or our other federal agencies. Also, yesterday, I issued an emergency declaration. That declaration was meant to streamline resources and communications between state, local, and federal partners. And we're seeing the results of it. I also would like to remind everyone that what's going on in this city and this state is twofold. We've got an active criminal investigation going on, while we're also continuing to secure the city in preparation for 3 o'clock kickoff time for the Sugar Bowl. With that, I would also remind those who are in the city that as far as state resources are concerned, we have the Louisiana State Police, the Louisiana National Guard, which was part of that emergency declaration, which allowed us to put an entire MP company on the ground. Those become force multipliers, is what we call that in law enforcement in the military. That helps to add to the resources that we have. Wildlife and Fisheries, the Department of Corrections, DSF, DHS, our Veterans Affairs, our Probation and Parole, all state agencies. Any state agency who has a post-certified offices are here in this city to help secure the city. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Christopher Rea, who is the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counter Terrorism Division. Chris?
Thank you, Governor Landry. Good morning. I am FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Rea. I'm from our Counterterrorism Division at headquarters. I'm also joined by Assistant Special Agent in Charge Alethea Duncan from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first and most importantly want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time, but rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on.
It's Stanley.
What the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation.
Did they give me any background on this guy yet?
Multiple field offices
It just
across
started.
the country
Oh,
have
okay.
been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are timestamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI and ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released. We also have a scene off of Mandeville address where we're currently searching that scene right now. FBI and ATF agents have secured that house, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground here in New Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations. 3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address. Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices. Those reports turned out to be misinformation or not actual functioning devices. Those are the only 2 devices that we've been able to recover that were functional. Both devices were rendered safe on scene. We did obtain surveillance footage showing Jabbar placing the devices where they were found. 2 other, as I said before, 2 other items of interest were determined not to be IEDs. A little bit about Jabbar. Jabbar himself was born in the United States and is a U.S. military veteran. We are looking in everything in his life. While we have interviewed many people who know Jabbar, we still need to talk to others. Whether you know Jabbar personally, worked with him, served in the military, or saw him in New Orleans or Texas, we need to talk to you. You may not think you have relevant information, but what you know could tie in to one of our investigative leads. Specifically, we want to talk to anyone who was in the French Quarter on New Year's Eve or early on New Year's Day. That includes people spotted near one of the 2 IEDs on Bourbon Street. The IED was inside a cooler, and many people stopped and looked at the cooler and then continued on their way. Let's be clear. Again, we do not believe at this point these people are involved in this incident in any way. We want to speak to them as witnesses and want to know what they saw and when. I went down to the crime scene last night. It is very hard to put into words what it looked like and how difficult it was to see. Anyone with information can call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or send digital tips to fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. Early this morning, evidence response teams finished their work at the crime scene. Bourbon Street has been turned over to the city of New Orleans. As you know, there's also an FBI investigation in Las Vegas. We are following up on all potential leads and not ruling everything out. However, at this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. And again, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this tragedy and everyone impacted across the country. They remain at the heart of our investigation. I also, although I've only been on the ground here a short time, I also want to express a sincere appreciation for our partners here, which include the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, ATF, the New Orleans PD, the Louisiana State Police, the Governor's Office, and countless others. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the special agent in charge of ATF here, Josh Jackson. Hey, good afternoon. As stated, my name is Joshua Jackson. I am the special agent in charge for the ATF New Orleans Field Division. And ATF's primary mission is preventing, reducing, and solving violent crime throughout the United States and abroad. Solving part is the focus of this investigation. ATF resources that have been brought to bear to the city and to focus with our federal, state, and local partners have been our national response team. We spoke about the scene that's still being processed now. The national response team of ATF is a team of certified fire investigators, certified explosive specialists, fire engineers, electrical engineers. These folks will give us additional investigative leads to help the investigative team identify what happened at the location in Mandeville and identify how that fire started and move the investigation forward from there. Additional resources that ATF has brought to bear into the city as our ATF special response team. This is a tactical team capable of handling any sort of enforcement operation. This team is deployed, on set, and ready for the Sugar Bowl today. This team is also made available to the Louisiana State Police and also New Orleans Police Department to assist with any efforts that they may have during this period. Additional resources, as the governor alluded to, he executed executive powers and had an emergency declared to where ATF was able to tap in to Emergency Support Function 13 resources. This allowed us to bring additional explosive detection canines so that we can safely sweep the city and safely sweep the Super Bowl in preparation for the game today. These resources will still be in the city as we lead up to the Super Bowl and through Mardi Gras. These type of ATF resources will be here. The last resources ATF has brought to bear, and probably the most important one, is our victim witness coordinators. These folks come in and they provide resources to the victims and the family members that have suffered greatly during this tragedy. The entire city hurts, but the victims and the family members are in need of resources and care long after this investigation wraps up. This time next year to be hard for the families and friends who suffered during this event. So our victim witness coordinators are working with the FBI, the city of New Orleans coordinators to provide resources to these folks out here. And as we move forward, ATF will be committed. We will work with the investigative team moving this investigation forward, but also we'll be here to make sure the city is safe and prepared as we move into the Super Bowl. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our mayor of this great city, New Orleans. Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning once again. And I just want to just echo my thank yous to the unified command of our law enforcement partners and at every single level, federal, state, and governor. Governor, thank you for your partnership. Thank you. I also want to thank the residents and the visitors of the city of New Orleans for your patience, for your support, and most of all, your prayers. Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the victims' families and the city of New Orleans. We're resilient. And as I stated on yesterday, my focus in terms of a priority has been on our victims. As you heard, that yes, the FBI was able to clear Bourbon Street. And what that meant also for me in this city was that we were able to remove our victims, identify them, and notify their families. Real reverence. They mattered, the families matter, and matter to the city of New Orleans. In addition to that, I want to just thank again our federal partners in Washington, listening to my plea personally for the additional resources to allow for the scene to be cleared, and again, attending to our victims. I walked by each one and I did the sign of cross in my own way because reverence, again, is important. So while we have been able to have Bourbon Street returned back to the city of New Orleans, and the due diligence has been done, that then allowed me to give the go-ahead to begin the cleaning of Bourbon Street. that started happening in the morning about 2 a.m. It was completed before 8 a.m. this morning. But that has really set the tone, I would say, and with the confidence that I have in the law enforcement partners, all of the resources that have been activated, how we have made sure that safety continues to be our top priority, how our assets have been deployed strategically, again, for the safety and the protection of our visitors and our residents in the city. And because of that, the confidence is there to reopen Bourbon Street to the public prior to game time today. The first order will be to allow for vendors to come in and service the businesses. That's important in order for us to stand up activation, as you know, Governor. And so with that, I want to reassure the public that the city of New Orleans is not only ready for game day today, but we're ready to continue to host large-scale events in our city because we are built to host at every single turn. I want to, again, thank all of those who responded to the FBI's call for information and tips. As you heard, that has been useful. Continue to do that. The investigation is still active and absolutely under the FBI's leadership. We will continue to operate and cooperate as we always have. So I want to also thank all of our partners for the added resources for victim and crisis management. We know that that's, again, important. Working with our partner, the Greater New Orleans Foundation, we have set up a fund for our victims' families for not only today, but into the future. As you heard, this is going to be a long process for our people. So with that, the city of New Orleans, and with all of my confidence, we are ready. And we could not get here again without the unified presence, support, and cooperation. We are stronger together. And I want to say again, thank you so much. Thank you, Governor. So once again, the governor would like me to reiterate that Bourbon Street will be prepared for full activation before game time today. We know 3 p.m., so we're working towards 2:30 p.m. But prior to
Is it game today?
game time, the kickoff, Bourbon Street will be restored. So we're hard at work now. Our teams are now, and of course, working with our business community to serve our public and serve our residents and our visitors alike.
Yeah, the Sugar Bowl, they delayed it 24 hours.
In closing,
Georgia
I
versus
wanna
Notre Dame.
rest people assured. Right now in the city of New Orleans, there is an unprecedented amount of law enforcement resources that are being utilized to close out and to hunt down and to finalize this investigation. I want to thank the FBI and all of our federal partners for the amount of resources they have poured into the city. This type of event can happen in any city. And that's the tragedy of it. And I think it's important for people to understand that to protect our citizens in America from evil, you have to crush it. You can't go out there and placate it. You can't go out there and say, oh, I'm going to put this in place and that in place and hope that evil doesn't show up on your doorstep, because it will. You have to crush it. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to put it all behind us. We're going to continue to keep the victims, those that are in the hospital, either fighting for their lives or trying to recover, in our thoughts and in our prayers. But you know, this morning, and I don't want to single out just one news source, but I just happened to turn on Fox and Friends, and there was a young man who was interviewed who was actually on Bourbon Street during this horrific act of terrorism. And they closed out by asking him, what now? And I think he summed it up. He said, look, we can't live in fear, because fear will paralyze us. He said, we come down to the city to enjoy ourselves and to entertain ourselves and to be with our friends and with our families because that's who we are. Louisiana invented hospitality. The people in this city care for each other.
It's not true,
And
Charles.
believe you me, we care about each one of the lives that were lost in this city at night. We will never forget them. But it would be a tragedy if we let their losses be snuffed out because of fear. This city will be back. We'll be open to family and friends and loved ones who want some time to relax from the pressures of life. And so today, we're going to have us a sugar bowl. We're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to keep those, again, who have lost loved ones in mind. And we're going to get on to the business of this city and this great country. With that, I'll take any questions.
Governor, this is for you and the assistant director. The message has really changed since yesterday. Yesterday, the FBI said that people should be vigilant, that he did not act alone, that he likely had help. And now you're coming out the very next day and saying he was a lone wolf, everything is safe, the game moves on, everybody have a good time. How can you be so sure just 12 hours later?
Well, we're going to bring him up. All right. But here's what I want to remind everyone. Like I was a deputy sheriff. Right. I worked in a jail. I worked on the street. I worked on the interstate. I served warrants. I can tell you. Look, in today's world, I get it. Information, we get information like that. Everybody lives in a 15-second TikTok video. We think that life operates like it does on our phones, and it just doesn't. Information changes. In fact, that's why we ask the media for patience. We get information, like I said, no one dumps 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and puts it together in 5 seconds. Okay? And what I would tell you is that I appreciate the fact that what we did was we're under promising and over delivering today. And I think that's important. And I want to remind something, look, because over the last decade, law enforcement has taken it on the chin unfairly. And there are great men and women serving in the FBI, in ATF, in Louisiana State Police, in New Orleans PD. Our sheriffs have been unbelievable in this. And I tell you, they want to protect you all. And we have to trust them. And sometimes the information we put out, we end up finding out that it may be incorrect. But guess what? What we're doing here is something I think is important. It's called transparency. And look, something may change again. Here's what I do know, though. Right now, this is one of the safest places on earth. That doesn't mean that nothing can't happen.
Thank you, Governor. And to echo exactly, I think the governor put it eloquently, as could be said. In a lot of these instances, I also had the opportunity to play Boss Bomb, and I will tell you, this is almost carbon copy to Boss Bomb as far as the inaccurate reporting that comes up. And what the governor said is we want to be transparent with the public. Years of the FBI not being transparent, we're being as transparent as we possibly can. And unfortunately, as we're being transparent, unfortunately for that, there is some information that we have to go back and recorrect. And in this particular incident, you heard the resources that we brought, that the other state and locals have brought. We've had 24 hours now to go through media, to go through phones, to interview people, to analyze those videos, analyze other databases. And after all of that, there's been hundreds and hundreds of leads done just in 24 hours. We're confident at this point that there is no accomplices. And I'll give you an idea of how that information sometimes, a lot of the early reports came out that there were extra people that were setting the coolers down, right? It turns out those were just patrons on the street that were looking inside the coolers, right? Well, we didn't know that at first, so we had to kind of track all that down and put that to rest. So that's just an example, one of the pieces of information, but there were other pieces of information that after we got our feet under us a little bit and on the ground here, we were able to put together a much more accurate picture of the subject and his attention.
Just one follow-up. Was this suspect wearing a suicide vest?
We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
14, not 15.
Yeah. 14, and then the shooter himself would be 15 total, to include the shooter.
What was the terrorist wearing a suicide vest? That's my follow-up.
Were the IEDs pipe bombs, and have you discovered a remote detonator anywhere? You said that you have surveillance footage of the suspect planting those IEDs. What time roughly were they planted?
Yeah, those roughly a couple hours. I don't have the exact times in front of me. A couple hours prior to the attack. To attack, probably after midnight. After midnight, I want to say 1 or 2 in the morning, but I can't.
Left the area and came back.
Correct. That's our assumption now. I mean, we still have a lot to work through. We're getting more surveillance video and everything else, but that's the assumption.
Was he wearing a suicide vest, sir?
Being done on Bourbon Street. Would there have been canines out on New Year's Eve? Would there have been bomb sweeps done?
Look, I
as part of
think,
the regular precautions?
let me just say this, and either Joe or Rob will correct me. Look, a bomb dog doesn't operate like a drug dog, right? They on Bourbon Street, there's a lot of senses, right? A lot of smells. I don't think you can run a bomb dog down Bourbon Street with thousands of people there and be able to sniff out a bomb. What we've been doing, what they have been doing, is certainly a complete sweep of the quarter because of the limited amount of traffic that's been out there. Let me just say this. I think this may help. It would be my hope that as some additional time goes through, maybe closer to maybe the beginning of next week, we will, if we've got it to what extent buttoned up as we could, I would work with the FBI and the city, and maybe we can come up with a timeline to be able to get you those information, kind of walk everyone through from day one through. I think it's extremely premature, and you're really putting us on some speculative grounds to ask some of those questions, because again, it's only been 24 hours. I mean, can you imagine how far we've come in 24 hours? So, sir,
was he wearing a suicide vest?
Well, we'll go one at a time.
Like a bunch of solid snakes there.
Well, look, here's what I'm going to say. Every time some bad guy does something like this, there's what we call an after action review. Because again, nothing is 100%. We have reinforced the area. We have deployed some additional types of assets. I personally, it's up to the city or other. I don't like to give specifics because I don't like to tell the enemy what we got. But I can tell you we're in better shape than we were before.
We have time for 2
Sir,
more questions.
sir.
Dr. Mancy,
I-
Can you speak to the Mandeville scene?
And then what do you-
Some neighbors at that site told us they smelled smoke early in the morning. Was there a fire there? Any kind of burning happening?
Yeah,
Do you
great.
still believe that fire happened after the suspect was killed?
That's correct. Yeah, I'll move to 18. I do want to address the suicide vest question. I want to kill that one right away. There was no evidence that the subject was wearing a suicide vest at all. So I will turn the Mandeville stuff over to ATI.
As to the fire at the Mandeville scene, so our working theory now is that the fire started after Jabbar was already deceased. There's a lot of different ways that can happen. You could have different time devices. You could have a long cord that extended that time. You could also have pressure cookers that were put on top of the stove filled with gasoline, and then it went off. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but that is why our ATF National Response Team is here to answer those questions and get that investigative lead back to our team. So more to come on that. We're still processing that scene. We're out there right now.
Sir. How he became radicalized over all of this time? What brought him to Bourbon Street? Do we understand? Was there any international travel involved? What led him down this path to this sort of radicalization?
Sure, a lot of questions we're still asking ourselves. We know that he specifically picked out Bourbon Street. Not quite sure why. I mean, I think one can assume that it was lots of people New Year's Eve, with a target for an attack. That's the stuff in the coming days as far as that path to radicalization that we're really going to be digging into and making a priority of. So what I can tell you right now is that he was 100% inspired by ISIS. And so we're digging through more of the social media, more interviews, working with some of our other partners to ascertain just how to ascertain a little bit more about that connection.
Sir,
one more, Kate?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's actually for Special Agent Ryan. Sir,
I prefer
in-
those.
in order to reassure people, would you be able to explain the analysis and evidence that has led to this most recent understanding that he was a lone actor and that there is at this point, at least from your understanding, no further danger to the public?
Sure. I think a lot of that, multiple interviews, the hundreds of interviews that we've conducted so far, the social media review that we've done of his accounts, the five, by my count now, the 5 devices we have, the 3 cell phones and the 2 laptops, been able to initially triage or go through that. And there is just nothing to indicate through call records, through anything on those devices, through interviews, through anything in our systems that he was aided in this attack by anybody. And again, I have to caveat, like the governor said, this is 24 hours into it. And that could change, but right now we've got a much better picture and much more confidence on what we were dealing with than we were just 24 hours.
Thank y'all so very much. Again, we are going to try to get y'all as much information as possible. So any additional information will be put out through press releases. Thank you so very much.
Are we gonna be making Bourbon Street pedestrian only? Are we gonna be allowing cars to drive?
No, you good? No, I'm good. Yeah, oh, no. I'm giving it to the hand.
On the stand or not?
Sorry about that, folks. I was talking to my son here. Any comments down there in the chat? Sorry about that again. I thought John was sitting here, so I stepped away for a second. Let's see here. We'll see if there are any other press conferences. Well, there's my girl again. She dropped another one. Huh. Apparently, someone thinks the Sugar Bowl should be postponed again. It's more or less a rehash. going to say if y'all can either someone hit the link and come up and keep me company till John gets back. Once he gets back, I think I'm going to have to go. So I've got a couple things I need to do. So someone come up, or you can ask me questions from the chat, at least until I find another video that I find interesting. My algorithm is dry. I think I've mined it out of interesting stuff for the next 24 hours. Let us see, what have we got here? Wow, the well has run dry. Let's see what's in my saved stuff here. Well, I don't want to watch that. Here, let's watch this. This looks interesting.
Girl, I moved to Spain real quick. Real quick. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I feel like I haven't done this in so long, but I've missed it so much. It's been on my mind every day. Every day. Like, imagine something is on your mind every day and you do nothing about it. Today, I was just like, I'm just going to start. I don't care if there's an
That could
objective.
be,
I don't care if I have
Chris.
any notes. I'm going to start.
Money
Because if I
talks.
don't, I'm going to continue to be upset with myself. And that's not a good place to be. As you can tell, I'm in a different location. Girl, I moved to Spain real quick. I moved to Spain for a language assistant program called NowCap. So I've been here a couple months now. I got here September 23rd and it's currently December 2nd. So I've been here a little minute and I feel like I've lived so many lives since I've been here. And I really did plan to document it better and walk you guys through my process, but it has been intense. This whole social media thing is really interesting in that you never know when exactly to document your life or when to just live in the moment. We're not going to get into it. If you want to see vlogs of me, you can definitely go to my TikTok. It's the same handle as my YouTube, Taylor Anna Lee. It has been a year, baby. It has been a year. I'm grateful that I'm here. I'm grateful that I made it. I'm grateful that you're here with me. Thank you so much for being here, for listening, because I love YouTube. I've always loved YouTube. I've always
Yeah, I
watched
love
YouTube,
my algorithm,
and I
JQ.
guess I've always wanted to be
It's just
right here.
packed full of pretty
So
girls.
thank you for being here with me. And I feel like I'm just scratching the surface as far as living out my dreams. Living in a different country has always been
Needy
one of mine.
child in
So I'm
Omo
living it out
Valley.
right now. Let me walk you through kind of how I decided on this. So I started a serving job last year in September, and we had to do like orientation. And in orientation, one of my coworkers was saying that she'd just come back from
Hey,
working
Lindy.
in South Korea for like 7 years teaching. Tell me more. I was definitely interested. And she was like, yeah, she was telling me about her program. She said, there's other programs like
hold
this,
on.
Spanish,
Yeah.
French, like there.
What's going
I'll
on?
come up and keep you company. I'll come
Oh,
up and
good.
keep you
I'm glad.
company for a minute.
I'm glad you
I'm
did.
off work today.
Oh, really?
I know it's hard when you're trying to do it by yourself. I can't even imagine. I feel bad for you. But did you happen to see the background on? I know I post something. I think I posted it in the chat. It's from CNN. I don't know what y'all can play and what you can't play, but let me see if I can find it. I think it was
What
kind
is?
of he had a commercial up because he was a real estate agent, I believe. And
Yeah, I
let
heard
me
he had a real estate license. They didn't
yeah, let
say
me
who he worked for.
I think he worked out of Houston. I watched it yesterday. You would have never guessed ever that this man would do this. For goodness, it's just crazy. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. I don't know if this is what you want to watch, but
No, put it in the back. I'm pretty much open to anything
see,
until
See if
till
that's it. It's just it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Yeah, I put it back there. I hope it's the same one. I hope I didn't
oh,
give you
there it is.
something else like a cat thing. But I don't know. I mean, it's just hard to believe something happened to him. You know what I mean? Yeah, I put it back there,
Well,
Stanley.
apparently
So,
divorce happened to him.
oh, is that what it is? I didn't hear that part.
Ooh, this is an hour long. Let's see, Washington Post. All right, well,
No, wait. Is that the one I gave you?
it's the one that's in the back
Okay.
from the Washington Post.
No, it was no. Never mind. Okay, zip that one. Let me do some. Let me go find the one I just put up there. Hang on a second. No, don't do that one because I'm not sure what that is.
Okay.
Hang on just a second. Jeez, I had it too. Oh wait, hang on a minute. All right, let's try this one. Maybe it is from the Washington Post. I didn't think it was. Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know. Click on it and see what happens. I thought it was a CNN
Okay.
thing, but
Well, the Post makes me feel a little bit better because I subscribe to it. So, you know what? I do not.
badass. I did. I made a big pot of chili. It's pretty darn good. I'm answering to him in chat.
Are you doing an audio test? No, I'm just making sure some of these bars aren't going to be where their papers are going to be.
Maybe this. I didn't watch all of it, but I thought that there was some background on this guy.
Director, Christopher Shorley, we apologize for the delay.
This is from yesterday?
I believe so.
Okay, because we just watched today's press conference.
Okay, then never mind that one. Let me do a little bit more research before I throw out links to you.
Okay, but you said this one had his commercial in it?
Well, no, I watched his commercial from yesterday, but they took it down. Yeah, go through that just real quick. They took his commercial down, and you would have never, ever guessed that this man would do this.
This isn't the one, is it? Oh, wait, hold it. It's not this one, is it? Is that the one, Lindy?
Well, here.
Oh, wait, hold it. Hold on one second. Let me show
The one
this.
that I clicked says what we know about the New Orleans attack suspect. So I didn't even really watch all of it. I just started and I thought, well, maybe this would be a good one, but I don't know what you have there.
Is that the commercial?
I don't know about the commercial.
Okay, because this is like some. I think he was starting a company or something, and he did some sort of introduction thing.
Oh.
On YouTube. Take a listen.
So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch.
And that is Samsudeen Jabbar. And in this video, he goes on to boast about his attention to detail and negotiating skills. KPRC2 has learned that his real estate license lapsed in 2023. The FBI says that it believes the driver in that attack was not solely responsible, A potential improvised explosive device was in Jabbar's truck, and other IEDs were discovered in the French Quarter. The FBI says that it is investigating Jabbar's potential ties to terrorist organizations. A senior law enforcement official tells NBC News that people who were initially suspected of having planted bombs at the site have now been ruled out as suspects. And at this time, there is no active manhunt for specific named suspects.
Yeah, makes me, excuse me.
So he was an IT specialist and I want to call him a personnelman, an HR specialist. Interesting.
Yeah, I just, he got caught up in something. That's the only
Well,
that's all I can think of, for goodness sakes.
Well, what they said is that he had like several videos or something on Facebook, and like the original video was he wanted to kill his family, but he was afraid that if he did that, it would take away from, his particular issue. So he decided against it. So, whatever was going on with him, he was deeply disturbed, doing a video about planning to kill your family. That is deeply disturbing.
Yeah, they said he had a, maybe just putting a good point. Now, like you said, this is a lot of this.
Excuse me 1 minute here.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not sure. I don't know if that's fake news. I'm not sure about that. I think he did have an ISIS flag. In Phoenix Fish, I don't know if he was black. He looks like he looks like he looks a little like Indian, maybe. I'm not really good at trying to figure out what background you are, but JQ said, yeah, the flag was confirmed by the mayor of New Orleans. Yeah, I think that part is true, that there was a flag. He looks like Phoenix. He looks like it could be mixed with. He definitely has features, and he has that look. He has hazel eyes, and like he's definitely from. And of course, his name says something about his background. I'm not sure exactly where it's at. I'm not very good at that, so I wouldn't say he was a black man, but he definitely had maybe he's a mix of something, I'm thinking. So I don't know, but I don't know what this guy got himself into. But
all right, sorry about that. I was that was my father.
Sorry, Stanley, go ahead. I mean, I know you're busy. I was just
Well,
telling.
no, actually, I've been doing this. It was good until everybody's awake and
Right.
doing stuff now.
Well, I was just kind of just responding to a couple things, and I'm not very good at this. Somebody said, damn, I just realized he was black. And Phoenix, especially as I was responding, then that I'm not very good at, picking up.
You know what? It doesn't really matter what color he is. He's a terrorist. So
Right, he's a
I'm not
terrorist.
exactly sure. I mean, it's as an odd curiosity, yeah. But
I don't think he was black. He's mixed with something, you can tell by the color of
he
his
was
eyes,
born.
but-
He was born in Beaumont, Texas. At least the
Right.
last I heard. So, for American purposes, we are very phenotype driven. I guess for American purposes, he was black, but
Yeah, but his name is not
yeah.
really. So
Well,
his family must be, he.
he was probably child of immigrants, second or third generation.
I mean, he looks like he might be Indian, but like I said, I'm not very good at. He has hazel eyes.
Actually, yesterday they were saying he looked Ethiopian
Okay.
or something, East African. But like I said, for my purposes or for normal people's purposes, it's really just the dude's a murderer or terrorist.
He's a terrorist, and I don't know if he always felt this way or if it's something because of what's happening over there. He just got caught up in it.
Well,
and
like
kind
I
of
said,
took over.
he's either or was either in the middle of a divorce or recently divorced. So that who knows? I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can. It didn't say whether he was deployed or not overseas, but I'm sure all that comes out. Like the FBI said, it's been 24 hours. All of it comes out in time. So,
I mean,
let's see what we got here.
did he
Let's see.
communicate with other people about his intention? It sounds like from what you said, he did make some recordings. So there was a sign that something might be happening. And I just wonder if nobody picked up on that and bothered to call or,
Guess we're going to find out.
What happened? Golly.
Okay, yeah, I started actually watching this CNN thing this morning, and for some reason or another got distracted into another direction. The thing about CNN, I know they're a little persnickety. What I did is I put up a screen covering, whatever,
Oh, okay, yeah.
which I hate to do during the day because while I like it, I'm not sure anybody else is gonna like the splash screen or whatever they call it. This is the one I used. So
Is it because you're afraid? Are you afraid?
Well, I just didn't. I wanted to play the CNN video behind it because CNN. I think CNN is one of the ones. It was it was a 27-minute thing, and it's so long. It's bound to catch somebody's attention at some point. And CNN, I believe, is one of the news agencies that they don't like their stuff played, and I can understand why, because they play commercials during it. I think when they play it live, and they're losing money if you're playing it without commercials, and then they have sponsors doing it and all that jazz. So
Okay.
and we did watch the news conference, so we've got the latest news.
Yeah. Well, and Chris Reed asked something in the chat. Should we watch more Army people and military people with a close eye as a civilian?
Well, he asked me. I don't know where he's coming from with that. I mean, they're crazy civilians, so I don't know why we should be especially concerned with the Army.
I think we should be more concerned if you put out videos.
Well, they've got 2 laptops and 2 phones they've recovered from him, so they've already gone on Facebook. So I'm sure there'll be other stuff, or if there is other stuff, I'm sure it'll wind up online at some point.
Well, maybe just put in there. I'd like to know, how do you put it? I'd be interested to know how Muslim he was, if his whole family was, or if they're from a Muslim country. or still have ties to the Muslim country. That would be interesting to know. That would.
I'm sure all that'll come out in the wash. No, it's so weird. I have none of these questions. It must be a young person's thing.
You
Of course, maybe I'm
question,
just
you don't question any of that. Because see, I do too.
no,
See,
I don't.
I do. I do.
Well, this is the reason I don't question it is because the answers will reveal themselves. You know, we literally just watched a press conference with the FBI, the governor of Louisiana, and, other officials there. I'm going to trust the process that they gave us everything they know or everything they know and could reveal. So, what they didn't answer will eventually be revealed. So I'm a little bit zen about it, maybe.
But I think that's the first thing that comes in my head. What was the background? What kind of
Okay,
atmosphere?
the problem with that is what is it going to solve? I mean, if I was
It doesn't
actually
solve
an
anything.
investigator,
It doesn't solve anything, but I would love to know the background and how he grew up.
I guarantee you we're going to know.
Did he grow up, in an atmosphere of anti-American, and or was it just something that happened, in the last couple of years? It'd be interesting to know why an American citizen would do something like this.
American citizens have been doing bad things for centuries. I guess my feeling is it's gonna all come out eventually. So, the answers will seek the questions. See how zen I am? Or do you think that's weird too? Some people in the chat seem to think.
Well, I get what you're saying, Stanley, but I think since 9/11, everybody has these types of questions now. It's the first thing that comes to the head.
I guess I don't.
Yeah, well, I think that's a little unusual. I don't know what you're calling it, Zen. But that's the first thing that
it's
people,
24.
with
It's
this
24
background.
hours. It's 24 hours since this happened, roughly, maybe a little bit more. Really, what do we expect?
I don't think
You
nobody's
can't expect to
expecting
have
anything.
answers to every question in 24
Right.
hours.
Well, of course not. Everybody's just kind of like thinking out loud, sort of like, I wonder what background he came from. I wonder what the family, what the family dynamic was about. Because it certainly looked like this man was, I don't know, Americanized, I guess, so to speak.
Well, he was born in America.
Right. And so that even kind
So
of makes
there's
it
not a
more.
question of him being Americanized. He was American.
Well, he was America and he seemed Americanized, but what kind of atmosphere did he grow up? What kind of education was put in his head about America? Just because he's from here and he grew up
Well-
here and he's American, I think that's the question that people have. What would make this American man do this?
Well, he
It's
expects
seemingly a very bright man,
JQ expects a video of the home raid. Oh, okay.
Jake, I don't know if we're going to get that.
Why would they? Okay, I never even thought of a video of the home raid. Wow.
Or did his sentiments change in the last couple of years, let's say? It'd just be interesting, and we will hopefully know all of this. We'll
Well, I
all
think
come
I
out.
heard they're interviewing like neighbors, and we're going to know all this.
My other thing that I thought about when I was listening to to them today is I do think that the city of New Orleans, they're going to get some backlash about opening up Bourbon Street, going on with the fairs. I think there's a lot of people that's going to believe it's disrespectful to what happened to the families.
I see.
I think they're going to get backlash because of it. You know, that's just my feeling. We can't do anything about it. They may as well open it, but I can't understand why people would think that's disrespectful to open up vending machines where 17 people were just killed. I think they're gonna
Well,
get
the
backlash.
thing is I think they're going to get backlash no matter what. If they don't,
I do too, Stanley. Yep.
if they don't open, then that's going to be a problem. The problem is you're just not going to be able to satisfy all of the people all of the time.
That's the truth. That's the truth. I mean, there's an event to be hosted there today, sponsors and teams and fans. And I mean, are they supposed to just stop it all? You really can't. But I think just, okay, let's open up Bourbon Street and let's put vendors out here and let's let people walk through. You know what I mean? People are going to get that feeling like this is just wrong.
Right.
I don't know. That's just my take on it. Like, is this event more important than what happened, I guess?
Yeah. Well, let's see. What did Mavid say? I go look for Mavid because he always has the most interesting insults.
And also, did you hear about that? They call it a cyber van that blew up right in front of a casino. I think it
Oh
was.
yeah. Well, we ran some reports, but you know what? Since we're sitting here doing stuff, let me
That was
go ahead.
crazy.
Let me go ahead and I'll pull these articles because I had all the articles prepared and I put them in the Slack here.
And I'm just curious what the White House, what Biden is saying about all this.
We just heard Biden's response to it.
Okay. See, I missed all of that. I just got on. So yeah, okay, that's fine. I wasn't sure.
Well, no, we can go ahead and let's see. This is New Orleans suspect.
JQ asked.
We can start with this one.
JQ asked a good question in chat. Is this the beginning of a bigger problem? Do we have ISIS pockets here at home? So many questions. You're right. Lots of questions.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and assume there are ISIS pockets here. And even if there aren't ISIS pockets, this guy seems to have been a kind of a lone wolf. And we've had like Al-Qaeda and we've had like lone wolf people who were radicalized for one reason or another online. Yeah. So, I mean, let's just assume we do.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's reasonable to assume that there are probably Al-Qaeda cells here. There are definitely lone wolves who might be radicalized online. Just assume yes. So this is I think the first article I looked at early this morning. I can play it.
Sorry, Stanley, you have to repeat this.
Oh, that's all right.
A lot of us we're still sleeping.
Well, yeah, I forget because I've actually been up since about 2 or so.
I know. Hey, did you have a good night last night, or did you have to put?
No, actually, it was actually good. Be Brave actually came up. He and Ryan.
I caught the tail end of that actually when you guys were doing that press report. Yeah, I was kind of surprised. What's up with that?
I don't know. I got to talking about something, talking about be brave, because there were some things that, I was going over that he just didn't get right. And part of it was sometimes I assume that I'm talking to the same people over and over. And when I talked about, our Asian overlords, I just assumed everybody knew that when I talk politics and stuff, almost all the time I'm thinking of domestic policy. I'm a domestic policy guy. I don't really care that much about internet. I mean, I care, but not that much about international politics. I fuss at people for doing comparative culture. I'm a domestic policy guy. I'm a U.S. guy. I care about what happens within the borders more so than, internationally. So
Yeah,
when
I'm
I'm
kind of
saying,
like that too.
yeah, when I'm saying Asian overlords, I mean Asian American overlords. I don't
Right.
want China or India or, I mean, like when I say Asian overlords, I mean like, the first Asian vice president who's going to be Mrs. Vance, by the way. She's going to be president before JD will, because she's smarter, actually, supposedly. She clerked for Justice Roberts.
Really?
Yeah. So, so anyway, let me go ahead and play this. Yeah, we actually had a pretty good morning with Be Brave and Ryan. Solid Snake was up here. Lupin was up here.
And what
So
about last night? Last night, like in the middle of the night, like at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. Any
no, it's
problems?
fine. 12th man did come up, and I pissed him off as usual because I'm just I'm done with the drunk antics and the over talking. I'd rather not.
Stanley, I tried to tell him. I don't know. It was like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Well, he's convinced it's okay because see, it's weird. It's like too many times people have just kind of either tolerated it or thought it was a hoot. And, it is, except when you're trying to do something constructive or make a point. And
Well, it probably wasn't the best time for me to try to explain it because it just so happened.
He was drunk.
I was drinking myself. I had the next day off, and I don't usually
Yeah,
ever.
but you weren't 12th man level.
No, but so a little hypocritical for a person that's inebriated trying to. But
No,
I
I
tried
don't
to
think-
tell
think it
them that every once in a while, if you get up and you're a little toasted or whatever like that. And I try to tell them it's night after night after night after night after night. I think that's what you get starting. It's funny or a little fun once in a while. It's not fun night after night. And I tried to tell him that, but probably it didn't come across very.
Apparently he thinks I get paid to be his kindergarten teacher, and I don't.
To deal with somebody. that's
Samuel, yeah, she was mixed race. So yeah, she was the first Asian American vice president.
JQ, and I think that's the problem. It's okay, to be toasted. I think all of us have done it, and even at times been inappropriate because sometimes it's just that. And it's true. I've done it. You know what I mean? I've done it in the past. I've done it not on here so much, but I've done it in
No,
the
I'm
past.
talking to Phoenix Fish.
Oh,
12th man
where
is
I've
our
done
oldest.
things in the past that I've regretted. I've said things in the past, because I've had too much to drink. I think we've all done it, and you hope you learn from it. And, you apologize or whatever you need to do, and you move on. But this is night after night. It seems all the time.
Night after night. You mean month after month?
Now it's become month after month, and you get from
I
the
mean,
outside.
Ryan used to come up here and sit in the audience, sit in the chat, just rolling laughing, just doing snide comment because he literally said he used to wake up early just to just to witness Solid Snake and 12th Man, in me up here. Just it was like Tom and Jerry up here. And finally, I just got to a point to where, you know what, for better or for worse, I'm trying to be a little bit more structured. After talking to Portia, my inclination is to always, kind of, at least start off the show with some serious stuff, and informational stuff. And
Really, I don't blame you one bit. It's just, it gets old.
Yeah.
It gets old. And I guess that's but then, okay, this is what I get all wishy-washy in my head, right? It gets old. But then I know some of his, I know some of his background, and I know why he's drinking so much all the time. I know that there's been some bad times in his life. I know that there's been some, and that's a sign of somebody trying to forget. But there's other avenues that.
Well, I would think hypnosis or something like that would be cheaper in the long run.
Or some kind of therapy. He's endured some really tough times, so I get why he's doing it.
Yeah.
But still, it's
You
just
know what?
it gets old.
I'm
'cause
not
you
going to
can't-
even say we all have, because I don't know what he's been through. I can suspect, but the thing is he's in a better place now. And I know it's easier said than done, so
Yes.
I'm not going to be too hypocritical about it, but it really does wear on other people. That's the
Sure
problem.
does. It sure does. It sure does. And he doesn't get that. He doesn't think that he sounds he doesn't realize it. He sounds the way he does, and he acts the way he acts because most drunk people do not.
Right.
And for the sober person, it just becomes very obnoxious,
Right. Well, let's go ahead and play this right quick for the people who haven't heard it. Now, this was from 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 in the morning, so it's kind of old news, but
I'm sorry,
there's a-
Stanley.
you know what?
At least the tough times didn't turn him into a sociopath, because that absolutely can't. I agree, Mavitt. I'm not putting him down, and I agree with that. But there's got to be a solution somewhere. I mean, a lot of people has been through hard
Well,
times.
the one thing is you're not going to find it on YouTube. That's the one thing I'm pretty certain of. Somebody's got to be on the ground and encourage him to actually get help. Hanging out on YouTube is not the cure.
I don't know. I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to judge him. I'm really not.
Oh, I'll judge him for you then.
Well, I get why he's doing it. I'll be honest. I get, with the things that he has shared with us here online. I get it, but he has, like everybody, he has to want to quit.
Yeah, well, I didn't do anything to him.
Right.
Don't make me suffer. Seriously, why would you make other people suffer your hard times? So anyway, let me go ahead and play this. It's only 6 minutes.
This news story was written by Salvador Rizzo, Ben Brash, Maham Javed, and Samuel Oakford. Vehicle barrier repairs gave New Orleans driver opening, officials say. A key piece of protective infrastructure was undergoing repairs in New Orleans when a driver slammed into a crowd of New Year's revelers in the city's famous French Quarter, and several backup security measures failed to stop him, local officials said Wednesday. New Orleans began to install new vehicle bollards around its most famous streets and hotspots ahead of the Super Bowl in February, Mayor LaToya Cantrell said after the attack, which killed at least 15 and injured dozens. The short, sturdy posts, made of metal, concrete, or wood, often line the perimeters of public plazas or the entry points to famous streets, and are meant to block vehicles from accessing buildings or pedestrian zones. Terrorism experts say bollards are among the most reliable means of preventing assailants from using vehicles to run down members of the public, especially in cities expecting large crowds for special occasions. The bollards have only become more crucial, these experts said, as those seeking to inflict mass casualties increasingly turn to high-speed vehicular attacks. But Cantrell and other officials said the bollards on Bourbon Street were down for renovations at the time that a driver, identified by the FBI as Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42, swerved into a crowd and kept going until multiple victims were dead. Jabbar, an American citizen, was fatally shot by police officers at the scene, officials said. Cantrell said the bollards had stopped working properly soon after they were installed, and they were being replaced as part of a broader infrastructure improvement package related to the Super Bowl. Over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project, placing bollards on Bourbon Street, the site of the attack, Cantrell said. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued, from Mardi Gras beads on down. New Orleans is replacing its old bollards with removable stainless steel units along Bourbon Street, between Canal and St. Anne Streets, covering much of the French Quarter, according to local plans. But on New Year's Eve, bollards were not up, Cantrell said. Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said officials had deployed police vehicles and large physical barriers in place of the bollards to deter vehicles from accessing pedestrian areas on New Year's Eve. She conceded those measures proved ineffective. This particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hardened, hard target, Kirkpatrick said. We did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it. Experts said the deadly attack was a reminder that vehicles have become the weapon of choice for many extremists across the globe. Much of the planning for such attacks, such as renting a car or truck, can be carried out in plain sight without raising suspicions. And if an attacker is determined to access an area where crowds have gathered, it can be difficult to stop them. New Orleans, for example, had deployed about 400 police officers and traffic barricades around the city, expecting that crowds would gather for New Year's festivities, Kirkpatrick said. But if you have a high-speed vehicle traveling at ramming speed, they're going to pierce the protective perimeter, said Bruce Hoffman, senior fellow for counterterrorism at the Council on Foreign Relations. Hoffman said law enforcement officials in the wake of the attack might start using bulkier bollards or barriers. But that alone would not address the question of how to fully prevent or mitigate mass carnage with a vehicle, he said. A 2022 study published in the British Medical Journal found that, of 257 vehicular attacks that killed bystanders over roughly 5 decades through 2019, 71% had occurred within the previous 6 years. As more people began using outdoor spaces for restaurant dining and other activities during the coronavirus pandemic, their exposure to such attacks only grew. By 2016, vehicle attacks were the most lethal form of attack, comprising just over half of all terrorism-related deaths in that year, said the study by researcher Ryan Scott Hauser. These attacks require minimal resources and planning to inflict widespread death and injury. An Islamic State flag was found in Jabbar's truck, the FBI said Wednesday. Several other high-profile vehicle attacks in recent years were also carried out by individuals who allied themselves with that group. A man who pledged loyalty to the Islamic State maneuvered a moving truck onto a bike path in Manhattan on Halloween in 2017, killing 8 people and injuring others. He was later sentenced to life in prison. Another man, who plowed his car into a crowd of anti-racist demonstrators in Charlottesville earlier in 2017, is serving multiple sentences without the possibility of parole over the death of a woman, Heather Heyer, who had shown up to protest a neo-Nazi rally. A Tunisian man who lived in Nice, France, drove a 19-ton cargo truck into a crowd on Bastille Day in 2016, hitting more than 500 bystanders and killing 86. French authorities said he had been radicalized by Islamic State propaganda. Last month, an attacker drove into a crowd at a Christmas market in Magdeburg, Germany, a city west of Berlin, killing 5 people. Surveillance footage taken in New Orleans early Wednesday shows a white pickup truck turning off Canal Street and accelerating around a law enforcement vehicle onto Bourbon Street. The vehicle appeared to match the Ford F-150 Lightning that authorities say was used in the fatal attack. Videos and photographs verified by the Washington Post show the same type of truck ended up 2.5 blocks from the Bourbon and Canal intersection. Gunshots can be heard on the video as people ran and ducked for cover. In fact, Sheets for Local Law Enforcement, the Federal Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, encourages officials to draw up plans for protecting busy pedestrian streets, bridges, and public events. But researchers and authorities caution that no one size fits all, and that local officials should prioritize the public spaces they are fortifying based on how likely they are to draw crowds. Nice, France, is a great case study on implementing necessary improvements to prevent another attack, Hauser said in an email. They added bollards, concrete barriers, and vegetation to help protect pedestrians. Vehicle barriers are probably the most basic and easiest mitigation measure to implement at any event or outdoor gathering. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, Republican, said at the news conference Wednesday that a durable solution was in the works. We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras, and the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one, Landry said of the bollards.
All right, well, interesting.
This is a story on the Las Vegas.
I just wanted to make a comment, Stanley.
Oh, go ahead.
Bollards weren't originally designed for this.
No, they were actually originally designed for ships, right?
Yeah, or just, I mean, so like, you know, Jersey walls is similar, like a Jersey wall on the highway is designed to, actually, it's got a slight curve at the bottom. It's designed to throw the vehicle back into the lane and not go off the road, right? And bollards are similar. They're just to prevent you from accidentally driving into a grocery store parking lot, not deliberately.
We had bollards on the piers, like.
Yeah.
I mean, you basically tied ships to them.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think they were. Aren't they more just cleats and shit than massive cleats?
No, I mean, I've seen bollards that were as big around as tree trunks.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're big, but I didn't. I thought that was more. I thought they were. Well, I guess you called them bollards, huh? You called them bollards.
Yeah, BOLLARDS.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, in concrete, they set them. You know, like they anchor them in. They either anchor them in or they embed them. So a lot of the heavy highway contractors, but
well, I'm sure they've got multiple uses.
Yeah, it's just crazy that we're in this spot where, you know, New Orleans, like, I mean, are they blaming the city for not having the bollards up or for the?
Well, here's the deal. They were literally doing this in preparation for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Apparently, they didn't. You know, hey, the Sugar Bowl never entered their mind as, you know, as big an event as the Super Bowl. So, you know,
I guess my thing is, it's almost like they're for, what's that?
Super Bowl's in a couple weeks. I guess they thought, hey, we're gonna be done in time, plenty of time for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. It makes me laugh because it's almost like they're kind of positioning it like the city's wrong.
The
city's not expecting people to drive down the friggin', the road and intentionally kill people.
Dude, it appears the dude was driving around looking for soft points.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, where he turned into, it was like it was a soft spot. There's a video of him cruising up the road, and then he just takes a sharp right turn right quick. You never would have, because traffic was creeping along. You never would have expected that turn. So it looked like this is just me, but it looked like he was looking for a soft point and just found a target of opportunity. Maybe he planned it, and maybe he had scoped it for soft points.
Right.
But from what I understand, there were like 2 temporary bollards or barricades or whatever. I'm not there. I'm not the FBI, but I just saw the video, and that's what it struck me as. Like, oh shit, let me take a sharp right. It was shocking. You know, had I been walking on the street, I would have been shocked. Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, what just happened?
Right.
I guess I just see it. It's like you can't blame
let me answer banked up here. No, I do not want. I do not want to want to be an Asian Buddha head. I'm talking something very specific to Asian American culture. So if you need more details, come on up and or text me in the chat. And let me play this right quick because this is the Las Vegas explosion. I'm going to play this video first, and then I'm going to come back and read the story or have the story read. And there's not much sound.
Oh, hi, Lindy. Just saying hi.
Hi, Ryan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You sound different today, Ryan. I don't know why, but you do. I didn't recognize your voice at first.
I'm a little sick.
Initially,
Okay.
Try to get it to go out. And once the fire went out through the suppression efforts of the fire department, you'll see some of the evidence in the back of the vehicle.
It's like fuel
The fact that
canisters and
this was a
stuff.
cyber truck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet because it had most of the blasts go up through the truck and out. The front glass doors at the Trump Hotel were not even broken.
Yeah, that cyber truck took a licking, and it actually looks like they might drive it again.
Wow. It's almost like an ad for it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It's like a Humvee. It's like indestructible, you know?
Let's see here. Okay, and let's see. Oh, there it is.
One dead after a Cybertruck explodes outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. This article is by Alexandra E. Petrie, Emmett Lindner, and Pashtana Usufsi, and read by an automated voice. One person was killed and at least 7 were injured after a Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the Trump International.
Hey, Samuel, believe it or not, they did have a police vehicle there. He went around the police vehicle on a sidewalk. That's what the report said early this morning. So yeah, he went around the police vehicle.
Okay, briefly, real quick, you guys. I could look this up, but what's a cyber truck? Should I know?
It's a Tesla truck.
Oh, okay. Okay, I could Google it, but I just don't feel like at the moment. It's a Tesla truck. They call it a cyber truck.
Yeah, let me I'll bring up a picture right quick.
It's hideous looking.
Believe it or not, I actually, it looks better after it exploded.
It's ridiculous
I
looking.
like them now.
I mean,
Auto value and bumper to bumper.
Now I might not be able to play much of this. This is
We've all heard about it. You may have even seen one or two on the road by now. But how much do you really know about Tesla's outrageous looking Cybertruck? Well, you've come to the right.
You like it, Lindy? Do you want
I
one?
can't see it that well because it's. I don't know. I'd have to see it on the
place
road.
for all the stainless steel lowdown as we're about to blast into cyberspace for some high
Oh
tech
my gosh. Oh.
Over at Tesla, they're used to taking on big tasks. Not only did they make EVs mainstream.
Oops.
Wow.
It looks better in black. See that?
Hang on a minute. Let me full screen. Let me go full screen on it. Oh yeah. Oh. I don't know what I think about that. I don't know if I like it.
Apparently,
Very sleek.
I don't know if
you
it
know.
had that roll top on it. But apparently it was well constructed enough that the blast went straight up, and the truck bed contained the side blast.
Y'all are a lot smarter than me, but don't they have those lithium batteries on those things? And
Yeah.
do they ignite
Yeah,
faster?
it's an electric truck.
Yeah.
So
And lithium overheating issues separate. They put an explosive inside the bed of the truck. You know,
jeez,
it wasn't like the lithium batteries were blowing up. They put inflammatory agents inside the truck. They added it to it. In the form of bomb making material.
Jeez, okay.
Okay.
Hotel in Las Vegas on Wednesday morning, the authorities said, and officials were investigating any possible links to an earlier attack on a crowd in New Orleans. Sheriff Kevin McMahill of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said during a news conference that the authorities believe this to be an isolated incident, but have not yet ruled out a connection to the Wednesday morning attack in New Orleans that killed at least 15 people. Sheriff McMahill said the authorities had found gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars in the back of the truck. It was unclear how they had been ignited, Sheriff McMahill said. There is no further threat to the community, Sheriff McMahill said. As of Wednesday afternoon, there was no indication that the explosion was connected to ISIS, which President Biden said had inspired the New Orleans attack, but the investigation remains ongoing, he said. At a news conference on Wednesday, Jeremy Schwartz, the acting FBI special agent in charge in Las Vegas, said the agency is investigating whether the explosion was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack, Mr. Schwartz said. That is our goal, and that's what we're trying to do. The Las Vegas Police Department received a report of an explosion at the Trump Hotel at about 8:40 a.m. local time. Elon Musk, Tesla's chief executive, said in a statement on X that the explosion was caused by very large fireworks and/or a bomb carried in the bed of the rented Cybertruck, and said the vehicle was functioning properly. Police were told that a 2024 Cybertruck pulled up to the last entrance doors of the hotel, Sheriff McMahill said earlier, at a news conference. The driver was the only person in the truck, Mr. McMahill said, and had been killed inside the vehicle. At least 7 others were reported to have sustained minor injuries. The person's body remained in the truck on Wednesday afternoon, Sheriff McMahill said, and the authorities were working on identification. The authorities said that the truck had been rented in Colorado using Turo, the same car rental app used in the New Orleans attack. The authorities had been able to trace the car back to Colorado using video footage captured at charging stations, Sheriff McMahill said. Sheriff McMahill said the authorities have identified the person who rented the truck, but are not releasing their name. The truck had arrived in Las Vegas at around 7:30 a.m. local time, Sheriff McMahill said, and had gone up and down Las Vegas Boulevard before immediately pulling into the Trump Hotel. In a statement, a Turo spokesperson said the company is working with the authorities as they investigate both incidents. We do not believe that either renter involved in the Las Vegas and New Orleans attacks had a criminal background that would have identified them as a security threat, the spokesperson said in the statement. Videos posted to social media showed what appeared to be a Tesla Cybertruck engulfed in flames just outside the hotel's lobby entrance doors. Other social media posts showed what appeared to be a line of people being led out of the building. Earlier today, a reported electric vehicle fire occurred in the port co-chair of Trump Las Vegas. Eric Trump, Donald J. Trump's son and a leader of the Trump Organization, said in a statement on X, "The safety and well-being of our guests and staff remain our top priority." The same message was posted by the Trump Las Vegas's social media account. People who were staying at the hotel said they had been evacuated because of the fire. Tesla did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Oscar Terrell, who was visiting the United States from Barcelona, said that he was walking toward the hotel entrance with his wife when he stopped at a food cart right before the explosion occurred. Those 10 seconds were the difference, he said. He and his wife stumbled backward, and Mr. Terrell saw a vehicle with flames and an array of colors shooting out of it, which he assumed were fireworks. Todd Hansen was on the 27th floor of the hotel when he said he had heard a series of loud popping sounds. He took the elevator down to a waiting area, where he saw smoke and sprinklers spraying in the driveway outside the hotel entrance. The elevator area was full of people, Mr. Hansen said. They would not let you out of the elevator area and into the lobby. He went back to his room to alert his wife, and they were both evacuated when they returned downstairs, he added. Sheer Poli of San Antonio said that he had noticed a gas-like smell on the floor and in the elevator. He had managed to take his luggage with him as evacuations were underway. Carrie Ford of Wisconsin said she had left her room for a cup of coffee when she was told to leave the building. She was set to be married on Wednesday afternoon, and her wedding dress and marriage license were left in the room. We didn't know there was anything going on, Ms. Ford said. We just happened to come down for coffee and they're like, you have to evacuate. The incident comes as Mr. Musk has cultivated a close and highly public relationship with President-elect Donald J. Trump. Mr. Musk has been using a cottage at Mar-a-Lago. In November, Mr. Trump tapped the tech billionaire to help lead a new Department of Government Efficiency. And federal filings revealed in December showed that Mr. Musk had spent more than $250 million in the final months of the presidential campaign to help Mr. Trump win the White House. The Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, a 64-story tower on Fashion Show Drive, has nearly 1,300 suites, according to the Trump Hotel's website. Pashtana Usufzai reported from Las Vegas, and Emmett Lindner reported from New York.
You may wonder why I was laughing. Highly public relationship between Elon Musk and President Trump. That just sounds, they have a complete with PDA, no doubt. What? No one is going to join in that laugh? You didn't think it was funny, Lindy?
Well, Stanley, I expect that from you. I expect that from you.
Okay, well,
about Trump and the whole. I mean, you know, I told you the other night I wasn't on board with the whole thing, but that's just me. But I
don't have a problem with him and his highly public relationship with Elon Musk. You know, they found love. Who can be mad at that?
They sure did. No, they bonded with the money, and they bonded there, and then a marriage grew from there. An engagement, then a marriage.
It was Trump's license that was his wedding dress, and a license left up in her room. Oh, all right. So, excuse me. I gotta get some water, I guess.
Oh yeah, it was a match made in what's the word?
Oh, it's in heaven.
I don't think it's in heaven. It's a match made at the shoot. I can't find the word, Stanley. You know how it is when you're 60.
What's up?
Oh yeah. I wasn't happy with this match.
A match made at Bedminster Golf Resort. Since we were talking about exploding Teslas, I found this article. Tesla issues 6 Cybertruck recall this year. It's from November of 2024, so it's recent. So let's see what's.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Now that I'm up here, kind of joking a little bit. Poor Eclectic. I mean, why is she so mad all the time?
I don't know that she's mad.
Kind of feel bad for her a little bit, but
why?
you know, F off and go to work only.
No one will pay your bills?
It's like, what does she have against old ladies?
Wow.
There's a
60,
part of me that
60
makes me
not-
laugh because it's so random.
Well, see,
what-
I laugh when people do that. You'll be 60. Well, Eclectic's like over 50, so I don't know why she's calling people old lady.
No one will pay your bills. I pay my own bills. I don't know
What's up,
when the
Mela?
hostility. She comes here and she's so hostile and mean to everyone. I don't get it.
Well, she just comes
You
here
know?
to flirt. She comes here to flirt with me.
She flirts with you. She
Yeah,
lashes out at
apparently,
everybody on here.
apparently she thinks that being sly and just mean is like my mating call or something. You know, those ad
Maybe
hominem
it is.
attacks you're doing, they are attractive.
Maybe it is your
Hey,
meeting. You
Mela.
never know, Stanley. If she's available, you're available. You never know.
I've always wanted to marry an artist. So let
wait,
me
did
play
somebody
this
just pop
Tesla
up? Who
article.
is that? I can't see my tiny
Hey,
little.
Mela,
Hi,
you're
Mela.
on mute.
Hi, Mela.
Happy New Year. Hi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Good to see you up here.
I'm
Let me
praying for
play.
my Wi-Fi at the moment, so
Oh,
maybe
okay,
I
I'll pray
should
with you,
speak.
okay?
I don't know why this area has interruption, but it does. Anyway,
What is your take on all of this?
the Trump Tower situation, I explained in the chat that it's publicity. Did anybody get hurt? That's what I didn't follow up on.
One person was killed.
Okay,
And
so
there were, I think there were like 7 hurt.
yeah. The whole thing with Trump having a relationship with Elon Musk and his car just happened to be the focus of attention outside of a hotel with his name on it.
That's not a
That's too much
coincidence.
of a correlation to just
Yeah, I
pass
agree.
by. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
it's not like it was the Social Security Administration office. You know, it was Elon Musk who has demonstrated thirsting after Trump winning the election, emphasis on thirsting. So what's behind that, right? Why? Because a person like Elon Musk is not interested in buddying up with you just because you're cute. He wants something out of it, right? And so has the driver been identified? Was it cute?
Kind of like a billionaire businessman, huh?
That's what they do. It's unfortunate.
Now Trump is a supposed billionaire and businessman. Do you
What
think
if I told you it
do
was
you think he
something?
wants something out of Elon?
Yeah, they both want a good deal. Emphasis on the D, right? And when I say the D, I'm talking about deal. I'm not talking about anything sexual. Okay. They want a good deal. And the capital D of it all is who can out deceive who. It's like who can out deceive who is the winner is what I'm trying to
Well, I'm guessing the one who could call SEAL Team 6 out with immunity
Well, that's the thing. That's
or
the thing.
impunity.
I believe that Elon Musk believes he's more powerful than someone that was elected to be the leader of free government that's most respected around the world. I think that he's trying to flex. And I'm not saying he had anything to do with the attack. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe somebody overheard his utterances. You know, because we have overzealous fans out there, right? Because what's the point of using that damn truck? Any truck would have done any truck would have completed the quote unquote mission. Why that specific vehicle? I think it was some fan that was like, I suspect Elon is gonna get the lower shake of the deal, and I'm just gonna demonstrate this.
Yeah, there's no irony in any of this. This is absolutely not a coincidence.
It's just weird. It's like
done on purpose.
what are the odds that Elon Musk has a relationship with, as it's been said in the media, with this guy who is now president. Okay. But anyway, he has a relationship with him, and lo and behold, the truck that crashed into a building with his name on it. It's like it's attention seeking to the max. It's like,
okay, the
pay
truck
attention
didn't
to that.
hold on. The truck didn't crash, it exploded.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
Okay, I
almost
thought I heard you say crash. It didn't. It blew up.
all right. Okay, my
And
point
he had
is
fireworks, and it looked like there were like little fireworks going off. And
Right. Well, the
my
problem.
point is that it was such a spectacle, one could surmise that it is a promotion. It's a promotion for their truck. Like, look how this
I
truck
think
has
I
survived.
actually think it's more likely it was a terrorist attack than some
Has
planned.
the driver been identified?
He was in the truck.
What?
So the one
What do
killed
we know
was
about the
the
driver?
one killed was the driver of the truck.
What do we know about him? If you don't mind me asking.
It's been less than 24 hours. I know they've recovered the body from the truck. That's all they've reported.
I don't think they've identified him. Not that I can see.
Oh,
Everything's
that's right. And the truck was rented somewhere in Colorado from the same app or the same
Does it have
company.
self-driving
The same
capability?
company is the truck in New Orleans. So they're thinking there might be a
It's
connection.
the same company?
Yes, Mela, the same
It's
company.
a coordinated effort. I'm gonna
So
turn
that's
my
what.
volume down.
So
Maybe my voice is too loud.
So you have gone from promotion to coordinated attack.
It's a coordinated effort of promotion.
Hold on, Robbie
Okay.
Dingle on the
Okay,
chat.
can we
said,
hold on one second? So you're saying
You told me right now, young lady. So just hold on.
you're saying that the terrorist attack in New Orleans was a promotion? For what exactly?
It's a message to say.
Okay, a message from whom?
It's a message to baptize people in a new era of fear.
The fuck are you talking about?
Why do you got to use the F word?
Because I'm annoyed is why. Okay, we've
Well,
gone
I'll
from
be quiet. I'll
we've
be
gone
quiet.
we've gone
I'll be
gone
quiet.
from promotion.
Would you like me to be quiet?
No, let me finish, please. We've gone from promotion in Las Vegas. Now that you have new information, now it's a coordinated attack to instill fear. So my point is you seem to be all over the place. Which is it? Promotion for Cybertrucks or Trump hotels or terrorist attack, which terrorist attacks do instill fear? That's the point. Which is it? Which is it?
Because I'm not afraid, I'm going to answer in this manner. Anything's possible. Except
Okay, well, you know what? That is so broad. I'm just astounded. Anything's possible is so open-ended that that's really not an answer at all.
And I know you don't like open ends.
Well,
You know
evidently,
what?
you
What I
guys.
don't like. No, let me tell you what I don't like. And please, I mean this with all due respect.
No,
I
you
don't.
don't.
I don't like
You know,
wild.
I don't
I
like
don't
lies.
like. I
You
don't like
respect
wild
me.
hoses with the water turned on, where the hose just goes all over the place.
Are you
It gets everybody wet.
kidding me? Well, let me go, Stanley. Let me go.
Okay, if that's what you feel, you must do.
I don't want to leave.
Okay,
But
well then
you
don't
want me
leave.
to
I didn't
leave.
ask you to leave.
What
Okay,
do
guys,
you want,
let me just
Stanley?
let me say this. Evidently,
But
according
my point is, you don't just get to be so flippant with so many deaths in a
Yes, I
terrorist
do.
attack. No, you actually don't. Not on my panel, you don't.
And there is.
There is a terrorist attack, and you want to make jokes.
Did I make jokes?
It sounded like you were making one with the
No,
promotion.
that's your interpretation.
No, you know what? Yes, that's my interpretation. The promotion to, connected now to the terrorist attack. So which is it?
I believe that they're both connected.
You know what? You believe a lot of things, apparently.
Such as?
Oh, I'm not going to even, my imagination is nowhere near as vivid as yours.
well, there is a connection between the
There's
Las
evidence.
Vegas explosion. The man that was killed in that van at the Las Vegas evidently served at Fort Bragg with the New Orleans guys. So, according to what somebody said in chat, so I don't know how true that
Okay,
is.
well, I'll wait.
They both served at Fort Bragg. Oh, what are
Yes.
the odds?
Okay, no, let's not get away. Let's not skedaddle away from the promotion comment.
But what are the odds?
Okay, I know you want to sidle away from it. I'm gonna basically, I'm still curious how all of a sudden we went from promotion in Las Vegas to connection once a piece of information was given. I'm very curious about this.
What are the odds that these connections are building?
Okay,
What are the
you didn't
odds?
know there was a connection until someone provided you with the.
Hold on.
Okay, what
Do
you're
not-
not going to do is
Okay.
escape from this one.
What I have demonstrated was
You have
intuitiveness.
demonstrated
I've
your
demonstrated
utter-
intuitiveness, and it's confirmed by the fellow
What
panelists.
you-
And you
what
can't
you have
take it
demonstrated-
because I can tell your
What you have demonstrated is an utter lack of respect for people who died in a terrorist attack. That's what you've demonstrated. And I am not amused.
So we're here to amuse you.
You know what? Sure, you want to squirm away from it. Apparently, you're here to amuse us with stories about promotions.
No, actually, what
No,
really
don't actually me. You're not gonna sidle
don't
away
actually you. Here's this. Here's
No,
this.
you're simply not gonna be able to escape it.
You're trying to shut me up, right?
I am trying to shut you up for your own good.
Okay.
Because you've gone from promotion, and once you find out that it's a
The
little
audience
more
is
serious
enjoying this.
than a joke, now you
Congratulations.
turn away. Basically,
You needed somebody to snap on today,
I think
Stanley. You
sometimes-
needed that.
I'm sorry, what?
You needed to snap on somebody today.
You know what? Well,
I'm
I
glad
would
to have
if
been
I
of
if I
service.
needed if I needed to snap on someone, I would have picked a bigger challenge than you.
So be it.
Okay, is there more to this story that you have up here, Stanley?
Yes. I was going to talk about Cybertruck recalls before we before we were going to be so entertained. Here we go.
Tesla issues 6th Cybertruck recall this year. This article is by Amanda Holpeck and read by an automated voice. Tesla has issued its 6th recall this year for the angular stainless steel Cybertruck after it found more than 2,400 of the electric trucks may have a defect that could cause them to lose drive power, increasing the risk of crashes, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said on Wednesday. Tesla will replace the affected part, the drive inverter, for free starting on or shortly after December 9th, according to a safety recall report the Auto Safety Agency released on Wednesday. Some of the previous Cybertruck recalls affected more vehicles. One that was issued in October for a delay in the rearview camera image affected more than 27,100 Cybertrucks. Another, issued in June for a front windshield wiper that could fail, involved a recall of more than 11,600 Cybertrucks. In April, Tesla recalled nearly 4,000 Cybertrucks to fix an accelerator pedal that could get stuck. And in February, some newer Cybertruck models were included in a wider recall of about 2.2 million Teslas over a too small font on warning lights panels. Tesla did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The latest recall affects 2,431 Cybertruck pickups that were manufactured between November 6, 2023 and July 30th of this year, the Safety Administration report said. As of October 30th, Tesla said it was not aware of any accidents, fatalities, or injuries that may have been caused by the defect. The recall notice comes as Tesla's stock surged after Donald J. Trump won the presidential election. The company's chief executive, Elon Musk, spent at least $119 million on a super PAC supporting Mr. Trump and has frequently been at the president-elect's side since the election. Mr. Musk, who has railed against regulations, is expected to play a role in helping Mr. Trump select nominees to lead federal agencies, including the National Highway Traffic Administration. And on Tuesday, Mr. Trump announced that Mr. Musk would help lead an initiative to slash government regulations and spending. It is not clear how the project will work, but Mr. Trump said it would recommend major cuts to federal agencies. Mr. Trump on Tuesday did not address the potential conflicts of interest for Mr. Musk, who founded SpaceX, the rocket company, as well as Neuralink, a company that is trying to connect the human brain to a computer. Mr. Musk's role in the Trump administration would have him scrutinizing the spending of federal agencies that have given his companies federal contracts and agencies that have initiated at least 20 recent investigations or reviews of his companies, including Tesla. Tesla, the largest electric vehicle manufacturer in the United States, reached a $1 trillion valuation after the election, after a period of sluggish sales earlier this year.
You know what?
That was the most I've heard about Cybertrucks in years.
Just buy a Subaru. Now, back to you accusing me of making fun of people that have sacrificed themselves to
Oh, I
guard
didn't
this
accuse.
country.
Whoa. I didn't accuse you of anything. I made the statement.
Yeah, semantics. I appreciate it. My
Oh,
point is,
semantics are important.
okay, if they are important,
Okay, Mella.
I will retort.
Don't pick a fight.
I'm going to retort.
Don't pick a fight. You won't win.
You know
No,
what?
that's not what you meant, correct? Is that what you're saying?
I haven't had practice in a long time.
You accused me.
I didn't accuse you of anything.
Okay,
See,
you made a statement. You made a
that's
statement
exactly what I did.
that could be interpreted as
Oh,
accusation.
no. It wasn't an accusation.
Uh-huh.
It was a statement of fact.
The statement of fact being that I think something, that's not a fact. You can't, it's not a fact for you to state what I'm
is
thinking.
literally
That's
a
not
fact.
a fact.
I'm not. Hey, you don't throw enough around.
You said I sound like something.
You
That's
don't
not a
throw
fact.
enough weight to push me around, man.
Well, I'm glad you think so much of me.
I don't.
And you sound intimidated at this moment.
You should not. I don't want you to be
Forensically,
intimidated. I want you to be chastened.
psychologically speaking,
I
you
don't
sound
want you to be
intimidated.
intimidated. I
You
want you
sound
to be.
intimidated.
Okay, you know what?
Psychologically
You're going to
speaking.
do a solid snake, aren't you? You're just going to speak and run on sentences.
I'll be quiet.
I
I'll
don't
do that
want
for you.
you. I don't want you to be intimidated. I want you to be chastened.
Mel, would you like to rephrase what you said for the record? For the record. Would you like to rephrase it or say it differently?
Oh, I'm sure she's thinking.
She was referring to you.
No. I was talking to you, Mel. Would you like to rephrase? Would you like to rephrase it or say it differently?
What I would like to do is speak with Stanley.
I'm
That's what I
right
would like
here.
to
I
do.
haven't left.
Okay. Now, Stanley, surely,
Yes, ma'am.
surely we can come to peace.
Oh, I never lost my peace.
All
I'm
right.
at peace.
What I would like to say is it's all good.
Good.
How's that for a restatement? How's that?
There you go.
Okay. It's all good.
Well, it was short and sweet. I like it.
So, how about that explanation you gave earlier in the broadcast about whether or not the barriers should have been put up?
Well, I didn't make an explanation. I
It
told
was
you.
it was some conversation between you and another gentleman that gave a specific name as to what those concrete
Oh,
barriers are.
bollards.
Bollards.
And
Yeah, I've never heard that.
bollards can be concrete or metal.
Yeah, and my statement in the comments section was that New Orleans was caught slipping. That was the slang, sentence I used. Because at some point, officials have to be aware that a lunatic at any given moment is going to use a vehicle to hurt people, and thereby those where pedestrians are walking and jolly and God forbid drunk or whatever, the pedestrian area should be segmented off from traffic. It's vehicle traffic. It's just in my humble opinion common sense to separate those two with protective barriers regarding the name that you guys just mentioned. And the fact that New Orleans has not ever, because I've been to New Orleans, okay? And
How long ago?
7 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do you think anything's changed in New Orleans in 7 years?
Apparently not, because there are no barriers between the pedestrians
Okay,
and the
once
traffic.
again, they were actually replacing barriers with stronger barriers. They felt the ones
So
that
there
were
was a gap.
please don't interrupt. They were literally replacing ones that they felt were inadequate with new ones.
May I speak now?
Go right ahead.
What that tells me is that there's some inside information as to when the gap of protection and non-protection existed. Somebody knew.
That something is telling you that, huh?
Well, I mean, he chose whoever it was chose a particular day as an opportunity. And it just so happens that they
Did you
were
see? Did you see
transitioning
the
from
video? Did
they
you
were
see the truck video?
no, I didn't.
Okay, it's in the news. The impression I got from looking at it is he was creeping along and found an opening and took it.
That
There
opening.
was a police car there, and he went up on the sidewalk to get around the police car.
My question is, did that opening exist always? Was that always?
No, they were replacing
And that's my point.
barriers that they thought were too weak. The impression I get is they knew there was a gap there. They put a police car there. The guy basically went around the police car. That's the impression I get.
Yeah.
So I could be wrong, but listening to the news reports, that's what I've gathered.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like a coincidence.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough.
If I could be comical for a moment, it reminds me of a jailbreak, where someone is made aware of the weaknesses in whatever it is they want to break through.
Well, I definitely think he drove around looking for the weak spot. He probably took a few laps around. He knew there'd be a lot of people out. It was New Year's night, and knew that
Was
there would
it
be a lot of
impulsive
people.
or planned is my question. I don't know whether it was impulsive or planned. That's what I'm dare I say confused about. It's like,
Yeah, I don't think any of us know that part of it, but
and that's
I'm
what I'm
sure they
looking
planned
for.
it for that night, or at least was hoping, if he's driving around looking how many people are out there, and if there was an opening in place, he
Because
took it.
yeah, because when the news broadcasts are labeling things as terroristic attacks, that recalls to mind 9/11 specifically. That was planned, that was planned. And what is an unanswered question for me is whether or not these two events, the Trump in Las Vegas, the Trump building in Las Vegas with the Cybertruck,
You mean the promotion?
as well as the New Orleans incident, whether or not these are planned.
Was the one in Las Vegas, you still think it was a promotion?
It's a heck of a coincidence.
So again, who would be, when you say promotion, I take it you mean an advertisement.
Well, let's take, for instance,
Let's not. Let's just answer the question.
You didn't. Okay, go ahead. Make your specific question.
I'm not doing a for instance. It was a pretty
What's
simple
your
question.
specific question?
Do you think when you say promotion, do you mean like advertisement?
No.
Okay. Well, then now you got me stumped. What is your definition of a promotion?
A spectacle.
Yeah, okay.
It got everybody's attention, and it just happened to be that vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you guys, was there a mass shooting in Queens?
Most likely.
Well, I'm looking on YouTube. It says NYPD briefing on mass shooting in Queens. Now what on earth is going on? Shoot. Golly. It's just like something is. Oh, Lord.
Believe it or not,
If there was, it wasn't. Wonder when it was.
Believe it or not, what I'm not gonna do is be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not gonna do that. What I choose to do is examine coincidences. So I hope I made that clear.
No.
Sure.
No, I think somebody's just putting out false information.
All right. Well, let's see what else we got here.
I do think it's a little strange. And I don't
Yes.
know how much we should read into it, that the man that blew up that truck in Vegas is associated with the guy in New Orleans. I think that's a little odd. And both of these attacks happened in the same day, within hours of
Out
each
of
other.
all the cars that guy could have rented, whoever he was, it was a Tesla truck. You know, out of all the vehicles that could have been used, why that one? So that's on my mind.
Just checking to see if there really was a mass shooting in Queens. Hang on a minute.
There was a news report that was emphasizing how there would be greater scrutiny as to who rents vehicles now. Was that a part of your broadcast?
Neither of them had criminal records.
Okay. That's further interesting. That's even more further interesting. Oh man. And false identities are off the table.
You know what?
Because what type of person
Don't ask me. I just work here.
what type of person who doesn't have a criminal record just does something like that?
Well, there has to be a first time for everything. You know, a lot of criminals don't have criminal records when they commit crime.
Certain crimes.
Okay, a lot of criminals don't have criminal records when they commit crimes.
I heard you the first
Okay,
time.
if it's a second time, then they don't fit the point I'm trying to make.
I heard you the first time.
Well, you know
Evidently, Stanley,
I repeat.
evidently there was a shooting that happened at Amazra nightclub in Queens.
Today?
It
last
broke out
night?
in there around 11:45 p.m. on January the 1st. So that was last night. 3 people
Well,
injured.
that's going to have to be something that gets followed up by my replacement.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm
So
not
how-
sure.
No.
I think that's just something completely different. So yeah, has
How
nothing
long
to
are
do with
you
what
on the
we've been.
clock for? How much time is left?
I just found out that I have to be somewhere at 2:30.
Stanley, you need to go.
These family members are having all kinds of requirements of
So
me.
we got to do a quickie. Okay.
No, not really. Let me see. Can I get a hold of
You don't-
John? Because I actually do. It is 11:15, so it would be getting close to shutdown time anyway.
Yeah.
But let me hold on one sec. Let me.
You have to have some decompression time. You gotta
Well, I'm
be
fine.
ready.
It's not like this is high stress.
Mm. I was looking up some Netflix video that's out about Army women who delivered the mail or something during World War II, and people were making a big deal out of it because of the star-studded cast. You know, they even have them on the covers of magazines, looking glamorous, and that representation of military women is not tasteful for, in my mind.
Well, how did they represent the women? So these were women that went on to work at the postal office? Is that what
There
you're saying?
was an interruption of postal service during World War II,
Mhm.
and this brigade of Army personnel, who happened to be Black women,
Mhm.
took on the charge because apparently there was danger involved, like, you know, grave danger. I guess it was in the course of having to retrieve and deliver something. I didn't watch the video because I'm more interested in pilots. That's my thing, but
So what are people saying about the movie? They didn't like the cast in it, the actors?
people do like it. They like it because of the actresses that are in it.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying? They're
yeah, okay.
yeah. It's all about the. It's like when a movie is I want to annoy Stanley, I guess, with this word promoted. When a movie is promoted,
Don't say that.
I know. God, forgive me for the P word, okay?
No,
But
I'm kidding. But yeah, no,
when
who
a
are the
movie
main
is
actors in it?
promoted, it holds more when there are actresses who are renowned for being quote
Right.
unquote attractive and glamorous.
Oh,
And so
okay.
that's what they did, They used that actress from Scandal as the to portray,
Kerry Washington.
yes, to
Oh,
portray
yes.
the historic, the one that's focused in the historic account. I haven't seen it, so I might be impressed with it. I just might.
Virgo said
Think-
it was good.
I think John saw it.
Yeah, I just might be impressed with it. I haven't seen it because I'm just like, when it comes to portraying historic military achievements, I don't know if that should be exploited like that. That's just my quirk, right? I don't like for historic military events to be exploited. But then again, it brings awareness, and that's important. So I'm torn between my sensitivities and what's necessary. So,
Well, if
but
it was done,
I'm
it
sure it
was
was done well. Shit,
done
those
well.
actors,
Right. Right.
those are star-studded members that are in that
Right.
cast. That
Well, if
I'm
it was
sure
written
was
well
done
and it was
well.
accurate, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter who's starring in it. It's just a good movie,
yeah. It's kind of like The Butler, right?
Yes.
They're like The Butler apparently was accurate. However, the dramatization of it all, you get caught up in it, and it's like I'm a fact I'm a fact checker. I want the facts. I don't need all that dramatization. So I guess I have to open up a little bit about that.
Well, if they have star-studded actors, that's definitely going to promote the movie, and I think that's the whole point of putting them in there. Because people will come out and see it if it's a particular, what's the actress name that you guys were just talking about from Scandal?
My conflict is about the fact that I'm a fan of documentaries
Yeah.
as opposed
I
to
love documentaries.
dramatizations. And so now we got media, you know, depicting historical information that would otherwise be a documentary, but now it's a dramatic film. And
Got it.
it's, you know, so it's just I'm just gonna have to adjust. That's all. I'm just gonna have to adjust my sensitivities. Things that I thought were exclusively, you know, set aside for documentaries are not necessarily.
Well, I think for a lot of people, see, I love documentaries too, and
I
I'm
love
willing to sit and watch.
documentaries.
I do too.
They
Yeah.
keep it so real.
And I don't know how old you are, but I think more older people now, younger kids and younger people, and actually, to be honest, I've kind of fallen into that trap about reading. Reading's a whole different story, but if you want to get the story out, they have to go to a movie. It has to be visually appealing. So yeah,
Absolutely. And that's what it's about. It's about it being visually appealing because it's profitable.
Right.
And so
Right.
now, you know, that's really what it's about. If you're a history maker, be prepared to be exploited for financial gain that won't necessarily be attended to your family, you know, and then
Yes,
that's
I
what
see
it
what you're
is.
saying.
And that's what's disgusting me. It's like, okay, all this money that's being made on these dramatizations. Let's say, for instance, The Butler, right? Made buku dollars, you know, especially featuring Oprah and some other Oscar winners, right? You know,
Right.
it made a lot of moolah. Did the family of that butler see that money? Hell no. Intentionally no. Okay? And that's all I'm saying. It's like it's one thing to have a documentary. It's like, we want to tell your story. Okay, now everybody knows my story. But when you have this feature film, big production, where, you know, generational wealth amount of money is being made by it, are the characters
The
exploited
real
in
life
their cut?
characters getting a cut of
They're
that.
not getting nothing. And that's my problem with it.
Right. Right.
It's like, what are they getting? You know, the people that are being featured as the topic in this content, what are they getting? Somebody just figured out a way how to, you know, they just figured out a way to exploit them.
To make money off their story. I mean, I don't know. Are we sure that
We're
the
entertained.
people didn't get a portion
God
of money?
bless entertainment, but who's blessing them?
Yeah.
I apologize. That's my thought.
No, there's nothing to apologize. It's a good question. Are these people not getting paid? And they should. The story is about them. I mean, they should get something off their story that they lived through. That's now, you know.
That's not how it works, though.
That's a shame.
That's not how it works.
So you're saying let's just go back to straight up little documentaries we can watch instead of
No. I'm saying I have to adjust to the realities of this the way this
the world
economy
we're living
works.
in now.
Yeah, it's just the market is based on what you can exploit. That's the market that we live in.
Right.
It's about exploitation. Like, as a matter of fact, I'm not a good salesperson for this very reason. I have a family who owns a business, and a retail business. And I couldn't find it within my soul to sell somebody something at a markup. And they were like, look, we can't have you out on the floor. It's like you got this guilty look
You
in
gotta
your
stay in the
eyes.
back. You have to
You
stay in
know,
the back, young lady.
it's like I'm trying to sell somebody a dress for $300 when I know it cost them $30 to buy it. And so I got this guilty, pussycat look in my eye. They're like, why are you looking sad?
They're like, you go in the
It's
back
like,
and work on the
you
numbers. We
have
don't
to
need
be
you out front.
excited in front of our customers. You have to, not sell it to them, but make them believe like this is the greatest thing walking since, mankind. Like, and that just wasn't my gig. I
You just
couldn't
couldn't
do
do
it.
it.
It's like
Hey,
I know
just
for
so
a fact
you
they paid
know,
$30 for this dress, but
if
they
I don't
want
hear
me to try to sell it to somebody for $300. I can't do that.
if I don't hear from John by quarter after, I'm going to go ahead and shut this down.
Okay.
What do you think about being
Because
a
I know
merchant,
he's got
Stanley?
another one. There's another scheduled at 4 anyway.
Okay. What do you think about being a merchant, Stanley?
A merchant?
A merchant. Could you be could you be a successful merchant?
Probably not. I
Could
mean, I'm
you
sure if I put my heart into it, but I'm not that much of a. I don't think I would make a good entrepreneur or merchant because I don't think the customer's always right.
Oh, that's another angle. Because
I've
the
always
bottom
heard
line
that.
is the
I've
sale.
always
So the
heard that
customer is always right.
I've heard that good customer service means the customer's always right, and I'm not that guy.
See, I'm with you, Stanley. I could never work in a store or no, I couldn't.
And here's the thing: people that make good merchants, they're addicted to convincing. That's all they care about is
You mean
convincing.
selling?
Yeah.
Nope, not a good salesman either.
Yeah, that's not
unless
my
I
thing.
believe unless I totally believed in that product. I don't think I could sell something that I didn't know anything about just because I would have to believe in it.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I kind of see what you're saying. I don't know if I could sell a dress for $300 and try to promote this. I mean, I could sell if they just walked up and said, I want to buy this dress. Oh, come over here. Let me ring you up, of course. But why it's $300? I would have to know the reasoning behind it. The fabric better be whatever.
Man,
It better last an amount of years. Yeah.
That's and it's not to say that I haven't purchased anything overpriced. I'm
Of
not.
course, we all have.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. It's just as far as selling it, it's like I'm aware. See, this is where they messed up. They should not have let me in on the fact that their markup was that high.
Right.
It's like because I just admire the product for what it is. It's like, oh, it's beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Who wouldn't want that? And it's like, oh, $300. Well, shit, they'd be crazy not to buy. I would be all in. But knowing that what your markup is, I'm like, I'm looking at you like, you greedy MF. What else are you willing to compromise?
Okay.
It's like I started looking at morality at that point.
Okay.
And
How
that's
do
my
y'all-
issue.
How do
Is
y'all
selling
know?
something more than what you purchased? I mean, we all have to live. We have to eat. We have to pay our expenses. There's this,
Well-
that's what this country is. This country is about getting as much as you can to defend yourself against those who would otherwise overtake you.
Well, hang on, Mel. Herman in the chat made a very good point. And taxes, rent, payroll, advertising, sometimes the markup is justified. marketing costs, TV ads, taxes, insurance. Wait,
That's a
I
good.
don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
that's what you should talk to your family about.
yeah,
Ask them to justify why this markup is so high.
yeah.
And it makes it harder because it's a family business, right?
Well, you know, you gotta be savvy, and and that's excusable because there's a living to be made. I mean, what else are you in business for if it's not to make a living? So,
Well, and
um,
it goes on both sides. The shop owner, they factored in all of this, and maybe they believe that markup is what they need. Maybe it's something you're just not understanding, or they didn't give you the breakdown of why it's so
yeah,
high.
I don't understand business, so perhaps I'm looking at it from a very primary mindset. You know, I'm just looking at, hey, wait a minute. You only paid $30 for this dress and you're selling it for 300. That's greedy. You know, that's a very basic thought, you know, without understanding the details um within how we have to make a living, you know. I was
Yeah.
a government worker all my life. And so selling stuff is not my forte. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's like when you know, when you're in the military, when you work for the state, when you know, when you're a government worker, you know, you do your 7.5 hours, or if you're in wartime, you do more, you know, but my point is you are guaranteed a particular income for your time present. And that's what I was as hell, you know. I remember telling somebody I was offended if I had to work holidays. That's how spoiled I was, you know. Um, so it's a different perspective. You know, I could not imagine what it is to be, because I have a few relatives that are on commission. That's how they make their money. Commission, which means you're gonna tell whatever you got to tell to get that bottom line done. And I'm like, wow, you know, that's deep. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's
Mel,
deep.
well,
When the
maybe a little
bottom
bit like the
line
background I
is
came.
when the bottom line of your security is based on how many people you can convince to purchase something that ain't worth nothing. That's deep.
Yeah, that's why salesmen get accused of be called names. You know, they're shysters and they're wicked and they're evil, and you know, because they will sell you. You know, they'll sell you what they. Oh man. I'm not a business person either, as far as that goes, but I do know that they
But
have to factor in a few things.
that's what this country is built on, you know. And so now we have a showman as a president, you know. Hip hop hooray for us. You know, we have a showman who's president. And what are the events leading into his inauguration? You know, these devastating events of destruction. What's to come? You know, is it going to get worse or better? That's the fear card on the table. And I think the population, if I were a leader, a diabolical leader, if it would be in my best interest to make sure people are afraid, thereby they're willing to accept any old lullaby I sing to them. If in the event that they are not afraid and enlightened, informed, have time and relaxation on their hands to investigate some details to distract me from my rule. That's as a tyrant, that would be a problem. I want to always, as they say, keep you on your toes. And people do that through fear. When I say people, I'm talking about those who intend to rule. There's I didn't know what a narcissist was until I got online. I didn't know, any of these terms that indicate that there are people who are power hungry, because that wasn't my thing. And the more I got exposed to it, the more I learned what the tactics are. And that's how I developed talking too much. Because I'm convincing myself I'm not going to be distracted from my concerns. So if I'm talking too much, that would be why. It's not an intention to disrespect anybody. It's at this point, it would seem that people who communicate online, they want to exercise this is mine type of attitude, as opposed to having real conversations, welcoming conversations. Stanley, for instance, it was his choice to berate me as opposed to just simply say, that's an interesting perspective. We all are aware that Stanley is intelligent enough to simplify something. But, I guess what I said was so over the top for him that he had to make, some drama out of it. He'll be all right, though. This is not our first rodeo. When he used the F word, I was like, okay, now we going somewhere. Anyway, Stanley, it's about it's less than a half hour before the cutoff time. And Lindy, it's nice to make your acquaintance. Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from Chicago.
I'm from Detroit.
Oh my goodness.
I'm in Detroit.
Okay, we're both familiar with metropolitan concepts of violence.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm going to say I'm in the
affecting
suburbs
us
of Detroit.
directly. It's like we know it's like nearby.
Right. I'm in the suburbs of Detroit, I should say, but I just say Detroit so it's not so complicated. But yes, I'm not right in the city, but I'm in the suburbs. But I've been here my whole life, so.
I've never experienced a gunfight, or anything like that. For whatever reason, being from Chicago gives you a certain cred, as they say.
Yes.
When I was in the when I was in the military, I'm laughing because it's really hilarious. There are people who are bullies all over the world. So there were some bullies that were in my flight, and someone said, she's from Chicago, don't mess with her. Right? So here I am, this, this intimidated, puny thing, like, oh my God, what's gonna happen to me? But it just took one person to say, she's from Chicago, don't mess with her. And that was it. Nobody bothered me. It was glorious.
And that's for real. You're not even like that,
I'm not like that.
But the reputation is right there.
I read the encyclopedias, during my childhood years. Like, I wasn't outside getting it in. I wasn't doing. As a matter of fact, I went out of my way to develop how to talk slang, how to appear to be, you know, with it or whatever you call it. Like I'm not necessarily a nerd. I'm just a meek person. Believe it or not, it is my essence. It is my essence to be meek. It truly is. But what you will find is that nice people don't make it far. And there comes a time when you're surrounded, you know, by so many sharks that you become the shark. You adapt their behaviors, you adapt their attributes, you adapt their utterance. You know, they're just their platitudes. You just adopt what it is the people that are most intimidating are doing, and you intimidate. You're intimidating because you adopted what they do. I keep saying imitate because that's really in essence what it is. I was imitating.
Well, you have to stand up to bullies.
I was imitating people who were thugs.
Yeah,
and I'm not a thug.
You have to. It's what is
But
that
I know how
saying?
to
Go
threaten
along to
with
get
the
along.
best of them, baby. Because I studied that shit. I'm sorry, you were saying? I apologize.
No, you can. I think you can be nice, but as far as bullies and people like that, if you don't stand up to them, I was bullied when I was a kid. If you don't stand up to them, it'll never stop. You know, but it does take you, and to stand up to them, if that's not your nature, it's the hardest thing you ever have to do, because that's not who you really are.
Exactly. I watched The
not who you
Christmas
are.
Story. I haven't seen it since my child was young. You know, there was a time
I'm
when.
right here. Radio.
Pardon me?
No, I was talking to Radio Foreman.
Stanley, you got to shut this down, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it now. I just talked to John, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
So, folks, everybody, I think there's another one scheduled at 4. It's it's an open panel with John.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to start it at 4. He's a little bit busy, but I will be back on tonight, overnight. I think it'll be around 2 or so tomorrow morning. So I want to thank everybody in the chat who've been with me all day. Some of you have been here since like way early this morning. And
Everybody loves you.
I don't know about that.
Yes, they do. Even if they don't admit it, they do.
Well, I love you all too.
Okay,
So,
brilliant.
and I don't know. I may be back on, sometime this evening. I don't know what my son and father have planned, so we're gonna go do some family time.
They need your attention right now, Stanley, so go give it.
Yeah. I can't wait till everybody goes back to college and I'm in back in my empty nest.
It should be pleasant. It should be pleasant. All
It is.
smiles over there. Send the
All right.
smiles over there.
So everybody make sure you hit the like on the way out. Get the likes up. Share and subscribe if you're new. And when John comes on, make sure y'all are there to support John.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate
Yeah.
you.
Press the
Yes,
like
ma'am.
on your way in, people. This is a
See y'all
great
later.
channel. Peace.
Peace.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. feel like I should go.